Night. Uchiha Station, in an ordinary residence. I really crossed it. I also traveled to the Naruto world. My name is Uchiha Genzo. It is Konoha's 44th year. Sitting on the tatami, Uchiha Kenzo looked at the boy's immature face in the mirror with a wonderful expression. Before crossing, he had just confessed to his goddess that he had succeeded, and he was about to fly with her, and from then on to the pinnacle of life. Unexpectedly, I actually crossed it. The joys and sorrows of the previous life flashed quickly in Uchiha Genzo's mind like a movie, so much reluctance and worry, all of them had passed away at this moment. I have lived in the world for 20 years. Looking back at this time, it is farewell. Uchiha Genzo wanted to cry without tears. No, it was not because there were no tears that he couldn't cry, but because his eyes suddenly hurt like a needle. This kind of severe pain comes quickly and goes quickly. When Xianzang opened his eyes again, he found that the whole world was lit up. In the mirror, the originally pitch-black eyes turned blood red at this moment, and two guyu appeared around the pupils. Writing round eyes, double guyu? The tremendous mental stimulation brought by the crossing caused Uchiha Genzo to awaken the Sharingan, and it was directly the double go jade. Suddenly, Uchiha Kenzo felt that his start seemed not bad. Immediately afterwards, there was another strong sense of dizziness. Uchiha Kenzo only felt black in front of his eyes, and his whole body spun around. Gan. Uchiha Genzo hugged his head and fell on the tatami. The reason for this is that the newly awakened writer's eye has sucked up the poor chakra in his body in an instant. At this moment, a voice rang in Xianzang's mind. Ding, the god-level selection system is successfully bound. Start scanning the host. Host Uchiha Genzo, age 6 years old, chakra attributes, wind, thunder, water, fire, soil, and overcast, mastered ninjutsu, elementary 3 shinjutsu, fire escape and fireball art, mastered physical skills, primary Konoha fluid technique, primary Uchiha flow sword technique, has mastered illusion, none, boundary of blood succession, writing round eyes, 2 guyu, check ding, the god level selection function is successfully turned on. Please choose 1. Upgrading the writing wheel eyes from 2 go jade to 3 go jade 2. Increase the amount of your own basic chakra to twice the original reminder. Please make a choice within 5 minutes. Overdue will be regarded as a waiver. The series of voices in his mind made Uchiha Genzo, who was about to faint, a spirit. He was staring at the Venus now. His head was like a mass of paste that was constantly being churned over. The Shenzang in front of him didn't pay much attention to it at all. He just ignored it, and he didn't even listen to the content of the options clearly. Only vaguely knew that he seemed to be bound to a system, and the final reminder, a choice must be made within 5 minutes. Uchiha Genzo was evacuated by the writing wheel, and his state was extremely bad. At this moment, it was not easy for his brain to maintain a little clarity. At this moment, the system is still so verbose, which makes Xianzang very irritable, so he blurted out, "Children only make choices, I want them all." Ding, the choice of the host is beyond the scope of the system's authority, so choose again. I choose you, uncle. Uchiha Kenzo finally couldn't hold on, and angrily scolded at the moment before losing consciousness. Ding, the choice of host is being evaluated. Warn. System error. System error. The system will restart after 60 seconds. System restarting. Ding, the system restarted successfully. Ding, congratulations to the host. Obtained, Shaolunian, 3 guyu. Ding, congratulations to the host. Chakra volume increased by 100 million points. Chakra was constantly pouring out, repairing the body that had almost collapsed because of writing round eyes. When Uchiha Genzo woke up again, it was late at night. This is not a dream, I really traveled to the world of Naruto. This time, Xianzang's mood calmed down a lot. Perhaps this is life. If it comes, it will be safe. Xianzang understood a truth. Besides facing reality, he had no better choice. As the saying goes, life is like a strong woman. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. After letting go of his psychological baggage, Xianzang felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, a lot of unfamiliar memories popped up in my mind. Xianzang sank his heart and began to sort out the memories of these original owners, and a world of Naruto in the eyes of the original owner gradually appeared before his eyes. The first is the life experience of the original owner, a 6-year-old orphan, currently in the 1st grade of the ninja school. Sure enough, the protagonist does not deserve to have living parents. Parents do not sacrifice to heaven. Where is the magic power? After Uchiha Genzo sorted out all his memories, it was already bright. Should I go to school? Uchiha Genzo has now entered the role of the original owner, and he knows exactly what he should do. In other words, he is now Uchiha Genzo. While washing, Xianzang looked at the bathroom mirror and was stunned. Who is the bald man in the mirror? Xianzang reached out his hand and touched his forehead. It was silky and shiny, and it felt good. Why am I bald? In a hurry, Xianzang's eyes immediately turned red. In an instant, everything in front of him became extremely clear, and at the same time a wonderful feeling that the world was under control came into being. 3 go jade? Isn't it 2 go jade? and the chakra in my body. At this moment, Xianzang realized it. Could this be the legendary I am bald, but also stronger? On the way to the ninja school, you have to pass through the market at Uchiha Station. Xianzang had something in his heart, but just bowed his head and hurried away in silence. Father, there are 3 color balls over there, I want to eat them. A sound of milky milk in the milk, a ghost and goddess attracted Xianzang's attention. Following the reputation, I saw a little boy riding on a man's neck. The boy was pointing at a stall selling 3 color balls and shouting excitedly, Uchiha Tommy Take. Uchiha's current patriarch. The identity of the little boy on Futake's neck is also clear, Uchiha Itachi. It is the end of Konoha's 44th year, and Uchiha Itachi, who was born in Konoha's 43rd year, is just over 1 year old. Stopped, Xianzang just stood not far away. He wanted to observe the father and son. Fuyu naturally agreed to the youngest son's request. The father and son sat down at the stall and ordered 2 3-color balls. At this moment, Fuyu turned his head and looked at Xianzang, seemingly feeling it. Xianzang quickly retracted his gaze and continued to bow his head towards the direction of the ninja school. The Uchiha clan, as the largest blood continuum in the ninja world, has a huge population, and finally ended up in annihilation of the clan. And all this has the most direct relationship with the father and son opposite. From the standpoint of an ordinary Uchiha clan like Xianzang, the father and son are the sinners of the Uchiha clan through the ages. But then again, even though Xianzang is Uchiha, he is an orphan and doesn't have much affection for the Uchiha clan. Therefore, in the case of Uchiha's extermination, Genzo's idea was not to blend in with it, but to be alone. Fortunately, there are still more than 10 years before the extinction of the clan. Xianzang has time to develop. Thinking of this, Xianzang suddenly realized that it would be a waste of time if he continued in the ninja school. It is better to apply for early graduation. Becoming a ninja is the way to go. So, you also came to apply for early graduation? The one-eyed school leader looked at Uchiha Genzo in surprise. Also? Is there anyone else besides me? Xianzang asked curiously. Yes, it was yesterday's incident, and it belonged to your Uchiha clan, called Shisui. I haven't had time to ask Hokage-sama about this matter, so I happened to submit your application together. Zishui. Xianzang was stunned for a moment, and then thanked him. Then I'm sorry for you. Well, you go to class, and you will be notified as a result. The school leader issued an eviction order. On the way back to the classroom, Xianzang, what did you just go for? A familiar voice sounded behind him. Xianzang looked back and found that he was an acquaintance, Omino Ilika, in his class. I just applied for early graduation. Xianzang did not hide it. After all, there is no secret to this kind of thing. What? Mention early graduation? Ilika asked in surprise. But then he was relieved. The children of ordinary people like him are incomparable with the children of the big family. Moreover, graduating early is nothing new, like Heiji Kakashi graduated at the age of 5. On the other side, the leader of the one-eyed school knocked on the office door of 3 generations of Hokage. Oh, it's the stove door, what's the matter? 3 generations looked at the one-eyed man in front of him, with a questioning look in his eyes. The ninja school was founded by the 2nd generation of Naruto Senju Senma. Sarutobi Hisaki inherited the 2nd generation of Will of Fire and attached great importance to the ninja school. 2 children from the school applied for early graduation. This is their application. Kazuo handed the documents in his hands to the 3rd generation. 3 generations brought the pipe in his hand to his mouth and held it in his mouth, reached out his hand and took the document and looked at it. 6 years old, are all children of the Uchiha clan? Well, one of them is called Uchiha Shisui, the offspring of your old acquaintance. Kazuo came and said, is it a descendant of Uchiha Mirror? 3 generations put down the files in their hands and began to think. The document stated that both Genzo and Shisui's performance in school was very clear. Uchiha Shisui was very good and indeed met the requirements for early graduation. As for Uchiha Genzo, this child's performance in school is not very outstanding. Then just follow the normal early graduation process. 3 generations started. Yes, I will arrange it now. School Leadership Office. Your application has been approved, and the graduation assessment will be scheduled at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The assessment is very simple. As long as you are undefeated for 10 minutes under Zongren, you will be considered qualified. Go back and prepare. Kazuo came and looked at the 2.5 older children standing in front of him. Although both of them were only 6 years old, the stove door couldn't tell from them the immaturity and ignorance that some children of the same age should have. This made the school leader have to sigh with emotion that a big family like Uchiha has too much background, and every generation of amazing geniuses are born. Time soon came to the afternoon. Who will come first? The invigilator is a teacher from the ninja school, named Uegwan Kawashima. He looks like he is in his 20s, and his strength is probably at the level of Zongren. He is responsible for the invigilation of the graduation test. In addition to the Invigilator, there are two ninjas wearing green ninja suits. They are ordinary in appearance, and Xian Zhang has no impression of them. I'll come first. Zishui stepped forward. You choose an opponent to fight, don't worry, they will stop. Yue Guang Chuandao glanced at Zishui, and then looked at the two Zhongnin Tulmen next to him. Just the ninja who wears the sword. Shisui was neither humble nor overbearing. The ninja who was named showed a slight smile. For these students who applied for early graduation, he would not be careless. It is rare to see a guy who dares to apply for early graduation without any real skills. Moreover, the Uchiha clan emblem on the clothes of these two students made people dare not despise it. He looked at the boy in front of him dignifiedly, and the sword-equipped Nikanin tool Renjia licked his lips. He would not keep his hands on the premise of not hurting the opponent's life. If he dares to apply for early graduation, he must have the consciousness of facing severe beatings. So, let's start. Seeing that both of them were ready, the Invigilator waved his hand to indicate the start of the assessment. Xian Zhang and another Zhongren tool person B hurriedly backed away, leaving enough space for them to perform. Zhongren tool man B was also observing Xian Zhang when he was watching the battle in the field. As a ninja, it is very important to collect intelligence on opponents, even if it is a point-to-point assessment. The battle between Shishui and Zhongren tool Renjia was very fierce. However, in the battle of swordsmanship, Zishui was obviously at a disadvantage. After all, he was only 6 years old, and he was completely unable to compare with adults in terms of sheer strength, and he suffered a lot from the confrontation. After the two played against each other again, they both chose to retreat. Staring at that Zhongren, Shisui felt unprecedented pressure. This is just Zhongnin. With his eyes condensed, Shisui knew that he could only play to his flexible advantages. Ding! Ding! Shisui uses his agile advantage to constantly fight against Zhongren. Zhongren was a little surprised at Shishui's flexible posture at first, but then he grinned at the corner of his mouth, seeming a little disdainful. He is going to teach Zishui a little lesson, and let him know that as a Zhongren, he is not in vain. Finding the right time, he suddenly rushed in front of Zishui, and slashed fiercely. However, Zishui disappeared before his eyes. How is this possible? Zhongren couldn't believe it. Is it instantaneous surgery? This kid actually mastered the instantaneous technique? That is something that Lien Zhongren may not be able to master. Boom! Shisui appeared behind Zhongren and kicked the opponent's heart. However, it was a piece of wood that was kicked. Stand-in surgery. You are very good. Zhongnin, who appeared in another position, pointed the knife at Shisui, and the corner of his mouth was slightly angled. Ding! The two continued to fight, fighting back and forth. Time passed by, and 10 minutes arrived in a blink of an eye. Time is up, the Invigilator announced. Shisui and Zhongren tool Renjia stopped their attacks upon hearing this. Uchiha Shisui, the assessment passed. The Invigilator nodded towards Shisui. Shisui's performance just now really opened his eyes. A student from the ninja school was able to fight a Zhongnin for so long without losing, even if this named Zhongren did not use all his strength. Except, putting the knife away, Zishui bowed sincerely to the name Zhongren. Then the two got together and made a mark of reconciliation. Happy graduation. Zhongren was not hypocritical, waved, and smiled at Zishui. The talent of this Uchiha's child is really amazing, which makes people enviable and jealous. Then next one, Genzo Uchiha, the Invigilator said. Come on. Zishui smiled and looked at Xian Zhang who was standing on the side. Xian Zhang nodded towards Zishui, walked out, and made a mark of opposition to Zhongnin Toolmanbi. According to Xian Zhang's observation, this Zhongren should be a ninja who is partial to ninjutsu. Zhongnin smiled and made a mark of opposition. The battle begins. The voice came from the Invigilator, and the two of them were also in a state of fighting. Art fire escape ho fireball. Art fire escape ho fireball. The exact same ninjutsu on the bomb. The few people who were watching did not expect Xian Zhang and that name Zhongren to be so synchronized. At the same time, the two Yuian launched ninjutsu. Boom! Two fireballs with a diameter of more than 1 meter collided, and flames splashed. Zhongnin Tulmanyi frowned slightly, and just now in the ninjutsu duel, he didn't even take advantage of it. And the opponent's ninjutsu power seems to be even higher than his. In this short moment of loss of consciousness, art fire escape ho fireball. Another huge fireball smashed towards the name Zhongren. Zhongren's eyes condensed, and he stepped on his feet, and his whole body volleyed to avoid the fireball. However, art fire escape ho fireball. Another fireball followed. One breath was 3 consecutive fire escapes, which made this Zhongren a little unprepared and surprised at the same time. Is this guy really a student of ninja school? Why chakra is like no money? Advertisement. You know, even if he is a Zhongnin, it is difficult for him to perform 3 such fire escape ninjutsu in one breath. Not only this, Zhong Ren, Shisui, who was watching the battle, the invigilator teacher, and another Zhong Ren who was a toolman, were all surprised at this moment. However, what made him even more surprised was yet to come. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Genzo is like a fort with infinite firepower, one after another, the fire escape ninjutsu, and it is a violent squirt at the name of Zongnan. After a dozen or so in a row, there was no sign of stopping, and that Zongren could only dodge in embarrassment, and he didn't even have the chance to get close to Suanzang's body. This is too abnormal. Rao Shi, who has always been calm, couldn't help but blurt out, Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Another ninjutsu smashed in. Zongren evaded embarrassedly, but there were already burnt marks in many places on his clothes. But Xianzang was like a okay person, as if he didn't play the dozen ninjutsu just now. Well, I give up. Seeing Xianzang's cheeks bulge again, Zhong Ren raised his hand helplessly. Is this guy a Renzhuli? Chakra seems to be endless. Nima is too bullying. Uchiha Genzo passed the test. The invigilator reacted and announced quickly. No one thought that this assessment turned out to be Zongren's initiative to admit defeat. This is nothing in the history of the ninja school for decades. I thought that Shisui was good enough for 10 minutes under Zongren, but compared with Xianzang, it seemed that it was the same. All passed? Kamen Kazuo couldn't believe it. These two little ghosts could stand undefeated for 10 minutes under Zongren's hands. Yes. This is the assessment report, you have a look. The invigilator nodded, and handed the detailed report of the match to Kazuo. Kazuo with a weird look. Stovegate took the report and looked at it, then his only remaining eye widened. What, the Zongren examiner voluntarily surrendered in the evaluation? Kazuo Kamen continued to look down. He didn't think that this was Zongren's malicious release of water. Of course, shinobi will release water during the normal assessment, but deliberately surrendering is not as simple as releasing water. It is simply a release of the sea. This is not allowed. However, the more you look down, the more frightened you are. Nearly 20 fire escape and hull fireball techniques have been released in a row, but still not changing their face? What's happening here? I need to report to Master Naruto. The stove door hurried out of the office with the assessment report. Genzo and Shisui walked side by side on the way back to Uchiha's station. Xianzang, how did you do it before? Are you talking about the assessment just now? If not, it is worth mentioning that Zishui and Xianzang are classmates, and their relationship is actually pretty good. It's very simple. My chakra is a little bit more than the average person. That's it. Xianzang smiled. A little more? Zishui's eyes widened. Can this Nima be called a little bit more? Is it a human-shaped tail beast? Then do you have any plans next? Zishui asked. Planning? Xianzang thought thoughtfully. After graduating to become an official ninja, then there are only the following paths for him to choose. One is to join the Konoha police force, which is a unique choice for the Uchiha clan. The second is to join the Umbu, to put it another way is to follow the 3 generations of Hokage. The third is to join the Roots, which means allegiance to Danzo. The other options are gone, because the current Konoha village is mainly dominated by these 3 forces. Any ninja must choose to stand in line. Stay neutral? It will only invite collective suppression by the tripartite forces. It's Konoha's 44th year, and the 3 wars have almost started. The situation is getting more and more urgent, and Konoha's current situation is not optimistic. As the country of fire among several big countries, it is sitting on rich land and countless resources, and Konoha, which belongs to the country of fire, naturally makes people jealous. The 3 wars kicked off with the death of the 3 generations of Fengying. Shan village insisted that it was made by Konoha village, and gathered a large number of ninjas on the border, trying to bite a piece of meat on Konoha. After all, Shan village is in the desert and everything is too barren. Naturally, other shinobu villages are also staring at each other, and they have unresolved grievances when they see each other. Everyone is preparing. Maybe it's just a signal, all-out war will start. Back at home, Xianzang began to analyze the current situation in the ninja world based on his own memory. After dinner, Xianzang sat in the courtyard. Squeak! The door was gently pushed open, and a Uchiha member walked in without seeing any weapons. I heard that you passed the graduation exam today. Sitting next to Genzo, Uchiha-san smiled. Please report to Konoha Police Department after a few days of rest, and be mentally prepared. Shisui knows where you are going to report, and you will come together at that time. Uchiha-san looked at Genzo with a slight seriousness, and said that he could not hold his beak. Okay. Xianzang nodded without hesitation. I said before that he has 3 choices, but most of the time the choice is not in his hands. Uchiha needs you, Akibosen added. After speaking, he didn't stay much, and left Xianzang's house directly. He came over today just to tell Xianzang about the report, and he was not very familiar with Xianzang, and he didn't have any common topics to talk about, so he naturally left after speaking. Xianzang sat there, lost in thought. 3 days have passed since the graduation assessment was over. Xianzang has also been resting at home these few days to adjust his state, and the ninja guard has also taken time to collect it in these few days. Today is the time to report with Shisui. After putting on his clothes and putting the protective forehead on his forehead, Xianzang left the house. The wind in winter is a bit biting, but Xianzang is in a good mood. He has already thought about it clearly these days that he wants to open up a wonderful future in this world. Stop water. Standing at the intersection, Xianzang stopped Shisui, who was looking around. Xianzang, Zishui agreed, and walked over to Xianzang side by side. This is the intersection of the Uchiha clanland, and they are going to report to the police training ground on the east side of the clanland. The two small figures walked side by side in this way. The morning light was shining. The Uchiha clan is still quite large now, and it still took half an hour for 2 people to get to the destination. Of course, this has a lot to do with 2 people walking slowly. Looking from a distance, Xianzang spotted the conspicuous building. The 2-story building is full of open spaces on 3 sides and a forest behind it. The building looks relatively old, but it has a strange feeling of stability. This is one of the training grounds of the Uchiha police force, a place that really belongs to Uchiha. Not far from here is the office of the police force. Before the two of Xianzang approached, the 2 figures approached, and they arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Xianzang glanced intently and saw that there were 2 people he knew, Uchiha Mori and Uchiha Linear. I came so early. Uchiha Shimori spoke first, but Uchiharan still didn't say a word, but just stood by and watched quietly. Yes, after so long at home, I think it's enough. A serious tone came out of Xianzang's mouth, which made people feel a little funny. Pomori nodded. Come with me. Go and see the captain first. Okay. Xianzang and Zishui glanced at each other, then stopped talking and followed behind them. Uchihasan and Uchihabayashi are only about 20 years old, but Genzo can perceive the chakras in their bodies, and they are still very abundant, and they may also have the strength of forbearance. This kind of strength is not considered a weak player in Uchiha, not to mention that they are still young and have the potential to continue to grow stronger. They should be the backbone of the current police force. Captain, Xianzang, and Zishui are here. Leading the 2, Uchiha came to an office on the 2nd floor in a short while. There was a figure looking at the documents at the desk. Uchiha Tommy Take. Xianzang recognized who the captain was, and Shisui knew that the captain was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Zishui, here comes. Uchiha Fumitake put down the things in his hand, first looked at Shisui, and said to Shisui, the descendants of Uchiha Mirror are very hard-working and talented, and they also have their own ideas. You are Xianzang, right? After Uchiha Tomitake and Shisui greeted him, he immediately spoke to Xianzang. Yes, patriarch. Xianzang was also unambiguous, and lowered his head slightly. Call me the captain here. After all, you will be a member of the police force in the future. Uchiha Tomitake smiled slightly. He actually had an impression of this child. He had met him on the street before. Welcome to join us, and hope that your life value can be realized here. Uchiha Tomitake was straight to the point. He saw that Genzo and Shisui were different from ordinary 6-year-old children. They were all very assertive, and some unnecessary bends could be omitted. We are very happy to do things for the family. This is a kind of glory. Xianzang is rarely sentimental. Well, Sen. Uchiha Fumitake waved his hand and said to Uchiha Mori, who was standing by, take them to get acquainted with it first. In the last few days, you and Lin will take them first. After giving the order, Uchiha Tomitake took the file and read it again, and stopped talking to Genzo and others. And Xianzang and his party left sensibly. You belong to the 7th squad of the police force. There are 17 people in the squad. Of course, this number counts the 2 of you. Sen stared at Xianzang and said, in addition, these people, besides me and Lin, are left. The more than a dozen people who left are about the same age as you, but they are also older than the 2 of you. The 7th team is newly formed, and is mainly responsible for Uchiha's internal pickets. Let's go. Xianzang will meet them first. Shisui has seen it long ago. Genzo and Shisui followed Akipomori to a training ground behind the 2-story building. At this time, there are sparsely distributed young people in the training ground, all of whom are about 10 years old. Everyone, stop, we have a new member. Akibamarai clapped his hands and interrupted the training of the boys. This group of teenagers probably haven't been training for long. After all, it's still early, so they all stopped the training in their hands and gathered around. Hello everyone, I'm Genzo Uchiha, I'll take care of you in the future. Without waiting for Akipomori's introduction, Genzo took the initiative to speak. A group of children with an average age of 10 looked at Xianzang with interest. After all, Xianzang looked much younger than them. And if you can join here at this age, there is another Shisui. As for the strength of Zishui, everyone here can see it. As for Xianzang, there was nothing particularly outstanding before the graduation examination, and belonged to the kind of silent and obscure. From now on, Xianzang and Zishui will officially join us. I hope you can get along with each other friendly." There was no other order, and the surrounding teenagers started their own training. As for introducing themselves, I will know when I get along slowly in the future. Xianzang, Zishui. Taking the two of them to the side, Sen looked at the two in front of him. No longer maintaining the relaxed expression he had before, Akibamarai became serious. "Although I know that you are relatively early, I still feel too early to say this. So, please work hard to become stronger here, for the sake of the family." Akibamarai said it word by word. With a solemn expression on Zishui, Xianzang had to straighten his face. "Will live up to the family's cultivation," Zishui stated. Akibamarai looked at Genzo. "Will live up to the family's cultivation." Xianzang bit his scalp and said, "Okay, remember what you are saying now." Sen nodded in satisfaction. After Akibamarai, Genzo learned something about the police force. These people will be named in the Konoha police force, but they do not assume the responsibility of the police force. As Xianzang expected, this identity was naturally a cover for them. Join the police force, the resources of the family will be tilted towards you, so that you can quickly increase your strength. Ninjutsu, and resources for practice will all be provided by Uchiha. Konoha's #1 giant, this little thing can still be done. Today was the first day of registration, and Xianzang did not stay there for training the rest of the morning. Since Zishui had been here before and was familiar with everything, he stayed there to train with the group of teenagers and communicate with each other. Having said that, now with the support of the family, the cultivation is no longer entirely on his own. Xianzang is still relatively happy. Here, his strength must be able to quickly improve. In the afternoon, Xianzang once again came to the station of the police force. The group of teenagers were still training there, sweating all of them. Instead of actively greeting him, Xianzang found a corner of no one and began to practice swordsmanship and ninjutsu by himself. "Your name is Xianzang, right?" A voice interrupted Xianzang's swing of the knife. Xianzang closed the knife and looked over. It was a boy who was talking, looking at Xianzang curiously. "Yes, who are you?" Xianzang calmly looked at the boy he had seen before. "My name is Uchiha Koji." Walking to Genzo, a boy named Uchiha Koji stretched out his hand. Glancing at the active boy in surprise, Xianzang took that hand. "Thank you. You use a knife like Shishui?" I'm actually quite good at ninjutsu." Although Xianzang can only be a powerful fireball technique, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Oh, then you are pretty good. You will have the first test of joining the police force in a few days, but be prepared. Uchiha Koji smiled. "I did that test, but it was uncomfortable for a few days." "You have to go for it." There was a trace of weirdness on Koji's face, which made him a little bit inconsistent when he looked so immature. Looking at Koji who left, Xianzang didn't think much. He will not be afraid of all tests. This afternoon ended in such a boring training, and dinner was eaten in the police force. The food there is all provided by the clan, and the variety is complete, all of which are nutritious foods. The treatment is just like those national athletes in Xianzang's memory, or even better. Uchiha said that the strength is recognized by the captain, which is the recognition of Uchiha Tommy Take. People in the police force can apply to learn all the ninjutsu in the family. Such conditions made Xianzang's heart fascinated. He opened the 3-go jade and had endless use of chakras. If he could learn the family's illusion and ninjutsu, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds. When I got home, it was 7 or 8 in the evening. After washing, Xianzang lay down on the bed, ready to sleep. As for refining chakra, does he need it? Thinking of the afternoon training, Xianzang can still feel a trace of fatigue. During the period, some team members came to communicate with Xianzang, and he responded very friendly. "Today, Lin and I will take the two of you out of the village to perform a small task. The mission goal is to hone your courage. After all, ninja is not a game." When Uchiha said these words, Genzo understood what the words said by Uchiha Koji that day meant. Xianzang knew that this day was coming, and he didn't feel much surprise in his heart. Standing on the side, Shisui didn't seem to understand the meaning of this sentence. He didn't show any extra expressions during the whole process, and he kept listening carefully. "Take your endurance kits, bring the things you need, and we are ready to leave the village." After saying this, Sen and Lin walked away. I checked my shuriken and kunao again, took out the short knife and wiped it, and backed it skillfully. Xianzang and Zishui just walked out like this. They both looked forward to this mission. After all, it was the first mission out of the village in their lives. Uchiha is in charge of Konoha's usual security tasks, and it is easy to get out of the village. A group of 4 people just walked out of Konoha's gate. This was the first time Xianzang came to Konoha to leave the village, and the air outside made him feel relaxed and happy. This mission is to wipe out a band of robbers. This group of people wandered around several nearby villages. Among them, there may be a few wandering ninjas. The specific ability is unknown, but the strength is at best. As they walked, Uchiha Lin and Genzo talked about the details of the mission. Sen and I will not participate in this mission. We are only responsible for observing all your actions and making evaluations. But if we enter the arena, it means that you have failed this mission. Uchiha Lin stared at the two Genzo, his tone relaxed, but he seemed to be warning. Understand. Xian Zhang nodded, he had foreseen such a situation. Only then did Shishui realize the special nature of this mission, and his eyes became erratic. He doesn't seem to be ready yet? Heading east out of the village, a few people drove the road for 2 days and came to the southeast of the country of fire. This is a mountainous area. Looking down from above, there is a gathering place in the distance. It was a rudimentary camp, which seemed to have been set up recently. After all, this group of people was fleeing to commit crimes, and Xian Zhang and the others also followed some clues around for a long time before they found this group of people. I will leave it to you next. Uchiha Mori and Uchiha Lin looked at each other and said to Genzo and Shisui. After speaking, the two disappeared, not knowing where they were hiding. Xian Zhang looked at the camp in the distance, showing a thoughtful look. Shishui also cautiously began to look at the place. Zishui, do you have any ideas? Xian Zhang first asked Shishui on the side. I took a look, there were 11 people in my sight, and there are people hiding in the dark. Well, you need to get closer and watch again. Nodded, Xian Zhang agreed with Shishui's statement. Then let's get closer. Without waiting for the stop water reaction, Xian Zhang leaned in first. With chakra attached to his feet, Xian Zhang stepped on the trunk and slowly approached the camp under the cover of the trees. They had just been on a high ground, and the bandit camp was in a wood. Shishui also slowly followed up, gently underfoot, without making any sound. The two figures walked silently through the woods like this, and didn't stop until about half a mile away from the camp. The intelligence said that there were ninjas in this group, and Xian Zhang was not sure whether there would be investigating ninjas. This is already the limit position they can reach safely, and there is a danger of being discovered further ahead. The next thing is to do some investigations around this group to see if there are shadows in the dark. Xian Zhang looked at Zishui with a serious expression. After all, this is a matter of life, so they can't help but careless. After arranging the direction of the investigation with Zishui, Xian Zhang separated from him and started the investigation. Xian Zhang started his investigation mission along the divided area. In the woods, only the sound of rustle kept humming, and the bandits in the camp hadn't even noticed the two people approaching. After spending more than half an hour, the two people figured out the surrounding situation. I don't know if these people are too confident or have a big heart. Xian Zhang did not find any secret whistle around. How about Shishui? Seeing that Zishui also came back under investigation, Xian Zhang asked. Zishui shook his head with some confusion and said, "It's strange that no secret whistle was found, but it is also possible that the enemy's strength is too high, and I didn't find it." Me too. Xian Zhang paused and stroked his chin. What should I do next? Zishui was a little bit unable to grasp the current situation. It is said in the intelligence that there are ninjas in this group, but the strength should not be too strong. Xian Zhang stared at Shishui and did not continue. 11 people are known, and it is not ruled out that there are hidden hands hidden in the dark. Now there is a choice in front of the two of Xian Zhang, whether to continue to perform the task to attack the bandit den or to observe patiently. Touch and kill a few first. How about Shishui? Okay, that's it. Maybe he has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength, and Shisui has no objection to such a proposal. It is afternoon, and the sky is gloomy and terrible, and an experienced person can tell at a glance that the rain is coming. A figure walked around the edge of the camp, seeming to be looking for something. Not long after, he walked in front of a big tree, and the nearest tent was nearly 50 meters away. It also seemed to be in a blind spot. The man stood under the tree and began to loosen his pants. Where he hadn't noticed, a pair of eyes were watching all this. ZZ. The rootless water fell to the ground under the tree, making noises. Sand. A leaf fell, and the man looked back warily. Seeing that it was a leaf, he turned around again and continued what he hadn't finished. After the matter was over, the man shook his life easily, and a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha! A voice came again, and the man did not look back. Bah! The sound of the weapon piercing the flesh, the man's wrong judgment this time made him lose his most precious thing. Pulling out the kunao that was inserted into the man's heart, Xian Zhang wiped the blood on the enemy's clothes. Injecting the chakra of thunder into kunao, while inserting it, paralyzed the enemy's body. Xian Zhang's assassination did not make the enemy make any sound, let alone a voice for help. Looking back at the tent in the distance, Xian Zhang dragged the body behind the big tree. There was no change in his expression. Xian Zhang found that when Kiwa was inserted into the enemy's body, when some warm liquid was flowing along with her own Kiwa's twist, and when the enemy stopped struggling, he had no other thoughts. In such a chaotic world, Xian Zhang had no choice. He couldn't let himself be caught, let others press their heads, and slash them at will. Therefore, Xianzang chose this path to be his own powerhouse. Here, it started to rain. The wind also began to scream, blowing the leaves of the forest non-stop. The killing also officially began, and the man at Xianzang's feet was only the first. This man was just a strong ordinary person, and Xianzang didn't take much effort to kill him. Once again looking for the single enemy, Xianzang slowly approached the camp. Not long after, Xianzang found two people sitting around eating together, a bunch of flames burning beside them. They didn't feel the danger approaching at all, and they were still eating the meat in their hands happily. That was the chicken they took in the morning after they burned, killed, and looted in a nearby village. The rain floating in the sky did not affect their interest in eating and drinking. Xianzang leaned forward and slowly approached the two men on the ground. The originally small body, deliberately concealed, did not attract the attention of those two people, not to mention that the day was gloomy and without sunlight, like night. Bah! When approaching 2 meters, Xianzang's palm was under the ground, and the whole person jumped up. Holding Kunnu in his left hand, his right hand embraced the enemy sitting on the right, and before he could react, he sent Kunnu into the throat of the enemy on the left. The expression of the enemy stayed on the pleasure of the last second, and there was still a large pile of flesh in his mouth, and blood flowed along the corner of the mouth. And the enemy who was held by Xianzang seemed to have not figured out the current situation. He thought it was his companion who was holding him, but when he turned his head, he found that the companion on his left was already lying in a pool of blood. There is an enemy, HOH, HOH. The enemy reacted instantly and wanted to call others, but before he finished calling, Xianzang pulled Kiwa from the left and inserted it into the enemy's throat again. However, the enemy's early warning was also effective, and several nearby tents were moving. What's the situation? A big man ran to the nearest place, nearly 2 meters tall, holding a big knife. Seeing the two companions lying in the blood, and the little dwarf Xianzang squatting on the side, he couldn't believe it. Knowing that there was no need to conceal anything, Xianzang stood up and held Kiwu upside down, the blood still dripping down. Damn kid! The man didn't say much, raised his broadsword, and rushed over in 3 steps. Swing a knife, hack down vigorously. Boom! A knife slashed at the place Xianzang had just erected, leaving a trace. And Xianzang jumped away from there long ago. This is an ordinary person again, just stronger. But in front of the ninja Xianzang, the strength was not enough. Ding! Kiwa slashed the enemy's giant knife. Xianzang took the opportunity to kick the man again, kicking the man out heavily. 2 people who were completely unequal in shape immediately decided the winner. Without waiting for the big man to stand up again, he flew over without a bit of swish and thrust it into his throat. The man was holding his wound, struggling for a few times, and then stopped all his movements, no breath. 4. Xianzang counted silently in his heart. The movement here had already alarmed the surrounding area, and more people began to gather around. What? Suddenly, there was a sound from the other side of the camp. Xianzang knew that it was Shishui and started to do it, and the movement in his hand also accelerated. Get rid of these ordinary people as soon as possible to deal with the ninja in this group. Looking at the 3 gangsters who came round again, all of them were tall, and their expressions were very vicious. Xianzang did not have a trace of fear. With the experience of the previous few times, it is very easy to face it again. Xianzang drew a short knife from behind. Kiwa no longer had the advantage in the frontal battle, and the enemies on the opposite side were holding exaggerated weapons. Looking at the few people not far away, Xianzang held the knife tighter. Hey, kid, who are you? Seeing the corpse on the ground, the few people who came at this time did not act rashly, and the leader asked. He. When Xianzang and the others came out of the village this time, they tacitly put away Kanaha's forehead, and they didn't wear it on their bodies. You can treat me as the one who judges you, Xianzang said slowly without changing his face. What, kid, don't be ashamed. The man knew that he couldn't ask, and his tone became more vicious. He has only 1 person. We have 3 here. Come on, kill him and avenge the dead brothers. After speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards Xianzang with a weapon, rounded his right arm, and slashed with a knife. The other people also followed behind, yelling some vulgar words, and the weapons in their hands were slashed by strength, without skill. Xianzang kicked his feet, and his whole body shot out like a free arrow. Ha! Bah! Shuttle between several people, Xianzang's sword kept slashing, leaving eternal wounds on several bodies. Stopping again, Xianzang appeared behind these people. Puff! X3 The head of Xianzang would not continue to the place where the screams had been heard before. Zishui was over there, and he needed to go and meet him. Maintaining sufficient vigilance, Xianzang never relaxes, but he knows that there are ninjas hidden here. Along the way, before he found Shishui, Xianzang found several enemies who had suffered knife wounds on their limbs, but were inconveniently lying on the ground and howling. In humanitarianism, he enthusiastically went forward to make a few knives and sent those people away. The place to go. There are a total of 3 here, plus the 7 people Xianzang resolved, and if there is no accident, there will only be 1 person left. Ding! Shisui fought with a figure only about 1.5 meters tall, a black tight-fitting suit, dressed like a ninja in Xianzang's memory. When he arrived at the place of battle, Xianzang was not in a hurry to join the battlefield, hiding in silence and watching. Anyway, Shisui was still in the upper hand at this time, suppressing the ninja miserably. The figure kept changing position with the surrounding shadows, and Xianzang was already closer to the center of the battlefield. Ha! The speed of Shisui left a hole in the body of the black-clothed ninja, and the blood suddenly flowed down. The black-clothed ninja became anxious at once, and hurried back a few steps, and opened the distance between Shisui, but shortened the distance between him and Xianzang. Xianzang was hiding behind a tree behind him. Sada, I will die if I don't come out again, come out and solve this guy. The ninja in black covered the wound with one hand and shouted loudly, Idiot! A voice came, and a figure appeared not far from Shisui's right hand. Shisui seemed to have known the existence of this ninja a long time ago, and the sudden appearance of this ninja named Sada did not make him confused. We team up to get rid of this guy, and then go to get rid of the guy on the other side. Sada appeared in a deep voice, and the sudden disappearance of the voice on the other side made him feel a little bit bad. Well, then hurry up. The ninja in black also agreed, and stopped going to the wound, gritted his teeth and continued to clench his weapon, ready to fight. Bah! Isn't it good to say that you want to kill me in front of me? Xianzang vigorously stirred the short knife in his hand a few times, stood behind the black-clothed ninja, held his waist, and whispered, Ho! Ho! Without a word, the black-clothed ninja felt the power in his body was constantly losing. What? The ninja named Sada was surprised. Xianzang suddenly violent when the black-clothed ninja slackened his words, and instantly took care of the injured ninja. Before, the two ninjas had focused on Shisui who was aside, which gave Xianzang a chance. When Sada heard the sound, he subconsciously turned his attention to the black ninja. Seeing his companion who had already been dealt with, he hurriedly turned his attention back to Shisui, and suddenly realized that Shisui did not know when he moved again. Location, surrounded by the little devil who just appeared. Humph, I didn't expect you to have a companion. Sada's words were clearly addressed to Shisui. He regretted not showing up earlier, and worked with the black ninja to solve Shisui first. Now the situation has reversed, which is very detrimental to him. Licking his lips, Sada knew it was time for his life and death. But there are only two little ghosts opposite, he still has the confidence to run away or fight back. With a swish, Sada also drew his weapon from behind, a weird-shaped, huge-sized knife, a bit similar to a decapitating knife. Don't underestimate me, uncle. Sada's tone was a bit arrogant. Without waiting for him to continue, Xianzang and Zishui both raised the swords in their hands. Ding ding ding. A few steps turned into one step, and the two were ready to make a quick battle and cooperate to kill this guy named Sada. Ding! Ding! The two attacked from left to right, and the short sword collided with Sada's weapon, making a metallic sound. Sada also has a bit of strength. Although he was suppressed for a while without the strength to fight back, he has never been attacked by any of the two people, and all of them were blocked with that knife. Boom! Sada grabbed a gap where Shishui swung his knife and began to counterattack, kicking out with lightning speed. He kicked Zishui with one foot, and turned his body on the ground a few times, and finally stopped after hitting a big tree. He. Sada let out a few meaningless taunts, and continued to wield the knife and chop Xianzang at each other. Without Zishui's joint attack, he began to suppress Xianzang with the advantage of weapons. I saw him slashing Xianzang from left to right. Xianzang was also constantly retreating from his brainless and powerful attacks. While slashing, Sada kept spitting out the fragrance, mocking Xianzang. The Shishui on the other side has not recovered from that foot. At this moment, with a kick on Sada's left waist, Xianzang turned his body, and at the moment Sada was kicked with his left hand, he grabbed his right hand with a weapon. Ha! Cut it down with a single knife, blood splattered. Ah! Sada cried out in pain. If he hadn't let go of the knife he was holding in time and clasped Xianzang's hand with his backhand, with the help of a turn, I wonder if the knife would chop off his head. Pulling away quickly, Sada also avoided the knife that Shishui rushed over and cut. Sada felt annoyed when he touched the wound on his chest. This knife left a wound of about 10 centimeters. The cutting edge was very deep. The meat had already been turned over with the wound, and the blood naturally kept flowing. Standing side by side with Xianzang, Shisui looked at Sada's miserable situation, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xianzang did not disappoint. Let's go up together, we'll get rid of it and go back. Xianzang looked at the knife in his hand. This guy named Sada still had some strength, and his ability to adapt to changes was also very strong. He showed weakness before, so that Sada thought he could kill himself, and then a set of combo moves, ready to take away the head. But I didn't expect that Sada was still a little witty in the end, and suffered a bit of injury to save his life, but this was only temporary. Well, I think so too. After being out for so long, it's time to go back. Ha! The two rushed straight ahead. After all, Sada had no weapons. Covering the wound, Sada kept moving around, so that neither of the attacks achieved the real effect, but it also left a lot of wounds on his body, both deep and shallow. Sada started to panic. The constantly adding wounds made him understand his situation, and the blood flowing out of his chest made him understand the preciousness of life. I can give you whatever you want, please spare my life. At this time, he is no longer arrogant. After all, he has only one life. The two of Xian Zhang stopped their attack and looked at each other, and a funny expression appeared on their faces. Sada thought that Xian Zhang and others were moved, and then said, I still have a lot of savings over the years. If you let me go, I will give you everything. Do you think it will work? Okay. Xian Zhang smiled, but the knife in his hand moved again. The loss of blood made Sada start to feel weak, the corners of his mouth began to turn white, his eyes swelled, and his brain began to dizzy. In this way, his movements naturally slowed down. Bah! In a daze, a knife pierced his chest, and the tip of the knife appeared on his back. After you solve it, doesn't everything belong to us? The white knife goes in and the red knife comes out. Sada's eyes widened. He looked at the knife on his chest in disbelief. Ha! Xian Zhang drew out the knife and pushed Sada away. Killing this person had no effect on his mood. Sada fell on the ground before he died immediately, his mouth twitched unconsciously, his eyes gradually diminished. Shishui walked to Suan Zhang's side, looked at the enemy on the ground who was about to become a corpse, and twisted the corner of his mouth. This mission is over, Zishui. Xian Zhang's tone was flat, and the corpse on the side could not affect him. Yes, I don't know where Sen and Lin have gone. As soon as the voice fell, two figures suddenly appeared on the branch beside him. Xian Zhang shook the knife in his hand abruptly and assumed a defensive posture. Shishui also looked wary. They will not forget the fact that there were only 11 people in the camp before, but there were 12 corpses lying here. Maybe there are hidden people? Oh, it's us. Akibamarai's voice came. After it was confirmed that it was Akipomori and the others, Shisui and Genzo naturally dropped their vigilance. Okay, I am very adept at performing such a task for the first time. Akibamarai rubbed the handle with one hand, staring at Genzo, with an expression of interest hanging on his face. On the side, Uchiha Lin didn't say anything, and walked straight to Sada who was lying on the ground with no breath. Lin reached into Sada's pocket and fumbled for a while, and soon found out a scroll. After repeated confirmation, he nodded to Akibamarai. Akibamarai also smiled upon seeing this, and they also had a mission when they came out this time. Okay, this mission is over. The tone was flat. Akipomori turned around and was about to leave. Akipolin also followed. Go to the village to the east and fix it. We will go back tomorrow. After another sentence was dropped, the Uchiha forest duo gradually moved away. This battle was actually not a big burden to Xian Zhang, and he faced only ordinary people, and the last two ninjas were not strong. Some blood was spattered on his body, and Xian Zhang's current appearance was indeed not very decent. Following the leaving figure, Xian Zhang just wanted to find a place to rest. It was the first time to conduct such an actual battle of death and death, and I was still very exhausted physically and mentally. Will it be hard to kill? When this problem becomes a seed and takes root deep in people's hearts, it will make people easily lose the right direction. A lively life was taken away by his own hands, and the warm liquid splashed on his own hands, and the eyes of resentment stared at him for so long. How many people would truly fear it? Life is precious, but it is not someone else's. Only one's own life is the most precious and worth cherishing. When killing becomes a sparse and common thing, becomes a part of life, becomes a part of a ninja's life, and becomes the basis of one's life, it is no longer so terrible. There is more than killing, only war and fire are a good way to hone people. 3 months passed in this way. In the past few months, Xian Zhang kept performing tasks with Zishui Dikin, honing his skills beautifully. Within a few months, Xian Zhang has also undergone some changes, and the temperament of the whole person has begun to change to a cold side. As a companion, Zishui was naturally the first to discover this kind of transformation of Xian Zhang, but he seemed powerless. He felt that he was starting to move towards Xian Zhang. What happened in the past few months made Xian Zhang feel very good. Strengthening is a good thing anyway. During the period, I also met Uchiha Tomitake as the captain several times, and got some pertinent advice in ninjutsu. Among them is the shadow avatar technique that Xian Zhang has always wanted to learn. Today, as a rare leisure time, Xian Zhang did not perform the mission of leaving the village again after completing a mission of chasing spies last time. Some of Xian Zhang's current tasks were distributed by the police force, and some were led in the village with Shisui, Akibamarai, or Linear. After all, there is no one to lead the team, and he just graduated from the ninja school, can't get the task of leaving the village alone. It is already May of Kanaha's 45th year, and the outside world has become even more chaotic. The war begins. As a member of the Uchiha family, Genzo did not really feel the tension of wartime. The Uchiha family still has a policy in Kanaha, that is, during ordinary wars, they can choose whether to leave the village and fight for the village. Now it's not the time when you must go. Xianzang put on everything about himself, arranged his appearance, and walked out of the house. During this period of time, Xianzang seemed to have reached the time to develop. He ate more, and his body remained the same every day. In the past few months, his height has jumped up a few times, reaching about 1.4 meters. Mori-sama, I don't know if the family has troops going to the front line. Seeing Uchiha Mori, Xianzang didn't say much, and directly stated his purpose. At present, Konoha is inextricably fighting against San Shinobu, and the whole Konoha is in an atmosphere of solemnity. Uchiha didn't completely stay out of the battle in this kind of battle. The family still drew some people to join the front line. Akibamarai frowned and looked at Genzo with a complicated look. In the past few months, Akibamarai was a witness to Xianzang's performance. He saw Xianzang, who was training desperately to enhance his strength, and he also saw the expressionless Xianzang when performing tasks. Actually, you don't have to fight like this, you don't need to care about going on the battlefield. Akibosen still said what he had in mind. He was talented and worked so hard. Therefore, he is very optimistic about the future of Xianzang. The potential of Xianzang is one of the few in Uchiha. After joining the police force, I have Uchiha's mission. There is a small team in the family that recently prepared to follow the support troops in the village of Konoha to the front line. I will arrange you to come in at that time. Knowing Xianzang's decision, Akibamarai thought about it and made arrangements. As the celebrity in front of the Uchiha clan patriarch, he still has a say in the Uchiha clan. Coupled with the strength is also very strong, Uchiha-san can make some of his own decisions on family matters. The captain also said that you don't need to restrain you, just do what you want. Xianzang smiled for no reason, and looked up into Akipomura's eyes, with a hint of relaxation and determination in his eyes. In the next few days, Xianzang stayed with the members of the police force to communicate with each other and learn from each other. In this group, Xianzang resolutely became that role model. Although he is the youngest, his strength is one of the best. During this period of time, Xianzang's performance was also seen by them, repeating the task, and finally completing the task. 3 days passed in this way, and at the moment when Xianzang was about to lose patience, Akibamarai finally brought good news. Xianzang, report to the family unit in the afternoon. Lin is the captain of this reinforcement unit. Okay, Xianzang said calmly, but his heart began to surging. The fierce battle is where he finally wants to go, and ordinary tasks can no longer satisfy his appetite. Although Xianzang today is just a recruit who has just graduated from a ninja school, the souls in his hands are not necessarily less than those who have been ninjas for many years. I have been yearning for stimulation and strengthening in my heart. Xianzang's growth rate is terrible. Saying goodbye to Uchiha Mori, Genzo slowly walked back home. A few days later, Xianzang came to the assembly location of Uchiha's reinforcements and saw the personnel sent by Uchiha this time. There were about 20 people in total, not too many. Xianzang is not very famous among the entire Uchiha clan, and he is only known to his fellow policemen who often train with him. Therefore, when Xianzang stepped into this place, the eyes of nearly 10 people were projected on him. But under the ninja's criteria, they did not ask questions, and quietly waited for the person in charge to arrive. Among this group of people, the older ones are only nearly 30 years old, and the younger ones are only 15 or 16 years old. Xianzang didn't find anyone he knew among the group of people, but in consideration of his clan, he still nodded friendly. When someone saw the friendly Xianzang, they also nodded knowingly in response. It may be because of the fact that they are going to the battlefield. The face is very tight, although there is no malice, but it makes people feel that it is not easy to approach. In this way, after standing for almost half an hour, 2 more young people came one after another, and Uchiha Lin was finally late. At this time, Uchiha Lin still had the expression of being kept away from a stranger, and looked very cold. It seems that everyone has come together. Everyone stood together in a certain order and stared at Uchiha Linear. This time our mission, along with Konoha's logistics and reinforcements, is on the front line. You can be regarded as the best in Uchiha, and it is too late to abstain now. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Lin looked around and found that no one had any objections, and continued talking. In this war, I hope that the kings can play our reputation as Uchiha on the battlefield, at least not to let the glory of our ancestors fall. Looking up at the sky, Uchiha Lin lifted his hand and his body jumped and ran towards the Konoha gate. Everyone, including Xianzang, also turned into black shadows, leaping on the roof, and following Uchiha Linear. Before reaching the gate, Xianzang saw the crowd gathered there. This time the reinforcements are not only the members of the Uchiha family, but also Konoha's major families. After a pause, Uchiha's people occupied an open space near the gate, while Uchiha Lin continued to move forward. There was a person who was familiar with Genzo but who had only met once. Master Oshimaru, Uchiha's reinforcements have been assembled. Walking to the side of Oshimaru, Uchiha Lin said to him with a straight face. The head of the reinforcements this time is Oshimaru, and Uchiha Lin is only Uchiha's leader. Glancing at the area where Uchiha is, Oshimaru's tongue licked on his lips, and he said in a hoarse voice, Okay, when the Hyaga clan is here, we will go out. Yes. Uchiha Lin's 3 ninja Ashimaru is still very respectful. After all, Uchiha respects the strong. Xianzang looked at Ashimaru intently, his gaze was too aggressive just now. At this time, Ashimaru was still at his peak combat power period, which was very terrifying. The troops set off in the afternoon in such a mighty force. There were nearly 1,000 people in the group, including nearly 500 people sent by large and small families. From the perspective of the entire troop, Uchiha's number of people can be said to be the smallest, with only a few. There are more than 20 people, and even Hyaga has sent a full 50-man division unit. But Xianzang didn't care about such behavior at all. Uchiha's people's combat performance on the battlefield is not reflected by the number of people. After 3 days of rushing, the support troops of Konoha village finally arrived at the front line. The battle here has fallen into anxiety. Konoha and Sane have fought back and forth. Although Konoha's strength is stronger on the bright side, he can't completely put his combat power on the battlefield here. You know, Konoha, but it's not just fighting against Cheyenne. As a big country with enemies on all sides, Konoha's battlefield is more than just this one. The generals in charge of guarding the site of Seguro are Ashimaru and Narashika, who is still young but also known for his resourcefulness. Arriving at the camp and arranging a place to live, Uchiha Rin went to the main camp following the call of Onamaru. Onamaru needs to hold a meeting to allocate the next combat tasks of each unit. The meeting lasted until midnight, and Xianzang couldn't fall asleep in the tent. One reason is that when he arrived on the real battlefield, the atmosphere of killing infected him, making him feel restless, and the other reason was that he did not dare to really fall asleep in such an environment. At midnight, the camp was quiet, and only patrollers were still walking around, monitoring everything around the camp and its surroundings. After tossing, Xianzang was going to get out of the tent and go around, although Uchiha Lin had said before that he should try not to run around at night. In the dark night sky as deep as ink, stars shone sparsely, and the lonely air continued to ferment in such a night. The tent that Xianzang was in was close to Uchiha Lin, but at this time, he seemed to be asleep too. He didn't know whether he was asleep or not, and Xianzang didn't bother him, so he chose another direction and walked directly. There are still many people on patrol, and the frequency is very high. Along the way, Xianzang has encountered several waves, and everyone's strength is not low. Anyway, Xianzang felt the chakra in their bodies. Xianzang didn't know where he was going so late, he just walked around aimlessly, taking a look at Konoha's defense situation by the way. Walking to a shadow, Xianzang suddenly found a figure not far away that he was familiar with. This is already near the main tent. It is estimated that Dashimaru is also wandering around in the camp. Did not dare to say hello, Xianzang knew that his current status was too low, and he was not at the same level as Dashiwan. In the moonlight, the figure raised his head, and his hair fluttered gently with the breeze at night, leaving Xianzang with only an arrogant back. After swallowing, Xianzang found that the Dashuan nowadays is very attractive, giving people a strong and stable feeling. Slowly regressing, Xianzang didn't want to disturb Dashiwan. 1 step, 2 steps. Xianzang stopped abruptly, his body seemed to be stiff. A pair of golden snake pupils stared at Xianzang, and a wicked smile appeared in his eyes. Xianzang saw Dashiwan turn around and smiled at himself. I can feel your inner anxiety. Ashimaru walked to Xianzang, lowered his head, and said softly. The evening breeze at this time made Xianzang feel a trace of coldness, and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Rao is that he has been baptized for several months, and the aura of Ashimaru still makes him feel depressed, and he is almost out of breath. The air suffocated, Xianzang felt the Ashimaru in front of him let go of suppressing his aura. I've been on the battlefield at such a young age, is Uchiha no one? Ashimaru pursed her mouth, her tongue stuck out, and a hoarse voice sounded. Ashimaru-sama, you laughed. As a member of Konoha, I have the responsibility to protect Konoha, and it is my volition to come to the front line. When did Uchiha's people have the enlightenment of yours? Ashimaru became a little interested. What the kid said in front of me was a bit interesting, unlike the Uchiha I met before. After graduating from the ninja school for less than half a year, I took the initiative to apply to come to the battlefield. Do you have confidence in your own strength? Oshimaru asked again. Xianzang lowered his head, his heart tightened. Dashimaru actually knew himself. Only fighting is where the ninja ultimately belongs, isn't it, Master Ashimaru? Xianzang also raised his head to look directly at the shining snake pupils. Go and rest early, your Uchiha's mission is not light. Oshimaru no longer asked, turned, and walked towards the tent. He has a slight interest in Uchiha boy who is not too old but his tone is not small. According to his own perception, the chakras in Xianzang are very abundant, which is not like the amount of chakras that a 7-year-old child should have. If this war is over and the Uchiha named Xianzang will survive, Oshimaru doesn't mind what happens, because he sees the desire for power in Xianzang's eyes. As a ninja's war, logistical supplies will not be like ordinary human wars. Many materials are stored behind the camp to support the war. Instead, they will be supplied every few days. After all, the ninja wants to burn food and do something to destroy. Yes, it is too simple. The second day Xian Zhang arrived at this front line, he understood his mission. In view of the particularity of ninja wars, there will be several transportation lines for reserve supplies in each war, and these places need ninjas to guard them. Xian Zhang's mission this time was to guard one of the routes and protect the perfect transportation of materials. Although these lines are very important information on Konoha's side, they are not allowed to be discovered by enemy spies. You must know the spies among the ninjas. There are 4 members of Xian Zhang's team. The ninja named Kawaki, who is about 30 years old, makes good use of earth to escape. Konoha ninja, Sayato Yanagi, Konoha Ryokan ninja, Zongnan. Hayagaki, member of the family division, Nakanin. Including Genzo, a member of Uchiha who has the strength of Zongnan, although he is Shujin. There are 3 such teams near the supply line, Xian Zhang and others are just one of them. Kawaki is the captain of the mission team. He has a lot of actual combat experience, and his judgment of the situation is a few blocks away from the other members of the team. It is said that he had participated in World War II as Shinin and survived. Regarding this arrangement, the other members of the team did not complain, and Chuanmu still has the strength to take on such responsibilities. Our task is just to snipe those enemies who are trying to sneak into the food transport brigade. The enemy is in the dark, and we are also in the dark. The 4 people gathered together, and Chuanmu began to assign tasks. As the only senior in the team, Chuanmu felt that he must teach these newcomers who were on the battlefield for the first time. Arrange traps and wait for the arrival of the enemy, Chuanmu said with a long heart, but kept staring at Xian Zhang. When Chuanmu finished saying this, Xian Zhang frowned, and he was naturally noticed by Chuanmu. I know that some of you are geniuses, but this is the battlefield. A single manpower cannot be changed unless it is at a level like Sunan. So, put away some careful thinking. At the end, Chuanmu seemed to point. Xian Zhang nodded and looked around for a week, and found that there was no objection. His strength really can't change a battle, so calm down and complete what you need to do according to the task is indeed the best way. Some small warning devices were arranged nearby, and the team began to get busy. This is 10 miles behind the battlefield, the place where the food transport brigade must pass. Captain, there is a situation. Everyone was busy, and the guardian Hayaga suddenly issued an early warning. What's the situation? Everyone began to hide on the spot, and Captain Kawaki asked in a low voice. There are 3 chakras approaching in the northwest. They are not familiar chakras. Hayagaki continued to observe with white eyes and reported to Chuanmu. Be prepared to see if it's the enemy. This happened before the traps were set up, and Chuanmu also felt that things were not good. Xian Zhang was lying under a bush, staring at the northwest direction, and the other people were also not far away. The vegetation here is not dense, and there are not many places for people to hide. After all, it is close to the sandy boundary. The wind and sand are very heavy and the climatic conditions are not suitable for the growth of vegetation. Ha! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the 3 figures began to approach. They swiftly walked on the more complicated terrain, and soon they approached the cordon set by Xian Zhang and others. The first figure paused and stopped on a grass. With a wave of his left hand, the 2 smaller figures behind also stopped. Is it discovered? A drop of sweat appeared on Chuanmu's forehead. Although his age has allowed him to accumulate experience, but at the same time, he has become a family and has scruples, making his ninja style start to become fearful, willing to take huge risks. According to Chuanmu's observation, the leader was a Sha Yin's upper ninja, and the back was also a powerful Zhong ninja, and his own combat power was completely incomparable. A trace of retreat appeared in his eyes. There is no need to waste his life here, to bring the intelligence out, saying that Shayin actually sent Shangren to destroy the supply line. Before the enemy approached completely, Chuanmu made a few gestures towards the people on the side. Retreat! Unable to win. Xian Zhang read this message from those gestures. The rest of the people also had a retreat, and Zongren couldn't beat Shangren. Dang dang dang. Just when the few people were about to retreat, the enemy rushed to the hiding place of the few people, and he resolutely found the Konoha ninja hiding here. Run! Chuanmu yelled out, and after speaking, his figure was an acceleration, and he ran towards the rear. Everyone of Konoha, do you think you can run away? The leading sandy ninja sneered, speeding up likewise. Fortunately, my team has a detective ninja, and I found the Konoha ninja hiding here, otherwise I would have missed such a credit. A Konoha squad of 4 people, the highest combat power is only Zongnin, which made Sand Ninja smile cruelly. Fang done great breakthrough. A ninjutsu smashed over, and everyone had to turn their heads to resist or avoid. As a result, the best time to escape was missed. Too done Tuliabai. Chuanmu sneered coldly, and a huge dirt wall stood in front of the enemy's ninjutsu. Ninjutsu scraped on the dirt wall, leaving a huge wound. After a short while, the dirt wall collapsed, but fortunately, the ninjutsu attack was blocked in the end. Oh, Chuanmu sighed, but he didn't expect the luck of this mission to be so good. Xian Zhang held the knife hanging around his waist and stared at the enemy. The leader was a middle-aged burly man with a darker complexion, wearing a sand-hidden ninja guard on his forehead, and he should be the leader of this sneaking team. The other two were young ninjas in their 20s, but their firm eyes told Xian Zhang and the others that they were not rookies. Kill them, the middle-aged Shangren said coldly, and at the same time rushed to Chuanmu. He could see that Chuanmu was the captain of this team. The battle is on the verge. Inevitable. Looking at each other, Xian Zhang knew that he couldn't leave. There was only one battle. After gritting their teeth, Kawaki and Saotoyanaga confronted the ninja, while Genzo and Hayagaki each found a ninja. Fire escape howl of fireball. A huge amount of heat rushed directly at the Zhongren, and Xian Zhang first attacked with a ninjutsu. Fang Dun vacuum jade. Zhongren also used a ninjutsu, and several wind balls spurted from his mouth and smashed into Xian Zhang's Huo-dun. The two types of ninjutsu collided. Xian Zhang's Huo-dun directly crushed Sand Ninja's ninjutsu and rushed towards him. What? I thought that this attack should be able to offset Suanzang's ninjutsu, but he never thought that his ninjutsu would be directly penetrated, and quickly hit aside more. San Shinobu's face was gloomy. Ha! A knife broke through the air, and the thunder attribute chakra on the knife was dazzling. When Xian Zhang used ninjutsu, he rushed over quickly. Ding! Sand Ninja held up with Kumu, but couldn't stop the lightning on the knife. Hey! Following the kunao, the lightning rushed towards Sand Ninja. Boom! San Shinobu kicked Xian Zhang, and gave up the kunao in his hand while facing the foot. Gliding to the rear, San Shinobu's face was black. The right hand of Kyowa was scorched, and there was a slight numbness in his entire arm. If he hadn't given up quickly, it is estimated that a face-to-face would be killed. Unexpectedly, Kanaha still had such a number one person, and Shinobu sighed a little, and then began to evade again. Ha! Xian Zhang continued to wave his knife, not giving him time to recover. Now the knife in Xian Zhang's hand is no longer the ordinary one he bought, but as a reward for the Captain Uchiha Tommy take after completing a hunting mission in Xian Zhang, and the previous knife was against chakra. The transmission efficiency is indeed too low, and Xian Zhang has long wanted to change it. The one in my hand now has good chakra conductivity due to the addition of chakra conductive metal when it was built. Ha! The moment Xian Zhang jumped up and evaded, he swung the knife round again, slashing towards the sand that was still in the air. Boom! The figure was directly chopped and exploded by the knife in Xian Zhang's hand, dropping sand on the ground. With a glance, Xian Zhang pointed the knife aside to the ground, where San Shinobu squatted on the ground with a look of lingering fear. Bah! The thunder and lightning on the knife was still beating. Xian Zhang's eyes were indifferent, and he looked directly at the Sand Ninja. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to himself. Xian Zhang didn't intend to continue to drag him. If he ended his battle earlier, he could help others earlier and get out of danger earlier. Bang! Sharon dodged a knife. Xian Zhang kicked towards Sharon, his right foot kicked heavily on his chest, and Sharon was kicked heavily. Hit a tree behind. Ha! The knife in his hand slashed down again, and the corner of Xian Zhang's mouth twitched. Sun Shinobu had no backhand power under this attack, but he never thought that this person was so bold. Boom! An arm fell to the ground, blood began to splatter, and Sharon dragged her mutilated body back quickly. Phew! A roar came from the mouth of the broken-armed Sand Ninja. He looked savage, with a trace of madness in his eyes. His right hand pressed hard on the cut left arm wound, and his arm was chopped off by Xian Zhang. The wound was blackened. On the side, Hayaga was struggling to deal with the Nakanin in front of him. This was a ninja who also used physical skills, but the speed was too fast, and the Hayaga clan's jujitsu had lost most of its effect. Hearing the cry, the San Shinobu kicked Hayaga Ju's hand to break up his attack, and suddenly turned his head to look at Xian Zhang's side. Yamabara! At this look, Zio's heart was lifted in her throat. Bang! Xian Zhang stepped on Shanbara's chest, spitting blood out, and looked at this enemy who was lying on the ground and had no strength to fight back. Puff! The knife in his hand was ruthlessly inserted into the vital part of his chest, and Shanbara, who was still struggling, suddenly stiffened, his head lifted up, and then he lost his breath. Withdrawing the knife, Xian Zhang raised his head and looked at Shiyu who was looking over. Damn it! Zio yelled fiercely after seeing the scene, and then rushed over. The enemy Shinin who was not far away thought that he could solve the battle easily, but he never thought that before the battle started, his own side would be beheaded. The action in his hand quickened, and he was going to get rid of the two Konoha ninjas in front of him first. He had a playful mentality, but now that he saw the situation clearly, he started to get serious. Chuan Yu and Seo Tanjian tried their best to drag the Shangnin in front of them, and they would add a few wounds from time to time. Boom! Fire escape Phoenix Fire Art. Seeing that ninja named Shiyu rushed over, Xian Zhang took a stop and retreated, with a short knife hung on his waist, which was a fire escape attack. Boom! 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 Like a fairy dispersing flowers, the flame seemed to carry infinite power and head towards the ninja. Shiyu's brows clenched, and the steps under her feet began to change, and her body kept changing positions to avoid Suanzang's ninjutsu attacks. His advantage was well reflected at this time, and his speed was really able to do whatever he wanted. Staring at Xianzang, Shiyu felt his mind and started to accelerate again. He must kill the Konoha ninja today. Ding! Xianzang's once again pulled out the short knife on his waist, slashed hard, and pressed Zio hard to the ground. Puff! Zio was cut and knelt on the ground. He never thought that such a kid would have such power. Before he could continue to exert his strength, Xianzang increased the output of chakra in his hand. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning led to Zio's body following the contact. Ah! Zio screamed at the phone, and then smoke started to flow from her head. Bang! Xianzang was ready to continue to step forward to make up for Shiyu, who was stunned by his own shameless death. Bah! The thunder and lightning continued to spread on the knife, transforming into an electric current visible to the naked eye. Swing a knife, chop! Xianzang prepared to deal with this sand shinobu with a single blow. Boom! A kick came, and the moment Xianzang didn't react at all, the footprint was on his chest. Puff! Xianzang bent his body halfway and slammed back. Boom! Xianzang stopped his figure by breaking a tree. Leaning at the foot of the half-big tree, Xianzang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked a bit gloomy at the owner of the foot just now. It's okay, Xianzang. Hayaga Shu also ran over at this time, standing aside, guarding against the enemy's second attack. Well, it's okay. Xianzang felt a faint pain after touching the spot where he had just been kicked, probably because of internal injuries. Xianzang stood up like this with the knife in one hand and the tree in the other. If you are seriously injured by the enemy, if you want to survive, you don't surrender, but continue to fight. And Koike and Saito Yanagi, who had entangled the Shangnin before, also rushed over. Before, I saw that Xianzang was about to deal with another sand ninja. This Shangren burst into a very strong chakra, instantly wounding Chuan Mu and Seo Tang Lu, and rushed towards Xianzang, but no one had reacted to it. In an instant, Hanang kicked out. Huh, I really underestimated you Konoha ninja. The Shangren named Seabuckthorn showed a strange smile, but you all have to die today. After speaking, there was a chakra airflow around the Seabuckthorn body, and the whole person's breath became completely different. Ha! Seabuckthorn's figure disappeared instantly. Be careful. Xianzang didn't know when 3-Go Jade had appeared in his eyes, so he also caught the enemy's movements, so he wanted to remind Chuan Mu and others on the other side. Boom! With just one punch, Seabuckthorn blasted off Chuan Mu, who had held him back. Puff! The person was still in the air, and Chuan Mu's blood spewed out like he didn't need money, and fell to the ground without feeling. Boom! With another kick, Seabuckthorn kicked Zaotang Liu's knife, kicking him out several feet. With the example of Koike, Heiao made an evasive move. Although he still did not see the Seabuckthorn movement at all, this did not prevent him from putting the knife in front of him. With the buffer of the saber, Zhao Tang Lu was not a serious problem, but slammed into the tree and fainted with a shake of his head. Ha ha! With a few meaningless laughs, Seabuckthorn turned around and turned the target to Xianzang's side. Xianzang's eyes condensed, his body tightened. Hayaga Ju also assumed a defensive posture. Guyu and his eyes spun crazily, and the riding wheel eyes worked to the extreme. Ding ding ding! Seabuckthorn rushed over, sweeping his legs, with an astonishing sound of breaking through the air, and came towards Xianzang's head. Bang! At this speed, even with the dynamic vision bonus of the Shilanyan, you can only see the trajectory of some movements, and the body can't keep up at all, so the body can only shrink with full force. Xianzang actually has nothing else. Method. Is this the strength of Shangnin? Although the Uchiha tribe of Sangha Jade generally has the strength of Shinobu, Xianzang's eye opening time is too short, and the power of riding round eyes can't be fully utilized, otherwise he is really not afraid of the other party. However, with a certain degree of evasiveness, this leg still hit Xianzang's right waist, and the person was swept away by the blow. Together with Hayaga Shu, who was completely unresponsive, the two slammed them not far away. Of rocks. Bang! The rock was directly broken, and Genzo and Hayagaki were naturally uncomfortable. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xianzang felt that his ribs seemed to be broken, and the internal organs were also damaged by the fine bones. Xianzang, are we going to die? The Hayaga tree close to Xianzang rested on Xianzang's shoulder and said weakly. In that blow, although he did not suffer the first damage from Seabuckthorn, at the moment he was knocked into the air, he served as a cushion for Xianzang and suffered subsequent damage. This is the biggest dilemma Xianzang has encountered since graduation, life and death desperate. After Hayagaki finished speaking, he fell into a coma. Now, of the entire team of 4 people, only Xianzang is still conscious. Boy, continue to be rampant. Shiyu, who was lying on the ground over there, also recovered some strength at this time, leaning against a tree, taunting. Ha! Xianzang spit out bloody saliva, dismissing such a role. Stepping on the fine sand on the ground, Seabuckthorn walked over slowly, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Ninja of Konoha, I will send you to see the first generation of Hokage now, Seabuckthorn said as he stopped moving closer, and began to seal in his hands. In the blink of an eye, the seal was over. Fang done empty bomb. An air bomb spurted out of his mouth, and Seabuckthorn showed a playful look in his eyes. This kind of looking at the enemy's death, the enemy's powerlessness, and the feeling of despair in his eyes, is really fascinating, Seabuckthorn thought, and then looked into Xianzang's eyes. He liked this feeling. This is? Seabuckthorn was disappointed. Even in the face of such a predicament, Xianzang's eyes were still so firm, and there were 3 Guyu jades spinning strangely inside. A ray of electric arc suddenly appeared on Xianzang's body, and Xianzang was trembling constantly, seeming to be enduring something incessantly. Xianzang stood up, drew his sword, and cut the flying air with a single blow with the thunder knife. Xianzang now seemed to be unharmed, and he started fighting again. Originally this trick hasn't been perfected yet, I didn't intend to use it. In this case, I can only try it. Xianzang frowned, pointed the knife at the Seabuckthorn, and the electric arc flashed on his knife and body. He is set off like a god who controls thunder and lightning, even if this god looks a bit miserable now. What? This is? Shio on the side was surprised that Xianzang still had combat power, but the well-informed Seabuckthorn recognized the ninjutsu Xianzang now uses. Lay done chakra mode, Seabuckthorn said uncertainly. In his impression, this is the unspoken mystery of Yunnan village, the root of Raikage's power, but he never thought it appeared in a wood now. Yuckin's kid. Xianzang moved his hands and feet a few times, and his body was still very painful. This was not only caused by the chakra of thunder attribute rushing through his body, but also the wounds left by Seabuckthorn. Holding the knife tightly, Xianzang rushed straight forward. The knife slashed out from the bottom to the top of the waist. It stretched out for a month and a half, carrying infinite thunder wei. Xianzang kept launching attacks, barely stimulating the cells of the whole body with the thunder attribute chakra, and reached the elementary thunderdone chakra mode. He wanted to take this opportunity to end the battle. Bang! Xianzang slashed out and was caught by Seabuckthorn with one hand. I saw Seabuckthorn holding Xianzang's sword in his right hand and stopped Xianzang's attack. Even though the chakra with the thunder attribute kept walking on him, Seabuckthorn still looked indifferent. Do you think this can defeat a Shandren? Naive, Seabuckthorn said, kicking Xianzang's chest. Kaka. Xianzang heard the sound of bone cracks coming from his chest, and he couldn't help but smashed back, and the knife in his hand was also taken away. Puff. Another mouthful of blood was spat out by Xianzang. Is there such a big gap with Shandren? Even if the speed keeps up, the bonus that Sanguya's writing will gives him is not able to narrow the gap with the enemy at all. Seeing Xianzang closing his eyes as if accepting his fate, Seabuckthorn smiled in his heart, and then revealed a cold expression. So, Konoha's ninja, go. What, that is? Seabuckthorn was surprised again, and was about to give the final blow, but saw Xianzang squatting together, pulling away from him, and avoiding his attack. Writing round eyes. Seabuckthorn had seen Guyu in Xianzang's eyes before, and he didn't think it was strange. Go to hell. Seabuckthorn flew a kick and kicked it hard at Xianzang, trying to kill the Konoha ninja here with one blow. Boom! The chakra inside the body slammed once again, the arc skyrocketed again, Xianzang endured the severe pain, his body rolled, and escaped the blow again. Come to die. Xianzang who escaped didn't catch him, and a carp hit his feet and stood up, kicked and swept over with the same leg and hit the Seabuckthorn. Boom! This blow, no matter its speed or strength, was not much different from Seabuckthorn. The Seabuckthorn was swept by this whip leg without being able to pace, and it was swept to the thigh fiercely. The air was scorched by the electric arc on Xianzang's body, and the Seabuckthorn was naturally uncomfortable when it received such a blow, and it flew out upside down. Climbing out of a pile of trees, Seabuckthorn looked gloomy. Boy, you're looking for death. Seabuckthorn didn't expect that he would be injured like this by such a kid today. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Seabuckthorn held his right thigh with his hand, where Xianzang had just attacked. A piece of scorched black appeared on that part. Looking at the appearance of Seabuckthorn, he was not injured lightly. What are you doing with so much nonsense? Xianzang's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm, and his feet began to move again. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Xianzang still knew this truth. Without scruples about others, Xianzang rushed over with an electric arc, looking for death. Seabuckthorn made a fierce look, no longer caring about the thigh injury, and rushed over. Boom! Boom! The two people kept colliding. Xianzang didn't care about his injuries, and his style of play was to exchange injuries for injuries. Kicking the Seabuckthorn on the waist again, Xianzang also ate the enemy's leg whip, and both of them stepped back a few steps at the same time. Ho! 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 The two were panting at the same time, and Xian Zhang narrowed one eye even more uncomfortably. While opening the writing wheel, he was using the unskilled lay-done chakra mode. Fortunately, chakra continued to emerge from his body, otherwise the load of the body would crush him. Sweat appeared on his forehead, dripping down one by one, moistening Xian Zhang's clothes. Sea buckthorn is also not easy. Most of the areas in contact with Xian Zhang are blackened, and there is an electric scorched breast on the chest that is not covered by clothes. Boy, it's the limit. Sea buckthorn tried to verbally defeat Xian Zhang, although he felt that his body had also entered the limit of countdown time. Humph, you can still kill you, Xian Zhang sneered. Scarlet Eye stared at the sea buckthorn, the arc on his body was still flashing. Xian Zhang didn't intend to drag him, he was ready to quickly get rid of him. Bang! Xian Zhang made a mistake and avoided Qiwu. Eyes fell on Xiu, who was not far away, and forgot you. The corner of Xian Zhang's mouth curled up, and the arc flickered. Ha! Xian Zhang kicked and rushed over. Xiu, be careful. Sea buckthorn didn't expect that Zio would actually intervene in the battle here, and he could not succeed in the sneak attack. He hurriedly reminded that his body also ran towards Xiu, but it was too late. Xian Zhang retired one step closer, and Xian Zhang's speed is now so fast. After all, the speed of sea buckthorn has slowed down due to physical exhaustion, and Xian Zhang's chakras are sufficient, and the thunder attribute chakras are stimulated to his body, and he seeks a faster speed. Puff! Wrapped in the chakra arc with the thunder attribute, Xian Zhang held a kunao in his right hand and inserted it into Zio's chest. The extreme speed gave Xian Zhang super penetrating power. With his entire arm, Xian Zhang's blow directly penetrated Zio's chest, breaking a big hole in his back. Let's die together. Ha ha. Hugh was hit by this blow, not sad but happy. As he spoke, blood kept flowing from his mouth. Xiu hugged Xian Zhang and shouted, Master Sea Buckthorn, hurry up, kill him. Although he was not very clear, the sea buckthorn on the side must have understood what he meant. He continued to rush over at his feet, and he didn't know when there was a lot of suffering in his hands. Although Xian Zhang quickly broke free of Zio's embrace, he still wasted half a second of his time. For this moment, enough sea buckthorn rushed over and gave Xian Zhang an attack. The glue in his eyes spun crazily. Xian Zhang stared at the kunao that pierced him, and the corners of his mouth also showed weakness. Puff! With the sound of the blade entering the body, Qiwu pierced Xian Zhang's left chest, and Xian Zhang's hand also held the Qiwu, not letting it go deeper. Ha ha! Xian Zhang smiled with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Boom! As soon as the knee shrank, Xian Zhang hit an important part of the sea buckthorn lower body, and the arc with the lightning attribute also exploded at the contact point. A painful expression appeared on sea buckthorn's face. He just seemed to hear the sound of a chicken coming out of its shell. The strength of the whole body began to dissipate. As he continued to bend his legs, his knees pushed up again with an arc visible to the naked eye. After everything was done, Xian Zhang staggered and separated from the sea buckthorn, supporting kunao on his chest with one hand, and supporting the ground with the other, and the arc of the whole body slowly disappeared. The sea buckthorn is kneeling on the spot, hands weakly placed on both sides of the thighs, breathless. Puff! Xian Zhang felt that the injury he had suffered this time was really serious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the three-go jade in his eyes began to disappear, returning to his normal appearance. Looking at the motionless sea buckthorn not far away, Xian Zhang knew that the opponent had lost the ability to fight. Ha! Ha! Xian Zhang's heart was inexplicably tight with a few breaking noises. Reluctantly turning his head to look, he saw the sign on the forehead of the leader among the people coming. His body relaxed subconsciously, his eyes were dark. Xian Zhang was also kneeling there, motionless. Captain, look! The visitor cautiously landed not far from Xian Zhang, and one of the ninjas said. A piece of terrain had been destroyed by the fighting, and the ground was also covered with scorched black pits, which were left after Xian Zhang's attack failed. Quick! See if there is any help. As soon as the voice fell, a group of 4 people dispersed and began to check. The headed ninja walked to Xian Zhang's front, saw the kunao stuck in his chest, frowned, and glanced at the sand ninja who was kneeling against Xian Zhang. Ha! Still alive. The ninja seemed to feel Xian Zhang's powerful breathing, and his expression was straight. Quickly, take them back to the camp. This one here is still alive. The ninja headed by Xian Zhang hugged him and prepared to leave in one direction without any extra moves. Leave one person to clean the battlefield. After saying this at last, the ninja took Xian Zhang away from here. The wind is noisy in my ears, like a bee, buzzing and noisy. Xian Zhang felt the movement of his body, and combined with the last glance he saw before fainting, he knew that he should be saved. This time it was indeed that he had grown bigger, and there was still some gap between his strength and Shangren. Sometimes this gap could not be made up by Xuanyan and the huge amount of chakra. Moreover, after the battle started, he hadn't opened the round eye sooner. It was a death. Xian Zhang's original idea was that exposing the writing wheel so early did more harm than good, so he simply regarded himself as having no eyes open. The 7-year-old Sanguya writes round eyes. No matter what the clan thinks, those people sitting in Konoha's high position may notice him, especially the man hidden under Konoha. This time, Xian Zhang didn't expect things to develop like this. He always thought that the 3 Guya Jade writing round eyes and the huge chakra would be invincible. It's still too young. Fortunately, he didn't continue his brain pumping at the last moment and survived the final battle. After this battle, Xian Zhang also had a reason to explain the awakening of Xiao Lunyan. The death of his teammates, the awakening of Shaolunyan is the excuse he has found now. Where is the medical ninja? Quick! After not knowing how long Xian Zhang felt, he was placed on a platform. It's coming soon, what's the situation? A calm voice sounded, a female voice. This is a member of the police force on the number 2 food transport line in the rear. It should have been attacked by Shinobu. I heard the movement and rushed over and did not catch up. Well, I look pretty young, the female voice continued. For the next thing, Xian Zhang didn't have the impression. The injuries on his body made him unable to maintain consciousness, blood loss, broken bones, and internal organ injuries, none of which were minor injuries. In the perplexed darkness, Xian Zhang seemed to see Seabuckthorn stand up again, holding a handful of Kyo in his hand, with a cruel sneer on his face, and his eyes looked at Xian Zhang mockingly. Die! Seabuckthorn said in his mouth. Kyo pierced directly towards Xian Zhang, and Xian Zhang felt the power of his whole body. No matter what he thought in his mind, he couldn't move it. Seeing Kyo getting closer and closer, he immediately reached Xian Zhang's face, and he seemed to have foreseen his death. Go to die. Chakra flashed across Xian Zhang's eyes among the lightning and flint, and Guyu appeared around his pupils. The scarlet color made him look very coquettish. At the moment when his eyes were opened, Xian Zhang, who was lying there, lifted his upper body and sat up directly. At the same time, he clenched his hand into a fist and shook it forward. Ha! Xian Zhang saw the surroundings. This is a camp tent. The surroundings are very clean, except for the tatami bed under him. Just preparing to move, the wound on his chest was involved, making Xian Zhang feel the extreme pain. Lowering his head, Xian Zhang looked at himself. His upper body was naked, his chest was tightly wrapped in gauze, and a strong medicinal smell came out, making Xian Zhang feel a pungent nose. You are awake. The curtain of the camp was pushed open, bringing in a hint of cold wind. The one who walked in was Uchiha Lin, who was familiar with Genzo. He held a large piece of gauze and a packet of pungent medicine in his hand, which seemed to be changing the gauze for Xian Zhang's wound. Well, why are you here? Xian Zhang was a little puzzled. It stands to reason that it is wartime, and fighters like Uchiha Lin shouldn't stay here to take care of him. Today happens to be here, just come and see you. Usually these things are done by medical ninjas. As he said, he raised his hands and gestured to Xian Zhang. You have been in a coma for 3 days. When you were rescued, you thought you were going to die. You were covered with blood, and there was a handful of kunao stuck in your chest. Fortunately, your physical fitness seems to be good, and you have survived. Uki Paulin continued speaking, looking down at Xian Zhang's reaction when it came to the point. It's okay to be alive, isn't it? Xian Zhang showed a nonchalant expression, stretched out his hand and continued to touch his chest. After waking up just now, he moved a few times to make the place still aching. Well, now that you wake up, change the medicine yourself. Passing the contents in his hand to Xian Zhang, Uchiha Lin sat cross-legged at Xian Zhang's feet, staring at Xian Zhang interestingly. What? After taking the things, Xian Zhang was about to start changing the dressing. He never thought that Uchiha Lin looked at him intently. He was not shy, but Lin's eyes were a little strange. I really didn't expect you to grow so fast, Xian Zhang. Uchiha Lin smiled, and Xian Zhang's record that day is now known to everyone in the camp. With the help of forbearance, he killed 2 in succession. Zhong Ren, and finally defeated a Shang Ren, and Shang Ren was both defeated. Xian Zhang didn't answer the words, and continued the movement in his hands, taking off the gauze layer by layer from his chest. As the wound is healed, some body fluid will be secreted and mixed with the syrup, which makes the gauze stick tightly on the chest, which is very difficult to separate. Tear it. The last few layers are really difficult to separate. Xian Zhang tore hard, and tore off the gauze. Even the wound was torn again by this rough action, some blood was leached, and Xian Zhang was wrinkled. Tube. You can't do this. If you get hurt again when you change it, when will you get better? Uchiha Lin put his chin in one hand and said with a funny face. Simply put the medicine on the wound. Xian Zhang wrapped the gauze, and was about to stand up. He felt discomfort all over his body, which should be a sequelae of not exercising for a long time. How do you feel? Lin followed up and asked in a leisurely manner. It's okay, the body is still a bit weak. Xian Zhang didn't hide it, and said about his physical condition. I'm very curious how you defeated that Sand Shinobu? Uchiharan asked again, with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. What do you mean? Xian Zhang raised his head. Uchiha Lin was half his body taller than him, and he reached the position under his shoulder. Is that so? Seeing Guyu in Xian Zhang's eyes, Uchiha Lin showed an expected expression, but his eyes kept staring at Xian Zhang's eyes. In other words, are you just a three-go jade when you open your eyes? It's really amazing. If it weren't for the last time I opened my eyes, I was caught off guard by slapping the sand ninja. I don't know if I can stand here. You know, the other side is a Shang Nin. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Xian Zhang's mouth, and he couldn't help touching his chest, his face showing a trace of memory. It's a blessing in disguise this time. Take care of your injuries and don't think too much. Uchiha Lin patted Genzo's left shoulder and said in an old-fashioned tone, but there was a complex look in his eyes. There are not many three-go jade in the whole Uchiha. Everyone is a high-level member of the clan, an absolute mainstay. Uchiha Kenzo, he is only 7 years old now, and he actually has a three-go jade riding wheel eye. Let's go for a walk. The recent battle with Sane has started to become anxious again. It has been a long time since I really did a fight, and I have been testing each other. Uchiha Lin sighed after speaking, and seemed to fight no battle. Feel very disappointed. A blessing in disguise? He. Genzo put a piece of clothing stacked on the side of the tatami on his body, and walked outside. At the door, Uchiha Lin pulled up the curtain with one hand, while the other hand was making an invitation toward Genzo. Suya hadn't seen the sunlight for a long time. Xian Zhang felt that the sunlight today was a bit dazzling, although it made him feel very warm when it fell on him. After walking out of the tent, Xian Zhang realized that the tent he was lying in before was the residence he was assigned to when he first came here. No wonder it felt a bit familiar. It was all so clean and there was nothing at all. It is noon, and the sun is hanging high in the sky, swaying the source of all things to the earth. But there is still a breeze blowing in the ears, carrying the yellow sand with local characteristics, sand falling on the clothes. Oh, brother is awake? A familiar voice fell to Xian Zhang's ears, and when he turned his head to look, Xian Zhang realized that he didn't know him. Are you? Xian Zhang made a careful identification, and found that he still had no impression. This is Moon Shinobu Mizuno, thanks to him for bringing you back this time. I guess you won't be saved if you are late. Uchiha Lin understood the truth and explained to Genzo. Oh, it turned out to be you, uncle, thank you so much. Xian Zhang looked at the middle-aged ninja who was about 30 years old, bent down and bowed to him. Saving a life is not a trivial matter, and Xian Zhang couldn't think of other ways to thank him. Now let's say it a little bit, and there is no loss. They are all Konoha ninjas, and it is necessary to help each other. My brother's life is also tenacious, and he was so weak that day, so he can walk out by himself in the past few days. Moonlight Mizuno looked at Xian Zhang with a friendly smile, and Uke looked in front of him. The Bo family boy not only has strength but also greater potential. He doesn't mind selling this favor. Seeing the sword behind Yueguan Genjai, Xian Zhang fell into thinking, and seemed to be a good hand with swords. The surname of Moonlight is inseparable from the sword. Xian Zhang has always known that this family's sword skills are extraordinary, and he had the idea of learning. I have something else, so I won't continue chatting with my little brother today. Yueguan Mizuno nodded towards Uchiha Lin, and said to Xian Zhang. After speaking, he walked towards the center of the camp, very tall and straight. Okay, I'll talk to the uncle next time. Xian Zhang was not hypocritical, turned his body, and made a gesture of concession. Lin also smiled on the side and waved his hand. Let's go, anyway, I don't have a task today. I will accompany you around. Uchiha Lin looked at Yueguan Mizuno's departure, turning his head to Xian Zhang. By the way, how is Hayaga Shu and the others? Xian Zhang seemed to just remember and asked. Are you talking about your teammates? It doesn't seem to be a serious problem. I guess you lie in a tent to recuperate. Anyway, their injuries are not as serious as yours, so just leave them alone. Uchiha Lin said nonchalantly, his eyes staying on Genzo's face. It's okay. Xian Zhang nodded and stopped further questioning. The squad looks like this, and it should be impossible to continue the group. By the way, the captain asked me to ask if you want to apply to be moved to the rear to fix it. If you want, you can return with the next injured unit. Lin turned sideways and let out a bloated ninja. Xian Zhang realized that it was a ninja from the Chudeo family. I finally came to the battlefield with difficulty. After just saying this, Xian Zhang stopped speaking. Lin naturally understood Xian Zhang's meaning and stopped asking. Yes, then take good care of yourself recently. Passing by a tent, Xian Zhang smelled a hint of fragrance. Lying for so long and haven't eaten anything, go and eat something, you take me there. There are also cooked food in the ninja camp, not only Bingliang pills, but generally ninjas will have a limited amount of food, and only Shangnin can have it. The right to eat at any time without limit. Let's go, take you to eat some meat. Nodded, looked at Xian Zhang's pale face, Lin said nothing, and led Xian Zhang to a tent not far away. By the way, can you eat so much meat just after you wake up? Lin looked at the nearly 10 plates stacked in front of Xian Zhang. Most of the plates were boiled, and the rest were boiled eggs. I'm very hungry, shouldn't I eat more to make up if I am injured? Xian Zhang replied as expected. Before Lin continued to say, he grabbed a large piece of meat and sent it to his mouth. Xianzang's chewing is delicious. Just before waking up, Xianzang felt a strong sense of hunger, but at that time Lin came in to change the medicine, making him forget the hunger for a while. And when he walked to these tents that provided cooked food for the entire ninja camp, Xianzang smelled the smell, and his body reacted instantly. Like a wind-rolling cloud, Xianzang solved all the food in front of him in a short time, unexpectedly faster than before he was injured. Hiccup. After a full burp lightly, Xianzang felt that most of the injuries on his body healed again. Speaking of injuries, Xianzang found that the bones that were kicked off by the ninja named Seabuckthorn seemed to have healed a long time ago. The only thing on his body that made him feel uncomfortable was the wound on his chest that was pierced by Kibyavyu. Let's go back, Lin said, seeing Xianzang had finished eating. I'm going to a meeting in a while. As Uchiha's person in charge on this battlefield, I am not very free, Lin said with a hint of ridicule, greeted Xianzang to walk outside the tent. Well, okay. Touching his chest, Xianzang felt that he still had to go back to rest. Master Lin, Master Yuan called you over. As they walked toward Xianzang's tent, a figure quickly fell beside them. Xianzang stopped and looked at the ninja. This person should be a member of the Uchiha clan who went to the front with him with the reinforcements before, and Xianzang had a slight impression of him. Nodding to him, Xianzang turned his head and said to Uchiha Lin, "Then you go over, I will go back by myself." After speaking, he walked away without stopping. Let's go first. Uchiha Lin looked at Genzo who was walking away, and said to Uchiha Yun who was standing aside. Then he turned around and left first, Uchiha Yun followed closely behind. Walking slowly back to the tent, Xianzang saw the saber leaning on the corner, which should have been returned to him by Moonlight Mizuno and the others after cleaning the battlefield. Without touching the sword, Xianzang walked to the tatami and lay directly on it. From Uchiha Lin, Xianzang knew that the Sand Shinobu who was on that day was also not dead, but was captured by the Moonlight Mizuno team, and now it is estimated where he is receiving ideological education. That battle also made Xianzang understand a truth. The lion also used his full strength to fight the rabbit, and he was thinking of hiding his strength on the battlefield, that is, looking for death. Lying flat on the tatami, Xianzang felt his chest hurt. At that moment, it was directly inserted into the chest, and it hurt the lungs. Fortunately, there are medical ninjas in the camp, and the bone injuries are probably also the effect of medical ninjutsu. If it is good, it is very fast. Now Xianzang can only feel those a little discomfort of the bones, the other is not a serious problem. So this time the task is to go around to the back of Sand Ninja and give a tooth for a tooth? Xianzang sighed with a slight sigh. Dashiwan is really a master who doesn't want to eat at all losses. The last time Nara tried to attack the food delivery team without success, the leader of one of the teams was still captured alive. After a series of ideological education, he fully explained all the plans he knew about Nina. After all, the losses were heavy. With the experience of the last time, Oshimaru secretly released this targeted mission yesterday, giving Sand Ninja a counterattack. Didn't you say that you are very idle? I helped you sign up for this mission, Uchiha Lin said, chewing something in his mouth. His cheeks kept squirming. Anyway, I have rested for so long, and the injury is healed. Xianzang didn't care, he still liked the task. He also felt enough after resting for so long. It has been a week or so since he was awakened. I don't know if Xianzang's own resilience is good, or Konoha Medical Ninjutsu's high strength. The injury on the chest is already healed, and he is already scarred. Well, let's go to Master Dashimaru in half an hour. He will assign you the next specific tasks. Lin didn't talk nonsense, and walked out of the tent belonging to Xianzang. He has other tasks, and coming here just to remind Xianzang. I see. As Uchiha Lin walked out, Xianzang was also lost in thought. This counterattack mission was actually quite dangerous, and S.A. Yin would definitely have expected it, but the world of ninjas was like this, and nothing was absolutely safe. Bah! Stepping aside, Xianzang hung the sword around his waist, wearing a high-neck shirt from the Uchiha family, and wearing a pair of ninja trousers underneath. He put the necessary ninja wares and went out. The boiled beef for lunch, although the taste is not very good, but the quantity is very large, and the sun is still shining outside now, but the temperature is not high, even if it is summer. Stepping into the camp, Xianzang saw the cruelty of this war, and various wounded could be seen in many places. Most of them were cold, making themselves stronger. Not too tall, shuttled in the camp, Uchiha's clothing, young age, and the knife on his waist, so many people who saw it recognized the identity of Xianzang. This is a powerful and capable person. Potential ninja. Since that mission, Xianzang has also been considered small and famous. Xianzang. A loud voice sounded, causing Xianzang to stop and look in the direction of the voice. Hyaga Tree. The original team members were also members of the Hyaga branch. I saw Hyagaki wearing a gray ninja costume, and Konoha's forehead was neatly worn on his forehead. It's Hyaga Tree. Long time no see. Anyhow, Xian Zhang smiled and greeted him as a teammate who had died together. The slight smile made those who saw him feel a touch of warmth and kindness. Where did Xian Zhang go? I saw you for the first time today after coming back so many days. Is your injury good? This time I heard that you hurt more than ours that day. Thanks to you, our team is here. All members survived. Hayagaki couldn't stop as soon as he spoke, his expression full of admiration for Genzo and the lingering fear of that battle. Mission. Xian Zhang didn't intend to say more, and touched the knife on his waist. The first rule of the ninja code is the absolute confidentiality of the mission. I'm almost healed. How about you? Have you recovered? How about Captain Chuan Yu and others? Xian Zhang asked back in a friendly manner. Oh, I'm almost fine. I'm about to join a team to continue the mission. As for Captain Chuan Yu, listening to them, it seems that he has applied for training in the village. Hayagaki crossed his hands behind his head, just like that, very easily. Talk to Xian Zhang. Hearing Hayagaki's answer, the middle-aged ninja appeared in Xian Zhang's mind, his face full of caution, and the full desire to survive in the final battle. It's okay to go back to the village, Xian Zhang whispered. Oh, by the way, Zhao Tanglu seems to have started a new mission a long time ago, and I have seen it a few days ago. Hayagashu slapped his head and exclaimed suddenly. That's okay, let's talk next time. I'll be there. Genzo patted Hayaga's arm, and Xian Zhang speeded up and left there, heading towards the mission meeting place. Looking at the familiar uncle in front of him, Xian Zhang realized that the world was still quite small. Moonlight Mazano stood in front of Genzo and Sajai, touching his chin for a long time but had no time to trim his beard. The specific task is already clear, let's see how our team acts. Before, Xian Zhang came to the tent belonging to Ashimaru and listened to the tasks that belonged to them with nearly 20 people. Then everyone began to group according to the configuration of the Wonantu High School, and Xian Zhang was assigned to the Yueguang Genjai team. Our team is biased towards physical skills. This mission is still very advantageous for us. Yueguang Mazano looked at the knife on Xian Zhang's waist and the long knife behind the ninja named Samu. Sajai is a commoner, but his sword skills are derived from Kanaha, because he is a student of Moonlight Mazano, and he is only 15 or 6 years old. A few people just sat together like that, and Moonlight Mazano took out a simple map, which was just a brief outline of some terrain. Look at this. Our team has to go around to the back of Sand Ninja from here. The journey is relatively long. It is the deepest dive into the team, so the danger should be the greatest. Don't pin your hopes to the assistance of other teams. This possibility is very small. The only thing we can rely on in our mission is ourselves, Yu Guangzheng said earnestly, with an unprecedented seriousness. Looking around, Moonlight Mazano put away the map and said, ready to go. Xian Zhang nodded. The three of them left the camp quietly, with the necessary supplies. According to Captain Mazano's plan, a few people need to sneak in from the left of the front line of Sand Shinobu, where there are patches of sand dunes, suitable for hiding. Similarly, it is also suitable for Sand Shinobu ambush. Opportunities and risks exist together. Shasha. The figures of the three walked slowly under the night, starting from the camp and arriving at this dune area exactly at night. Captain Genjai has already estimated everything, and the night is indeed more suitable for sneaking in. Although several people are ninjas, such sandy ground will leave footprints in any way. Fortunately, such traces will soon be covered up with the wind. Be careful, don't be careless. Yueguang Mazano gesticulated, conveying his meaning. With the brilliance of the moon, the two behind him still saw it. In the desert at night, especially near Cheyenne, the temperature is extremely low. The temperature difference between day and night is equally huge. Not far from the Xianzhang team, there is a group of people patrolling, watching their forward protection. It is all Shiren. Captain, the high-level officials don't know what to think. They told us to come here for patrol, which is miles away from the front line. A man rubbed his hands and kept talking to the other man who was walking in front. The man in front covered half of his face with a half curtain of gray cloth, and his expression was very serious. It seemed that patrolling was his most important thing. This is a Zongnin squad of Sand Shinobu. There are 4 people, all of whom are Zongnin. Shut up, if Kanaha's people want to bypass the front line and sneak into our back, this is an excellent position. Patrol well and don't let Kanaha's people take advantage of the loop. The captain yelled at the ninja who had been chattering. The team immediately became quiet. On the other side, Xianzhang and his team dodged a group of Sand Shinobi in a thrilling manner, and successfully moved one step behind Sand Shinobu. The wind and sand kept hitting Xianzhang's face, and he lay there motionless, like a corpse. Xianzhang ignored the scorpion that had fallen near his nose for a long time, and finally had to crawl away quickly and uninterestingly. There was already a thick layer of yellow sand on his body. Xianzhang stared in one direction motionlessly. The Shinin who was defeated by Xianzhang, after being captured, explained everything he knew, and what Xianzhang now guards was a food path that Shen Ninja confessed. The wind was blowing whooping, and this place was already in the hinterland of Sherinin, and it was perilous. Several black shadows appeared in the distance, running fast on the sand. The wind and sand did not have much impact on them. Xian Zhang's eyes shrank, and his expression was more focused on those figures, as if he wanted to see through the strength of those people. Shasha. The figure was getting closer. Xian Zhang remained motionless, as if it had turned into a part of the desert. There were 9 people in this group, and the leader seemed to be Tu Shangren. Xian Zhang knew that his team was completely unsure of keeping these people. Looking at the opposite side of the sand dune, Xian Zhang found Captain Mazano with the position in his memory. I saw Genjai press his hand down slightly, and then remained motionless. Squeezing his breath firmly, shrinking the chakra, Xian Zhang tried his best to weaken his existence to the minimum. This was already the second day after sneaking in. The Xian Zhang team had only succeeded in an attack on the grain transport team, which was a grain transport team with 4 Zongren. For the supplies in the rear, Shayin still attaches great importance to it. Every time before, there will be Shang Ren with him. Until recently, he has been attacked many times. Shayin will send 2 Shang Ren to follow the delivery of the materials at random. Shangren's combat power is very scarce in this war, and it is impossible to use all of it for this kind of thing. And Xian Zhang and the others were waiting for the food transport team with only 1 Shangren. San Shinobu passed by Genzo and them not far, and headed towards the front line, but did not find the 3 Konoha hidden on the side. After about 10 minutes passed by the team, Xian Zhang saw the horizon in the distance, and 4 figures began to appear. Is this the fishing squad? Xian Zhang had some ideas in his mind, and the following people should be secretly protected people. But is this too far away? The people in the front have passed so long, and the talents in the back come out. Continue to be vigilant. Xian Zhang did not act rashly. Maybe the people in front will kill a carbine? Wait a minute, although the few people here look very attractive. Moonlight Mazano also did not move, quietly observing the development of the situation. Not long after, those few figures approached Xian Zhang's location. Captain, it's pretty safe here. There is no need to be so careful, said a short-haired ninja. Be careful. The food transport team has been attacked many times recently. It depends on the situation. It's Konoha guys. Okay, there should be no problem here. Ready to go back. The leading ninja waved and greeted. They belong to a special squad, which is responsible for randomly following the food delivery team and secretly providing protection. The place where they stood was less than 50 meters from Xian Zhang, but they didn't find anyone lying there at all. Xian Zhang stared at these 4 people, 1 upper ninja and 3 middle ninjas, which was almost the basic team configuration on the sand ninja side, and his heart tightened. Earth escaped the art of beheading in the heart. An unattainable voice echoed in this sandy and noisy land boundary. What? San Shinobu and his group hadn't reacted yet. One of them was dragged into the sand, and then blood was soaked in the sand. Action! Moonlight Genjai's voice resounded in this desert, and Xian Zhang knew that there was no need to hide. The arc on his body flashed by. Xian Zhang's speed skyrocketed, and instantly rushed to the group of sand ninjas at a speed comparable to the ninja level on physical skills. On the other side, Samu also ran towards a Zongnin. The speed also far surpassed the average Zongnin. After Yueguang Genjai sneaked an attack on an enemy Zongren, his combat power was already flat, and even Xian Zhang had a better chance of winning, so naturally there was no need to continue to be awkward. Ding! Captain Genjai slashed at the Shangren, but was blocked by the opponent with Kyuhyuj. Quick battle and quick decision. With such words left, Mazano continued to fight the Shangnin. In Shangnin's battle, if it weren't for the disparity in combat power, it would usually take a long time to win the battle. That Shigami Shinobu didn't seem to worry about his side at all, and he also fought with Moonlight Mazano. Xian Zhang rushed to his target in the blink of an eye to stimulate the cells of the whole body with the Thunder Attribute Chakra. A trace of hideousness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xian Zhang stepped on his feet, and the person jumped up, putting his right hand on his waist, and the light of thunder appeared on the knife. Cut it out with a single knife. Xian Zhang wanted to quickly solve the opponent. Boom! The knife actually failed to get rid of the sand ninja, and it slashed on the sand, splashing countless sand. There really is Konoha's mouse. This Sharon was surprisingly calm, and avoided Suan Zhang's attack by mistake, put his hand on his thigh, sank, and assumed a defensive posture. It's not Zhong Ren. Xian Zhang looked at San Shinobi in front of him, and instantly knew the inside story. Just that moment, it wasn't the reaction that Zhong Ren should have. You don't think that there is only one team of Shangren who dare to hang behind to protect the food transport team in secret. Shangren, who was fighting with Yueguang Mazano, said tauntingly, but his movements didn't stop at the slightest. He was going to drag the Konoha Kamanin, so that the battle over there could be resolved quickly. Sagaki, get rid of that kid quickly. Matthew shouted at the ninja who was fighting with Xian Zhang. Hey, kid, it's not good for you. Sagaki smiled cruelly, and the breath on her body began to rise. Xian Zhang was not in a hurry, the chakra on his body was also surging, and Guyu appeared in his eyes. Heh, it's still from Uchiha's family. Sagaki saw Guyu in Xuanzang's eyes, slightly surprised, with strong wind in her body, and ran toward Xianzang unambiguously. Bang! Sanyaki kicked Xianzang's knife, a thunder arc suddenly appeared, and he instantly retracted his legs and retreated. Xianzang also did not pursue, allowing the ninja to come and go, but he watched his next move. Sangbuya's riding wheel eyes had already been carried to the limit, just to not miss all the small movements of this sand ninja. Stick! Seeing a small movement under his feet, Xianzang stopped waiting any longer. The arc flashed on his legs, exploding at a very high speed, and then headed towards the ninja named Shigeki. Ha! Ha! The right hand kept slashing, the knife in Xianzang's hand was like a butterfly pierced through flowers, which was danced extremely sharply. Under the gaze of Xianzang's eyes, Sagaki's movements were completely restrained, and could only evade for a while. On the other side, Sajai and Captain Mazano are also in battle, and they have fought back and forth with Shinobu, and it is difficult to distinguish the outcome for a while. Is this really the strength that a child of this age should have? The more he hit, the more shocked Sarawak was. He was actually suppressed by this Konoha kid. Kicked his left foot out and stamped it on Sandagaki's chest. He held the knife tightly in his right hand, took the opportunity to stab it, and took it straight to his throat. The tip of the knife was rippling with an electric arc, and the dangerous flowers were about to bloom at this moment. Bang! Shigeki's body followed the strength of Xianzang's foot, and his foot kicked upwards, which happened to hit the advancing knife, moving the direction of the knife up to make it deviate from the direction. Then the whole body turned over, several backflips in succession, and quickly opened the distance from Xianzang. Xianzang frowned and retracted the knife. Before he continued to pursue the chase, Xianzang saw several black shadows shooting from the hands of Sanyaki. Ding! Ding! Shilanyan saw through all of this, instantly judging the trajectory of the thrown ninja, and the body moved. Click to the left, click to the right, and easily blocked those hidden weapons with a knife. Ha! Ha! Two Kyowa were shot down and landed on both sides of Xianzang. The corner of Sagaki's mouth twitched, showing a hint of sarcasm towards Xianzang. Hi! Hi! It was as if the fuse was lit and time began to count down. Xianzang glanced, seeing the two detonating charms entangled just now, and he kicked his feet for an instant. Bang! The detonating talisman exploded, blowing up countless yellow sand, making Xianzang lost. Wind escape big breakthrough. A gust of wind blew away the yellow sand in the sky. What about people? After Shigeki used a ninja operation, he found that he had lost Xianzang's figure, and the other party disappeared into the yellow sand in the sky. Without changing his expression, Tsunegaki continued to be on guard. The opponent could not be killed by the detonation talisman with his own hand. He must be hiding somewhere and preparing to attack. From the ninja bag on the bottom, he took out a handful of kunao, and Sagaki held it back with his right hand, staring at the changes in the surroundings. Sand! There was a flow of sand under the feet, and the sand wall was also moved downward. With a scornful smile, Sagaki's legs bent, and a large number of chakras burst out under his feet, allowing him to obtain extremely fast instantaneous acceleration. The person jumped directly and fell towards another sandy ground. Ha! The sound of a sword breaking from the sky above his head made Sandagaki's scalp numb. Xianzang was right above the sand wall at this time, and a slash with the power of thunder went from top to bottom, towards his head. The blade reached Sandagaki's head in an instant, and there was not enough time for him to react. I saw Sagaki move up the kunao in his hand, trying to remove Xianzang's knife. Ding! The knife still fell, but it didn't have the wish of Sandagaki. The knife was full of the power of thunder, and it slashed down like a bamboo, and Kyowa was directly cut into two pieces. What? Sagaki also didn't expect the power of this sword to be so powerful. Seeing that the sword cut off kunao, still coming towards him, there was a trace of panic in his heart. People are still in mid-air, and sand wall can't change their trajectory with the help of force. Trying to twist his body in the air, Sagaki deflected his head and faced the attack with his shoulders. Puff! With a slash on Shaiwan's left shoulder, Xianzang showed a smile on his face, and even narrowed his eyes. Just when Xianzang was about to launch a second attack, the sand wall still in the air suddenly turned into sand, and under the influence of gravity, it fell downward. This is? Xianzang couldn't believe it, his heart was indeed tight, and he took the knife to his side and dropped it to one side. Before people landed, Xianzang sensed the danger. A figure emerged from the sand and rushed straight towards Xianzang, who hadn't landed yet. Hey! Kyowa inserted Xianzang's chest, revealing Sagaki's vicious eyes. Boom! Without waiting for Sagaki to continue to make up his sword, Xianzang turned into a white smoke and disappeared into his sight. What? Sagaki couldn't believe it, and his body was stiff. Ha! The sand under his feet shook for a while, and Xianzang emerged from sand wall's feet, and an electric arc flashed on his body. Bah! The slash with the power of thunder slashed his abdomen under the circumstance that Sagaki couldn't respond, causing a huge wound, and blood was splashing. Ding! Sagaki deserves to be Shangren. Although he was caught off guard, he was still defending in time with a knife that stabbed Xianzang. Ding! Ding! Xianzang kept attacking, taking advantage of Sanwal's injury, constantly using his advantage, chakra surging in his body, constantly irritating his whole body. Sagaki was completely suppressed by this blow, and with one more injury on his body, he was forced to retreat steadily. Art fire escape ho fireball. Xianzang gathered chakra in his throat, where the hot energy condensed, and as his mouth opened, a huge fireball gushed out. Puff! The scorching flame hit the sand, and the high temperature scorched the yellow sand black, leaving a string of marks. Are you okay? The flames dissipated. Xianzang saw that the other Shangshino was standing next to the sand wall, frowned, and looked at Moonlight Mazano. At this time, Moonlight Mazano stood aside, horns with Xianzang, and surrounded the two upper ninjas. Oh, sorry, Xianzang, I couldn't stop it. Captain Mazano looked embarrassed. He was the same as Shinobu, and the other one wanted to make a breakthrough. It was very simple, especially the difference between the strength of the two was not big. Guyu contracted near his pupils. Xianzang did not speak. His strength was completely raised by the Shilanyan and laid-done chakra patterns. In the previous wave, at the moment when the detonating talisman exploded, Shaolunyan not only saw the sarcastic smile of Sagaki, but also saw the seal in his hand, the seal of a Sha avatar. Therefore, with the yellow sand exploded by the detonation talisman, Xianzang also formed a shadow clone and a clone, while the main body was hidden under the sand, waiting for the opportunity to move. The wind was blowing constantly, and the yellow sand was undulating among several people. During the arc flashing, several people moved in unison. The figure left a mark on the yellow sand, and the battle continued. Ding! A kunao holding Xianzang's knife. This is another Shangren called Matthew. The output of chakra was increased, an electric arc ran towards him along the knife. Xianzang's eyes condensed, and the knife in his hand squeezed towards the ninja so that he had no time to get rid of. Bah! The arc fell on him, bringing up a puff of black smoke. Without frowning, Matthew kicked Xianzang's abdomen. Boom! This kind of performance was beyond Xianzang's expectation. Xianzang instinctively shrank back, but this was called extremely fast, and he did not completely dodge it. A sturdy foot was printed on Xianzang's body, and Xianzang suddenly felt as if he was being hit by some giant, and he was kicked and retreated. On the other side, looking at Xianzang's loss, Zheng Ye gave up his opponent, and quickly landed beside Xianzang, guarding. Don't be careless, this sand ninja is a ninja with a ninjutsu, with a high defense and a strong attack. One of Mazano's words is that the shortcoming of this ninja is speed. Well, to the effect. Xianzang slashed the knife on the sand with his right hand, and his eyes stayed on the sand ninja. He saw that Matthew's hand was black and yellow, as if there was an extra layer of armor on the outside of his body. No wonder the thunder and lightning did not work. Was it blocked by the outer shell? Prepare, I will entangle that soil to escape. You can solve the other one first, okay? Yueguang Mazano saw Xianzang's strength and did not hypocritically. Needs time. Without talking nonsense, Xianzang stared at the two sand shinobi ahead. I try my best. The opponent's ninjutsu is a bit restrained, Moonlight Mazano said in a low tone. Get ready, go. An electric arc flashed on the blade, and the chakra inside the body began to flow away extremely quickly. Xianzang and Yuguang Zhenjai rushed forward, and they exchanged positions on the way forward to confuse the audience. Humph! Matthew had a look of disdain. He felt that he was invincible for this kind of ninja, and the enemy seldom could really hurt him. Ha! Xianzang went straight to the sand wall, wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning. He still had some confidence in his own strength. The knife cut it over, but Shewon was not worth it. He had already figured out Xianzang's path, that is, the change in the nature of the grenade would make people inadvertently talk about it. If you missed the body, Sagaki didn't come into direct contact with Genzo. When the blade fell to the half-waist position, Xianzang turned his hand and continued to wave towards Sandiaki's body. Bah! There was a wound left, and Xianzang continued to attack regardless of it. On the other side, Moonlight Mazano and Matthew also fought together. Boy, I underestimated your uncle and me. Sagaki knew that Matthew on the side could not help him either, and seemed to have made up his mind, wiped the cut that had just been chopped off, and bit his mouth. Why do you say that? Is Sheyin Shangnan strength? Xianzang mocked mercilessly, and the movements in his hand continued. Actually, this is not to blame for the poor strength of Tsunagaki. His strength does have a lot of water. Due to the scarcity of high-end combat power in the war years, Tsunagaki, a ninja between the middle and upper ninjas, sometimes needs to be a ninja, was directly awarded the title of Shinobu. It is not good for the Xianzang team to continue to delay. He doesn't know whether there will be support coming, so he chooses to fight quickly. Hung the knife around his waist, Xianzang took a breath. The suffocating attack suddenly stopped, and Sagaki didn't react for a while. The look was a bit strange, but when he saw Xianzang put the knife away, his hands began to seal, his heart tightened. A seal was made with both hands, and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Xianzang looked at Sanyaki. Magic, the art of Gahang. The illusion is activated. This is? Sandagaki's body stiffened, and she realized that she could not move. Positioning technique? Sagaki revealed a trace of doubt. This kind of fixation technique has never been encountered before, but it is still a kind of illusion technique. Chakras in the body began to circulate according to different routes, trying to use the dazzling chakras to explore this ninjutsu. Vain. Xianzang touched his waist again, and the arc flashed again. Stick. As soon as his footsteps moved, he came to the front of Sandagaki with thunder and lightning. How is this possible? Sagaki looked puzzled. His own method of cracking the illusion was useless, and he still couldn't move. Seeing that Xianzang's knife had arrived, he seemed to be powerless to return to heaven. Hey! The knife was inserted into his body. Xianzang looked cold. This is the illusion of the Uchiha family. It was launched using the Shaoyuan. How can it be cracked by ordinary methods? Continue to increase the transportation of chakra, and the arc on the knife strengthened. What? The skyrocketing electric arc killed the sand wall, and the final vitality would also be cut off. Puff! Withdrawing the knife, Xianzang pushed away the sand wall. When his body was about to bottom, the knife continued to stroke his hand, leaving a thin line on his throat, and blood rushed out like a reservoir that opened the gate. Ho ho! Covering his throat, Sagaki fell to the ground, completely losing his breath. Captain, hold on. Xianzang did not directly help Mizuno, but saw Samu over there. The battlefield on Samu's side was a certain distance from Xuanzang's side, but Samu was completely underneath. Although he was tightly entangled with the enemy, there were countless scars on his body, large and small, shallow and deep. Sajai looked at the enemy in front of him. His attacking rhythm was completely disrupted, and now he is only passively beaten. Fortunately, the teacher is almost over there. Taking a look at the side, Sajai has the power to fight again. He decided not to hold back. He would have to entangle this named Zongren to death. Swinging a knife, Samu slashed to the right of the enemy, trying to expose his flaws. Boom! It's another kick. Before Sajai had no sword, he was kicked flying. Puff! A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and Samu's face turned pale, and the breath that had continued before disappeared instantly. As soon as his aura became weak, Sajai's whole body began to fall, and he had no strength to stand up again. Go to hell, Kanaha's ninja! Seeing Samu lying on the sand as if resigned to his fate, Sand Ninja was also cruelly erected. Ha! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Sajai opened his vacant eyes just now, and his gripping hand suddenly grabbed a handful of sand. San Shinobu was a little strange, and was about to turn around when a knife penetrated his back. The little character must be determined to die early. Xianzang looked impatient, and drew out the knife that was shining with thunder and lightning. Hide aside to rest, recover, I'll help the captain. Xianzang said to Samu, who was lying, his eyes solemn. Over there, the Battle of Moonlight Genjai has entered the heat tracing, and his attack can't cause much damage to Matthew. It is the enemy's occasional blow, which will make Moonlight Mizuno feel uncomfortable for a while. Ninja of Kanaha, don't waste your energy, your attack is tickling in front of me. Matthew sneered, his body still maintaining a defensive posture. A battle with Iwa Shinobu gave him the art of Earth Escape and Earth Spear. Since then, he has been assured on both offense and defense, and he has also gained a certain reputation in San Shinobu's upper ninja circle. The characteristic of this ninjutsu is that it can harden the skin, whether it is offensive or defensive. It is extremely high level. Blocking Moonlight Mizuno's knife with his hand once again, Matthew grabbed his knife with his bare hands. Boom! With a punch, Matthew hit Yueguan Genjai's chest, knocking him upside down and flying away. Puff! With another bite of blood, Genjai felt that his body was about to fall apart. Ha! The knife that had just been snatched, with malicious intent, was thrown over and went straight to the chest. Moonlight Mizuno's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of helplessness. Stick! With a kick, a big pit was stomped in the sand, and the Moonlight Savage figure jumped, avoiding the extremely fast knife. As soon as it landed, one foot came to the front again, straight to the abdomen. Pull out a handful of kunao, hold it with both hands, the muscles of the arm are tightened, pressing against that foot. Ding! Kuwu collided against the hard object, and a huge force surged in, and Kuwu and Yueguan Genjai almost let go, and his body was knocked back again. Yueguan Mizuno felt the difference in strength. Although he was also a forbearance, the restraint of his ability made him play like a naive man. No skill could break the defense and cause substantial damage. Standing still, watching intently, Moonlight Mizuno found that Sand Ninja hadn't attacked immediately. It was strange that a scream sounded in his ear, and after a glance, Xianzang was pulling his sword out of his opponent's body. With joy in his heart, Yueguan Mizuno saw the hope of victory in this battle, and at the same time was a little surprised. He thought that Xianzang had the strength of the upper ninja, but he didn't expect to kill one of the upper ninja directly and quickly. After understanding the situation, Yue Guang Mazino knew that his current role was to contain the Shangren in front of him and wait for Xianzang to come and help, or choose to approach Xianzang and actively seek Xianzang's help. After all, he was totally unable to deal with the enemy in front of him. Matthew, on the other hand, had a rage on his face, but there was no surprising anger. He still remained calm, closed his gaze, and stared at the moonlight. Trash. A kid can't solve it. Matthew cursed in a low voice, and then looked at Moonlight Mazino, who was still in a defensive posture, with a gloomy look. Take you to the surgery, and then deal with that kid. With a ferocious tone, Matthew felt that he had to make a quick fight and could not give the opponent a chance to busy him. Even if he had confidence in his own ninjutsu, it was completely unnecessary. With a punch, the air began to hum before being hit. Yue Guang Zhenjai felt a sharp touch on his face, as if he had shaved his head and walked in the cold wind in the cold winter. Knowing that he could not escape, Yue Guang Mazino quickly crossed his hands to protect the face door. Not only that, his footsteps kept retreating, unwilling to collide with Matthew. Using the Earth Spear technique, the speed of the caster will indeed be affected, but Moonlight Mazino has been hit by Matthew several times unexpectedly. After being affected to a certain extent, the speed is no longer an advantage. Boom! This punch finally fell on Yue Guang Mazino's body. Crack! Yue Guang Mazino seemed to hear the sound of his own bones. If it weren't for a large number of chakras just gathered in his arms, it would not be so easy to solve just now. Matthew also looked at Moonlight Mazino with doubts. Just now, he was angry and attacked. He shouldn't have been so simple as Kanaha's ninja. It didn't have the desired effect, and Matthew raised his hand, preparing for the next attack. He has confidence in himself, and he will be able to make Kanaha's guys unable to eat it next time. The skin color on his hands became darker, and the lines of Matthew's arm meridians began to become clear. Ding! A knife appeared on Matthew's left, but he seemed to expect it to be normal, holding it with his hands. Xianzang looked at the caught knife, enlarged chakra in his hand, and thunder and lightning began to graze, passing along the contact point directly. Cracking! The electric arc flickered on Matthew's body, and his clothes began to appear scorched black, but people seemed to have nothing to do and still hold Xianzang's sword forcefully. Boom! Chakra stimulated the leg cells and made Xianzang feel the explosive sensation of the muscles. He kicked Matthew and took the important parts. Matthew also kicked and collided with Xianzang at the same time. Both secretly grunted. Xianzang drew his sword, and quickly retreated to the side of Moonlight Zhenjai. All the actions are incomparably series, and it only takes a few seconds in total. And Matthew was taken a step back from the blow, and the effect of the electric shock appeared on his leg, which was charred. Ha! Kid, you're looking for death. Matthew looked at the two people standing not far away, and said to Xianzang, who had just appeared, "Captain, is it okay?" Xianzang looked at the slightly miserable Moonlight Mazino, and couldn't help his mind. Is the Sand Shinobu on the other side already so strong? For the same as Shinobu, Yue Guang Mazino didn't get any benefits. It's okay, just a little injury. Let's try it together. Yue Guang Mazino didn't admit defeat, and his injuries were really not serious. Bah! Pulling out his saber from the sand, Moonlight Mazino squinted. The atmosphere became tense just right, and the yellow sand dancing in the wind undulated among the three. Boom! When he stepped on it, Xianzang took the lead to attack, and the knife was held by his waist. Not to be outdone, Moonlight Zhenjai followed Xianzang closely, hiding behind Xianzang's back, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Good job! Matthew was so unruly, the anger in his heart seemed to be dissipated by the battle that was about to begin. Striding to the two of Xianzang, Matthew turned chakra to the extreme, and the wholesale color on his body became deeper, showing a state close to black rock. Ding! Ninja sword flashing with electric arc was blocked by Matthew with his left arm. Then, his right hand was clenched into a fist, and he blasted at Xianzang. But Xianzang was not alone in the fight. Before this punch hit Xianzang's chest, a figure rose from behind him. Kainaba Lu Sun Moon Slash. Passing behind Xianzang, Yue Guang Mazino used a powerful sword technique of his own. The condensed cross slashes of the two chakras, turned into isolated energy, flew to Matthew's head extremely fast. Seeing such skills, Matthew did not dare to be careless. Although he practiced the art of Earth Spear, his head was still relatively fragile. So, the right hand that had just blasted out hurriedly withdrew, and cooperated with the left hand to protect the forehead. Xianzang took the opportunity to withdraw, and he didn't want to be accidentally injured by Yue Guang Mazino's attack. Boom! When the two chakra energies touched Matthew's arms, they exploded like a bomb. The power is like a few detonating charms exploding together. Yue Guang Zhenjai panted heavily and landed on Xianzang's left, his eyes staring solemnly at the explosion. At that moment, the chakra consumption to him was still quite large, and now the chakra in his body was exhausted. This is also the reason why he has not used Sun Moon Slash, which is too blue. What? Matthew was directly concentrated by this blow, and screams came from the yellow sand flying all over the sky. This one should be enough for him, just use both hands to pick it up, not dead or disabled. Uegwang Mizuno said in an affirmative tone, showing confidence in his attack just now. Even though they said that, the two of them still didn't relax their vigilance towards the surroundings, and kept their eyes on where the enemy was standing. Ho! 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 The yellow sand quickly dissipated, revealing Matthew's figure. Boom! Without waiting for the two of Xian Zhang to take a closer look, Matthew rushed over. The wind was torn apart by his advancing pace, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. Dodge! Asterisk 2 Xian Zhang and Uegwang Mizuno reminded each other the moment Matthew started, and at the same time they kicked their feet and jumped into the distance. Tick! Tick! After a miss, Matthew stopped attacking and stood still. Following Xian Zhang's gaze, there were huge cracks in Matthew's arms, and blood kept dripping from his arms onto the sand, dyeing the yellow sand dark and spreading downward. You really annoyed me. Matthew looked at the two people a few meters away, his eyes staying on Uegwang Genjai's body for a long time. Had it not been for the ninjutsu of this Konoha ninja, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed. With a heavy breath in his mouth and the sound of ho-ho in his throat, Matthew felt that his chakra had reached a critical point, and he had kept the soil spear ninjutsu activated. Even if the cost of ninjutsu was compared to other ninjutsu consumption can be said to be very small, but the battle continues until now, and the time is not short. They must be dealt with quickly, and if it doesn't work, we will retreat first. This is the boundary of our sand ninja. I am not afraid that they will continue to chase. With a certain mind, Matthew decided to launch the last attack, and if it didn't work, he would retreat and seek support. The arms that were still dripping with blood began to show a tendency to harden, and it didn't take long for the blood to stop at the wound. Captain, help me buy some time. Xian Zhang looked at the injured, but still alive enemy, and said to Moonlight Mizuno. After speaking, he leaned towards his back, hiding his figure behind Uegwang Mizuno. Frowning, Moonlight Mizuno did not refute. The second rule of the ninja code is to believe in his teammates. It seems that I can only use that, but I can only rely on Xian Zhang when I use it up. Thinking in his heart, Moonlight Mizuno raised the knife flat and pointed at Matthew. Boom! Holding a knife, Moonlight Mizuno rushed straight towards the enemy, and the knife in his hand slashed out several cuts. No Haryu, Dance of the Three Suns and Moon. The figure quickly approached San Shinobu, and Uegwang Mizuno used his own sword skills. Matthew, who was waiting for him, showed a trace of astonishment, and three moonlight figures appeared in his eyes. He could not tell who was the real and who was the fake. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and a nervous mood appeared in Matthew's heart. Clone? Go to death. Matthew, who does not have white smoke and writing round eyes, can't detect which is the real body. Chakra circulated in Matthew's body, the color of his fists became deeper, and a trace of reflection began to appear. With a kick, Matthew rushed to the three clones of Moonlight Genjai. Boom! 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 All three punches hit the sand, blasting out several huge bunkers. This is? Matthew had a bad premonition. Just to be able to hit him at the moment when Moonlight Genjai couldn't react, he exploded at a very high speed regardless of his physical damage, and threw three punches. He didn't expect to be defeated? Glancing at the moonlight rushing out, Xian Zhang concentrated on starting the work in his hands. Since knowing his own attributes, he has not given up training his chakra nature changes. Before coming to the front line, Xian Zhang had initially grasped the changes in the nature of the thunder attribute chakra, so there was the arc on the knife now. But now, the battle is now, the enemy's defense is too strong, I have to start to try a ninjutsu. Thunder Dunk 1000 Birds. Compress the chakra with the thunder attribute in your hand, so that it can cause damage at the moment of rushing. No longer to watch the battle of Moonlight Mizuno, Xian Zhang began to gather chakra. At first, a trace of electric arc wandered in his right hand. With Xian Zhang's deliberate control, the chakras of thunder attribute began to gather in his hand. Hiss! The sound gradually became louder, and the arc gathered more and more in the hand, and in a blink of an eye it gathered into a thunderball. The thunder group that emits dazzling white light. All fake? Seeing that he hadn't hit the master in 3 attacks, Matthew's heart was instantly tense. Die! A roar came from the head, Moonlight Mizuno fell from the sky, and the knife in his hand slashed down. Hey! With a strong anger, Moonlight Mizuno struck Matthew's neck with this blow. Suddenly, a slit was cut open, and blood flowed out along the wound. But this blow did not cause much damage to the enemy. Go to hell! Matthew was completely enraged, and at the moment Moonlight slashed towards him, he blasted a punch and hit him hard in the abdomen. Puff! When the person was still in the air, blood spurted out directly. Uegwang Genjai's face became even more ugly, and his lips began to pale. After a hit, he didn't care about the wound on his neck, and Matthew strode to the Moonlight Mizuno, trying to kill the Konoha ninja to get rid of his troubles. As soon as his leg stepped out, the sound of thunder and lightning came from behind his head, and Matthew's scalp numb, he gave up chasing and turned around. Die! With a low voice, his hand thrust directly at the enemy in front of him, Xian Zhang felt that this time it should be a lure. Puff! With blood splattering, Xianzang's hand, relying on the penetrating power of the 1,000 birds in his hand, plunged into a warm place. Ah, how come? Matthew looked down on his face in disbelief. He looked down at the hand in his heart. It was Xianzang's hand. Hey! In order to prevent the enemy from surplus, Xianzang increased the transportation of chakra in his hand. Suddenly, the lightning flashed on Matthew's chest a second time, making him no longer have the strength to speak, and his eyes stared at Xianzang, no more. Breath. On one side, Moonlight Mizuno, who fell to the ground, looked at all Xianzang's performance with a shocked expression on his face. If he is not mistaken, the technique just now is the ninjutsu developed by the kid of the Heiji family who was previously known as the strongest graduate, Thunder Dung Chidori. But how could Uchiha Genzo? Are the brain circuits of geniuses all interoperable? Yueguang Genjai didn't want to understand and didn't plan to continue thinking. Clutching his chest, he lay flat on the sand. Teacher! Samu, who was hiding in the distance, saw the end of the battle, dragged his exhausted and wounded body to the side of Yueguang Mizuno, and held him. It's okay, just let go. Moonlight Mizuno looked at the disciple in front of him and waved. Hey, Xianzang, are you okay? Moonlight Mizuno leaned against Sajai, with a cheerful tone. Well, it's okay. Matthew half-kneeled in front of Xianzang, and the hand that had inserted the enemy's heart had already been withdrawn. Xianzang was also holding the enemy's head and gasping for breath. First change a place to rest. Moonlight Mizuno took a rest, then stood up and said to the two of them, nowadays, all three of the team are more or less injured, and Xianzang may be the least injured. If you encounter San Shinobu's troops again now, it may be a completely annihilated situation. Well, lean towards the oasis over there is a water source over there. Xianzang nodded and took the lead in one direction. Yueguang Mizuno and Samu followed without nonsense. After this battle, Xianzang also established his own personality. Once a person becomes strong, he will naturally gain the trust and respect of others. The battlefield was not cleaned too much. Several people added some ninjas from the Dead Sand Ninjas and left. As for the Bingliang pill? In a cautious manner, Xianzang did not move, and it is better to touch less of the enemy's things. The injuries on Yueguang Mizuno's body were not serious, and did not hinder the actions of a few people. Before night fell, he reached an oasis. Samu, you guys are here first, I'll go take a look. Xianzang glanced at Yueguang Mizuno, who had not yet come out of Delhi in chakra exhaustion, and Samu who was supporting Yueguang Mizuno, and whispered, the chakra in Xianzang is like a spring that never dries up, and the chakra that is used up will soon be replenished, as if it comes with a permanent blue buff. Some minor injuries were no longer felt, and the state was restored to its peak, and the task of investigating naturally fell on Xianzang. This oasis is not big, probably only a few hectares in size, but all the oasis on Xian is a treasure, a strategic resource. Taking advantage of the darkness, Xianzang approached the dark place at night like this one step at a time. His footsteps kept changing, and the figure moving forward was like a snake, maintaining the root of S. According to Xianzang's understanding, there should be no Sand Ninja, but all care is the king, especially the team now has two companions who can't exert their combat power. Looking around in the oasis, Xianzang made no sound, and kept changing his footsteps on the tree, jumping from one tree to another. The trees in this oasis are not as tall as those in the Land of Fire, and they are less than 10 meters long, but they can grow to such a height in this desert. I have to sigh for the power of life. It didn't take long for Xianzang to stroll around the entire oasis, and found no abnormalities, so he went back to notify the other two of the team who were still waiting outside. It's safe, go in. Leaving the oasis and coming to the agreed place, Xianzang found Yueguang Mizuno and Sajai. Thanks for your hard work, Moonlight Mizuno said embarrassingly. As the captain, he is actually taken care of by members of his team, and the other party is just a child who has just graduated from the ninja school for less than a year. Advertisement. Xianzang walked ahead and led the way. On the way of investigating just now, he found a place suitable for resting. It was a green area with flourishing trees, and there was a water hole not far away. The team of 3 people spent 2 days in this oasis like this. The few people were not seriously injured. Moonlight Mizuno and Sajai almost recovered their fighting power, and the ninja's resilience was still good. After staying here for so long, it's time to get ready to go out and continue the mission. Moonlight Mizuno leaned against a tree and said to the 2 people a few meters away. At this time, Sajai was carefully wiping his shinobi sword. Genzo was sitting on a piece of sandstone, the sword being placed on his legs. The mission time is 10 days. Almost 5 days have passed. After the captain has recovered, we can go out and continue to find something to do for Shinobu. In the past 2 days, there have also been ninjas who came to this oasis to investigate, but they did not notice the Genzo team, and it was impossible for Sun Shinobu to send all the fighting power out to find the Konoha ninja who sneaked into the rear. The most important thing was the battle on the front line. The body bones are about to rust. In the last few days, let's check the mission indicators. Moonlight Mazano stretched his arms and shook his head, the knife gleaming behind him. Matthew died like that. Kanaha's ninja is so terrible. This is a conference room in Cheyenne Village. Sitting here are some senior Cheyenne seniors who are talking about an old man. This is the place of our San Shinobu. Finally, the old man knocked on the table with his hand. From the scene, it is a Thunder-Dun ninja, the kind of lethality, not the known Kanaha ninja. With a low tone, a relatively young man in his 40s continued, his face very gloomy. Find a way to find them and leave them in the desert. Another old female voice came, full of murderousness. No one can kill us in San Shinobu's territory and leave intact. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he walked out of the room, leaving behind a few high-level people who couldn't see their faces. How many is this? Moonlight was slashing the last enemy in the wild, and said to Xian Zhang, who was standing not far away, stepping on the corpse of a San ninja. This is the third team today. It seems that San Shinobu can't tolerate us anymore and has begun to send people to surround us. Withdrawing the knife from the enemy's body, Sajai smiled slightly, his face stained with blood. After a few days of fighting, Samu began to grow, and he could quickly solve it in the face of ordinary Zongnan. Sure enough, the battlefield is the best place to hone people. Only between life and death, talents will truly grow. This is the fourth day after the Xian Zhang team came out of the oasis, and they decided to leave today and return to Kanaha. For several days, relying on extremely strong combat power and extremely high mobility, Xian Zhang and several people ransacked behind Shenin, helping Cheyenne to find a lot of things to do. Because of this, San Ninja kept looking for Xian Zhang and the others, but the difference in strength was too big, and it could only be regarded as a sheep's mouth. The desert is so big that Cheyenne can only cast a wide net, but the strength of each team is uneven. When encountering Xian Zhang, a team with the strength of double forbearance, it is almost impossible to win. Retreat. If you continue, Shinobu will split the main force from the front line to chase us. Yueguang Mazano said solemnly. He was afraid of Xian Zhang's head, and refused to leave, so he reminded him. Then let's leave and go back to hand in the task. Xian Zhang also readily agreed that it was indeed not a wise choice to continue behind enemy lines, it was time to retreat. Return to the same way. Watch out. Moonlight Mazano nodded. Sajai basically has no right to speak on such matters. As the lower limit of the team's strength, he can only follow the other two teammates. Yellow sand is permeated, hot wind is blowing in the desert. Running in such an environment, the hot temperature makes everyone sweat. The front is the sand dune when I came, and the more you go, you will be able to show the hidden strength of the sand. Sajai wiped the sweat from his forehead, with a relaxed tone in his tone. On the way, Sun Shinobu seemed to have given up looking for the Kanaha ninja who had sneaked in, but did not encounter a team of Sun Shinobi. Be alert, Sajai. Moonlight Mazano said. He saw Samu's attitude, and he was a little dissatisfied. Immediately he looked at Xian Zhang, who was wary on his side. Wait a moment. Xian Zhang didn't seem to hear the conversation between the two, and waved his hand to stop the two. His sensitivity to chakra made Xian Zhang vaguely feel chakra not far away. Moonlight Mazano and Samu stopped in time and looked at Xian Zhang solemnly. There is a problem ahead. I hope my perception is wrong. Xian Zhang stared into the eyes of the two and smiled bitterly. Could it be the person who patrolled on the side of Shinobu? Didn't he meet him when he came? Sajai thought very optimistically, and then expressed his opinion. Yueguang Genjai didn't speak, and his trust in Xian Zhang made him know that what Xian Zhang said was not normal, but he hoped it was not what he thought before. Go ahead and be concealed. There was a sinking sound, and Moonlight was looking at the distance. It was a dune that looked normal. The terrain was higher than the place where he was. It was completely impossible to see the situation there, and his team did not have the type of investigation. Ninja. Xian Zhang lowered his head and touched half of his waist with his hand. He was prepared for the worst. Several people walked forward. It was already around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and night was about to fall, and the sky began to darken. Such an environment is more suitable for a few people to slip away from behind enemy lines. Ha! A handful of kiwa was thrown over and landed at the feet of Moonlight Mazano at the forefront. The few people who had been vigilant stopped at the same time, made a defensive posture, looked at the place where kiwa shot came, and their hearts began to sink. Kanaha's ninja, you don't have to go back when you come, stay in this desert. An indifferent male voice sounded, and several figures appeared in front of him. Under the shroud of twilight, men and women could not be distinguished, but with his perception of chakra, Xian Zhang knew that they were not weak hands. Get out! Moonlight Mazano turned his head and said to Genzo and Samu, the current situation cannot be delayed. There is only one possibility of being entangled here. After all, San Shinobu's frontline troops are not far away from here. I'll be the first, Captain. You will cover for me, Sajai. You will hide for the last. Xian Zhang held the knife in his hand and whispered. Among several people, he has the most lethality and the fastest speed, suitable for rushing in front to tear the enemy's defense line. Well, get ready. Moonlight Mazano also put on his shinobi, with a solemn expression. Samu on the side also understood the current situation, said nothing, and took the knife in his hand. I'm on it. A low voice came from Xianzang's mouth, and when he moved his feet, thunder light flashed on his body, and he moved towards the distant enemy. Thunder? The ninja headed by Sand Ninja narrowed his eyes, and the information explained that there was a chakra ninja with the thunder attribute, and I hope to pay more attention and be sure to keep him. That is the ninja in the intelligence, or is it a kid? Fujiwara said to Heiken and Tannerai standing on both sides of him. Not only did he have 3 Shangnin, but also 4 Zongnin, he didn't think he would let Kanaha's people run away. It should be, it is said in the mission, regardless of life or death, I will leave him in the desert anyway. Bai Ren on the left had a cruel expression, and said with his eyes looking at Xianzang who was running towards them, I'll deal with that kid, you can take care of the others. Fujiwara jumped, and the man jumped off the sand dune and rushed towards Xianzang. The others followed him and also headed towards Xianzang and his party. Huo Dun Impatience Claw Red. He sprayed the hot chakra from his throat, and at the same time, he drew out nearly 10 swords from his thighs. In conjunction with ninjutsu, the shuriken with flames shot towards the sand ninja with a strange momentum. Scatter! With Fujiwara's footsteps, the figure disappeared from the front of Genzo and fell to the left. The other ninjas also responded in time and avoided aside, but there was still someone who could not react. The flame that came was hit by the shuriken in the fire, and the flesh was spattered instantly, and he was seriously injured. A few combat powers were eliminated as soon as he shot. Xianzang did not stop and continued to move forward, while Tang Principal frowned, and glanced at his companion who was hit in the back. With such a lesson, San Shinobu began to change positions, scattered around Xianzang and his party. Ding! With a knife smashing the ninja's kuma in front of him, the lightning will be transmitted along the kuna in an instant, but the enemy will be divided as soon as he sticks, and he will not continue to be entangled. No ha kid, I wouldn't be that stupid. Fujiwara's voice was cold, and Kumi was held in his hand, glowing with a blue light. Xianzang frowned, and Shiren was able to grasp his information so quickly. Boom! Moonlight Mazano stopped the 2 San Shinobu, but was suppressed and felt very uncomfortable. Sajai was in the same situation. He ran into 2 ninjas whose strength was similar to him. Boy, take care of yourself. A strong wind rushed toward Xianzang, and Fujiwara abandoned Kunao. His fist approached Xianzang, and it reached his face in an instant. Ha! With a wave of the knife towards the top, Xianzang stepped back. Fujiwara was forced to stop, but then kicked out, very fast. Boom! Xianzang paid the price for his distraction while fighting, and kicked his chest firmly. Dragging a long mark on the sand, Xianzang was kicked while gliding. Why, that's it. Fujiwara tried to stimulate Xianzang with words. After all, Xianzang was only a boy and a half. Humph! A touch of his hand on his chest, Xianzang's eyes narrowed, revealing Sanguyu's riding wheel eyes. Uchiha's kid, it's just that way. Fujiwara saw the riding wheel, and he recognized it at a glance, who was knowledgeable and had fought with Uchiha. The information does not say that this kid belongs to Uchiha's family, so it seems that you can't be careless. Fujiwara's heart was not as arrogant as he was speaking, and he quietly increased his vigilance. Puff! Chakra exploded on the solace of his feet, and Xianzang gained a speed bonus and rushed to the enemy not far away. He had to solve it quickly and then help his companions, otherwise, it would be dangerous this time. Ding! Even at such a fast speed, the enemy still blocked Xianzang's attack. Xianzang narrowed his eyes and seemed to have met his opponent. The enemy is also an extremely fast ninja. His speed just now has reached the extreme of an instant burst, but he was still followed by the enemy and successfully caught the slash. The moment Ku Wiyuj blocked the knife, he kicked it again. Xianzang's face changed, and the arc flashed on his body. Chakra stimulated the cells again and took a step back. His complexion was a bit abnormal, and Xianzang knew that this would be a hard fight. Can only hope that Captain Moonlight Mazano and Sajai can hold on for a while or explode. The arc flashed on the knife. Xianzang's heart was uncertain. If the enemy can explode at such an extremely fast speed, then he will increase Chakra's stimulation to see if he can still keep up. Even if he can keep up, he shouldn't be able to judge that if he can't keep up. Case attack. Having settled his attention, Xianzang pushed his right foot vigorously, causing it to sink into the sand. Boom! The sand was stepped out of a huge pit, and Xianzang rushed towards Fujiwara like thunder, drawing a blue and white shadow under the night. Ha! This knife cut the empty space, and the space seemed to be cut, and the arc squeaked in the air. Boom! Fujiwara's punch also failed, and slammed into the sand firmly, leaving a pit, and the yellow sand was spilled into the air. Hey, is that pretty good? Fujiwara sneered and looked at Xianzang at a distance. Art fire escape ho fireball. An imprint of ninja was formed in an instant. Xianzang ejected a big fireball, especially the fire escape that increased the output of chakra quickly approached Fujiwara in the desert, and the hot flame instantly reached the enemy. Humph! Fujiwara was dismissive of such an attack, his speed could completely ignore such ninjutsu, and the kick of his legs would stagger the fireball. Before he landed, Fujiwara felt an unusual smell. Squeak! Like thousands of birds singing, a strong white light appeared in Fujiwara's eyes, which directly pierced his chest, life and death in an instant. What? Fujiwara roared, the chakra running wildly all over the body, air currents appeared around the body, and the speed of lateral movement accelerated again. Seeing the enemy's outbreak, the eyes of the writing wheel can predict the enemy's movement trajectory in an instant, and then move the right hand to accurately find the enemy's chest. Puff! Xian Zhang's right hand still directly rubbed the enemy's left waist, leaving only a deep wound on the enemy's body. What happened? Xian Zhang was a little puzzled. He clearly judged the enemy's movement trajectory, but why didn't he hit it? Thinking about it, Xian Zhang was ready to make another move, giving the enemy a fatal blow. Ha! There was a sound of breaking through the sky, and a ninja who had fought with Moonlight Mizuno rushed to help, kicked Xian Zhang, and forced him back. Brushing his face to avoid the blow, Xian Zhang backflips twice in a row, pulling the distance apart. It's okay. Moonlight Mizuno also came to his side, with some injuries on his body, but his complexion was still good. Well, it's okay. Xian Zhang frowned as he looked at the three sand shinobu standing together. Puff! Sajai was besieged by two ninjas, one was accidentally injured, and he dodged an attack with difficulty, and Sajai wiped the blood from his mouth. Sajai glanced at the battle on the other side, knowing that he could only hold on to it now. Full of fighting spirit again, Samu clenched the knife in his hand and screamed at the enemy. Only by persisting could he survive. Fujiwara was hit by Xian Zhang's unexpected blow. Although he didn't hit the key, he still lost most of his fighting power. His body was weak and his wound was scorched by lightning, but the blood still couldn't stop flowing down. The hand was pinched at the wound to make the surrounding muscles tense. Fujiwara could only use this method to relieve the pain. Looking at the two companions standing beside him, Fujiwara's face was blue and white. What's the matter, Fujiwara? 100 Blade opened his mouth. He was a Naruto with a sickle, and his weapon was crossed in front of him. It's careless, you may have to work hard next, I'll be on the sidelines. Fujiwara endured the severe pain and fixed his eyes on Genzo. Be careful of that kid's speed and thunderous escape. Fujiwara added one last sentence. Both Xia Lu and Bai Ren nodded solemnly. The next battle was indeed a bit difficult. The two men had failed to besiege Moonlight Genjai before, and now they still need to add a stronger Xian Zhang, and they have no bottom in their hearts. Hiss! The electric arc bloomed. Xian Zhang and Yueguan Mizuno ran from left to right, with dexterous steps. Xian Zhang severely inflicted a heavy blow on a Shangren, causing the battle to be broken, and the two wanted to take this opportunity to completely change the situation. Base! With a sword drawn, Xian Zhang slashed at the ninja who used the sickle. Ding! The giant sickle was blocking the way forward, and Xian Zhang's slash did not help. The electric current exploded and passed along the shinobi to the sickle. Boom! Enduring the current, 100 Blade kicked out, kicked on the sickle, kicked the sickle directly, and swung the lower half towards Xian Zhang. Ha! The sickle that swung upwards forced Xian Zhang to retract his knife. At the same time, the momentum of the sickle continued to smear Xian Zhang's face. He had to give up the attack and retreat. On the other hand, Moonlight Mizuno continued to fight with Dianliu. Fujiwara covered the wound and retreated as early as the moment Xian Zhang and the two rushed over. If it was not necessary, he did not plan to make another move. The waist injury prevented him from exerting his strength. 3-pointers came out, and the fierce fighting would aggravate his wounds. Hiss! Xian Zhang felt a fierce pain in his face, but he didn't dare to bother with the enemy in front. Ha ha, kid! Seeing that he had just scratched Xian Zhang's face, Bai Ren showed a smirk and took up his sickle and rushed towards him. The sickle slashed from top to bottom, and the blade was glowing with gloom. Boom! Cut to the place where Xian Zhang originally stood, leaving a huge sandpit. Stick! With a kick out, Xian Zhang's right foot was on the enemy's weapon, and his body climbed up, instantly exceeding the height of the head of the 100 Blades. Ha! The man turned over the enemy in midair, Xian Zhang stabbed out, and the blade took the sky spirit cover. Ding! The sickle caught up with Xian Zhang's speed, and he opened the knife with a wave of his hand, and Xian Zhang was also beaten aside with this. Go to hell! Shangaren's fighting rhythm was so fast, before Xian Zhang stood still, he swung his sickle again, slashing towards Xian Zhang's chest with the sound of breaking through the air. Stick! Xian Zhang continued to retreat, and those who used such weapons were really hard to deal with. Such an exaggerated weapon had too much damage area when swung, and it took too much physical effort to put it together. Xian Zhang kept flashing, avoiding enemy attacks everywhere. Although the enemy's offense was sharp, such an offensive was very strenuous. Xian Zhang tried to use this method to consume the enemy's physical strength. Ho ho, boy, who do you think is a fool? Waving the sickle again, 100 Blade forced Xian Zhang to jump on his hind legs, revealing a trace of ease on his face. Xian Zhang had a trace of doubt. The enemy seemed to know his intentions, and he was right. Such a trick was indeed a pediatrician in front of Shangren. An electric arc flashed on his body, and now that Xian Zhang knew that the enemy had figured out his intentions, he did not intend to continue. Have you not noticed it yet? With a hint of teasing, 100 Blade put his giant sickle on his shoulder, and his eyes fell on Xian Zhang without leaving. Xian Zhang frowned and realized that the situation was abnormal. He clenched the knife in his hand, the arc skyrocketed, and he was ready to attack. Stick! A big hole burst out in the sand, and Xian Zhang slashed his sword towards the enemy. Before taking 2 steps, Xian Zhang noticed something unusual. His chakra was running to a halt, and the tingling feeling spread throughout his body as the chakra continued to run. Ha! Throwing the knife into the sand, Xian Zhang held the handle of the knife and stared at 100 Blade. When the slightly squinted eyes showed some surprise, Xian Zhang slowly slowed down chakra's movement, and the numbness in his body instantly slowed down. Do you think I don't know that you are consuming me? I have been keeping you running chakra, so that my poison can slowly spread throughout the body. Bai Ren took off the sickle from his shoulder, grabbed the handle of the knife in his right hand, and pointed at Xian Zhang. Suddenly, the burning pain on his face made Xian Zhang understand instantly that he thought of the wound left by the sickle scratching his face just now, and his left hand touched his left cheek, where there was only a slight wound. Sure enough, you need to be careful of their weapons when fighting against shinobu. His gaze fell on the giant's side with 100 blades. Such a huge weapon was meant to injure the enemy, even if it was a slight wound. Xian Zhang's face was a bit solemn, and the shinobu inserted in the sand was pulled out by him. Now, you can die, kid. With murderous aura in his tone, the speed of 100 blades instantly increased, and he rushed toward Xian Zhang. Call! The sickle waved loudly in the air, whizzing toward Xian Zhang. The electric arc continued to explode. Xian Zhang's riding wheel eyes locked on the enemy, and the knife in his hand rubbed the path of the sickle towards the enemy. Bah! The sickle was slashed on Xian Zhang's left shoulder, half of the blade was inserted into the body and it was impossible to go deeper, while Xian Zhang's knife was inserted straight into 100 Blade's left chest, and the blade flashed with thunder. Puff! How come? Bai Ren couldn't believe it. It was obvious that this kid had been poisoned by him, so the speed and reaction could be so fast. With his eyes resting on his chest, Bai Jian felt the loss of his body's strength, and the hand holding the sickle began to relax, and the handle of the knife made him feel a weak control. Boom! Enduring the dizziness in front of him, Xian Zhang kicked the enemy in the abdomen and kicked him flying. The knife in his hand was also light, and the blood flowed down the blade to the sand. Ho ho! Kneeling on the ground, the enemy's corpse was lying not far away. Xian Zhang exhaled loudly, with an exaggerated sickle stuck in his shoulder. Xian Zhang, be careful! Moonlight Mizuno on the side saw Genzo who was kneeling on the ground, and at the same time, his eyes fell on Fujiwara who was approaching him. Xian Zhang's expression became grim, and the poison in his body made his mind start to be awkward, and Chakra's operation had problems. As early as the moment he planted the ground, Xian Zhang noticed the sneaky Fujiwara not far away, but he didn't have the strength to continue picking up the knife, so he could only kneel on the ground and watch the enemy slowly approach. Ho, kid! Fujiwara's waist was soaked with blood at this time, and his face was pale, only slightly better than Xian Zhang. With a staggering footsteps, he held Kyu in his right hand and inserted it into Xian Zhang's back, while the other hand blocked Xian Zhang's neck. Puff! The back was hurt by the puncture. Xian Zhang's dizzy brain was instantly lifted up, and the chakra in his body temporarily overcame the influence of Sharen's poison. In the end I won. Fujiwara's mouth was leaning against Genzo's, and the heat hit his ears, and his voice was relatively low, showing weakness. No, I won. Xian Zhang resisted the severe pain, and a strong electric current rushed out of his body, which was transmitted to Fujiwara, who was close to him. The thunder and lightning screamed like a bird, erupting with great power. Fujiwara had no time to dodge, and he never thought that Xian Zhang would have the strength to fight back. Being hit by the thunder and lightning from Xian Zhang, his body twitched and his head weakly leaned on Xian Zhang's shoulder. In this way, Xian Zhang put a sickle in one of his shoulders and leaned his shoulder against an enemy's head, ending his own battle. This wave of battle almost capsized in the gutter. Xian Zhang! Moonlight Mizuno threw off his opponent, one-on-one, and the Sand Shinobu didn't get any benefits. Landing next to Xian Zhang, he pushed Fujiwara away from his shoulders and pushed him onto the sand. The Moonlight Mizuno sword plunged into his chest and called to Xian Zhang. Well, Captain. Raising his head with difficulty, Xian Zhang showed an ugly smile. It's okay, hold on. Ueguang Mizuno saw Xian Zhang's tragic situation, his heart still inexplicably tight. Looking back at the last Shangnan who had just been repulsed by him, Ueguang Mizuno's expression condensed, and his eyes became more sharp. Dian Lu looked at the soaring Moonlight Mizuno, showing a trace of timidity. Only one ninja is left on his side, and he is not yet Konoha ninja's opponent. Looking to the other side, the two ninjas on his side have not been able to solve the other ninja who dropped Konoha for a long time. Knowing that this battle is difficult, there is basically no chance of winning, unless there is reinforcement. Muramasa, Murakeki, retreat first. Turning back to talk, the cutoff decided to retreat. With a kick, under the gaze of Moonlight Mizuno, the flow quickly left. The other two ninjas also left Sajai and left. Although they left countless wounds on Sajai's body just now, Sajai was strong. His fighting spirit supported him never to fall. As soon as Shinobu left, Ueguang Genjai did not chase him, and his own consumption was also high. The Xian Zhang here still needed his protection, and Sajai held the knife, and the second after the enemy disappeared in front of him, he fell directly to the ground. He finally persisted and survived. "Captain, help me pull out the things on my shoulders." Xian Zhang's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he said weakly. Looking down at the sickle, Ueguang Mizuno grasped the back of the knife with both hands and slowly pulled it out. Bah! Blood sputtered from the wound instantly. Xian Zhang frowned, his eyes narrowed, and chakra turned into thunder and flashed across his shoulders. The wound was burnt, stopping the blood. Xian Zhang had no extra expression in the whole process, as if that not his own body. There was also a handful of Kyowu. Xian Zhang knew that he couldn't hold on anymore. He used chakra many times to make the poison in his body spread to his body more quickly. Now it is even more difficult for him to move. Team leader. Without finishing speaking, Xian Zhang fell into a coma, planted his body forward, and was supported by Moonlight Mizuno. "Samu, can you still move?" Moonlight Mizuno put Genzo face down on the sand and walked to Sajai's side. "Teacher, it's okay." With a wry smile, Samu didn't move his fingers. He almost lost his combat effectiveness in the battle just now. Now his whole body is covered with wounds, and the blood leaves a dark color on the sand under him. Ueguang Mizuno turned his head and looked at Xian Zhang, thinking of San Shinobu who had just left, knowing that it was time to choose. San Shinobu will come back soon, with two seriously injured companions. He doesn't know if he can continue to leave San Shinobu's sphere of influence. Perhaps with a disciple who can still leave with his eyes on his feet, this is his only disciple. Although his talent is not high, he has a perseverance. Working hard is the only talent that Samu has shown in his studies. Need to make a decision quickly. This place is still in the land of Shinobu, which is very dangerous. "Teacher, what's the matter?" Sajai was weak, his head leaned on the sand. "Fine." Moonlight Mizuno touched Sajai's head, his expression was normal, but his eyes were a little deeper. Support Sajai up so that half of his body can be supported, leaning against Moonlight Mizuno's thigh. Night really fell, and the twilight enveloped the desert, leaving a cold place for a few people. Xian Zhang was poisoned and fell into a coma, and currently has no fighting power. Although Samu is still awake, he has also lost his fighting power. Only Ueguang Genjai did not suffer any serious injuries and maintained most of his strength. However, Ueguang Genjai was only one person, but there were three people here. "Can you still move?" Sajai. He lifted Samu up and let him take a few breaths, and Moonlight Mizuno asked. "It should be possible to go." Sajai grimaced. "Then get ready, let's continue walking, and Shinobu will have chasing soldiers. Get out of here quickly and we'll be safe." Moonlight Mizuno took Sajai's arm and pulled him up. Sajai naturally knew that the current situation was urgent, so he gritted his teeth and stood up with the force of the moonlight. The two walked to Suanzang's side. Ueguang Mizuno stood him up, looked at his closed eyes, and said nothing. "Let's go, time is in a hurry." Genjai didn't have any other expressions, holding a person in one hand, and heading towards the sand dunes not far away. Just in the direction where Sand Ninja was leaving, a figure fell on the ground, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes, with sharp gazes watching the Konoha ninja who was slowly moving forward, and Sand Ninja passed by, revealing Sand Ninja's forehead. With a few people in this state, Moonlight's speed will naturally not be too fast. After traveling in this way for half an hour, the squad was about to leave the radiation area of Sand Shinobu. Everything went so smoothly, without chasing soldiers, without intercepting, which made Ueguang Mizuno feel very strange. It was not far from the camp of Nina. It stands to reason that the few Nina who escaped should be able to move to rescue the soldiers during this time. "Samu, is it better?" Ueguang Genjai stopped, bearing most of the weight of the two people, and consumed a lot of himself. In order to maintain combat effectiveness, he would stop and rest from time to time. "Teacher, much better." Sajai released Moonlight's hand on his armpit. "I'll go by myself, teacher, take Xian Zhang with peace of mind." Sajai glanced at Genzo, who was caught in the armpit by Moonlight Mizuno, without a trace of movement. "Okay, you keep up." Moonlight Mizuno is not hypocritical. Although he knows that Samu is wounded, he has to persist if he can persist in this situation. Concentrating on Xian Zhang's body, Ueguang Genjai felt that he had just moved, and seemed to have a tendency to wake up. Go on. Moonlight Mizuno changed his hand to clamp Xianzang, his expression unchanged. Wow, wow. The figure is moving fast on the sand, and the night is their best cover. Xianzang felt the movement of his body in the dark, a jolt, accompanied by the cold wind. His mind began to wake up. Puff! A spit of blood came out of his mouth, and Xianzang suddenly became awake as he marched. Xianzang? Seeing Xianzang's performance, Yueguang Mizuno stopped, and Sajai began to pant hard behind him, supporting his knees with both hands. Captain, where is this? Xianzang looked around the moment he was sober and found that it was no longer the place where he had fought before. We are still in the land of Shinobu, ready to leave here. Moonlight Mizuno put Xianzang on the ground. Xianzang touched the wound on his shoulder. There was a scorched black wound, which was sealed by thunder and lightning. Now there is no bleeding there, but it still caused him a lot of pain. The painless wound on the back of the chest was even more deadly. Xianzang saw that it was simply bandaged by Moonlight Mizuno, but the bumps along the way made the area covered with blood, soaking a piece of clothing. Come up, leave here first. Yueguang Zhenjai glanced at Xianzang's wound and told him to go to his back. Since Xianzang is awake, letting him go on his back is more conducive to moving forward. Samu, keep up. As soon as Xianzang lay on his back, Mizuno began to rush forward, leaving Samu aback. The wind blew past Xianzang's ears. Because of his soberness, the team's traveling speed increased by a notch, which also made it very difficult for Samu to keep up. Although Xianzang awakened, he was still weak, and the chakras in his body were unable to condense. The poison before him seemed to have the effect of restricting chakras. Leaning his head on Yueguang Zhenjai's back, Xianzang maintained a certain frequency, so that the bumps during the journey did not affect him as much as possible, so that the wound on his body would not be so painful. Along the way, I still didn't encounter San Shinobu, and a few people left this place safely and hurriedly returned to the land that belonged to Konoha. Xianzang sat in the tent. A few meters away from him was a person familiar to him. Uchiha Linear, your kid is really amazing. He has performed 2 missions in total when he came to the battlefield. Both were carried back for rescue. Complex emotions appeared on Uchiha Lin's face. He was still very concerned about Xianzang, a younger generation of the Uchiha family. This was not just because Xianzang was a member of the Uchiha police force, but also because Xianzang looked at him. The people who grow up are the living army of the next generation of the family, and they may also be the most gifted people of the next generation. This mission is indeed a bit off, and the combat experience is indeed a bit worse than those of the old ninjas, and I was inadvertently caught. Xianzang naturally saw Lin's concern for him. This time, if his body had not been baptized by the Thunder Attribute Chakra, had become strong enough and had some resistance to poison, maybe he would not be able to return. This time, thanks to Lord Ashimaru, if it hadn't been for him to order to continue to attack San Shinobu during that period, Shinobu didn't have time to send reinforcements to encircle us. Xianzang turned away from the subject, a little fear in his eyes. That was the attention of Lu Yu's staff. In the 2 days after your mission, in order to create a good retreat environment for you, the feint attack was launched to hold the main force of San Shinobu. Uchiha Lin smiled. He admired Liu, a powerful ninja, who likes this kind of person who can survive in the ninja world by relying on his brain. Xianzang nodded and moved his body to make himself sit more comfortable. This is already the 3rd day of returning. All the Xianzang team safely returned to the Konoha camp. Once they arrived at the camp Xianzang, they received treatment. The poison in the body was not lethal, so it was quickly relieved, and other wounds were also recovered. The second treatment was bandaged up like a decent. According to Yueguang Mizuno, there were only 7 people who came back on time. Except for the 3 of them, the other 4 were not in a team. Although he had expected it, Xianzang still felt sad when he really encountered such a thing. It might be because he almost didn't come back. It might be because he was also a ninja. Let's take a few more days off this time, you have a serious injury. Uchiha Lin looked at the bandage that Xianzang had wrapped around his body, and his black and white eyes were very calm. Well, this mission helped me a lot, and taking a few more days off will also help my digestion. Xianzang smiled, put his hands near his chest, and looked at the hands that were no longer immature due to long time touching the knife. Alright, here are a few ninjutsu in several families, you can take a look at these times. Uchiha Lin took out a scroll from behind, threw it into Xianzang's arms, and turned away. It is good. Holding the scroll, Xianzang watched Uchiha Lin leave, and his heart was full of enthusiasm again. In this mission, Xianzang ventured to try some ninjutsu, such as the ninjutsu released by imitating Chidori. Although it looked very similar to the ninjutsu of Heiki Kakashi, it was a dazzling thunder group. But Xianzang's power is still a little short. He just relied on his control of the chakra to force the chakra with thunder attributes to gather and compress in his hands. In that kind of critical situation, Xianzang couldn't control so much, so he could only force it. Cast. But this time, if he had time, Xianzang could perfect his pseudo-chidori. There is no need for jian, and it is completely compressed. If Xian Zhang's body had not been activated by chakra several times, such an attempt would not have been successful. Putting aside the scroll that Uchiha Lin gave him just now, Xian Zhang did not open it immediately, and he was not in a hurry to practice new ninjutsu. Hanging his head slightly, Xian Zhang endured the incompletely healed penetrating wound on his back and propped his chin with the palm of his hand. Now, I still have the 3-go jade of Shaolunyan at the moment when I open my eyes, but the application of Shaolunyan is no longer so immature. I can use the function of Shaolunyan 100% to make the greatest battle. Contribute. What about ninjutsu? Xian Zhang tapped his index finger on his face, thinking about the problem. There are not many ninjutsu studies, only a few common fire escapes in the Uchiha family and illusions that are not used much. Nowadays, my main attack method is still swordsmanship. After all, my current self has been greatly improved in speed and damage due to the successful experiment of the Thunder Dun Chakra mode. His current situation is a bit like a fighter with a blue buff, and it feels a bit nondescript. Xian Zhang figured out his current situation. Before crossing, I always felt that Naruto World could do whatever he wanted as long as Chakrato, but the actual situation is not like this. Although the more MPs are the better, they must be matched with strong enough skills to show their combat effectiveness. Is this enough? Not enough. Don't forget HP, or frankness. It's the most obvious reason to live. Therefore, don't think that a blue buff is really invincible, think that you can sling everything. If people who think this way pass through, they will inevitably be beaten. Xian Zhang's current route is to continue to work hard in the Lei Dun Chakra mode, and strive to make his body stronger. The development of Thunder Attribute Ninjutsu can also be tried slowly by referring to those ninjutsu in memory, so the new ninjutsu is not much necessary for him at this stage. After putting on his clothes and putting away the scrolls, Xian Zhang was going to go for a walk. He hadn't been out of the tent for a few days after he returned. In the past few days, due to the attack on San Shinobu, the casualties of both sides have increased to a certain extent. The atmosphere in the camp is more depressing than Genzo felt before. He knows that this battle will not last for long, and it will be suppressed under the atmosphere. At the extreme time, when the final battle broke out, Konoha and Sajion were waiting, and both were testing each other and accumulating their own strength. The war between Konoha and Cheyenne is still going on. Xian Zhang looks at the wounded and black pockets coming and going every day, and his mentality changes again and again. Ninjas play a variety of roles in their own lives, but in this battlefield, they are just tools for killing. Xian Zhang folded his own quilt, put on everything, and was about to leave the tent. He has been training here for a long time, and his injuries are almost good. It's time to continue fighting on the battlefield. Pushing open the curtain, Xian Zhang saw the ninja troop eager to try and looked excited. Their eyes were no longer the same as they had seen before, full of numbness to the war. Today's Konoha ninjas, especially ordinary ninjas, have some expectations that Genzo can clearly see in their eyes, and the expectation of the next war. Going out and turning right, Xian Zhang walked towards his meeting place. Due to 2 outstanding performances and strong strength, Xian Zhang was urgently recognized as Zongnin by Hokage, who was far away in the village of Konoha. This is also the recognition of the ninjas who performed well during the war, and there are many ninjas who have been confessed along with Xian Zhang. But there is no doubt that Xian Zhang is the most special, not to mention the youngest. According to the companions who have partnered with Xian Zhang possesses the strength no less than that of Shangren. As Shangnin's certification requires many complicated steps, Xian Zhang did not get promoted to Shangnin this time. Therefore, the current Xian Zhang is considered by many ninjas who know some inside information to be equivalent to Shangnin, at least in terms of lethality. Xian Zhang does not lose to Shangnin. Xian Zhang, here comes. Just approaching the meeting place, I met Sajai. Xian Zhang smiled and nodded. It's not that he is arrogant, it's just that he didn't find the topic to answer the conversation, but at any rate, he is a companion who has experienced life and death together, and he still has kindness in his heart. I heard that you were promoted to Zhongren, congratulations. Samu didn't mind Xian Zhang's attitude. He knew that Xian Zhang didn't have any extra words, but he was still very hot in his heart. He treated his companions well, and was a cold-hearted and dependable companion. Well, the appointment just came 2 days ago. Xian Zhang didn't wear the Zongnin battle uniform that was sent with the fate notice before, but he was still wearing his own clothes. He was used to that relaxed feeling. Although the combat clothing has many pockets, it is too tight and he can't get used to it. It seems that it won't be long before Xian Zhang will be able to meet the conditions for being promoted to Shinobu. Sajai touched his head and said without a hitch. Xian Zhang looked into Samu's eyes, but did not speak. This time the Zongren here will be organized into a unit, and will fight together as a companion in the next battle. Sajai saw that Genzo was not in high spirits and changed the subject. Well, who is the leading ninja? Xian Zhang is a little curious. There are at least 50 Zongren here, and they are not absolutely powerful, and they can't hold down these people, even if there is a fate that belongs to the general. The captain is from your family, Xianzang, Uchiha Lin. I heard that he is the current celebrity in front of the Uchiha family patriarch, and his strength is also very strong. Sajai turned his eyes upward and recalled. Forest. Xianzang was a little surprised, and he underestimated Uchiha Lin's strength. Even though he knew his strength was very strong, he did not expect to be able to let the high level appoint him as the captain of such a unit. Although there are many ninjas standing here, their voices are very small. Although some people are talking, they all lower their voices, including Genzo and Sajai. Do you know Xianzang? That's right, you all belong to the Uchiha family. Sajai didn't understand the relationship between Xianzang and Uchiha Linear. He heard Xianzang whisper Uchiha Lin's name and said curiously, Xianzang nodded, and then turned his head in one direction. There was a figure walking up there, someone he knew well. The open space became silent when the figure approached the ground. Uchiha Lin walked over slowly, stood in front of the troops, and scanned all the ninjas standing in front of him as he patrolled the territory. I am everyone's next captain. I hope we can rely on each other on the battlefield, for ourselves and for Konoha. Uchiha paused, and said an old-fashioned remark with a serious expression. Next, we will be responsible for the tough task of the right wing on the battlefield, and hope that we will not slacken our efforts. Go! The battlefield needs us, and Konoha also needs us. Lin waved his hand and commanded the ninja to move forward, and then took the lead in one direction at the forefront of the troops. This kind of situation is happening in many places in Konoha camp. It is also one or more Shangran and a group of Zongren, forming a fortified force. The battlefield was about 5 miles in front of the camp. This was a sandy ground. As Konoha's general, Oshimaru had already settled on the forefront, deterring Cheyenne. He is also surrounded by Konoha's elite ninjas, as well as think tanks including Nara Shikaesa. Master Oshimaru, this is where we are currently, and this is the main battlefield for our side and Cheyenne's default. Nara Shikaesa pointed to a map spread out on the table, which was simply painted with some landforms, which people who didn't know very well could not understand it at all. Deshimaru stared at the map without saying a word. There were some emotions that people could not understand in his eyes. This battle may determine the direction of future warfare. Sane has assembled most of their troops and is ready to fight with us. According to the intelligence, Konoha is not dominant in the number of ninjas. Luju frowned and pointed out the key to the war. I will drag the main force on the frontal battlefield, and let the high-end combat power gather on my side as much as possible. A hoarse voice came out of Deshiwan's mouth, the golden vertical pupils contracted, there seemed to be no pressure on his shoulders, and the words in his mouth were so relaxed. Even Oshimaru-sama, one of the 3 ninjas, is not necessarily an opponent in the face of so many powerful enemies. Chudeo Dingza, who was sitting at the head of Lu Ju, said in a dull voice, as a member of Zulu Dai, he is qualified to sit here and discuss war with Oshimaru. This is how Konoha is now, isn't it? Oshimaru didn't care, his eyes fell on Nara Keijiu's body. Nara Lui looked at the map with a calm face, without speaking. Konoha now has wars on the multilateral side, and Sagura is only the first party to fight. Konoha's combat power is too scattered in this war, and the situation is not optimistic for Konoha. So let's do it. The Shangren troops are standing by my side, and we are in charge of the front. Oshimaru squinted his eyes, murderous intent filled his surroundings, making the air cold. Having been suppressed for so long, he could no longer stand Cheyenne's carring attitude. Yes, the other ninjas in the tent responded, and continued to study the next battle with a depressed mood. Xianzang's troops reached the predetermined position along the prescribed route. Everyone tried their best to hide their traces, waiting for the signal of the beginning of the war. Xianzang. Uchiha Lin's voice fell to Genzo's ears, and he was seen lying near a pit 2 meters away from him. Most of his body was hidden, only half of his head was exposed talking to him. How? Xianzang's head tilted slightly, but his body remained motionless. Protect yourself, this is the battlefield, it's no longer a heads-up. Lin's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Yeah, I know. Xianzang did not relax, he knew the role of personal combat power on the battlefield and the consequences of being surrounded by a person. Here is the frontal battlefield, and Oshimaru is standing in front of the ninja forces, facing the direction of Sane. As far as he could see, Konoha's ninja could see dense enemies in the yellow sand in front. Osamura stared at the few people standing in front of Cheyenne, one of them was far ahead of the others. Squinting his eyes and licking his tongue on his lips, Deshiwan's pupils began to shrink. Oshimaru, does Konoha only have this kind of combat power now? There was a voice from the other side, causing some commotion on Konoha's side. Does the new Feng Ying only play tricks? Deshimaru disdainful of these tricks, hoarsely responding to the speaker. As Zinfenjiang, you don't know if you are strong enough to bear the burden of Cheyenne's future. Embracing both hands, Deshiwan showed a relaxed posture. Ha! I don't know if the Oshimaru, known as the 3 ninjas, can make waves in this war. I am looking forward to it. Luosha didn't care about Deshiwan's tone of contempt, raised her right hand and pointed to the center of the battlefield. In Luo She's view, Cheyenne had already grasped the right to victory. Kanaha was fighting against several parties at the same time, which was not a wise choice. Boom! Biting his right hand, Dashamara formed a mark of spiritism, and accompanied by huge white smoke, a figure appeared on the battlefield of Kanaha. On the other side, the fourth-generation Fengying Luosha stepped on the sand, and started to rise, and came to midair in a blink of an eye. Roar! One snake roared out, and the distorted figure cast a shadow on the hearts of all the ninjas present, even if it was not the first time they saw such a huge psychic beast. Ninjas of Cheyenne Village, victory is in sight. It's time for us Cheyenne to step on the big stage of Ninja World. With both hands raised in front of her chest, Luosha's voice was not too loud and rang out on the battlefield. Ashimaru, this time the rules will be doubled. The low and ferocious voice fell on Kanaha Ninja's heart, and Wanshi saw the current battlefield situation, and the lion opened his mouth. No problem. The magnetic voice responded to Wanshi, and Dashyuan stepped on Wanshi's head, and his black hair drifted with the wind. His eyes kept falling on Luosha's body, and his pupils kept shrinking. Kill! Cheyenne gave the order first, and thousands of ninjas swarmed in, stirring up countless yellow sand on the sand. Kanaha's ninja, the time has come to guard Kanaha. Think about the relatives behind you. Let's fight. We have no reason to retreat. Ono Shimaru stood on Wanshi, and the cold words echoed in Kanaha Ninja's mind. Roar! Kill! For Kanaha! Not to be outdone, Kanaha rushed out with big strides. War is a team battle, not personal strength, unless you are the enemy of 10,000 people. The two streams of people are about to collide together. Looking down from the sky, the number of ninjas in Sandiak is at least twice that of Kanaha's side. Luosha stood on the sand, did not move, and around him was the new Fengying police force. Dashimaru and Wanshi did not move either. He held his hands and did not look at the battlefield below. He knew that his target was the enemy's Fengying. The Shangren police force surrounding him was also dispatched after he saw the strength gap between the enemy and ours. He will face a shadow and shadow guard alone. Come on, 10,000 snakes. Dashimaru stepped on the 10,000 snake and signaled it to go to the right of Sand Ninja, where there was enough space for it to display and would not harm allies in a large area. I admire your courage, Dashyuan. It hasn't been long since Luosha succeeded the 4 generations of Mei Fengying, and he is also much younger than Ashimaru. He doesn't have so much awe of the older generation of ninjas. He feels that he will not lose to Orakai, let alone that there are 4 others next to him. On Shinobu Guard. Following the movement of Dashimaru, Luosha also controlled the sand to move to one side. Kill! Ninjutsu of various colors bloomed within the range, and Kanaha and Sajayun's ninjas fought together. There will be casualties in an instant, but at this time, no one cares about the companions who fell on the ground. They are constantly rushing forward and releasing ninjutsu, and the battle group is chaotic and chaotic. On the battlefield between Ashimaru and Luosha, no extra people can come to bother. There is 1 person and 1 snake on Ashimaru, and Luosha is a configuration of 1 shadow and 4 uppers. Stepping on it, 1 snake, who had been fighting with the Ashimaru for so long, rushed towards Luosha knowingly, with the fangs in his mouth exposed, and the snake head slammed into the enemy with the momentum of thunder. Boom! A sand screen appeared in front of Luosha, stopping in front of 1 snake, biting on the sand. 1 snake shook his head. Roar! Wanshi roared. Dashiwan's figure fell near Wanshi's waist, still did not do anything. He just frowned at the blow just now. The yellow sand is permeating the air. Such a geographical environment makes Wanshi feel irritable and restless. Roar! Go to hell! 1 snake twisted his body and threw his tail vigorously, hitting the sand wall that Luosha blocked in front of it. Boom! The sand wall cracked at the sound, and the momentum of 1 snake's tail was unabated, and it slammed straight at Luosha, who was standing in the air. Boom! Its tail was blocked by a cloud of sand, and Luosha showed a look of disdain. Although this psychic beast was huge in size, it was just a bit annoying for him at the shadow level. Little Devil Cheyenne, you angered Uncle Wanshi. Wanshi naturally saw Luosha's ridicule behind the sand, and his eyes turned red. You must know that 10,000 snakes are an old character who has been in the ninja world for so long. It does not allow anyone to challenge their authority. Howling wrapped in the wind, 1 snake rushed straight, his mouth slightly opened and his eyes cold. The Luosha surface does not change its color. Such an environment shouldn't be too favorable for him. With a wave of his hand, the chakra will flow, and the sand on the ground will begin to condense. Ha! 1 snake quickly arrived in front of Luosha, the fangs in his mouth were exposed, and the venom began to brew. Boom! A huge fist of sand condensed on Wanshi's head and blasted it directly to the ground. Wanshi, whose eyes were wide open, was a little bit unbelievable. Dashiwan, standing behind Wanshi, was also a little surprised. He almost didn't react to Luosha just now. As a result, his vigilance in his heart became deeper, and his contempt for Luosha had long since disappeared. Pooh! 1 snake spit out a large mouthful of sand. It was hammered to the ground just now, and its open mouth was ready to bite Luosha and bit on the sand unabatedly. Deshiwan became interested and jumped off Wanshi, looking like she was watching a good show. He who knew Wanshi knew that Wanshi was really irritated. The 10,000 snakes before and after the anger were in two different states, and the 10,000 snakes after being angered might not even care about Dashiwan. Curving its body, one snake didn't attack again this time, although its heart was burning with anger now. On the ground, the Ashimaru looked at the members of the Sand Ninja Police Force standing on the sand behind Luasha. His tongue cruelly licked his lips. He would not give the enemy a chance. He could hold the victory without procrastination. One snake aimed at the opportunity and launched an attack again, this time faster. His body twisted into a serpentine shape on the sand, which made people unable to predict its position. At the moment Wanshi launched an attack, Dashimaru also took the first step. With his right foot kicked behind him, the whole person rushed to those Shangren. He wanted to quickly reduce Luasha's helper, and he would not let go of the opportunity Wanshi created for him. Boom! One snake threw its tail off a huge black sandball that flew towards it, and after only a meal, the snake quickly approached Luosha again. Luosha could see the changes of the 10,000 snakes, with faster speed and greater strength, without much expression. The movements in her hand continued to wave, and the sands gathered under his feet and turned into different shapes to hit the 10,000 snakes. Ashimaru. Luosha also saw Ashimaru approaching the ninja behind her, her eyes condensed, and her right hand was raised to Ashimaru. Magnetic Escape Adventurin Spear. As his chakra turned, a golden spear appeared in his hand, which was a spear made of alluvial gold extracted from the soil using a magnetic escape. With a wave of his hand, the spear shot at the advancing Ashimaru with great speed. Ashimaru is like having eyes on her head, and he is very keen to observe the aura of the battlefield. The moment Luosha threw the Bing spear, Ashimaru made a prediction, straddling her body to the right, and then leaped forward. Not only evaded Luosha's attack, but also approached the sand shinobi there more quickly. Ashimaru's hair drifted behind his head as he ran, and the purple guya reflected his evil smile. Wanshi also reached below Luosha, and saw Luosha leaping into the air with a twist of his body. In mid-air, its body bends again, its tail flung to Luosha, and the scales on the tail are shining in the sun. This is the place where Xian Zhang's troops ambush. It is on the right side of the battlefield. As soon as the fight started over there, Xian Zhang and the others, who were not far away, naturally heard the sound. Did you hear that? Samu was lying on Genzo's right hand, his voice was out of reach. Well, get ready. Xian Zhang didn't want to say more, he didn't think the nonsense before the battle was necessary. The task of their unit is to launch a sneak attack on the right wing of Shishino in the hands of the captain shortly after the start of the battle. Holding the knife, Xian Zhang narrowed his eyes. He felt the tremors on the ground, as if several giants were fighting. Although he couldn't see it, he could still clearly sense the strong chakra fluctuations ahead. Action! Hidden to the side, Uchiha Lin began to tighten his body as soon as the battle broke out. After counting a few silently in his heart, he waved his right hand forward, then left the hidden place and headed towards the battlefield. Everyone also started to act, followed closely. Uchiha Lin's speed is extremely fast, taking the lead, leaving everyone alone. The arc flashed, and Xian Zhang instantly shook off Samu who had rushed out with him. Compared with the others, he was slightly petite and walked through the crowd, catching up with the forest in front of him in a blink of an eye. Uchiha Lin looked back at Genzo, did not speak, just nodded kill. For the village. The roar kept roaring, and the ninjas in the front battlefield were like ordinary people who had never learned ninjutsu, fighting together. Since both sides tried their best to use ninjutsu before the collision, in order to maintain combat effectiveness, Chakra used it sparingly and began to fight in hand. Konoha is worthy of being the strongest village, with fewer people than Sand Shinobu, but fighting with Sand Shinobu doesn't persuade him at all. Within a few tens of seconds, Xian Zhang and others crossed several hundred meters and appeared on the battlefield. Xian Zhang and Lin rushed into the battlefield at the same time. The closest to them was a few sand ninjas who were besieging a Konoha ninja. Although the ninja was injured, he kept fighting back with the sword in his hand, and there were a few corpses lying not far away. There are Konoha and sandy ones. Pulling out the knife on his waist, the lightning flashed and thundered, and he swung it out. Xian Zhang cut open his throat at the moment when Shishino didn't react at all. Sand Shinobu covered his throat in disbelief, wondering about Xian Zhang who suddenly appeared next to him. Without reducing the speed, Xian Zhang cut out again, and the arc flashed. Another ninja saw the miserable condition of his companion and gave up the siege of the Konoha ninja who was at the end of the siege, holding the weapon in his hand and preparing to catch Genzo's sword. Crack! The bitterness in Sand Ninja's hand broke without answer. Xian Zhang's knife trend continued, cutting from his chest to his abdomen, leaving a long black wound, blood gushing out. Puff! Uchiha Lin also kicked the man on the chest of a sandman, kicking that person into the air, and when the person was still in the air, he spouted a few pieces of unknown meat, and then fell to the ground and struggled. Flush! Kill these Cheyenne puppies. Uchiha looked around the battlefield and spoke to the troops who had just emerged behind him. The Konoha ninja who was under siege just looked at the Konoha guard on the fort of Genzo and others in surprise, and then nodded, dragging the wound and continuing towards the sand ninja. All this was so natural. Regardless of the situation behind Xianzang, the lightning on the surface of his body floated, speeding up to a higher level, shuttled through the crowd, harvesting the enemy's life. His knife is covered with a layer of lightning visible to the naked eye. Compared to before, the arc is more eye-catching. This is also the result of Xianzang during this period, similar to the Chidoryu of the later generation Suzuki. Cover the Chidori Ryu on the ninja, so that Xianzang is like a tiger, and no enemy is spared wherever he goes, and no one can stop the several attacks of Xianzang that suddenly rushed out. Then the troops followed Xianzang's impact and followed him closely, killing all quarters in the battlefield. They were like an arrow with Xianzang as an arrow, thrusting straight into the hinterland of Sand Ninja. Ha! Ha! The shouts in his ears were automatically filtered by Xianzang. Only the knife in his hand was constantly slashing, and the writing wheel in his eyes kept observing everything in insight into the battle on the battlefield. Uchiha Lin is on his right, and he keeps reaping. Ding! Xianzang's knife was blocked, and his footsteps were also forced to stop. Xianzang discovered that the one who was blocking him was still an acquaintance, the Sand Shinobu who had escaped from Uegwan Mazano. It's you. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, the knife in his hand increased, and the lightning flashed. Boom! Dianlia was suppressed by Xianzang with a knife and forcibly pushed away. Thunder and lightning also flicked in his hands, making his expression look wonderful. Stick! Before the flow stopped completely, Xianzang stepped forward again. What's the matter with this kid? Is he stronger again? The repulsed Duan Lu frowned, and the hand holding the weapon trembled, which was a performance after being struck by Xianzang's lightning. Tear! Xianzang slashed towards Duliu's waist, leaving a wound there. He snorted coldly, and quickly backed away. He had no idea of fighting with Xianzang. This Konoha kid was a monster. After a long time, his strength increased again. Now he himself is not Xianzang's opponent at all. How could Xianzang let him leave? The sword kept cutting out, leaving a mark in an instant, causing Shulio to start the bleeding state. Hiss! Duan Liu narrowed his eyes, as if he had anticipated his fate. He gritted his teeth and moved forward instead of retreating. The weapon came towards Xianzang, wanting to consume a wave. Ha! Xianzang twisted his body and avoided the enemy's attack. Bah! The knife plunged straight into the back of the cut-off neck, and the current flickering completely interrupted his vitality. With the momentum of landing, Xianzang pulled out his weapon and continued to search for new targets. The General Shang Ren seemed to be no longer his opponent. There were many scenes like this in the battlefield. Originally, Sand Ninja was besieging Konoha's ninja, and the fight was full of joy, but she didn't know when a large number of Konoha ninjas would rush out, giving Sand Ninja unpredictable. Shinobu was caught off guard by his attack. However, Sand Ninja was not a vegetarian, and the advantage of the number of people made them adjust and continue fighting without taking a long time. The battle continued, and the battle group was very chaotic. The battle in the distance was great. The arrogant one Snake was covered in wounds. He was being besieged by several Shangren, but he was able to do his job. It seems that the wound on his body is not it, caused by the ninja in front of you. The battle between Dashuan and Luasha has been fought back and forth. The snakes hit the sand currents of Luasha, and different shapes of placer gold were constantly looking for the Dashuan. Both of them seemed to let go of their hands and feet and were fighting. There was a clearing around the two of them, and no ninja dared to join such a battle. Without paying attention to the battle in the distance, Xianzang concentrates on ruling everything on this battlefield. The thunder and lightning knife in his hand is the death sickle, and the harvest is life wherever he goes. Perhaps Xianzang's performance was too dazzling, and soon more Sand Ninja poured into the battlefield, dividing Xianzang's army into fragmented individuals. Ding! Xianzang looked at the enemy holding Kyo in front of him, and the half-hidden face and the patterns on his face made this person look a little deep. Base. The knife swiped down, rubbing the sand to make a sound, and the arc hit the foot, leaving a black mark. Stick. Chakra stimulated his body and Xianzang rushed towards the enemy. He has confidence in his own strength. Fang Dun Wind Blade. The enemy pinches the kunao, forming a ninja mark, which is used by a common ninjutsu. A gust of wind spewed from the enemy's mouth, and what was mixed in the wind was an invisible but very sharp transparent blade. The footsteps changed, Xianzang didn't pay attention to it, and his body moved around, avoiding the attack. What? Puff! Xianzang frowned as his body was penetrated and the friendly cry of pain came from behind him. This is the battlefield, you never know where the enemy's attack comes from. So you need to maintain absolute attention to your surroundings, and focus not only on the enemies you are facing, but also the nearby enemies. I couldn't take another look at the Konoha ninja who had just been hit by ninjutsu. Xian Zhang wrote the wheel's eyes turned, locked the enemy's movements, and made predictions. Holding the knife in the opposite direction in his right hand, Xian Zhang lowered his body and began to move towards the enemy's side. The footsteps changed rapidly, and the route of advancement was completely unpredictable. At least the enemy in front of him could not see Xian Zhang's trajectory. The speed advantage caused Xian Zhang to spare a semicircle next to the enemy, and instantly came to his side. Base. The electric knife came to San Shinobu, and his slightly surprised face was reflected. Boom! The head flew up and fell on the sand. Xian Zhang's eyes condensed, showing a vigilant gaze. He put the knife across his chest and looked around. At this time, a blank space was also cleared around him, and Sharinin took the initiative to step in. Looking at the human head falling on the ground, Xian Zhang was a little surprised. He had not been able to see that he was facing a puppet before. The head on the sand, the mouth still united, seemed to be mocking Xian Zhang's ignorance. Without the slightest irritation, Xian Zhang knew that he could not panic right now, otherwise he would suffer the enemy's way. His eyes are constantly scanning the surroundings, his steps are also in a defensive posture, ready to leap at any time to avoid the enemy's attacks. Hey! The sand under his feet was pine, and Xian Zhang fell with him. There was no surprise in his eyes. Xian Zhang's lower limbs flashed with thunder, and the whole person left the place at a rate of bursting. Boom! Where Xian Zhang originally stood, there was a pit that appeared due to great strength, and under the pit, a hand was stretching upwards. His thunderlight appeared on the knife, making a sound of electric current, and the moment Xian Zhang was ascending, the knife also slashed out. Sizzle! The hand in the ground was cut by the knife, and it suddenly shattered. Still a puppet. Xian Zhang took the knife and dropped to the side, his scarlet eyes looking around. Two things. A figure emerged from the sandy ground that Xian Zhang was watching. Half of his body leaned out of the sandy ground, his hands were constantly fluctuating, as if he was controlling something. Xiaoyin's puppet master, Xian Zhang whispered, the knife held flat in his chest by him. The kid is quite knowledgeable. San Shinobu's gloomy voice sounded again, like the sound of the sewer, with a disgusting smell. Boom! Xian Zhang didn't wait for the enemy to finish speaking, and approached quickly with his feet. The knife in his hand was bitten by a puppet. Xian Zhang increased the chakra, and the electric current squirmed and exploded on the puppet. The puppet made of black material seemed to become a conductor under thunder and lightning, and white smoke appeared in an instant. Even the linen cloth covered with shame on the puppet was scorched black by the electric current and began to melt. The puppet master seemed to have not anticipated such a situation. He was thought to lock Xian Zhang's shinobi with the puppet, which would cause Xian Zhang to lose most of his power. Unexpectedly, Xian Zhang would do the trick and scrapped one of his puppets in the blink of an eye. Boom! Xian Zhang was expressionless and kicked out with his right foot, kicking the puppet directly out of the big hole, and various parts began to fall under his feet. Bah! Taking advantage of the momentum, once again drew the sword in his hand. Xian Zhang easily drew out his shinobi sword. If he slashed it out again, the puppet, which was already badly damaged, was directly cut in half by Xian Zhang, completely losing its effect. Kaka! A puppet flew over, a puppet with the shape of a bird. Xian Zhang's eyes condensed, his strength gathered in his right hand, and the lightning flashed on his body. To fight the puppet master, you must directly find the puppet master's body and give a thunder blow, otherwise the puppet will never be killed. The body was constantly changing positions. The puppet master controlled his puppet to keep attacking Xian Zhang, but he couldn't even touch Xian Zhang's side. The puppet was blocked on Xian Zhang's path. Although it had wings, it could not fly at high altitudes, and could only swim at low altitudes. A not-so-strong air current surged under the puppet, and countless yellow sands were flying around. Perhaps the puppet master knew that he couldn't catch up with Xian Zhang, so he gave up the active attack and controlled the puppet to lie between Xian Zhang and him. Suddenly, the moment the puppet's mouth opened slightly, Xian Zhang predicted the trajectory and moved his footsteps horizontally, driving his body away from the place. Countless thousands of books and hidden weapons followed Xian Zhang, leaving numerous holes in the yellow sand. With his body running on the sand, Xian Zhang knew that he needed to wait now, waiting for the puppet to release his hidden weapon. From time to time, the knife slashed in front of him to make notes, blocking hidden weapons that were not completely avoided. Xian Zhang knew that Xiaoyin's puppet master was the character who liked to use poison the most, and he must not be hit by hidden weapons. The three Guyas were spinning frantically, and Xian Zhang moved the writing wheel to the extreme, not letting go of all the details. At the end of the round of attack, the puppet's mouth closed, and his wings began to incite more quickly. It's now. Xian Zhang's chakra surged, and the surface of his body seemed to have an extra layer of thunder armor, covering most of his body thinly. 3 steps turned into 2 steps, Xian Zhang quickly approached the puppet, and the arc on the knife creaked. This speed was no longer a puppet master's ability to keep up. San Shinobu didn't respond, and Xian Zhang stepped on the puppet's head with only a few slight movements of his fingers. Stick. Leaving a scorched black footprint, Xian Zhang took the knife and instantly came to a place 2 meters away from the Shinin puppet master. His eyes began to narrow slightly, Guya rotated, his pupils locked on the enemy. Xianzang felt that he had wasted too much time on this puppet master. Seeing Xianzang rushing towards him, the puppet master smiled triumphantly, and most of his face was covered, revealing a little upturned corner of his mouth. The puppet was behind Xianzang, and the puppet master was right in front of him, but he didn't know what happened. But Xianzang's heart was tight and he had a bad premonition. Sometimes the sixth sense of the ninja is very accurate. This time Xianzang also obeyed his intuition. The pace of the puppet master was stagnant. Xianzang moved to the right at a faster speed, and at the moment when he moved to the side, the puppet behind Xianzang had changed. Crack, hoo. A huge crack appeared in the tail of the puppet, and a huge amount of purple smoke was ejected from it, and it began to spread in the sun, showing a coquettish and strange feeling. Zzz. Everything that was touched by the smoke began to corrode, and the yellow sand was rendered into a state of condensation. Xianzang narrowed his eyes and kept moving under his feet, quickly pulling away from the smoke. The puppet master made a surprised sound, but he didn't expect Xianzang to give up his attack when he was so close. The smoke quickly approached the puppet master, and he quickly jumped in a direction opposite to Xianzang, seemingly afraid of the smoke emitted by his puppet. Ha! At the most unlikely moment, Xianzang's knife suddenly appeared beside the puppet master, the arc flashed, and death was approaching. How come? The puppet master began to panic. He clearly saw Xianzang jumping in another direction. How could he appear next to him? Suspiciously, he turned to Xianzang's direction and found that there was also Xianzang there. Shadow clone? When? Was it the moment when the poisonous mist was sprayed? The puppet master's eyes were full of doubts, and the moment the knife hit his neck, he seemed to have figured everything out. Sizzle! The power of thunder was terrifying, and once again cut off the enemy's head with a single knife, and his head swayed to the side. Ba. Before Xianzang took a closer look, he received an attack, turned his head in astonishment, and saw that the bird puppet was still working. Puff! Xianzang turned into white smoke and disappeared in front of the puppet, leaving behind a few thousand pieces of black liquid in place. Hey! On the other side, the real body of Xianzang judged that the puppet master was not dead at the moment the puppet moved, and rushed towards the puppet close to his shadow clone with the knife. Sure enough, as the white smoke of the clone rose, the puppet paused for a second. It seemed that he didn't expect this to be a clone. The wings stirred, and the puppet reacted quickly, spraying countless hidden weapons at the approaching Xianzang true body. But it was too late. Xianzang had already arrived a few meters in front of the puppet. This was just a step away from Xianzang's acceleration. Crack! The knife slashed the wings of the puppet fiercely, directly cutting the puppet into a caterpillar and falling to the ground. Base! The puppet counterattacked, and dense holes appeared in the body, hidden weapons appeared in it, and they were about to be launched in a blink of an eye. Want to be beautiful? Come to my death. Xianzang gritted his teeth to increase the output of chakra, the arc burst, and the armor on his body became more obvious. Wow! The knife slashed fiercely on the puppet's body, and opened a big mouth in one fell swoop, and the hidden weapon that was supposed to be launched instantly lost its next move. The traces of blood flowed out of the puppet's wreckage. Xianzang squatted halfway on the puppet and drew out his ninja sword. There was still a wisp of blood on it, which was being wrapped in thunder and lightning, slowly disappearing from the blade. Crack! Xianzang jumped off the puppet, revealing a ninja who was half lying in the puppet, but it was already a dead body. From the center of the eyebrows to the abdomen, a huge crack was broken, turning the whole person into a slaughter scene. A dead pig cut apart, a carcass in two. Call! With a long sigh of relief, Xianzang found that such a battle was still a bit exciting. It was only at the last moment that I discovered that the puppet master's body was hiding in this puppet's body. Xianzang felt that few people would be able to spray such a poisonous mist on his face without changing his face. From the dull 2 seconds of avoiding the poisonous mist, Xianzang guessed that it was not the main body. When the poisonous fog spread, Xianzang separated a clone, ready to test it, but he didn't expect to really correct his thoughts. Immediately thinking about the hiding place of the puppet master, Xianzang suddenly thought of a sentence: the most dangerous place is the safest. Bold guesses made him take actual actions. Only then has the unstoppable sand-hidden puppet master. Real men never look back at the explosion, and Xianzang will never look back at the tragic situation of Shinobu. Holding the knife in his hand and waving it a few times, he locked on the next target again. The puppet master who had just been settled seemed to have a good position in Sand Ninja. Many Sand Ninja looked at Xianzang in shock. They couldn't believe that the kid in front of him could kill the ninja, but they had to accept the fact that they had lost a member of Shang Ninja. This battle is just the tip of this war. Kanaha's form is not optimistic. Xianzang glanced around and found that many people who had just rushed out with him had been lost in the enemy's crowd. Boom! Kicked against a huge enemy, Xianzang took advantage of the situation and even made up a knife, splitting a hole in the back of that person, revealing the bright red inside, and electricity continued to flow through that person. Sand Ninja, who didn't know where he came from, thought that Xianzang hadn't seen him, so he threw a few hidden weapons out of the way, glowing with gloom, and obviously smearing poison. Ding! Ding! An electric light flashed by, and the knife in his hand blocked the hidden weapon that shot at his right side to the ground. Xian Zhang stepped towards the person who had just attacked him. He wouldn't let such a guy continue to live. Ding ding ding. When the enemy saw Xian Zhang rushing towards him, his face changed drastically. Not only did the sneak attack just not work, but it also evoked hatred. He cursed in his heart and took a few steps back in fright. Don't come here. Xian Zhang was shocked by Xian Zhang's aura, not the harshness of the first sneak attack. Without any expression, Xian Zhang kept his stiff face, turning a deaf ear to the enemy's words, and directly greeted him with the knife in his hand. Crack! Quan did not break. The enemy also went to the place where he should go, and there was a bright red on the yellow sand. Xian Zhang is mostly Zhong Ren's battlefield here. Like a space-based weapon, it reduces dimensionality when hitting anyone. Without looking at the slowly falling enemy, Xian Zhang's figure was scurrying around while the arc flashed. What? When the surrounding sand ninja met the desperate god of death, they covered their throats one after another, and then they were patched by the Konoha ninja, killing him directly. The helped Konoha ninja nodded to Genzo and continued to join other battle groups. This is a continuous battle, far from over. Thinking of this, Xian Zhang looked at the far end of his line of sight, where Dashi Pil and Luo She fought. The flying sand blocked his sight, but the violent vibrations let him know that the battle over there was not easy. Although he was able to master the situation here, he did not have the strength to intervene there. This battle depends on the situation of the Ashi Maru. If you win, it will be beneficial. If you lose, you will be in a mess. As the general of this battlefield, Ashi Maru is the backbone of everyone, but Luo She is different, even if it is the enemy. Ying, but still a rising star, is far from reaching the level of Dashi Wan, and Shinobu can accept Luo She's defeat very well. Xian Zhang was thinking while fighting. Xian Zhang, go east, leave it to them here. After continuing to chop down a few middle and lower ninjas, Xian Zhang heard Uchiha Lin's voice. There is the battlefield of Shangnan. Our Konoha Shangnan troops are under siege and need support. When the voice sounded again, Lin threw down Xian Zhang and headed east, and many powerful Zhongren and Shangren around were also slowly leaning over there. Lightning suddenly appeared, and the electric arc was circulating throughout the body. Xian Zhang maintained the most basic state of Lei Dun Chakra, but was covered with a layer of electric current to stimulate the body cells and maintain their activity. Base, the shoes under my feet are rubbed on the sand, bringing up the yellow sand. The figure shuttled through the crowd, and the sand ninja who encountered could not withstand Xian Zhang's attack, and in a blink of an eye, a place of wailing enemies was left behind. Kill these sands. Xian Zhang's attack made the Konoha ninja breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure on his shoulders instantly disappeared halfway, and then his eyes glowed with green light staring at the enemies who were still lying on the ground and did not die immediately, but had lost their combat effectiveness. Without paying attention to the fate of the sand ninjas lying on the ground, Xian Zhang continued to move forward. There were still a lot of sand ninjas around, but the pair of eyes with Xian Zhang went straight back, unwilling to fight with him. Instead of chasing the retreating sand ninja, Xian Zhang also wanted to reach the battlefield mentioned by Lin as soon as possible. Going to the ninja battlefield is also the key to determining the trend of this war. The ninjas here, to say nothing, are all cannon fodder and toolmen. The current on the knife did not stop, nor did the footsteps stop. The ninjas here knew that Xian Zhang was not an easy character, and there was no one who didn't open his eyes to stop him. After all, this is a battlefield for tens of thousands of people. The battlefield is much larger than Xian Zhang imagined, and the battlefront is extremely long. Before he arrived at the Shang ninja group that Lin was talking about, Xian Zhang's ears thought of a very energetic voice. Konoha's ninja, the victory of this war, as you have seen, will belong to us. Wishful thinking, Cheyenne bug. Konoha will never lose this war. Don't talk nonsense, kill these Cheyenne guys. Speed solves this, Lord Ashimaru still needs our support. Konoha's ninja sneered at what Shayuki said. All of them were full of self-confidence, and the fighting spirit on their faces continued to improve. Konoha will not lose in this war. This is the concept that Ashimaru-sama instilled in them before the war, and it is also the belief that these ninjas themselves insisted on. There were at least hundreds of sand ninjas gathered around, although not all of them were upper ninjas, but they accounted for most of them, and the rest were also powerful middle ninjas, while Konoha's ninjas had only half of them, and the number was not at all dominant. Ding, boom, gorgeous ninjutsu duel, fist to the flesh of the body, are constantly staged here. Although Konoha's ninja literacy was higher, he couldn't stand Cheyenne's crowded tactics. There have been a lot of casualties in the battle until now, and almost everyone is fascinated. In Konoha's crowd, Xian Zhang saw a familiar figure. Without stopping, he followed the ninja in front of him and continued to rush over. Mizuno, is it okay? A gentle voice rang in Yueguang Genjai's ear, and a member of the Moonlight Clan, Shangren, was speaking to him. Before, with the cover of his teammates and the Moonlight Clan's profound swordsmanship, Moonlight Mizuno caught his opponent by surprise and killed two of the same level of Shinin, but he was still struck to death by the enemy and pierced the right side. A blood hole was left on the shoulder. Losing his dominant hand, Mizuno had to start to dodge. Fortunately, the enemy's weapons are not poisonous. Mizuno held a knife in his left hand, evading San Shinobu's attack, and said to the tribe who was protecting him in the gap, "Support should be here, let's hold on." After speaking, the ninja of the Moonlight Clan glanced in the direction of Xianzang. Because Xianzang and others were far away, his eyesight was not as strong as that of Round Eyes and White Eyes, and he did not see the Konoha ninja who was rushing over. "Genzo, get ready, we are going to rush in, Konoha's ninja is surrounded." The three-hooked jade in Uchiha Lin's eyes appeared, with an indifferent expression, and said to Xianzang who had caught up with him, Xianzang met the eyes of the same blood, nodded, and looked around the ninjas gathered from different places. Lay done go, wind escape big breakthrough, art fire escape ho fireball, too done too long. Before the people were in place, Konoha's ninjutsu smashed out and fell on the battle group of Shan. Court death, the Konoha guy. As soon as he approached, Yin found that there were not many Konoha ninjas coming over here, and they didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, these people dared to throw ninjutsu at them first, and the people on the side of Shan were very angry, feeling that they did not make Konoha's people feel desperate at all. Boom, boom, wow, puff. These ninjutsus weren't rushing towards people. Konoha's ninja just wanted to tear open the encircling circle of Yin, so that the Konoha ninja inside could come out or wait for others to enter. It's the support of the battlefield over there. The Konoha ninja who was surrounded now naturally saw these comrades who rushed over, and made a sound. Moonlight Mizuno's gaze fell on the thunderlight at the front of the troops, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who? Xianzang rushed in through the opening that Yin gave, and his figure fell on Konoha's camp. At this time, Konoha and San Shinobu's battles were separated, and both sides seemed to be waiting for the other's people to settle down. It's okay. Xianzang fell beside Zheng Ya, naturally seeing his injury. Humph, what do you think? Zhenjai is still interested in molesting Xianzang at this time. Withdrawing his gaze, Xianzang was not ready to answer. He saw Yueguang Zhenjai's current strength in the outside world. Boom, boom, one after another, Konoha ninjas fell, standing in Konoha's battle group, glaring at San Shinobu. Is Konoha only so many people? On the side of San Shinobu, a middle-aged ninja spoke. He should be the person in charge of San Shinobu at this time. The Konoha ninjas here, plus the ones who just came to support, are only about 70 people, and the number is not at the same level as their Shan. Science be *******D, stop talking nonsense, you're done. Yueguang Mizuno's status seems to be very high here, he said cursingly. His shoulder injury caused his body's strength to be constantly lost with blood. San Shinobu waved, and the figure began to rush over, and the dense ninjas waved their ninjas. The arc flashed, making the surrounding Konoha ninjas' eyes lit up. When did this genius pop up? At such a young age, it's a ninja? The chakra fluctuation just now made many people mistakenly think that Xianzang is Shang Ren. Xianzang's reputation is not big enough for the people on the Konoha front line to know. Many people here may have heard of Xianzang, but have not seen it, so naturally they can't talk about knowing them. Superior, kill. Konoha's ninja is no longer as full of chakras at this time as it was when the war just started, and Sandy will fight melee, so they won't be afraid. Stick, take the lead, Xianzang is fearless. The chakras in his body are constantly pouring out, even if the Thunder-Dun chakra mode is always on, he is not afraid of the enemy choosing this way of fighting. His footsteps left black footprints on the yellow sand, and Xianzang held a shinning sword with electric current, his expression solemn. Hey! As soon as the two battle groups collided, Xianzang slashed over a sand ninja wielding a sickle. The knife left scars on the enemy. Before Xianzang continued to mend his sword, several weapons appeared next to him to block Xianzang's attack. This is the battle of different levels. On the other side, the cooperation between the ninjas were not as close as these ninjas. Squinting his eyes, Xianzang withdrew his sword at the moment a giant knife arrived in front of him, flipped his body back, and stretched the distance. When the pressure came to Xianzang, he was no longer a life harvester on the battlefield. What he faced would be the close cooperation of the elites, Zhong Ren and even Shang Ren. Xianzang did not dare to relax with the three Guyu Jade running to the limit, his eyes fell on the surroundings. Xiao Lunyan stared at the ninjas in front of him, and Xianzang also felt pressure. Konoha's kid. San Shinobu, who blocked Xianzang's attack just now, smiled, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Ha! Xianzang drew a knife and slashed, facing the enemy. Ding, ding. In the face of two enemies, Xianzang did not hesitate to play his own rhythm. Speed plus strength, perfect coordination gives Xianzang the strength to suppress the enemy, even if the opponent is a well-coordinated Zhong Ren and Shang Ren. Boom! Xianzang dodges an enemy's big knife, but was kicked in the back, and he flew out directly. Hee. The ninja who wielded the big sword smiled and nodded in satisfaction for the cooperation just now. continue to maintain tactics and attack at will. The ninja who had just kicked Xian Zhang whispered to his companion. Either of the two of them would not be Xian Zhang's opponent alone, but when the two of them cooperated, they could cause Xian Zhang damage. The ninja with the sword nodded, stood in front, faced Genzo, and blocked the other ninja. Interesting. Xian Zhang saw the two people who looked a bit similar in front of him, and obviously felt that the two people had a tacit understanding that was not comparable to ordinary people. Chidori began to fill his body, and his half-short hair rose up without wind, making him look extremely majestic. Zizi. With half-squinted eyes, Xian Zhang felt that he needed to get rid of the ninja who had been hiding behind and was looking for opportunities first. Wow. The blue and white figure rushed away, making Shan'an's scalp numb with the knife in front. He could only capture Xian Zhang's route, but could not see Xian Zhang's movements. What? San Shinobu could only shout to give herself courage, and then slashed towards Xian Zhang's route. Xian Zhang slipped and fell to the ground, which could not be more than a stab in the head, but his body also came to the position of the enemy's crotch. Looking up from this position, Xian Zhang saw a pair of stunned eyes. Hey! Xian Zhang didn't want to let go of such an opportunity. With the knife in his hand, lightning flashed by. Although the enemy was ready to retreat in open space when the attack failed, he was still slower than Xian Zhang who had planned. Shinobu slashed across his waist, and the bright red blood immediately overflowed. Carefully, the ninja at the back naturally saw everything, reminded him, and rushed up at the same time. Boom! With one hit, Xian Zhang would continue to expand his advantage and take advantage of the situation to solve one. With his right foot kicked in the sand, his half-curved body instantly straightened and directly caught up with the retreating enemy. Wow! The enemy twisted forcibly, put his broad sword across his chest, and kept retreating under his feet. Xian Zhang's sword approached again, and lightning hit the enemy's weapon. Bah! Bah! The left hand stretched out, the harsh voice sounded, and the chidori came. The movement of the body gives a very high acceleration to the attack in the hand. With a knife blocking Xian Zhang's ninja sword, the enemy thought it was okay, and the companion behind him also began to make up for it, and the dazzling and noisy hand reached his chest. Do not. Although I don't know what kind of ninjutsu Xian Zhang is, Sun Shinobu knows that the power must be not small. There was a sound in the mouth, and the body began to show signs of movement. Bah! The enemy behind his eyes widened, he saw a hand emerging from his brother's back, and there was a bright thunderball in his hand, creaking. Puff! The blood flowed down the corners of San Shinobu's mouth, and red liquid began to gush out of her chest. With a slash, Xian Zhang drew off the big sword that blocked him, and Xian Zhang tightly clung to the enemy's body. His slightly thin body had just passed the enemy's shoulders, and the blood was directly splashed on Xian Zhang's body. With half-squinted eyes, Xian Zhang did not forget that there is still an enemy that needs to be solved by him, and there are also many enemies around. Bah! Withdrawing his hand, knocking down the enemy, Xian Zhang's left hand surged with lightning, evaporating the blood on it. Go to hell! Just after tearing down the ninja's body, Qunao arrived in front of him, and a pair of vicious eyes came to Xian Zhang. Ding! Xian Zhang anticipated this subsequent attack, and immediately swung the shinobi sword in front of him. Boom! Kicked out, Xian Zhang stepped on the corpse with another foot, and then counterattacked. Bah! The knife slashed into the enemy's body one after another, making a cut, and in a blink of an eye the whole body was dyed red. The anger made this enemy lose the calmness that a ninja should have. The death of his brother happened right in front of his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and the difference in strength between the enemy and us was not seen by him. The ninja lost his calm and couldn't see the situation clearly, and it came to the end of his career. Want to die? I will give you off. With a calm face, Xian Zhang stabbed the enemy's chest with a knife, and the blood in his half of his body rendered him a life-threatening god of death. Hee, you will die too. Xia Yin will avenge me. The enemy firmly grasped Xian Zhang with both hands, and Xian Zhang had cut off the previous Kiwawu. The thunder light continued to surge, and chakra's abundant Xian Zhang increased the current on the knife. There was a convulsion, the enemy rolled his eyes, Xian Zhang drew out his weapon dumbly. The battle on this battlefield is still going on, and ninja corpses can be seen everywhere, or ninjas with breath are struggling on the ground. Xian Zhang. Lin's voice sounded on one side, Xian Zhang followed the sound. Uchiha Lin is being greeted by 3 ninjas. Although he has a 3-go jade riding round eyes, he can't hold back the crowd of enemies. Besides, these 3 enemies are still shinobu. Suddenly, stepping forward, Xian Zhang rushed to Lin's side in an instant, stopped a ninja, Lin's pressure instantly reduced, and he was able to cope with ease. Sun Shinobu looked at the Konoha ninja who appeared to stop him, half of his body was covered in blood, but he looked very young. This kind of electric current made him sound from the internal intelligence of Cheyenne before, a Konoha ninja who sneaked into the hinterland and sniped the food transport team, mastered the change of the nature of the thunder attribute chakra, and was strong. Moreover, he is relatively young and uses a knife. With half-squinted eyes, San Ninja settled down. If the kid in front of him is the Konoha ninja in the intelligence, she can't hush. Ding ding ding. On the other side, Uchiha Lin had no three-person flanking attack, and he fought more and more fiercely in the fight, and began to press down on the enemy to attack. With a slash, Xian Zhang stared at the movement of the enemy's hand. Wow! The current followed the tip of the knife, extended out, and hit the enemy's body. ZZ. The current instantly made a black mark on San Shinobu, and the enemy's movement was stagnant. Court death. Chakra airflow appeared on the enemy's body, and the instantaneous eruption freed him from the influence of Xianzang electric current. A knee directly hit Xianzang, who opened the empty door. Boom! Xianzang, who underestimated the enemy, was injured. He did not expect that the enemy would still have a chance to counter him. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, his left wrist was wiped at the corner of his mouth, Xianzang's eyes were dark. ZZ. The chakra current on the surface of the body was blasting, attracting people around him to look at him. Hanging the sword to his waist, Xianzang actually gave up the shinobi in his hand and ran directly towards the enemy. Boom! With a punch, Xianzang's speed reached a new height and hit the enemy's cheek directly. The cheek on the right was directly deformed, the enemy with wide eyes was powerless, and a few teeth flew out directly. Base, frozen, Xianzang drew out the knife again, and the thunder and lightning flashed, slashing at the enemy. Ding! Kiwa blocked the shinobi. The enemy reacted after Xianzang erupted, and Xianzang's speed was just so fast that he could not react, and he could still see Xianzang's trajectory. Kiwa was wrapped in a blue chakra on it, resisting the transmission of electric current on the Xianzang sword, so that he was not affected. The eruption just now was Xianzang's increased chakra stimulation, which made the body more active. But the exhaustion at that moment was still quite large, not from chakra's side. The exhaustion of physical strength made Xianzang a momentary emptiness. Fire escaped the art of impatience. Uchiha Lin's one-shot ninjutsu broke the two ninjas in front of him, and he quickly approached Xianzang's side and rushed to the lone ninja in front of Xianzang. There was a cold sound behind him. Uchiha Lin didn't intend to pay attention, it was the sound made by the other two San Shinobu discovering his intention. Xianzang naturally saw Lin, his eyes flashed coldly, and the sword relentlessly greeted Shernan in front of him, making it impossible for him to get out. ZZ. As the current surged, cold sweat dripped on Sharon's forehead. He wanted to get rid of Xianzang's attack, but he could only do it to the point where he could resist Xianzang's attack. When Uchiha Lin came to the front, the expression on his face changed. From the beginning of the battle, he was entangled by the ninjas in front of him, which made him a little uncomfortable. Now when Xianzang came over, apart from sharing his pressure, he also showed the hope of beheading the enemy. Wow! Uchiha Lin took out kunao, waved his right hand, and kunao threw it out, blocking the escape route of the Sannin in front of Genzo. With tighter footsteps, the sword in Xianzang's hand danced vigorously, slowly cutting off the enemy's vitality. What? The enemy was struck by Xianzang's knife, leaving a hole in his right arm, instantly losing half of his combat power. Art fire escape ho fireball. Uchiha Lin, who had rushed over, used ninjutsu again, and sprayed the San ninjutsu who was chasing from behind, and with the recoil of ninjutsu, he approached faster. Shulanyan ran wildly. Xianzang no longer gave the enemy time to breathe. With another stab in his chest, the enemy's eyes began to congestion, and his expression began to panic. The wound on his body made him smell death. Stick, continue to attack. Xianzang stepped on, and he plunged directly into the enemy's arms. The enemy's kunao was drawn on Xianzang's face, just missing his neck and piercing the space behind him. Tilting his head, Xianzang clamped the enemy's hand, and the current floated on his body, passing the current along his arm to the enemy. This time the electric current was increased by Xianzang to increase chakra's output, the damaged sword, and the enemy screamed. Xianzang, who rushed to his arms, pierced the enemy's abdomen with a shiny shinobi sword. Get on the road. The voice sounded slightly, the enemy's body twitched, and his eyes began to fade. The moment Xianzang intervened in the enemy, Lin also came to his side. Kiwa scratched San Shinobu's throat, wiping out the last vitality of the enemy. Good job. Lin smiled. And Xianzang shook his head. There is still such a grabbing head? In the end, there was no victory or defeat in the battle. Onamaru and Luo She were both wounded, and both retreated. Kanaha and Sayin also gave up the deadly battle and continued to rub each other. Perhaps it was that Dashuan hadn't really reached the peak of his combat power at this time. The Luasha in Xianzang's memory should have been killed by Dashuan. Didn't expect that the two people actually drew a tie during this period? Have you thought about it, Xianzang? Lin put his hands on his chest. Well, I applied to go back to the village. The battlefield here doesn't seem to suit me anymore. Xianzang nodded. Since the battle that day ended, Xianzang had the idea of leaving the battlefield. For what reason? Injury. Lin was a bit strange. It was Xianzang who asked to come to the front a few months ago, but it was Xianzang who wanted to go back now that nothing happened. Uchiha does not want to participate in the war needs a reason. Xianzang showed a funny expression, raised his head and looked at Lin, who was one head above him. Although Xianzang is only 7 years old now, his height has reached about 1.5 meters, and his height has changed every day. Maybe it has something to do with stimulating cells with chakras every day? Xianzang didn't care about his own changes. No matter how high he was, no one would call him a kid anymore. He. Lin cocked his mouth when he heard Xianzang's words. It's okay. Shishui has recently started to pick up tasks on his own. You can be with him when you go back. Lin motioned to Xianzang and put his hand on his shoulder. I have to admit that the young Xianzang in front of him is really talented, and his strength will only be one liner weaker than his own. In a deadly battle, he will only end up losing both sides. He doesn't know Xianzang's perverted ninjutsu. Go and talk to Master Ashimaru. It just happened that he said that he was looking for you in the morning. Lin lightly patted Xianzang, then turned and left without hesitation. Standing in place, Xianzang was lost in thought. What would it be like Oshimaru to find yourself? The performance on the battlefield made Konoha ninjas who have seen him recognize the name of Genzo Uchiha as a genius, and affirmed his strength not inferior to Shangnin. Naturally, this situation was appreciated by Ashimaru after the war, and Xianzang and Ashimaru had more intersections, but it was only limited to communication between superiors and subordinates. I'll know when I go, let him go. Thinking in his heart, with the knife slung, Xianzang walked towards the tent of Dashimaru, which was a green general tent. Along the way, I also met many ninjas. Xianzang nodded indifferently. Those ninjas also looked normal and didn't feel how arrogant Xianzang was. At least Xianzang responded to them, didn't they? Standing outside the tent, Xianzang was thinking about how to make the Dashimaru inside notice him, and his voice sounded, "It's Xianzang? Come in." With the same magnetic male voice, Xianzang straightened his body. Dashiwan's tone was very flat, without much ups and downs. Wow! Pulling up the tent curtain, Xianzang walked in. It was dark, and Xianzang, who had disciple entered, was a little uncomfortable, and his eyes lost instant vision. Xianzang squinted his eyes and saw where the door was directly opposite, where there was a shadow plate sitting there. Master Ashimaru. Lowering his head slightly, Xianzang approached and stood still. Dashimaru looked at Xianzang with a funny look, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Xianzang didn't say much when looking at the pail in front of his eyes and the slightly attractive look in the Ashimaru. Xianzang still sees outsiders like this. Dashimaru watched Xianzang stop 2 meters away from him, and licked his lips with his tongue. He is very interested in this rising star of Uchiha, a younger generation with great strength and potential. Is there anything your Ashimaru-sama asked me to do? At the side of Dashimaru, Xianzang sat down on the cushion on the right-hand side of Dashimaru. I just want to talk to Xianzang, can't it? Dashimaru's eyes had an aggressive look, just staring at Xianzang directly. Naturally. Without showing a look of fear, Xianzang and Oshimaru looked at each other, seeming to see himself in his eyes. Genzo is really interesting. You were one of the people I knew in Uchiha who interested me. Now I think you are the person who fascinates me the most in Uchiha. Dashimaru made a hoarse voice and continued to smile, shaking the purple gold jade hanging from his ears as he spoke. It's an honor, Lord Ashimaru. Xianzang did not feel the pressure. There was no other strange desire in Dashiwan's eyes, only one kind of appreciation? At least Xianzang thinks so. Do you want to come over to me? Your age is just right to be my disciple. Dashimaru made no secret of his intentions. When he first met Xianzang, he said that if Xianzang could survive the battlefield, he wouldn't mind what happened. Is it okay? Xianzang looked at Dashiwan's eyes. As a disciple of 3 generations of Naruto, if you accept a Uchiha as a disciple, wouldn't it be that you included him in the Hokage series? Couldn't it? Dashiwan asked back. There was no change in his face. My lord, don't forget that I am Uchiha. Xianzang replied, with a calmness on his face that he shouldn't have at his age. Kenzo, don't forget that I am one of Konoha-sunin. Ashimaru is a bit funny. He doesn't think there is anything to consider when accepting a Uchiha family. The relationship between people who experience the Naruto family and the Uchiha family is not very good, or even bad. But who cares? He is a big snake pill. I'm very happy, but it seems that I don't have time to accept the teachings of Lord Oshimaru. Xianzang is a bit regretful. He really didn't expect the olive branch that Dashimaru threw at this time, but it did not hinder his thoughts. In this period, Ashimaru seems to have started human experiments. It seems that the 3 generations will find out after the war, leaving the village in Konoha's 46 or 47 years. Therefore, next year or the year after, Dashuan will leave the village. Well, I heard that Xianzang applied to leave the front line. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. I will help you when you need it. Dashiwan showed a deep smile, pale cheeks, golden snake pupils, and a shadow extending to the nose, making him look coquettish. Thank you, sir. Deshimaru's hoarse voice was kept in his mind, nodded. Xianzang got up and left. Ashimaru seems to have expected it? The Xianzang who turned around felt a sense of Deshiwan's breaking through everything. Those eyes made Xianzang unforgettable for a long time. It's really interesting, such a kid. Ashimaru licked his lips. He seemed to see the future of Genzo. What would happen to Uchiha like that? Closed his eyes, Deshimaru did not forcibly accept Xianzang as a disciple, and it was also his consideration. Maybe it's not the time yet? A light flashed in the tent. Xianzang opened the curtain and disappeared at the door, leaving Deshiwan alone and continued to sit quietly in the dark. Standing outside, breathing in the fresh air, Xianzang felt extremely relaxed. Deshiwan did not exert much pressure on him. What made him nervous was the burden he had imagined invisibly. Let's go. Looking around the entire camp, Xianzang felt that it was time to go back to the village to prepare something, and it would soon be Kanaha's 45th year. Do you really want to go back, Xianzang? With the knife slung, Xianzang digs out his ears with his hands, revealing an expression that doesn't care about the speaker. Hey, Xianzang, at least respect me. Samu gritted his teeth and said bitterly that he didn't know the news until the last moment of Xianzang's departure, which made him feel very strange. He didn't believe that Xianzang, who was so brave on the battlefield, would choose to withdraw from the front under such circumstances. Well, I'll leave in a while anyway. What else do you have to say? Xianzang knew that Samu had a sullen character, and only people familiar with him knew how babbled Samu was, so if he didn't plan to pick him up, Samu would stop himself. Okay. You have your plans, don't you? Samu was helpless. Several companion experiences made Samu truly regard Xianzang as his partner. He also knew that Xianzang's decision would be difficult to change. Patting Sajai on the shoulder, the two are about the same height, although they are nearly half the age. The civilian-born Sajai seems to be malnourished, only a little higher than Xianzang. Take care, I hope I can see you next time. Xianzang took a step, leaving Samu with a back, the knife dangling around his waist dragging out a long shadow. So are you, Xianzang? Sajai's voice was very small, but Genzo, who was physically better than ordinary people, still heard it. With the wounded army, Xianzang as an escort, after nearly half a month, finally returned to the village of Kanaha. Traveling still as a teenager, but no longer young after returning? Such words do not apply to Xianzang. Xianzang has only been away from the village for more than half a year. As a guard, Xianzang walked on a familiar path after handing over the task. The way home? It seems to be a little warm. Although Xianzang didn't think how long it had passed, it is really possible that what happened during this period could only be met in a few lifetimes. How many life and death experiences are not just how many lives? By the time Kanaha arrived, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and it took more than 2 hours to finish everything. When walking on the way home, the afterglow of the setting sun had already begun to sway in the world. There was no change, almost exactly the same as when he left, except that Kanaha became deserted, and there were not many people in the commercial street. Crunch. Pushing open the door of his house, Xianzang looked at the dusty house and started cleaning. Call. With rapid breathing, Xianzang held his knees, sweat soaked his clothes. It has been 2 days since I came back. Xianzang did not relax himself, and spent most of the day in the training ground of the police force. The changes in the nature of the Thunder Attribute Chakra are still only in the application of Chidori, and the power of the simulated Chidori doesn't seem to be as great as the original version. It always feels a little bit worse. Xianzang looked at the several targets in front of him that had been hit by his own attack. Xianzang, how do you feel? Akibamarai happened to be on the training ground, and after getting permission from Xianzang, he was watching. Well, it's okay. The physical exertion is a bit heavy. Xianzang stood up straight and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Using Thunder Attribute Chakra to stimulate cells is similar to Yunrin Village, and the effect seems to be good. Sen touched his chin and nodded. When chakra is sufficient, it is a very strong auxiliary means. Sen's eyes were serious. He was very concerned about the improvement of Xianzang's strength, and he made his own evaluation of Xianzang's methods. Xianzang drew out the knife stuck to the side and hung it around his waist. Has anything happened in the clan recently? Xianzang asked aloud. It's not a big deal, it's the same as before, but the Naruto elders seem to have changed their attitude towards the situation of Uchiha's inability to contribute in the war. Sen Akira shook his hand, not caring. Oh, the previous agreement is really blank. As Xianzang said, he knew that Uchiha and Kanaha had an agreement, and Uchiha could choose not to participate in the war until the moment of crisis. This is a protection policy for the Kanaha family, and the Hyaga clan also enjoys this treatment, but it is the Hyaga clan. The elders think Uchiha is so strong, but they are paddling in the battlefield. They feel that Uchiha does not consider himself a member of Kanaha. Akibamarai's tone is a bit strange. In his impression, the relationship between the family and Kanaha has never been very good. Many of the family's angry youths the home and the village are clearly distinguished. What does the captain think? Genzo knew that Mori was Uchiha Tamatake's assistant in the village, and Futake's many decisions would be discussed with Mori. What else can I do? The captain does not intend to continue to increase troops to the sandy hidden front. Isn't the Weian village conflicting with us? The captain is going to send someone there to meet the requirements of the elders. Sen thought for a while and revealed. The news has not been notified to the youth of the clan, and the captain has not yet confirmed the candidate. Well, that should be next year, too. I will have time by then, so you can count me. Xianzang smiled while rubbing the knife around his waist with his hand. Okay, go ahead if you have anything to do. Mori waved his hand. He knew that Uchiha Tamitake had looked for Xianzang before. Wiping his sweat with the sleeves of his clothes, Xianzang turned and left. On the other side of the training ground, there are still several police force members practicing. They are not on the front line, and the Zishui out mission has not yet returned. Walking with small steps, Xianzang controlled the rhythm of his body. His breathing slowly adjusted to normal, even his sweat was diminishing and his physical strength was quickly recovering. The physical quality of this body is very good. After chakra stimulates cell activation, it also improves greatly, and it recovers quickly after training. Thinking of Uchiha Tamitake who came to him before, what seems to be the matter? At the moment, Fuyu was still in the office here and did not leave. Yeah. Genzo stood still as he knocked on Uchiha Tamitake's door. Come in. The mature voice sounded. It was the kind of thick and steady feeling. Team leader. Walk in and stand a few meters away from Fuyu. It's been a few days since I came back. How do you feel? Xianzang's current strength and talent had already taken a place in Fuyu's heart. Out of his appreciation for the younger generation, he did not go directly to the subject. Naturally, the village feels a little more reassuring, but it's not enough if it's too easy. Xianzang thought for a moment, and his tone was more relaxed. Seeing the letter from Lin, your expression on the battlefield is very eye-catching. You don't have the name of Uchiha. Speaking of this, Fuyu's tone was a bit high, and he seemed to have a feeling of pride. His own people have won glory outside, and as the current patriarch, he naturally has light on his face. What are your plans for coming back this time? With his hands resting on his chin, Fuyu leaned half of his body on the table, his eyes falling on Xianzang. If you take a few days off to pick up the mission, the battlefield does not plan to go again in the short term. It is not yet time. Xianzang stared at the table and looked up at Fuyu as he spoke. Also, although Konoha is now in wartime, after all, the village still has large and small tasks, and many families have quotas for tasks. Uchiha Tamitake nodded and leaned back. Zishui is back today, you can go and meet each other, after all, it's been a long time. Smiling, Fuyu reminded Xianzang. Then there is nothing else, I will go now, Captain. Well, go ahead. So you just came back directly like this? Zishui is a bit strange, it's not like Xianzang who called to go to the battlefield before. Otherwise? Is there to keep it for the new year? Xianzang shook his head. His current height was a bit higher than Zishui, giving Zishui the feeling of meeting his elder brother. Did something happen? Zishui asked cautiously, glanced around alertly. Shisui, what do you think of the war between Konoha and Sajayun? Konoha will definitely win, it's a matter of time. If there is only sand hidden, Konoha will surely win the game. Xianzang and Ji Shui were sitting on a long chair by the side of the road, Ji Shui sitting side by side, while Xianzang leaned loosely. After thinking about it, Xianzang continued. The village asked us Uchiha to send soldiers instead of doing what we did before. Zishui frowned. He knew the agreement between the village and the big family, and also knew that the current situation of the battle did not seem to be as necessary. Mist in the east has been a little restless recently, and so is Iwaigoro. Konoha's current situation is not optimistic, and Uchiha's contribution is understandable. Shishui expressed his opinion. Don't talk about this, these are not what we have to consider, let's hand it over to the senior management and the captain of the clan. Leaning his head on the chair and spreading his body on it, Xianzang's voice was a little helpless. Although his current strength has been greatly improved, he still has no actual rights, and his age and qualifications are there. This time there was a mission to escort a minister of the country of fire to the country of Tango, and Yunran was also encountered in the middle. Shishui talked about his mission this time. How? Xianzang asked. He didn't know if Union Village was also planning Konoha during this period. Didn't they remember that they had a fight with Union first? Shouldn't it conflict with Konoha at this time? The people of Yunran are also escorting their Minister of Thunder for a visit to Unokuni. Hearing this, Xianzang had an idea in his heart. At this time, Yunran is visiting Unokuni. Is he trying to borrow it? After thinking for a while, Xianzang didn't say what he thought. The people in Yunran village look very good, and they feel that they are all good at using knives, but they are a bit dark. Zishui continued. In the Yunran team he had encountered before, 3 of the 4 were carrying knives. Union Village is a martial arts village. Many ninjas are good at using swords and thunder. Having said this, Xianzang paused. This description seemed to be very close to himself. They also have a widely spread ninjutsu, which makes the physical fitness of the ninjas in their villages generally higher than that of other ninja villages. Hearing this, Zishui also glanced at Xianzang strangely, and Xianzang also found that these descriptions were closer to him. Yunrinken's fighting style is indeed very close to Xianzang, but their system is more complete. Xianzang is only imitating what he thinks is good based on his own memory and understanding. I have to rest for a few days when I come back this time. Although this mission didn't encounter much danger, it was so many days after I went out. It was very tiring to keep that tight posture all the time. Zishui rarely showed such an expression. He half relaxed. Then I'll go back first. Do you want to have a meal at my house? Xianzang stood up. It was late, and he was going to go back. Okay. Zishui's spirit came, and followed Xianzang to stand up. Then go. Do you want to go back and tell your mother? Xianzang nodded. No, I met my father when I went back to the village to hand in a mission, and told him I'm looking for you. Zishui thought for a while and shook his head. Can. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and stopped struggling with this question. What is the battlefield like? Xianzang. Walking on the road, Zishui suddenly asked. When I saw Xianzang again today, Ji Shui noticed the change in Xianzang's body, which became deeper, which invisibly put a lot of pressure on him. Far more cruel than the mission can be abandoned, and the enemy can only be killed or killed by the enemy on the battlefield. There was a hint of cold around his body. Xianzang slowed down, as if he was reminiscing. I should be on the battlefield next time. Zishui looked ahead. It will be a very good experience. Xianzang put a hand on Zishui's shoulder, leaning close and talking. At the dinner table, the two finished a large bowl of braised pork and a large plate of seaweed rice balls. Zishui said goodbye to Xiang Po and Xianzang, clutching his swollen belly, and went home. The quiet days will not last long, and this time when I returned to the village Xianzang just felt that the war with Sheyin would continue for a long time, and there was no point in continuing to stay there. Next year is Kanaha's 46th year, and the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, which has a strong history in the history of ninja, should have appeared at that time. In other words, after staying in Uchiha for so long, it seems that Xianzang hasn't seen his impressive senior yet? Where is Uchiha belt soil now? This big boss in the future should also be forbearing during this period, right? In the silent night, time slowly passed away, and the light of dawn was about to shed on this earth. Ding! Clang! Boom! Boom! The two figures are constantly intertwined, and sparks continue to burst. Whoo! One of the figures was knocked into the air and quickly fell to the side. Boom! The figure fell on the ground and dust was everywhere. Ahem! The sound of stop water sounded. Xianzang, why is your speed so abnormal? Zishui touched his chest and stood up, his tone a little helpless. In the past 2 days, the two of them had time to practice together. Of course, most of the time Xianzang was crushing Zishui, unless Xianzang was honing some aspect of his own ninjutsu, such as the instantaneous technique he learned not long ago. Okay, I didn't try hard. Xianzang stood calmly in front of Zishui, as if it was not him who had just fought. Okay, you are amazing now, look down on me. Zishui patted his buttocks and made an aggrieved look. The usual style of painting is completely different. Your instant spell is very fast, but my reaction is faster. Xianzang nodded his eyes with his index finger and motioned to stop water. I haven't figured out your ninjutsu. It feels a bit heavy on the body. As Zishui said, the two learned from each other not long ago, and Xianzang used the instantaneous technique after doing it. Shisui learned Xianzang's Thunder Dun Chakra mode, which is also a kind of ninjutsu. The difference between the two people is that Xianzang is the mastery of his very fast. Although not proficient enough, it can still be used in combat. For some reasons, Zishui has not been able to grasp the training essentials of the Thunder Dun Chakra mode, but if you have to use it, it can still be used. Use it, but according to his own statement, the body is a little overwhelmed. Maybe this is a talent, Xianzang can't explain it clearly. It's as if the instantaneous technique is not as smooth as Zishui when used by itself. Let's take a break, I have practiced all morning. Xianzang put his hand on the shoulder of Zishui, pushing and pulling Zishui to the side. You two really made me feel like I've lived in vain for 20 years. Sen was also at the training ground today, his tone a little bit sorrowful. Master Mori, don't say such things, I'm still a forbearer. Zishui said modestly that his current strength has indeed reached the level of forbearance, but he has not applied for promotion, and there is nothing wrong with maintaining such a state. I watched you two grow up. How long has this passed? Especially Xianzang. I still remember how he looked when I went to Xianzang. Sen rolled his eyes and smiled. Don't talk about it, it's time to eat. Zishui invites us to eat barbecue, should we go? Xianzang waved his hand and said to Sen with a slight smile on his face. Oh, really, I won't miss Shisui, please eat. Sen's eyes lit up, and he never invited a meal when he was still level. Today Xianzang just had a meal here, not eating nothing but nothing. What? Zishui's eyes widened and he was a little stunned. Didn't Xian Zhang just say to take a break? How did it happen? But both Xian Zhang and Sen said so. Shisui could only nod his head. Then let's go to the commercial street to eat. There is a new barbecue restaurant called Barbecue Q is good. Okay, just stop the water and lead the way. Xian Zhang blinked at Mori, followed Zishui, and walked outside, leaving Uchiha Mori who was a little confused. What does this blink of an eye mean? Sen felt that he couldn't understand the brain circuits of genius. On Kanaha's commercial street, there were not many people at this time, and the three of them quickly arrived at the store that Zishui said. Boss, first serve 50 plates of meat, and then some secret sauce, spicy. As soon as he entered the door, Zishui skillfully ordered the dishes. The boss is a middle-aged man about 40 years old, with 2 strands of goatee on both sides of his mouth, and he looks very shrewd. It's brother Zishui, find a place to sit first, and the meat will come soon. After greeting and sitting, the boss walks to the back kitchen. This store and the boss only have 3 people working on it. The boss also needs to do many things by himself. Zishui often comes here? Mori Kanshisui is very familiar with the boss. I came to eat this shop just after it opened. The sauce is very good. After Xian Zhang went to the front line, I usually eat here. Zishui touched the back of his head. The environment is pretty good. Xian Zhang also expressed his opinion. The store is not big, there are only 6 tables, and if there are more, you will know that it is crowded. The layout of the store is also very careful. Potted plants are placed in many places. There is a pond with a radius of about 1 meter in the center of the store, and several ornamental turtles are kept in it. When you walk into the store, you will feel at ease. At this time, there were no customers in the barbecue restaurant. Xian Zhang and others were the first batch, and the meat was quickly brought up. A table was densely laid out, and many meats were placed on the shelves next to the seats for several people. Xian Zhang, try it. The sauce here is very unique. Shishui put some meat on the baking tray, the aroma of the meat began to diffuse, and everyone was placed in front of a plate with sauce. It smells good. Sen put his nose on the sauce and sighed. Eat, eat, Shishui's treats are not every day. Xian Zhang didn't care about the sauce. He cared about who gave the money. He smiled narrowly while speaking, and Zishui's face turned black after listening. Ha ha. Sen was taken aback for a while, and found it very interesting. The meat was cooked in a few minutes on the roasting pan. Several people picked the meat to the plate in front of it and dipped it in the sauce, and started lunch. Don't say, the taste of Shisui is really good. This barbecue is pretty good. Sen took a bite of the barbecued meat with dipping sauce and praised. Zishui smiled slightly, and even the boss standing at the door showed a proud expression when he heard the customer say that it tasted good. Hello guests, please come in. Several people were still eating, and the boss words came from the door, and new guests came in. Did not care, Xian Zhang continued to eat the barbecue in front of him, and then added some meat from the plate to the baking tray. Xian Zhang, Xian Zhang. Zishui sat on Xian Zhang's left side, and stabbed Xian Zhang a few times with his elbow. If you want to bake it yourself, I don't have enough food here. Xian Zhang wanted to eat the barbecue in front of him. No, look at the door. Zishui whispered, explaining silently. Once again, I took a few large pieces of roasted meat into my mouth, and the strong meaty smell filled my mouth. With the chewing, the sauce began to mix with the meaty smell and echoed in his mouth. Xian Zhang raised his head and followed the light to look towards the door. There are 5 people at the door, one is the owner of the rotisserie, and the others are ninjas. And these ninjas, Xian Zhang still knows, the leading yellow hair is the next 4 generations of Naruto, known as the Yellow Flash, the Wave of Wind Watergate. Standing at the back are 2 men and 1 woman. The white-haired one is called Heiji Kakashi. He is a cruel character who can fight with anyone. The other black-haired boy with goggles is for love. Nearly overturned the future boss of the entire ninja world Uchiha's belt soil. The last woman was the love of Uchiha's belt soil. It's a coincidence, I met Kanaha Xiaoshan Tuan here. The corners of Xian Zhang's mouth raised, and his gaze was retracted. Xian Zhang, have you seen it? Shishui whispered again. I see it. Xian Zhang's tone was plain, without the surging turbulence in his heart. The leader in the front is the recently famous Bo Feng Shui Men Shinobu. The silver-haired and masked man behind is the genius of the Heiji family, Heiji Kakashi. The strength is very strong, even if it is Genzo, you may not be his opponent. At this time, Zishui seemed to be a fan and began to introduce his idol to others. I know. He stared at Heiji Kakashi, Xian Zhang's eyes narrowed. Teacher, just eat here. The environment looks good. At the door, Uchiha jumped with soil in small steps, like a living treasure. Lin, what do you think? The yellow-haired Bo Feng Shuman looked back and asked the only girl in the team. Since the soil is like this, let's eat it here. I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time, you can try it. Yeah, Yuan Lin looked at the soil with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Lin is the best. Nice. Bringing the soil looked at Nohara Lin, who was helping him speak, waved her hand and pointed her fist towards the sky. Idiot! Kakashi whispered. Seeing that someone was watching him, Kakashi turned his gaze into the store and saw 3 ninjas sitting at the table, wearing black costumes with similar styles. Kakashi saw a pattern on the back of the obviously taller ninja who was facing him. It was the same as the one on the clothes with soil. It seemed to be Uchiha. At the same time, he also saw the owner who had been looking at him before, a young-looking kid, leaning against the man's chair with a ninja sword. Xianzang nodded and smiled at Kakashi, who turned his gaze on him. He still admires Kakashi very much. He is a genius ninja who is brave and conspiring. Kakashi was taken aback, and nodded. He didn't seem to know Xianzang, but he could still see Xianzang's kindness. What's the matter, Kakashi? Have you met someone you know? Heifeng Mizuman glanced at Kakashi, then turned his gaze to Genzo's table and saw Uchiha Mori. Bo Feng Shui Men Shinobu, you come here to eat too. Akibamarai also felt the gaze behind him at this time, and turned around, and saw the Heifeng Mizuno gate standing at the door. Then let's go in. As Bo Feng Shuman said, he walked in. Yes, Sen, you are here too. Bo Feng Shuman walked over, a warm voice sounded, and a gentle smile on his face. Similarly, as Kanaha Kamanenho, both have faces and faces, Uchihasen and Heifeng Mizuman will inevitably have social relations, and they naturally know each other. The grilled meat in this shop tastes pretty good, you can taste it. Sen leaned his body on the chair and leaned sideways. Then we must try. Heifeng Mizuman nodded, and at the same time politely smiled at Genzo and Zishui, who were sitting across from Mori. I have to say that Bo Feng Shuman is really friendly, and Xianzang has a sense of closeness when he looks at his smile. Hello, Bo Feng Shui Men Shinobu. Zishui stood up and bowed politely. He had heard of Bo Feng Shuman's deeds a long time ago, and he admired that a commoner could do this. Encountered now, naturally I can't hold back the surprise in my heart. Hello! Shishui's excitement made Bo Feng Shuman embarrassed, and he quickly waved again. Sit here, next to Mori Shinobu. Bo Feng Shuman turned his head and motioned to Kakashi and others to be at the next table. Master Mori, bring the soil over and greet Uchiha Senator as a member of the Uchiha family. He still knows that Uchiha-sen is the right and left hand of the current family patriarch, a powerful and young ninja. As for Genzo and Shisui, Uchiha is so big and has a large population, and not everyone can recognize them. Ah, hello! Sen nodded. He had a little impression of the child in front of him. It seemed that Zhong Ren was promoted not long ago. Lin looked at Xianzang's table curiously, and found that these 3 people had very special feelings, especially the ninja who was holding the knife near his feet. The beast instinctively told her that this person is very strong. He is younger than us. Lin looked at Xianzang. Boss, 30 plates of meat. After sitting down, he brought the soil to expose his nature and yelled. Okay, guest, wait a minute. After the boss agreed, he ran back quickly. Keep on eating, such delicious meat is not something you can eat every day. Xianzang retracted his gaze and pulled Shishui to sit down. Bo Feng Shuman smiled, and sat down at his own table, and did not continue to communicate here. Teacher, are they? As soon as she sat down, Lin asked in a low voice, with curiosity in her eyes. Kakashi was also listening with her ears sideways, only looking at the back kitchen with sloppy eyes. That's Uchiha Mori, the upper ninja of the Uchiha clan. I am not very clear about the other 2. They should be Mori's younger generations. It seems that they are not bad. After Bo Feng Shuman finished speaking, he nodded friendly towards Xianzang's table. Xianzang's appetite has been getting bigger and bigger recently. He ate nearly 30 plates of barbecue for 50 plates of barbecue, which surprised the people around him a bit. Fortunately, Zishui ordered 50 plates, otherwise it would not be enough for 3 people. Satiated with wine and food, Xianzang drank the beverage presented by the boss, a kind of herbal tea, and sat in his seat. Bo Feng Watergate, then we'll go first. Sen stood up and said goodbye to Bo Feng Shuman. Okay, Sen, you go first, we have to eat for a while. Bo Feng Shuman smiled, put the chopsticks in his hand on the table, and raised his head to answer. Ah, it's delicious. Bringing soil and making a delicious pig cry, Kakashi hid away without leaving a trace with a look of disgust. Kakashi, when can we communicate? When passing by the table, Xianzang's hanging sword hung around his waist and said to Kakashi. Kakashi stopped his hand, looked up at Xianzang, and nodded slightly. He didn't know Xianzang's strength, but he was completely worthy, and it was only a courtesy to respond to Xianzang. Go, Shishui. At this time, Zishui is still giving money at the counter. It seems that the wallet has been emptied. Following Mori, Xianzang walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Zishui paid the money, and before leaving, he nodded again at the Bo Feng Shuman table and chased it out. Wait for me, Xianzang. Zishui? Xianzang? Bo Feng Mizuman retracted his gaze. These 2 names seemed to him a little impressed, and they belonged to the genius ninja who graduated early like Kakashi. When he turned around and continued to eat, he was very gentle, chewing slowly, and he felt like a scholar. Xianzang, how do you feel? On the road, Sen's tone was calm. Kakashi? It's really strong, but it's almost. Xianzang knew that Sen asked Kakashi, and he answered truthfully. After all, the Shangren killed on the battlefield can't be counted with one hand. Kakashi, who was only Zongren during this period, is naturally not enough in his eyes. Oh? Xianzang, don't be arrogant, the other party also has the name of genius, you can't infer it with common sense. Sen smiled slightly, his body relaxed, and his tone was a little teasing. Kakashi was born in Konoha in 34 years, 4 years older than Genzo, and his reputation for genius predates Genzo. Is Xianzang so good? Zishui couldn't help asking. He didn't know what Xianzang did in the battlefield. He only knew that Xianzang performed well on the battlefield. He knew nothing about other things. He didn't ask Xianzang, and Xianzang didn't bother to tell him. It's so, Zishui. Xianzang shook his head and walked among the three. Zishui tilted his head and looked at Xianzang and Mori, but did not continue to question. Go back and continue training, it will be a new year in a few days, and you are almost ready for a mission, Xianzang said as he walked, very relaxed. It is good. Zishui nodded, but Sen didn't say a word. Back at the training ground, the other members of the police force were having lunch. Today, the food in the clan was pretty good, and it was also full of meat. Of course, the taste was not as good as what was eaten in a barbecue restaurant. Sitting on the chair, Xianzang chatted with the members of the police force for a while, then pulled Zishui and ran to the innermost training ground. Hokage-sama, this is the battle report of the Sand-Hidden Front. In the Naruto building, in the Naruto office, a ninja wearing an animal mask gives a booklet to Sarutobi Hisaki. Sarutobi shook his pipe, squinted his eyes and picked up the report in front of him. This information was passed back directly by Ashimaru. Of course, he himself also had a channel to obtain information. The more I saw it, the more surprised Sarutobi Hizen's face became. You go down first. Sarutobi nodded, and let Umbu, who was still standing in front of the table, leave. Beheaded a few Shangnin, with fewer enemies and more. Uchiha. Right round eyes 3 Guyu, 7 years old. Sarutobi Hizen captured what he thought was important in the intelligence in his hand. This Uchiha named Xianzang is the one who just applied for graduation at the beginning of the year. Remember that there is another Uchiha with him? What is his name? Sarutobi hit the table with a pipe, his eyes were deep, and the wrinkles on his face were squeezed deeper. In the recent battle report, Deshimaru only said that the battle with Sheiyin had officially turned white-hot, and both he and Luo She were injured. The information in his hand only said one thing, about Uchiha Genzo, and his appreciation was revealed between the lines. How is Uchiha? Sandame put down his pipe and rubbed his eyebrows. Without thinking about it, the three generations picked up another report that was next to them. This is the list of ninjas submitted by Uchiha Tomitake not long ago, and it is also a candidate for Uchiha to be sent to the direction of Wien in the next year. Due to the pressure of the elders, Uchiha sent a team of nearly people this time, almost 2/3 of the number of ninjas in Uchiha's current village. The eyelids were drooping, and the eyes of the third generation fell on it, not knowing what they had planned. Crunch! The door was pushed open directly, and an old man with a bandage wrapped around his body and sticking a cane walked in. Sandai raised his head, his eyes were a little puzzled, and there was a hint of anger in the depths. Sun slash! As soon as Danzo came in, he went straight to the third generation. Putting down the documents in his hand, Sarutobi Risen leaned back and took the pipe in his hand. What's the matter, Danzo? The tone was not good or bad, and the three generations took a deep breath. Has Uchiha's list been handed in? Danzo put his hands on the cane and stood in front of the table. This is the Hokage office. The three generations felt a little restless and calm. Danzo's attitude of not treating him as Hokage made him very angry. Well, I just want to see that list. Danzo also realized his attitude and lowered his head. Ha! Three generations tossed the list on the table and continued to smoke the pipe in his hand. The smoke began to hide him. Danzo caught the list and began to scan the things on it. After a while, he saw the person he was looking for. Uchiha Genzo. I want to recruit this guy named Uchiha Genzo to the route. After a pause, Danzo spoke out his thoughts. Impossible. You need to know what his identity is. The third generation exhaled a puff of white smoke, and the tone was a little helpless. What about Uchiha? The people who want the roots never get it, and the roots are indeed a Uchiha family member. Tuan Zhang's tone was a bit tough. He had already learned about Xian Zhang's entire experience in the root information, and he even understood Xian Zhang's talent even more than three generations. Don't think about it. The Uchiha family won't agree to it. Three generations refused, and began to think deep in their eyes. You can think about other people, so be it. Three generations waved and picked up the other documents on the table. Humph! Clouds flashed in Danzo's eyes, and his face was a little unwilling, but as the root of Kinoshita, how could he give up? 3 generations refused to recruit Xianzang from his face to his roots, but did he have other means? Although he has never liked the Uchiha family, it does not prevent him from finding a useful tool. Yeah. The sound of the crutches drifted away, and Danzo felt that his body was getting worse and worse, and the previous hidden injuries were beginning to torture him now. It seemed that the cooperation with that person was about to start, and Danzo made a decision in his heart. The afternoon time ended very quickly, and Xianzang and Zishui's paired exercises were also very effective. My understanding is gradually strengthening. Zishui, I will go back first. Xianzang hung the knife around his waist casually, and walked outside, leaving a weary water stop. The whole afternoon of training made Zishui feel physically and psychologically exhausted, and Xianzang's personal strength made him feel that he would never be able to catch up in his life. Well, you go first, I have to wait a while. Although tired, Zishui waved his hand. It was already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky began to darken. After all, in winter, the weather was still a bit cold. Genzo wore a close-fitting black training suit inside, a high-neck top that is common to the Uchiha family, and the usual ninja pants underneath, so he walked slowly on his way home. Soon, Xianzang turned into a dead end, and there was no one here. Come out, hidden guy. As soon as Xianzang came out of the training ground, he felt that someone was following him. Although he was hiding well, he couldn't escape Xianzang, who was naturally sensitive to chakra. Xianzang put his right hand on the knife, and the chakra in his body was surging. Ha! A figure appeared on the wall with a mask. It's worthy of being a talent that adults value. As soon as he showed his figure, the man said a thoughtless word. 3 generations or Danzo? Xianzang frowned and looked at the person in front of him. The only familiar outfit was Umbu or a root ninja. The tone should be Danzo? Thinking quickly in his heart, Xianzang's face remained calm. Who are you? Xianzang asked knowingly. He didn't show that he already knew the enemy's identity. Uchiha Genzo, I belong to the root. I represent the will of an adult and want to invite you to join us. The root ninja stood up straight, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Root? Xianzang's tone was puzzled. Yes, Kinoshita. The root ninja nodded. You can think of us as a training organization for the Anbi, which is closely related to the Anbi but does not belong to the Anbi. And the Anbi is a unit directly under the Hokage. The root ninja explained. So Hokage asked you to come to me? Xianzang pretended not to understand and asked. This question will naturally be known when you join us. The root ninja did not answer, his eyes fixed on Xianzang. How about it? He asked Xianzang in a low voice. He. Xianzang smiled and found that this root ninja brain circuit was a bit peculiar. Ha! Xianzang disappeared in front of the root ninja. What? His eyes shrank at the base and his body straightened. Do not move. A knife hit the waist, cold sweat broke out from the back of the root, and his body stiffened. He did not see Xianzang's movements at all. The slightest electric current passed through the clothes and hit the roots, making him afraid to move. I don't believe in a ninja with unknown origins, especially since he still dare not show his true colors. Xianzang stood behind the roots, whispering. The cold voice made the enemy's body tremble slightly. Go back and tell the people behind you, I'm not interested. Withdrawing the knife, Xianzang jumped off the wall and walked in the direction of home. Call. Minister Gen let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he did feel the threat of death, and he didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of this kid. Without taking care of the numb back, the roots looked at Xianzang, who had already walked out of the alley and was about to turn, and decided to return to his life. It's really interesting. Xianzang left the alley without taking this matter to heart. The improvement of his strength will definitely enter the eyes of some people, but at this time he is no longer an ordinary Uchiha tribe, and he will not act like a white rabbit when facing those people. Strength really is the prerequisite for vocalization. As long as it has a strong power, this village looks like it's singing and dancing. Dinner is eaten at home. It's good to be at home. The food you eat is not generally comparable. Xianzang muttered silently, which reminded him of the food eaten on the front line. Although he was full, the taste was far from this one. After changing his shoes at the entrance, Xianzang walked upstairs. It's the end of December, and the new year will soon be. Next year Xianzang will start eating 8-year-old food, and after coming to this world for so many years, it seems that he is becoming more and more accustomed to this kind of life. The premise is that no one will break this peace. The room was very warm, so Xianzang took off his shirt and sat naked on the tatami. The lean body was densely covered with wounds. Some were left on the task after graduation, and some were left on the battlefield. Among them, there are particularly obvious scars on the front chest, back and shoulders. Pulling out a scroll from the side, spreading it on his thigh, Xianzang's little hand opened one by one. This is the one-axis ninjutsu written by Genzo himself, which records the thunder done chakra mode from scratch. And the changes in the nature of the thunder attribute chakra. Touching his forehead, Xian Zhang began to think about the omissions above, and he was going to continue to improve the things above. This scroll was copied by Shishui not long ago, so there is a copy of Shishui, but it has no effect. Kakashi in this period should also have a prototype of Chidori ninjutsu, or has it been developed? When can I talk to Kakashi? Xian Zhang knows that his Chidori power is different from the original version. If Kakashi's Chidori power is A level, his own should be only B level, so if you talk to Kakashi, you might be able to continue to improve. With his chin supported, many thoughts popped up in his mind, and Xian Zhang wrote them down one by one, preparing to experiment slowly later. Time hurriedly flowed around. Besides calculating the time to wash a bowl, Xian Zhang stayed upstairs until midnight before going to bed. This is an empty and dark place, with intricate pipelines that can be seen everywhere, and a bridge connects two directions in these pipelines. Throat. The sound of the collision sounded on the bridge, and a figure appeared at one end of the bridge. It was impossible to see the person's face in the darkness. Mission failed. The target is very powerful, even stronger than the description of intelligence. At the other end of the bridge was half-kneeling a figure with a mask on his face. Oh, you mean it is underestimated for the elites? The standing man made a little old voice, but he was still very angry. The speed of the target is extremely fast, and the average person can't catch it. Even his subordinates have suffered a loss in the target's hands. Kneeling there, the voice of the figure is low, reporting truthfully. Yeah, go down. Yes. At the end of the conversation, there was a figure missing on the bridge, and tranquility was restored here. Uchiha Genzo? Hey, the old man is more interested in you. What will be the secret of the Uchiha family? The faint light passed through the gaps in the surrounding pipes, hitting half of the Black Shadow's body, revealing the bandaged face. I woke up naturally when I fell asleep. Well, it's been a long time since I slept so comfortably. Simply solved the breakfast. Xian Zhang opened the door and left. Youth is blood. Hey, Dad. Xian Zhang looked at the scene in front of him a little dazedly. After he went out, he did not go directly to the training ground, but walked to Kanaha's commercial street, ready to buy something to train. After all, I'm going to visit Uchiha Tamate's house at noon. It's always bad to be empty-handed, isn't it? Let's run around Kanaha. Run to the end of youth. The two green figures staggered Xian Zhang and rushed out. When the larger one was still passing by Xian Zhang, he gave Xian Zhang a thumbs up. This is Dai Kai and his son? When his eyes caught up, Xian Zhang could only see the dust-filled. Kanaha seems to be close to sanitation workers, and it can be developed in the future to alleviate the problem of layoffs. The flying dust made Xian Zhang hard to complain. Withdrawing his gaze, Xian Zhang continued to walk forward. Kai and his son did not disrupt Xian Zhang's plan, so he continued to choose gifts for the visit. Finally, after picking it up, Xian Zhang bought some cakes for Fuyu and Mikato, who had never met. Before leaving, he thought that the attaché of this period should be 2 or 3 years old, so he went to the weapon shop to carefully select a short knife. The appearance and style are somewhat similar to the one he bought at the beginning. Things are not expensive, anyway, it is the mind, meaning there should be no problem. It was another morning of training, sweat was swaying, and Zishui did not come all morning today, so the target of Xian Zhang's training has become other members of the police force. The difference in strength made Xian Zhang unable to let go of his hands and feet at all, but it also happened to give him a chance to hone the instantaneous technique. Xian Zhang. Sen's voice rang from the sidelines. The moment Uchiha Koji's sword came in front of him, Xian Zhang's figure disappeared instantly and suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! One leg was pressed on Uchiha Koji's shoulder, suppressing him and half kneeling in place. Let's stop here, I'll go over there and see what's up with Senior. When Xian Zhang heard Uchiha Sen call him, he didn't intend to continue the fight, and said to Uchiha Koji. Among the members of the police force, Uchiha Koji's strength is among the top few behind Genzo and Shisui. He happened to be in the training ground today, and Genzo pulled him over as a training partner. Okay, you are a pervert, I don't know how to improve your strength, so strong. Koji rubbed his shoulders just now, shaking his head, with a wry smile on his face. Well, I passed. After patted Koji, Xian Zhang turned and walked towards Mori on the sidelines. What's the matter, Sen? Coming to the front, Xian Zhang held the knife around his waist with one hand, and raised his head to ask. It's nothing, just talk to you. Today's Akipomori is a bit coy, and his face is a bit abnormal. You said, don't grind. When Xian Zhang looked at Sen, he suddenly wanted to laugh. I never saw him look like a big girl, so I couldn't say clearly. Oh, that's it, you are still young and don't understand. Sen's face was a little red. You mean? Xian Zhang is a bit strange. It's the first day of the new year. I get married. When that happens, you remember to have a meal with Shisui. Sen was a little embarrassed at first, but finally finished speaking under the pressure of Xian Zhang's eyes. That's it? Xian Zhang asked rhetorically. Well, that's it. Sen looked at Xianzang, who seemed calm, and thought that Xianzang might still be too young, and he didn't know what it meant to be married. Alright, I will definitely come. But why did you get married so suddenly? Xianzang stared at Mori, and he never heard that Mori has a girlfriend. Jedi, the girlfriend of the Uchiha family was assigned a bag? No, the family is in a hurry, and I have been with Maiko for a few years, so it's time to get married. Sen rubbed his face, a little embarrassed. Isn't the clan going to continue sending people to the battlefield next year? I will definitely go this time, so. Sen did not continue. Well, where's Lin? Xianzang cared a little about Linear. After all, he knew Lin was Sen's younger brother after he was familiar with him. Should Sen be married to Lin, right? Lin's battle is more urgent, so I shouldn't come back. That's fine, I'll pull up all the police officers to give you a happy celebration. Nothing else. I'll go back first. I shouldn't come to the training ground these days. Sen turned and left, lowering his head. I didn't expect Sen to be so shy. He usually looks like he's mastering everything. Shaking his head, Xianzang was also preparing to leave the training ground. After taking a shower in the lounge, changing into clean clothes, and taking the things I bought in the morning, Xianzang left here. The weather today is pretty good, the sun is shining, and it is very comfortable to illuminate people in the winter season. The family land of the Uchiha family is still very lively, and Genzo walking on the street can feel the vitality of this family. Yeah. When he reached the door of Uchiha Tamate's house, Xianzang knocked on the door. In other words, the patriarch's house is different, the doors are all this big. Xianzang stood at the door, sighing in his heart. Compared with his family here, it is not at the same level at all, it looks like a big family. Who are you looking for? A tender and crisp voice sounded behind Xianzang, and Xianzang turned around. Early in the morning, he felt that when he knocked on the door, there was a footstep approaching behind him, but he didn't care. After all, the place where he was standing still belonged to the area of the street, and the people coming and going were normal. Looking at the half-meter-high boy in front of him, Xianzang vaguely saw the shadow of the captain from his small appearance. Is it Itaki? Xianzang smiled slightly and squatted down. Do you know me? Itaki appeared thinking, but he was sure that he didn't know the people in front of him. Hello, Itaki, I am your father's subordinate, and I specially came to visit your father today. Although Xianzang was only 7 or 8 years old, he was totally unable to associate him with a child just by his appearance. Reaching the top of Itaki's head, Xianzang was about to come and kill him. Forward. Seeing that he touched his empty hand, the heir was very embarrassed, and Itaki also took a look to prevent bad people, and stepped back a few steps. I really am. Xianzang retracted his hand and wanted to explain. Crunch! The door was opened. Xianzang, came here so early? Fuyu's voice sounded, and Itaki's eyes lit up, and he ran around Xianzang to Fuyu's legs. Father! Team leader! Xianzang turned around and nodded, all the embarrassment was gone. Well, come in quickly. Fuyu waved his hand, then put his right hand on Itaki's head and kneaded it a few times. Itaki also followed Xianzang. Don't go out and run around. Today, your brother Xianzang is a guest at our house, you have to learn to entertain guests. Fuyu flicked Itaki's forehead with his fingers, his tone was relaxed. Oh, Itaki nodded sensibly, his eyes staying on Xianzang for a moment. Then he walked to the living room, Xianzang still holding a gift in one hand. No, Captain, don't dislike it. Handing Fuyu the pastry he bought, Xianzang smiled, showing an embarrassed expression. Hee, come here and bring any gifts. Fuyu couldn't help but say, and took the gift package from Xianzang's hand. Arranged Xianzang to sit on the chair, Fuyu unpacked in front of Xianzang. Oh, Osmanthus cake from the commercial street. Your Aunt Maiken likes this the most, I'm interested. Fuyu smiled happily and sat next to Xianzang. Itaki, this is for you. Although Itaki had refused Xianzang's head, but the gift was still indispensable. He handed the remaining box to Itaki, and Xianzang smiled slightly. What? Itaki hadn't reacted yet, and his handsome face was full of surprises. Itaki, not going on yet. Fuyu watched Itaki for a long time without any action, his tone increased, but he was only urging it. Oh, thank you Xianzang. Brother Xianzang. Itaki took Xianzang's gift with both hands, and finally bowed. Do you like it? Xianzang nodded. It is good. Itaki also found a chair, climbed up, and unpacked it in front of everyone. Wow! At this time, Itaki was really still a child, and the surprise on his face could not be concealed. He took out a shinobi sword as long as his arm from the package, and his mouth opened into an O type. Hee. Fuyu saw that it was a knife and smiled at Xianzang. This knife is still a kind knife. When Itaki is a little older, I can open the front. Xianzang pointed his finger at the blade. Okay, thank you brother Xianzang. With a crisp sound, Itaki nodded and jumped off the chair with the knife in his arms. Throwing a sentence of I'll show it to mom. Itake disappeared into the living room. Only Xian Zhang and Fuyu were left here, and the atmosphere suddenly became different. Xian Zhang. Fuyu smiled and leaned against Xian Zhang. Captain, you said, I'm listening. Xian Zhang knew that Fuyu found him today not only for a meal, but also for other things to do. You are currently the most talented ninja in the Uchiha family, and a subordinate I can trust. Fuyu's voice was low. Sitting up straight, Xian Zhang listened to the next words. The Uchiha family situation is getting more and more embarrassing in Konoha. With a wry smile, Fuyu's eyes fell on the table, as if reminiscing. I think that in those days, the ancestors and the first generation jointly founded Konoha, and now it has only been a few decades, and we Uchiha have mixed up to this point. There is a hint of helplessness in the tone, but it is more of a melancholy. Captain, don't mind, this result is not what we want. Xian Zhang saw Fuyu's thoughts and seemed to blame himself for all of this. Nowadays, Konoha large and small families have their own position in Konoha, only Uchiha, who seems to be drifting away from the center. Although Uchiha bears the name of a security team, it is a useless name. In peacetime, the garrison guards the door. In emergency, everything is the secret part. We are just assisting them. The garrison is a joke from the beginning. It seems to be a comfort to us from the top. Having said this, Fuyu's tone increased, and his right hand began to squeeze tightly. I understand this situation. Xian Zhang knows the current family situation better than Fuyu, and it will take a few years to wait for the Nine Tails incident. After that, Uchiha would even reach the bottom of the valley, and there would be no sound in Konoha. So, I don't know what will happen in the future. Fuyu said so much, it seemed to feel a lot easier, and his body tactically leaned back. Anyway, we will stand with the family. Xian Zhang nodded and leaned forward. I am really happy as the patriarch to see talented and responsible juniors like you. Fuyu put his hands on both sides, his tone was cheerful. Itake, why are you hiding there? I can't come. Fuyu tilted his head to the door. Just come. I saw Itake showing a small head at the door, and the knife was still in his arms. Jumping in, Itake first leaned on Fuyu's side and whispered, then ran out again. Fuyu's face was as usual, and Itake said in his ear just now, I will stand with Dad too. Get ready, have dinner. Fuyu picked up the sweet-scented osmanthus cake that had just been placed on the table, put it aside, and greeted Xian Zhang to go to the restaurant. Worthy of being a big family, the place is big. This is Xian Zhang, come sit down. After coming to the restaurant, Xian Zhang saw Uchiha Mikato who was busy, and Itake, who was running with short legs. Hello auntie. This is the first time Xian Zhang has seen Mikato, and he has not seen it outside. Hello. Mikato put a dish on the table, combed a strand of hair behind her head, and responded to Xian Zhang. Sit down, treat it as your own home. Fuyu waved his hand. A few people sat down and started to eat. For a meal for 4 people, the table was full of dishes, including shrimps, fish, and various vegetables. Auntie is so good at craftsmanship. After eating an arm-sized shrimp, Xian Zhang made a thumb. Eat more if it tastes good. Row. Xian Zhang nodded, he didn't intend to be polite. The opportunity to eat big money is not every day. Fuyu and Mikato looked at each other, and Itake was also at a loss with the last shrimp. The dishes on the table in front of him have been swept away, and most of the dishes have entered Xian Zhang's belly. Haha, it's delicious. Xian Zhang patted his stomach, not treating himself as an outsider at all, without a trace of restraint. Haha. Fuyu said haha, he didn't know what to say, he didn't know that Xian Zhang had such a big appetite. Fortunately, Mikato made more dishes because of the guests today. Is Xian Zhang full, auntie, do something more? Mikato was also a little confused. Fuyu said before that a 7-year-old subordinate came to visit and stayed for lunch. In order to show the pride of the patriarch's family, he deliberately increased the amount of each dish, but it seemed that it was still not enough. Mikato's gaze fell on her son, and she saw Itake holding a prawn blankly, not knowing whether to eat or not. No, I'm full, but it's been a long time since I have eaten so enjoyable. This shrimp is really delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Xian Zhang pointed his finger at the shrimp shell on the table. The shrimp meat was really smooth and delicious, comparable to the Australian lobster he had eaten in his previous life. Ha ha. Fuyu smiled kindly again, picked up the bowl, and prepared to get rid of the white rice inside. Brother Xian Zhang, will you give this shrimp? Itake stretched out his little hand, with a trace of dismay on his face. The little brother who gave him shinobi seemed to like to eat shrimp, so Itake decided to eat one less. Haha, Itake eats by himself, brother is full. Xian Zhang blushed, and let it eat by himself. Okay. Seeing that Xian Zhang really didn't intend to eat the shrimp in his hand, Itake happily retracted his hand, broke the shrimp in half, and placed it in the bowls of Mikato and Fuyu. Thank you Itake. Mikato had a gentle smile on her face. Sure enough, The family's meal is so enjoyable. Xianzang looked at the harmonious family in front of him, thinking in his heart, Xianzang, you come to my office tomorrow. I have a task in my hand that needs you to do. At present, only you and Sen are the only ones in the family I can safely deliver and have the ability to complete. Shisui's strength is still close. Standing at the door, Fuyu saw Xianzang off, and Itaka stood beside Fuyu's leg, leaning on Fuyu's thigh. Okay, Captain. It's time to move around after being back so long. Xianzang did not refuse. He knew the mission mechanism during the war. All Konoha's families would have a certain amount of missions to complete in order to provide the war needs. Although the daimyo would allocate war funds, who would dislike the money? Looking at Fuyu's expression, this mission should not be easy either. Go, Captain. Itaki, goodbye. He squatted down and touched Itaka's little head. Itaka didn't hide this time, so Xianzang tried his hand as he wished. After everything was over, Xianzang turned and left. Goodbye, brother Xianzang. Itaka yelled happily, his short legs jumped up and down, and his hands waved. He had a good sense of Xianzang, although he always wanted to touch his head. Go back, Itaki. Seeing Xianzang walking away, a thoughtful light flashed in Fuyu's eyes, and he pulled Itaka back to the house. How can the fate of the Uchiha family be reversed? Storm is coming. Fuyu feels a little heavy, and only hopes that these talented younger generations will grow up quickly. Looking at the Itaka jumping at his feet, Fuyu made up his mind. The tall Uchiha family should be there for the time being. There are always people who need to carry their weight forward, don't they? After having lunch at noon, Xianzang did not go home, but went directly to the training ground. Xianzang, can you talk about the change in the nature of Fen Jiun Chakra last time you told me? As soon as he entered the training ground, Koji Uchiha surrounded him. Uchiha possesses the rare wind attributes of the Uchiha family. Compared with those fancy tribesmen who only use fire to escape, his wind escape is more elegant. Don't you believe it? Xianzang touched his head, and the last time he gave Koji his understanding of the change in the nature of the wind attribute chakra, he was not what he is now. Hey, this is not that, oh my mistake, Xianzang. The expression on Uchiha Koji's face was first, then flushed, embarrassed. Last time, Xianzang explained his opinions to Koji, but Koji had an expression of disbelief. Can you practice with leaves? Who are you lie to? Although he knew that Xianzang had a great grasp of thunder attributes, he had never seen Xianzang use wind attribute ninjutsu, so Koji didn't take it seriously. As a result, it was boring to go back yesterday. Koji thought about Xianzang's words for a while, and started practicing with the leaves. As you can imagine, Koji burst into tears. He who has been unable to find a direction seems to see the future direction, and the road is on Xianzang's body. Hey, did you go back and try? Xianzang showed an expression of understanding. Xianzang, you are really amazing. Tell me about the rest. Okay, look at your performance in the afternoon match. Xianzang looked around for a week, but he didn't find Shishui, and smiled at Koji. All right. But you lighten it, I'm afraid of pain. I will be very gentle, don't worry. Xianzang made a vow, pulled Koji, and walked to the depths of the training ground, where there were few people. What? Boom, boom, what? F***K. In the depths of the training ground, the collision sounded one after another, without stopping, so that members of the police force at the training ground next to it showed an expression of understanding. At the same time, there was also a yearning. After all, the people standing here did not even have the qualifications to be a training partner for Xianzang. Xianzang has now resolutely become a strength standard of the police force. Only if he is qualified to serve as a training partner for Xianzang, he is a qualified member of the police force. More than a dozen members here are aware of Xianzang's growth process and have recently heard of Xianzang. The performance on the battlefield, I don't think it is shameful to aim for such conditions. No more, I can't do it. Koji held Xianzang's leg, half kneeling on the ground, a mixture of sweat and mud all over his body. Call. With a sigh of relief, Xianzang pulled up Koji. I haven't started using ninjutsu, so you can't do it. Man. Xianzang yin and yang said weirdly, only facing his companions would he have such complicated emotions. Humph. Koji didn't know how to answer, tilted his head and kneaded the muscles all over his body with both hands. That's it for today. Xianzang staggered and walked away, stepping to the side, his knife lying on the bracket over there. In the afternoon, Xianzang was honing his physical skills. 1 did not use ninjutsu, 2 did not use a knife, and 3 did not even open the writing wheel. Xianzang, Koji twistedly followed Genzo, like a child asking an adult for sweets. Promise. Touching his hand in his pocket behind his Xianzang threw out a scroll, which was his own experience summed up, combined with his own understanding and memories of his previous life. Good. Koji hurriedly caught it, with a pleasant surprise on his face. He was only planning to let Xianzang explain it to him orally. Thanks. Koji looked at Xianzang, who was hanging a knife around his waist. What? Loud. Xianzang showed a narrow expression, his eyes narrowed into a line. Thanks. Koji said it again. What are you, polite? Xianzang patted Koji on the shoulder and left here. It suits you well, doesn't it? Xianzang took a small step and left with each step. Koji stood there, squeezing the scroll vigorously in his hand, staring at Xianzang's back. The soreness of his body due to the practice with Xianzang seemed to disappear. What are you doing again? Why is Koji's expression? Just a few steps, Xianzang met Sen and asked with a weird expression on his face. What can I do? Maybe he got sand in his eyes, who knows him? Xianzang laughed and shrugged. Let's go, I'm looking for something to do with you. Sen also saw that there was nothing wrong with Koji, and asked Xianzang to follow him. The two walked to a quiet place and sat in a row on benches. Just after the exercise, his body was full of sweat, and Xianzang had no other feelings, and he leaned directly on the backrest. An accident happened to Zishui. Sen spoke slowly, staring at Xianzang to see what he did. Xianzang remained motionless, still calm, leaning on the chair. Why are you not nervous? Sen was a little speechless. He just wanted to see Xianzang's reaction, so he came over to tell Xianzang the news. Zishui shouldn't be a big problem, otherwise you wouldn't talk to me like this. Xianzang's tone was calm and everything was under control. Look at you. Mori's tone was a little uncomfortable. Let's talk about it, what's the matter? Xianzang nodded. Zishui and Shangren and the clan took on a mission together. Enemies were encountered on the way, but there was nothing serious about them and they were rescued. Mori reluctantly spoke about the situation of Shishui. And then? Xianzang didn't think that such a thing was worth coming over, and specifically talked about it. Zishui opened his eyes. Sen's tone was a little embarrassing. He still remembered that he was about 15 when he opened his eyes for the first time, and he is now 24 and is about to get married. Oh? Xianzang was a little interested in this. As a ninja, getting injured during the mission was something that he had to experience. Xianzang didn't worry about Shishui at all, but he was quite concerned about Shishui's eyes on this mission. Zishui's talent is no less than that of you, he is also a 3-go jade when he opens his eyes. Sen's tone became strange, and he looked at Xianzang as he spoke. That's right, I don't need to let him fight in the future. Xianzang didn't care, put one hand on the back of the chair, one hand waved in the air in front of him, and his leg shook a few times, looking like a B****************. Speaking of opening his eyes, Xianzang remembered the system that had never been seen. Isn't this system disposable? Xianzang thought to himself. Since you are not surprised, I will leave. There is still a big judge at home waiting for me to greet me. Sen stood up, greeted him and left. The wedding was approaching, and he was a busy man. Sen left and Xianzang was still sitting there, a little chaotic in the depths of his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Although he knows that Shishui is a genius, it is good to open his eyes at the age of 7. With Shishui who writes round eyes, it is the enemy's nightmare. Xianzang looked down at his fingers, thinking, Shaolunian will greatly increase the threat of instantaneous surgery, and this kind of water stop is even stronger. He patted the chair. Xianzang got up and left. He was going to take a bath first, change clothes and then go home, taking the time to look at Shishui. Are you gone? Well, everyone, practice. I have to take a step beforehand. Okay, go slowly. Goodbye Xianzang. Saying goodbye to everyone in the training ground, Xianzang left the police station. The time now is around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xianzang thought for a while, first went to see Zishui. Carrying the standard equipment for visiting patients, a basket of fruits, Xianzang chatted for a while with Shishui, who was full of breath in the ward. Shishui's condition is very good. He was sent back only because he was in a coma. As for the fact that he is still in the ward, Sen asked the hospital to check more before letting Shishui be discharged. After cutting an apple for himself, Xianzang was about to leave. There is no need to worry about Zishui here, and he can go back to dinner with peace of mind. Then, Xianzang will go back first. I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow at the latest. Zishui looked at the absent-minded Xianzang, sat cross-legged on the bed and said with a smile. It was his mother who took care of Shishui in the hospital, but he should be out to prepare food for him now. Well, say hello to your mother in a moment, I'll go now. Xianzang came quickly and went freely. He patted his butt and Xianzang left directly. Early the next morning, Xianzang began another day of training. He was going to find Uchiha Tommy Take this afternoon to see the task that gave him a headache. Did not go directly to the training ground in the morning. Xianzang now began to tie up the Buddha, wanting to imitate Daikai and his son, ran a few laps around the village to warm up. The day before, I was still sighing that there was no snow this year. When I got up this morning, there was a little snow in the sky, and it fluttered down on the streets of Konoha. Call, call. After running a few laps around Konoha village, Xianzang felt the soreness of his legs and feet. Although he did not use chakra to help his exercise, he still had to say a monster in his heart when he thought of the gap with Dai and Kai. After warming up, Xianzang came to the training ground. At this moment, someone was training, and Koji was chatting with a group of people with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Ahem! Xianzang made a sound, and the group of people instantly dispersed. Morning, Xianzang, early. Seeing that it was Xianzang, the boys all began to say hello. Morning, everyone. Xianzang nodded. He, who is superior in strength, is now the invisible leader of this group of police forces. No one will say, but he does exist. Koji, come here. Xianzang casually called the name and asked Shang Koji to walk deep into the training ground. Ha, me again? Koji smiled bitterly and pointed at himself, but immediately followed Xianzang, leaving behind a group of laughing Uchiha boys in place. Let's practice the knife today. Going to the depths of the training ground, Xianzang drew out the knife, slashed it a few times, and drew woo-woo in the air. The sound. Don't. With a look of lovelessness, Koji stood opposite Xianzang, and reluctantly drew out his sword. Zizi. An electric arc flashed on the knife, and Xianzang smiled like a relative at Koji. As soon as he stood, Koji felt a little unusual until he saw the electric arc flashing on the Xianzang sword. Xianzang, I think I didn't provoke you? Are you trying to kill me? Koji did not calm down, and began to jump. No, I'm simulating the battlefield for you, and your enemies won't accommodate you everywhere. Xianzang looked righteous and stretched the knife to his face, carefully observing the changes on the knife. He was looking for an arc strength suitable for Koji, which was not fatal but would definitely not be comfortable. Come on, let me see the results of your cultivation. Xianzang motioned for him to attack Koji with a swing of his left hand. Koji. Seeing Xianzang's seriousness, it didn't look like a fake action. Koji knew that he must have not read the almanac when he went out today, or that he stepped on something strange when he went out today. But at the moment when he really decided to fight, Koji stopped his hippie smile and restored Uchiha's cold face. His eyes were narrowed and then, Changshu breathed a sigh of relief. Koji rushed over quickly, his feet steady, and the chakra on his body was also very strong. Ding! Blocking the attack, Xianzang kicked Koji's chest and knocked him into the air. I want to see your results. Continue to fool me like this, I won't continue to be merciful. Xianzang straightened his posture, and the arc on the knife strengthened, causing Koji's face to flash pale. Since Xianzang is like this, I can't continue paddling. Koji showed a more serious expression and put the knife on his chest. Koji has half-length hair that is ear-long. As he started working with the chakra in his body, the hair rose without wind, and the blue chakra began to fill the knife in his hand. With his eyes squinted, Xianzang did not launch an attack. He was idle for the moment, just wanting to try Koji's understanding of his scroll. Seeing that Koji was still brewing, Xianzang was not in a hurry. After all, he only handed the things into his hands yesterday. Hey! Koji's low voice seemed to be forcibly controlling something, and as he lowered his body, the chakra, who was originally just round the ninja sword, began to show some ups and downs, and moved quickly. The blue light rotates rapidly at the blade, like a ring of gears, rotating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Interesting. Xianzang looked at the chakra gear on the Koji sword, a bit like the Asma attack he had seen in his previous life. But it doesn't seem to be as sharp as Asma? What's the reason? Staring at Koji's blade, Xianzang didn't know when he opened the writing wheel, as if he could see more clearly in this way. I'm on it, Xianzang. Sweat appeared on Koji's forehead, and it seemed that such use would not be a burden to him. Well, let me see it. Xianzang did not relax in his spare time. Koji's attack was already a change in the nature of chakra who had initially mastered the wind attribute. Although he was not skilled and not strong enough, he had taken the most difficult first step. The wind attribute is the strongest cutting of all attributes, and it is also the sharpest. Even Xianzang's thunder can't compare. But Xianzang's thunder possesses power and speed, which is incomparable to wind. Both attributes have their own advantages. Although Xianzang also possesses these two innate attributes, his strong personality made him choose thunder with more remarkable achievements. Stick. As soon as he changed his footsteps, Koji rushed forward, staring at Xianzang. He hadn't opened his eyes yet, so his eyesight was naturally inferior to Xianzang. Ding! Two ninja swords of different attributes collided, and the first collision between thunder and wind occurred in this training ground. The arcs continued to interweave. Xianzang squinted, and Shaolun looked at the place where the two knives touched. Although the arc flashes, it is difficult to invade Koji's knife, because there is a chakra undulating on Koji's knife that is constantly advancing in one direction, like a stone crusher, crushing everything in contact with it, including chakra. Gear. Xianzang nodded and made a sound. Yes, after reading Xianzang's scroll, this is an application to improve the sharpness of chakras mentioned in it, and it is also a preliminary application of the changes in the nature of chakras. It's pretty good. Increase the chakra output, and the arc on the knife is like a high-voltage electricity, making a buzzing sound. The chakra on Koji's knife stagnated, and then continued to operate after he increased the chakra, but it was not as natural as before. Boom! Koji's knife was blown away, an electric arc appeared on it, and Koji's face was also shocked. It's already amazing, how long has it passed? Xianzang didn't hit Koji, but took the knife back to his waist and patted him on the shoulder. Koji naturally knew where he was wrong, or it wasn't that he was wrong, it was just that he himself hadn't mastered it well. Picking up the knife, Koji stood in front of Xianzang again, with a firm expression on his face, without a trace of reluctance. Okay, don't you dangle in front of me anymore. I will practice for a while by myself today, and stay where you are cool. Xianzang waved his hand, as if calling a fly. Forward? Fun facts about manga. Koji broke the power in 1 second and left with his head lowered, not daring to say a few more words. Practice more. Xianzang looked at Koji, who had left by mistake, and said to him, "It is good." Koji's voice rang behind Xianzang, followed by the sound of fading footsteps. Try your previous idea today. Xianzang stood in the center of the training ground, touching the knife with one hand. Just do it when you think about it, Xianzang is that kind of actionist. How about Chidori? Xianzang nodded. Although he was able to attach the electric current to the knife and most of his body, it was the Lie-Dun chakra mode. A kind of Yanzhong is not like the original Suzuki, but an independent means of attack. In other words, the current Xianzang, in order to discharge an electric current, it needs to first embody the electric current in the body, and then slowly transfer it to other places. What Xianzang has to do now is to make Chidori flow appear directly where you want it to appear, such as arms or legs. It may sound difficult, but with previous experience, Xianzang didn't take a long time to become familiar with this mode of use, and then master it. Xianzang's arm was directly wrapped in a circle of electric current, crackling. Kick out with a flat kick, and the calf and footsteps are also entangled with electric current. Yes, not bad. Xianzang looked at it with satisfaction and seemed to have met his expectations. As soon as chakra stopped, all the electricity disappeared, and the clothes and pants were not damaged in the slightest. During this exercise, Xianzangju had forgotten the time. Although he felt that he had mastered it quickly, nearly 2 hours had passed. The sun had begun to hang above his head. Although Xiaoxiu had stopped flying, the temperature was still not high. Since he was on the front line, Xianzang began to use thunder. Often the chakra of the attribute stimulates the cells. One is to maintain the state of the body, and the other is to instantly speed up during the battle, so that the enemy can't touch his own bottom. But judging from the memory of previous lives, this method is not a good way. After all, cells have limits, whether it is energy supply or energy storage or division. Therefore, the current Xianzang generally does not use this method of injury 1000 enemies and harm oneself 800 at all times. After all, the pain of the body after use will not lie. Looking at the sky, Xianzang felt that it was quite early, so he continued to practice with the target. Xianzang hasn't given up on practicing since he learned the instant technique from Shishui. This kind of aggressive means, coupled with his own speed advantage, is simply a perfect match. Facing nearly 10 targets, Xianzang squinted his eyes and began to practice. At present, his mastery of instantaneous technique is not low, and may not be as good as Zishui, but it is not much worse. Maybe this is talent? Sometimes Xianzang would always think stupidly in his heart, but he wouldn't say it. After all, that would be too disorganized. The figure flickered around the target. Xianzang had left a fatal wound on the target, hitting all the targets. Xianzang achieved his own predetermined goal in less than 5 seconds. Time passed in solo practice, and it was lunchtime in a blink of an eye. Since I decided to go to Captain Fuyu in the afternoon, lunch will be settled in the police force. After eating a large bowl of braised beef, and then eating a plate of nearly 10 rice balls with seaweed soup, Xianzang ignored the strange eyes of other members around and went straight to Fuyu's office. He saw Fuyu enter the office there early in the morning, so he should be there now. Wandering around in the office of the police force, Xianzang did not see Fuyu, so he had to go to the office of the police force nearby. The two places were not far apart, and the office buildings were far away from each other. He showed that he had not used the garrison badge once since he received it, and walked to Fuyu's office under the gaze of a group of people. Knocked on the door. Xianzang stood at the door, waiting for the people inside to let him in. Xianzang just asked, "Fuyu is in the office right now, so there won't be any cases of running in vain again. Come in." Uchiha Tamate's voice is still so calm. Maybe this is the common characteristic of middle-aged people, right? Although Fuyu was only about 30 years old. Crunch, boom, pushing the door open and closing it again, Xianzang made a series of actions. Xianzang. Fuyu didn't think it was Xianzang, but he found the guard team here. Is there a problem? Fuyu was very forgetful, and seemed to have forgotten the task that he had told Xianzang not long ago. Putting the documents in his hand on the table, Fuyu just saw a report about the family business. The security team usually has nothing to do with him, and he has given him some minor matters to his assistant. About the mission, Captain. When he walked to the table and stood still, Xian Zhang had to remind Fu Yu. Oh, understood. Fu Yu raised his head and leaned back. Xian Zhang is ready. Fu Yu looked at the young man in front of him. Although Xian Zhang was only 7 years old and less than 8 years old, his personality could be counted as a boy for the time being. Yes. The captain can tell me the details of the mission first. Xian Zhang nodded, his expression very focused. The task is actually very simple. It is to escort an important person back to the capital. However, due to the special identity of the task target, the danger involved is not small. Fu Yu thought for a while and said, "That's all." Xian Zhang didn't believe that such a task would make Fu Yu as distressed as before. That is to say, a large number of Shangren siege targets may be provoked during the mission, and there should be nothing special about others. Fu Yu's tone was very relaxed, as if he was talking about a household thing. So, Xian Zhang touched his chin. This task was indeed a bit difficult. The mission time is still early. The target mission is still in Konoha village. It seems that you have to wait until the end of the new year before you get up and leave, so you still have time to prepare. By the way, you can drink Mori's Ziju. Fu Yu smiled and joked. You are the only one on this mission. Can you do it? The tone increased. Fu Yu emphasized again that although Xian Zhang is very talented, talent does not mean immediate combat power. Then let me know when it's time. Xian Zhang turned and left, raising his hand. This kid. Seeing Xian Zhang opened the door and left, Fu Yu touched the back of his head. Don't let me down, Xian Zhang. The look in his eyes was a little heavy. Fu Yu didn't want to give this task to Xian Zhang, but who made the only people he trusts Xian Zhang meet the conditions? The new year is coming as scheduled, and despite the ongoing wars, it still does not disturb people's festive mood for the new year. Every house is decorated with lanterns and festivities. The first day after the new year is the day Mori gets married. Early, Xian Zhang put on new clothes. The upper body is still the high-neck top of the Uchiha family that has remained unchanged for many years, and the lower part is deliberately replaced with fleece slacks with warmth function. Because today is Mori's wedding day, Xian Zhang is going to go early. See if I can help or watch the excitement. He didn't wear any weapons. Xian Zhang was lightly dressed. After all, it is someone's wedding. Bringing some strange things in the past will always make the host feel emotional. Hey, Xian Zhang. Just a few hundred meters after going out, there was a sound from behind. Yo, isn't this Koji? There is no need to look back. Xian Zhang knows who it is. After all, getting along for so long. Folding his hands behind his head, Xian Zhang stood there waiting for Koji to follow him. Hey. Xian Zhang is really early. Koji walked thiefly to Xian Zhang, still holding the dark circles under his eyes. Isn't this to go early, aren't you? Xian Zhang shrugged. I didn't even have breakfast. I just woke up and saw you passing by my house, so I just came out. Koji turned his head and pointed to a house next to him. After getting along for so long, Xian Zhang really didn't know that Koji lived so close to him. That's okay, I didn't eat it either. Let's go to the Sen's house to eat the big family. Xian Zhang smiled. Such words didn't make him feel ashamed at all. Hey, Koji nodded, agreeing. Before Xian Zhang shouted in the police force yesterday, Mori invited all the members of the police force himself, and Koji was naturally on this trip. What did you do again last night? Xian Zhang looked at Koji's dark circles under the eyes that were comparable to the strength of a human. Hey, you know, Xian Zhang. Koji touched the back of his head. Well, it's really not easy for adolescent boys. Xian Zhang naturally knew the reason, but couldn't help but ridicule. Hey, Koji didn't understand Xian Zhang's meaning. After all, he was still a baby about 11 years old. The two walked side by side towards the Mori's house, which was on the east side of the Uchiha clan, not very far from the police station. Along the way, Xian Zhang has achieved many small achievements in collecting members of the police force, and a group of people set out for today's big family. For the new year, everyone was dressed neatly, and a few of them even wore fancy kimonos because they were going to the wedding. A group of young teenagers, laughing, arrived at today's wedding scene. Xian Zhang. As soon as he arrived, Xian Zhang saw Shishui waving his hand. Xian Zhang walked over and stood with Zishui. Shishui, why is it so early? I didn't encounter it along the way, so Xian Zhang still had to stop the water behind, but he didn't expect that he was already here. Big brother Sen specially asked me to come to help earlier yesterday. Shishui held some tea in his hand and smiled. Looking around, Zishui saw that the yard here was quite large, with nearly 10 tables already set up, and all of them were filled with tea. Don't even sit down, go to the back and help. Xian Zhang yelled. The members of the police force who were sitting around a table drinking tea began to sparsely stand up, preparing to walk back. They came so early to help. It is good. Go, and see what you can eat later. Hey, go. Taking the tea from Zishui's hand, Xian Zhang pushed Zishui, go and work. Don't worry about me. After speaking, he walked towards a familiar figure, where a man in red was smiling at him. Isn't this the groom's official? Xianzang put the tea he had just brought from Shishui on the table, walked over, and said with a smile, "Don't make trouble, Xianzang. Sen is a bit serious today, his expression is very stiff, just like the feeling of wanting to laugh but forcibly enduring it. It's almost 8 o'clock, how are you preparing?" Xianzang saw Sen's nervousness, and knew that he was getting married for the first time, and he had no experience, so he began to relax the atmosphere. "Everything is ready, I'll wait for you to let go of your stomach and eat in a while." Sen's expression on his face was loose, and his tone was still very happy. "Where is my sister-in-law?" Xianzang deliberately smiled wretchedly and looked behind Senator since Sen and his girlfriend have been together for many years, and they are only officially determined today. His girlfriend has also moved into Sen's house long ago. "It's upstairs, I'll come down later." With his head raised, Sen motioned to Xianzang. Mori was the popular fried chicken in front of the Uchiha family patriarch. He was still married by many of his clan, and the seats in the yard were full. At a simple wedding ceremony, Xianzang and a group of police force members also met Sen's girlfriend as they wished. No, it should be his wife now. It was a very virtuous woman, with a gentle attitude towards others, and her love for Sen was revealed in her every move. No more, no more. Sen was filled with wine at another table. At this time, his face was flushed and his eyes became confused. Xianzang hadn't reached the age of drinking at this table, so he could only watch Sen being filled with death, and his heart was itchy. The meal took 3 full hours, and the yard after the meal was a mess. "Go, Sen, happy wedding." Konoha village didn't say that he was making trouble in the bridal chamber. After eating Fan Xianzang, he was ready to leave. The year has passed and the wine has been eaten. He has to prepare for the next task, at least to know more about the situation. "Okay, Shishui, you leave first." Sen had no clear consciousness, patted Xianzang on the shoulder, and called Shisui's name. By the side of Sen, his wife was holding him happily, and she kept nodding and smiling to Xianzang. She knew that Xianzang in front of her was a descendant that his husband trusted. Without paying attention, Xianzang and Koji left. Shisui stayed there to help. He was a warm-hearted person, and naturally couldn't bear to let Sen's family continue to work hard to clean up the venue. "Xianzang, I applied for the Zhongnan exam in the next year." Walking side by side with Koji, Xianzang heard such words. "No problem, your strength is enough." Xianzang nodded. "I don't want to be thrown too far, when will you be promoted to Shinobu?" Koji agreed with Xianzang's words and continued to ask. "Accumulate slowly, it's not in a hurry now." Xianzang didn't have any thoughts in this regard. Something like this title, without increasing his attack power, and without any bonuses, how could he secretly increase his strength to be comfortable? Gone. Saying goodbye to Koji, Xianzang continued to move forward. Time is becoming more and more precious. Xianzang dare not waste it. He must first go back to get his own weapon, and then go to the training ground. "Are you sure?" In the darkness, a gloomy voice rang, breaking the tranquility of this world. Tick, water dripped from the pipe, hit the ground, and made a sound. Yes, Uchiha has already determined the candidate for the task, and the task list has also been submitted to the Naruto office. It happens to be the goal to perform this task. The half-kneeling figure lowered its head and replied respectfully. "Continue to pay attention, I need a target date to leave the village." The other voice sounded again. With the collision of Yangya, only the half-kneeling black figure remained. Yes, the black shadow raised his head, and a mask was revealed under the subtle light. Calm was restored here again, only the tick sound of water continued to sound. An unknown storm seemed to be sweeping towards Xianzang. Xianzang knew nothing about it, but would he be afraid? The answer is obvious. Shinobu's knife clip slashed down with an electric current, cutting the target in front of him in half. Call. The electric current on the knife disappeared, and Xianzang let out a long sigh of relief. "Go back and wash and sleep, and I will officially receive the task from the captain tomorrow." After shaking his arms a few times, Xianzang hung the knife around his waist. At present, the chakra in Xianzang's body is very strong. As to how many forests, or many Shishui, Xianzang is not sure, but chakra is steadily improving every day, and he rarely experiences chakra exhaustion. Without a reference, Xianzang could only guess roughly. Daishu, lay done, right round eyes. This is Xianzang's most commonly used attack collocation, and it is also the direction of his development. Swordsmanship didn't have much effect in the later stage, but lay done in Shaolunyan Xianzang couldn't give up. The chakra attributes in my body currently still have wind and fire, and they can slowly work in the future. Xianzang thought this way. Feng Dun can be used in conjunction with swordsmanship, interacting with thunder when attacking, or to make spiral pills. Let's go and play with some balls. As he walked, Xianzang's thoughts began to take off. Xiaolunyan's current improvement seems to be very slow, but I can feel the bottleneck. It seems that there is still something. Thinking of writing round eyes, Xianzang remembered the golden finger obtained by Chuan Chuan. Where is the system dead? Xianzang's mouth was slumped, and since the opening of Sanguya Xiaolunyan has not been upgraded for a long time. Is it really a one-time system? The more I thought about it, Xianzang felt a sense of being deceived. After all, the plugin promised by the great god during the journey did not perform its due role. Xianzang used his sweat for all his strength now, so he didn't feel the slightest openness. He was really a bit uncomfortable with the profession of traverser. Forget it. After complaining for a while, Xianzang relaxed physically and mentally. The weather has been getting colder and colder recently, and Xianzang estimated that this kind of climate will continue for a while, but since the ninjutsu of Thunder Dun Chakra mode was simulated, his physique has been completely worthy of such weather changes. Back home, dinner casually dealt with the past. After the meal, Xianzang continued to practice the sword in the yard for a while, and after eliminating the digestion, he was about to go upstairs to study ninjutsu. This is some basic information of the client, which can be destroyed after taking it back and reading it. Fuyu handed Xianzang a wad of paper. The task only requires you to ensure that the client arrives in the capital safely, and you can take care of the rest. The implication is that in the mission, you only need to protect the mission target. It is good. Standing straight, Xianzang accepted the information and nodded. Boom, closed the door. Xianzang left Fuyu's office. He still needs to report to Hokage. Wearing a black high-collar jacket with a knife hanging from his waist, Xianzang walked directly into the Hokage office building. Boom, boom. Guided by a few silent ninjas wearing animal masks, Xianzang didn't get lost and successfully rang the 3-generation goal office. Come in. Some tired voice came from inside, and Xianzang pushed the door in. Master Naruto. Xianzang lowered his head when he walked to the table. The 3rd generation was still reading a document, and did not immediately answer, just pointed at the sofa next to him, and signaled Xianzang to go and sit there first. After nearly 10 minutes, Sandai breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the idle pipe on the right side of the table, and sent it to his mouth. Uchiha Genzo. 3 generations spit out white smoke and said to Xianzang. Xianzang stood up in time and said to the 3 generations, yes, 3 generations adults. His eyes were firmly in front of him. Although his body was slightly bent, Xianzang felt very tall and straight. I just graduated from Shinobu school for a year, but killed a few opponents on the battlefield, and it has a fighting power comparable to Shinobu. 3 generations dangling pipes did not prevent him from speaking slowly. Xianzang did not speak, and his eyes remained motionless. He knew that this information must have appeared on some people's tables a long time ago, which was not surprising. What a gifted child. It's rare to be so stable. 3 generations squinted, and the smoke clouded his face hazy, and he couldn't help but sigh. Fuya recommends you to complete this task. I wonder if you are sure. The 3 generations were not in a hurry at the moment, and began to chat with Xianzang. Ninjas are people who use their lives to complete tasks. I will definitely not disappoint the trust of the village. Xianzang's voice was still calm and terrifying. At this moment he became the silent ninja again. The client is a nobleman in the capital. He needs you to escort him to the capital safely. Currently, the client is in Konoha. You can find him with the power of attorney in a while and start the mission according to his requirements. 3 generations continued to smoke his big smoke, whispering. The mission gold of this mission directly belongs to the war money. Xianzang cannot get a point, which is why every Konoha cannot rush to the battlefield during the family war. Konoha will assign tasks to some families in the village so that they will not be hated by civilian ninjas without going to the battlefield. After all, they are all contributing to Konoha. But such a task should not be underestimated. Some tasks are not simple, even more difficult than going to the battlefield. The task level is tentatively set as A, although the client has confessed that there will be ninjas on the road, and there will even be ninjas. This does not mean that the village will rank it as S. 3 generations continued speaking, eyes falling on Xianzang's body. He wanted to see how Xianzang reacted. However, he was disappointed, and Xianzang was still in a calm state of listening carefully. No problem. Xianzang nodded, just listening to the introduction of the 3 generations. It seemed that he was still within his ability. This is the client's photo. He should be in the izakaya on the commercial street now, the largest one. You can find it first. 3 generations handed over a photo. Yes, after receiving the things, Xianzang bowed again to the 3 generations and left the Hokage building. Ha ha. Drink. Keep drinking. My lord is amazing. My lord is mighty. My lord can definitely drink his opponent down. Haha, it's down. Your lord has won. Come on, let's go on. Why did you get down? As soon as he walked to the door of this pub, Xianzang heard such a voice, and he couldn't help frowning. Walking away, Xianzang saw the chaotic side. A few people stood sparsely in the lobby, and more people were already lying on the ground or slumped in their seats, full of the smell of alcohol in the room. And a brawny man who was standing was holding a jar of wine and walking in the lobby with his legs swinging. He was about to fall down. Finding a clean seat everywhere, Xianzang decided to take a seat first, because he saw that the man holding the wine jar and punching drunken punches was the client of this mission. Belch. The strong man walked in front of Xianzang and burped Xianzang with alcohol, and the pungent smell of alcohol rushed toward Xianzang. Xianzang was expressionless, and looked straight at the brawny with calm eyes. Snapped. Throwing the power of attorney on the table in front of him, let the brawny man see it, and Xianzang held it down with his hands, so that the few people who were about to get together could not see the power of attorney. Belch. The burly man had his eyes on the power of attorney, and then left the table holding the wine jar. Hiccup. I'll drink here today, I'm going to rest. Next time I invite you all to drink. The brawny man turned around and shouted loudly. Although he was still drunk in his tone, he didn't seem to lose consciousness. Hiccup. Okay, my lord will have a good rest. Come back tomorrow. Go. See you another day. A few people dressed in neat dark clothes emerged around the lobby, helping those who walked to get out of the pub, and a few people who had lost consciousness were carried out by those people. As for where they were sent, Xianzang didn't care. Master Ninja, my master is going to rest. Can you change a store? This is a bit of my master's mind. A man with a mustache walked to Xianzang's table, put a money ticket on the table. The amount was not small, enough to drink an afternoon in any Konoha pub. Butler, no need. This is the ninja who took our mission. The vigorous voice sounded behind Bazi Hu, the drunk brawny. Yes. Bazi looked at Xianzang strangely, his eyes could not hide his surprise. Hello. There was still a smell of alcohol in his mouth, but the eyes of the brawny man had returned to clarity, and his drunkenness was completely gone. The izakaya has been controlled by this brawny man, and no one has unexpectedly acted as a brawny man. Hello. Standing up, Xianzang reached out and grasped the right hand that the strong man handed over. The hands are rough and there are hard cocoons on the tiger's mouth. This is Xianzang's first feeling after shaking hands. It seems that the strong man is not as simple as it seems, at least not the kind of delicate nobleman. Hey. Pulling out a chair, the strong man sat in front of Xianzang with a stabbing sting, and the ape character who stood not far behind him, keeping a certain distance from the strong man. Uchiha Genzo. I will escort you on this mission. Take a tiger in early spring. Your client. The brawny man stared at Xianzang, his eyes didn't look contemptuous because Xianzang looked young. Only you on this mission. Although Xianzang seemed very stable, it was about his own life, and he didn't dare to be sloppy in the early spring. Yes. Xianzang nodded, his face calm. What? How can Hokage be like this? Zayahu didn't respond in early spring, so the ape character who screamed. He stood by the table, his tone a little angry, as if he was blaming Hokage for being indifferent to this mission. Housekeeper. In early spring, the tiger's tone became more serious, and he was a little dissatisfied with the ape character who. Sorry, my lord. I'm impatient. Bazi who lowered his head, stepped back, and stopped talking, but still had an angry look on his face, but he suppressed it to prevent it from erupting. You should belong to the Uchiha family in the village. There were no honorifics in Zayahu's words in early spring, and they went straight to each other, but Xianzang didn't feel uncomfortable listening. Such a young shinobu? It's really amazing. Zayahu sighed in early spring. Xianzang seemed to him to be only over a dozen years old, and Shangren at this age was a genius in any ninja village. I am Zhongren. Xianzang replied calmly. He felt that there was no need to conceal it, and mutual trust was required at the beginning of the task. Zayahu heard Xianzang's words in early spring and frowned. He didn't expect Xianzang to be just a Zhongren. After all, he had already said in the mission that there was a high probability that he would encounter Shangren in the middle. Is Konoha village so weak now? Zayahu's heart became irritable for no reason. When Bazi heard Xianzang's words, his face was red again, but he seemed to have thought of something and remained still. You said your name is Uchiha Genzo, isn't it? Thinking that Xianzang was still a ninja, Zayahu suddenly thought of a small piece of information he had obtained from communicating with Konoha's ninja not long ago. Xianzang didn't say much, just stared into his eyes. The one on the battlefield of San Shinobu. Zayahu thought of that information in early spring, a somewhat incredible information. Just came back from there. Xianzang saw that he seemed to have heard some of his rumors. I didn't expect even these nobles to know. Xianzang was still a little surprised. After all, not all of his clan members knew his performance on the battlefield, and now he was actually known by a nobleman living in the capital. Then I have no problem. I hope Master Ninja will take care of you. Zayahu stood up in early spring and bowed. Bazi who pulled his beard behind. No? A Zongren just started the mission? What's the matter with your lord? Although he was a little puzzled in his eyes, his perennial obedience to orders kept him from questioning. All he had to do was to complete the instructions of the adults. Order to go down, and we will leave in the afternoon. Turning around and talking nonsense to Bazi, Zayahu hesitantly looked back at Xianzang in early spring. I can do it any time, you arrange it. Xianzang nodded and motioned to Zayahu in early spring to follow his thoughts. That's it, go and clean up. The tiger waved in early spring. Then I'll come over in a while, you guys prepare first. Xian Zhang saw that the handover was officially completed, and said to Xiaohu in early spring, okay, that. You can just call me Xian Zhang. Looking at Xiaohu in early spring, it seems that he is not used to using the honorific title of a commoner to a ninja. Xian Zhang gave a hint. Then Xian Zhang, see you later. Get up, leave the izakaya, leaving this group of people a back view. Grown UPS. After Xian Zhang went out, the 8th character who walked to Xiaohu in early spring. There is no problem with the strength of this ninja, don't worry. Xiaohu knew what Bazi who was thinking in early spring. Don't underestimate a ninja, especially Konoha's ninja. Xiaohu continued talking in early spring, and then sat there, thinking of something in a daze. 8th character who looked at the tiger in the early spring, chose to believe in his own adult, and walked to the side and told others to do something. They need to clean up, and then set off. Things in the capital can't continue to drag, and Konoha has been waiting for so long. Although Xiaohu didn't say anything in the early spring, he must be anxious in his heart. Tick, the water drops on the ground, breaking the tranquility. I have determined the target time for leaving the village, please give instructions. Next to someone else, go down. Yes, in the gloom, silence is restored again. This place is like Hangul, ethereal and unmanned. Throat, it seemed that the crutches hit the ground, the sound of footsteps echoed here, and some faint shadows also flickered in this pipe-filled space. In the 3-generation office, Sarutobi Hizan looked at the sky outside the window, smoking a large cigarette alone, filled with smoke. When he came to the pub again, Xian Zhang saw a group of people who had been cleaned up. There were nearly 10 servants who accompanied him, and there was also a housekeeper with 8 characters, and finally the client was the client. Xian Zhang. Then shall we set off? Xiaohu got into his carriage in early spring and waved to Xian Zhang. It is good. Nodded, Xian Zhang jumped and landed on the top of the carriage and sat up cross-legged. Fortunately, the roof of this carriage is flat, not the steeple in memory. Sitting on it, Xian Zhang thought of the costume film in his memory for no reason. Several servants lagged behind, and Uchiha sat in front of the carriage and drove the horse. Register at Konoha's door, and Xian Zhang and others left the village in such a mighty manner. At this speed, Xian Zhang thought in his heart that it would be half a month before he arrived in the capital. No way, Xian Zhang couldn't abandon those servants at present, so he had to sit on the carriage and practice chakra microcontrol boringly. It was noon when we left the village, and towards the east, the convoy moved forward for most of the afternoon and did not stop until sunset. My lord, will you spend the night here tonight? Bazi who bent his body, reaching out to help Xiaohu get off the carriage, but was slapped away by Xiaohu. Tell them to light a fire and cook something to eat, and then set up the tent. I have some blankets on my carriage, which I can take out. This horrible weather. In the early spring, the tiger fell to the ground, touching the horse pulling the cart while giving orders to the 8th character who, yes, I'll do it right away. 8th character who seemed to be accustomed to the habit of playing tigers in early spring, and he nodded and bowed without a single objection. After speaking, Bazi who turned and looked for the servants in dark clothes behind him. Xian Zhang, do you want to come down and rest? 8th character who left, Xiaohu raised his head and said in early spring, I'll take a look around. Xian Zhang stood up, patted the non-existent dust at the bottom of his trousers, and looked around. This is already a forest, and it is far from Konoha village. I have to say that Xian Zhang's estimation is still wrong. He thought that due to the presence of the servants behind, the speed of the convoy would be very slow, but in fact, he has to say that the people in the ninja world have really good physical fitness. The carriage did not deliberately slow down, and those servants can still run behind. Keep up. Staring at the servants for a few seconds, Xian Zhang stepped on his foot and jumped towards the surroundings. He needed to confirm the surrounding situation. Shuttle between the surrounding trees, Xian Zhang around the place where the motorcade camped, confirming the situation one by one. My lord, sit down. 8th character who had already arranged according to Xiaohu's orders in early spring. At this time, I didn't know where to bring out a chair and put it behind Xiaohu's *** in early spring. Nodded, Xiaohu didn't care much in early spring, his eyes scanned in the surrounding woods. Bring me something over to drink. After driving for so long, I feel a little thirsty. He slept in the car as soon as he got in the car, and didn't work too much. Yes, Bazi who turned and left, and soon came over again with a wine jar in his arms. My lord, this is Konoha's sake that I brought with me when I left. Yes, not bad. Xiaohu was a little surprised in early spring, took the wine jar, tore the seal, and got to the mouth of the jar and sniffed. Konoha's sake tastes better than the capital's sake. Take some more with you next time. Xiaohu took a big sip in early spring, his eyes squinted. As soon as he came back from the tour, Xian Zhang saw Xiaohu holding the wine jar and drinking, his brows tangled together. I like drinking so much. If Xian Zhang remembered correctly, he drank like that before setting off, even if he was not drunk. Although Xiaohu in early spring did not look like the kind of person who would make things wrong by drinking, in Xian Zhang's heart, people who can't control their desires will find it difficult to achieve major events, or to be truly powerful. This is someone else's business. Xian Zhang has no reason to take care of it. He just stood aside and watched the people busy building camps and cooking fire. Xian Zhang, come over and eat something. In early spring, Xiaohu called Xian Zhang by the fire over there, holding a leg of an unknown animal in his hand. No, you guys eat. Xian Zhang took out the dry food he had prepared, some of which were resistant to drying and could be stored for many days. This is the food that the ninja must bring for long-term missions out of the village. Because the mission is on the body, they can't trust everything outside, and no one can know whether other people's food is poisonous. Okay, then we will eat it ourselves. Raising the meat in his hand, Xiaohu did not continue to call Xian Zhang in early spring. He understood some ninja rules. Although he also wanted to eat the meat that braved the oil star, Xian Zhang's eyes fell on the dry cake in his hand, chewing bit by bit. After dinner, 4 tents were also set up in this clearing. One belonged to the 8-character Hu, and the other 3 belonged to the entourage. As for Xian Zhang, he himself asked to rest on the roof of the car, because Xiaohu also slept in the car at night in the early spring. The space in the car is large enough for a tiger to sleep in early spring, and the bed inside is comfortable and spacious. Sitting on the roof of the car, Xian Zhang looked up at the stars. The environment in Naruto world is really good. There are so many stars at night. Xian Zhang remained vigilant while listening to the snoring noise coming from the car. He was the only one on this mission, and he had to remain vigilant at all times. In the afternoon, he was in a state of half rest and half vigilance, just to recharge his energy for the night. After all, there are servants staying awake during the day, but at night these people are all asleep. Xian Zhang took the knife out, pointed it at the sky, and slowly lay down on the roof of the car. Wow! The knife swept across the air and made a noise. He put the knife next to him. Xian Zhang put his hands behind his head, his mouth was squeezed, and he smiled. He really likes such a peaceful environment, and he is the only one to stay awake, making him feel that the world belongs to him only. Stick! The unattainable footsteps were caught by Xian Zhang's ears. His hand touched the knife in an instant, and he sat up at once, his eyes falling on the place where the sound came from. Hello! Choose this way to greet you. 2 masked figures appeared on the branches over there, and the speaker was wearing a Sura mask. Without speaking, Xian Zhang walked very lightly and fell to the ground. He did not feel hostility from these 2 people. Who are you? Xian Zhang looked at these 2 people. We've met before, and my companion still suffers a bit from your hand. Do you remember it? The ninja who led the Shura mask was talking. Root! Xian Zhang made a sound at the right time, and he also remembered the root ninja who was trembling with fright before. What's the matter with you? Xian Zhang's tone was still doubtful. It stands to reason that Dan Zhang's bad attitude towards Uchiha shouldn't have allowed him to show kindness to himself over and over again. The reason is the last time we invited you to join us. We can see your talent. I hope you can consider it carefully. Shura's tone was plain and unremarkable, not the slightest floating, just like a machine. I'm from Uchiha, why should I join an inexplicable troop? Xian Zhang smiled sarcastically. Because adults need your talent. Shura's tone was a little stiff, as if he was emphasizing something. Hee, what if I don't join you? Xian Zhang felt that the aura of the 2 in front of him began to change. My lord said that it would be best if Xian Zhang can join us, but if he doesn't cooperate, he can only bring a pair of eyes back. Shura's eyes were exposed through the holes in the mask, bloodshot. Interesting. The arc on his body began to flash, and Xian Zhang jumped to the nearby woods. He felt that there was no need to disturb the people here. Chase! Shura uttered a word, and the man behind the evil mask nodded. Uchiha Genzo, you really don't agree? Azura stood not far in front of Xian Zhang. The aura on his body became more and more unfriendly, as if to give a final reminder. You are going to dig my eyes, can I still stand and let you dig? Xian Zhang spit out a word, with a move, preemptively. Boom! With a kick on Shura's face, lightning flashed, the knife greeted the evil spirits and went away. Ha! I don't know what to do. Shura was kicked and said to Xian Zhang like an okay person. Xian Zhang was a little surprised. He did indeed hit the kick just now, and even a Shangren would not be able to get better. Buzz! The sound of wings inciting sounded around, and dense black shadows surrounded it. It was originally at night, his vision was blocked, and the insects were very small, and his eyes were solemn. Xian Zhang silently opened the eyes of the riding wheel. What the Lord wants is those eyes. Shura whispered. He had seen a lot of Sanguya's riding wheel, and he didn't care about it. Raising his hands flat, his palms pointed at Xian Zhang, groups of insects began to rush toward Xian Zhang. With the riding wheel eyes, Xian Zhang's vision is no longer restricted by the night, and he can see the enemy's every move and the trajectory of those insects. His cracking Chidori flow converged in both hands, and then transmitted to the sword. The evil spirit rushed forward and slammed at Xian Zhang. He had just been cut into his body by Xianzang's knife, leaving a shallow wound on his chest, but Xianzang's Chidori flow made the muscles around his wound lose intuition. Although he was very angry, the evil spirit did not lose his mind, and still cooperated with Shura. The swarm of insects was behind him, and his fist came in front of Xianzang in a blink of an eye. Throat, a knife slashed at the arm, making a metallic sound. Xianzang's knife was blocked, and it did not cause any harm to the evil spirit. Looking intently, the evil spirit's arm was blackish-brown, like a rock, and it was stuck just a few minutes after the attack just cut in, and no real damage was caused. O.M. Wang. While thinking about it, the swarm of insects rushed towards his face. The Chidori flow covers the whole body, and then uses the body as the origin to radiate out. F***K. The corpse of the insect fell to the ground like rain, and soon accumulated like snow on the feet. Boom! One did not notice, the demon's fists hit the face. The hard fist, like a stone, hit the face firmly. Puff! The teeth and lips collided, and blood suddenly appeared. Pooh! Xianzang leaped back, avoiding another attack from the evil spirits. Xianzang spit out a blood-filled saliva, with a chill on his face. Humph! Shura stood behind the evil ghost again, staring straight at Xianzang. He and the evil spirits have always existed in combination, one in front to attract the enemy's attention, and the other in the back to wait for the opportunity to move. Xianzang held the knife across his chest, did not ignore the blood dripping from his mouth, and became more vigilant in his heart. That evil spirit seems to have practiced ninjutsu similar to Earth Spear technique, and his body is very hard, even more difficult than the Sand Ninja he encountered before, and the other one should be an insect control master of the Oily Girl clan. In the fight just now, Xianzang only received these not important information, and he knew in his heart that his intelligence must be kept in mind by the enemy. He pursed his mouth, planning the next attack in his heart. Stick! Blue and white electricity surged in this woods. Cracking! With a kick on the chest of the evil, Xianzang bent his body halfway and stepped on it vigorously. Boom! The whole person immediately jumped into the air, and the knife in his hand was filled with thunder. Throwing it out, Sura was not far behind the evil ghost, and the knife came to him in a blink of an eye. Ignored the Sura behind, and threw the knife in his hand. Xianzang immediately fell below. Die! The evil at this moment had already reacted, clenched his fists, and smashed at the falling Xianzang. Boom! Xianzang caught the enemy's attack with his hand. Taking a breath, Xianzang felt his own stupidity and actually fought against such a barbarian. However, Xianzang just felt a little pressure after his body was polished by thunder and lightning, and he was not in a situation that he could not bear at all. After fighting the enemy like this, Xianzang's body was like a wild goose, flying in the direction of Sura. Although the knife was quick just now, Xianzang didn't expect to kill the enemy with a single blow. The fact is also like this. The knife holder carried thunder power through Shura's body and plunged straight into the ground, not a few minutes away, but Shura's body turned into countless insects, scattered at the moment the knife passed through. Pulling out his shinobi sword, Xianzang quickly turned around a few more times, pulling the distance away. And Shura slowly appeared next to the evil spirit from the ground, touching his shoulder with his hand. There was a wound there, which should have been hit by Xianzang's attack just now. Be careful, this kid's speed is a bit weird. Sura said solemnly. Evil ghost Murin nodded, still focusing on Xianzang. Shadow clone technique. Seeing the enemy's performance, Xianzang squeezed out a sign of forbearance. Boom! The white smoke dissipated, revealing another Xianzang. Looking at each other with a smile, Xianzang nodded, then rushed out. At this time, I still dare to use the shadow clone. I really don't know whether to live or die. The evil spirit showed a ferocious gaze, staring at one of Xianzang, and then ran towards him. Ta-ta-ta. His footsteps are heavy, as if a stone man is running. This should also be the drawback of his ninjutsu. He gave up his speed and strengthened his defense. Shulanyan exudes a decisive gaze. Xianzang wants to kill with one blow. Chidori. Muttering silently in his heart, Xianzang, who was running, transported chakra to his right hand, and the arc began to gather there. A group of dazzling thunder and lightning appeared in this night, and the palpitating feeling appeared on Shura and the evil spirits. At this time, the evil spirit seemed to be unable to avoid it, so he roared and continued to rush over. He was leaning on his side, his right hand was accumulating strength behind him, and then he smashed it out. Crack! Xianzang's speed increased again the moment the two contacted, and in that second he stimulated the muscles of his legs with chakra. Seeing the trajectory with the eyes of the riding wheel, and then avoiding with speed, Xianzang's right hand sank into the enemy's chest. The evil spirit couldn't believe that he would die in such a hurry until he died. Cracking! The Chidori in his hand bloomed again, annihilating the enemy's last vitality. On the other side, the clone is still wrapped around the root ninja in the Shura mask. What? Shura couldn't believe it. His partner just died like this? My heart began to panic, and the movements in his hands slowed down. Boom! The clone kicked his abdomen, but his eyes fell under the tree beside him. The writer clearly saw that the enemy had just used a substitute technique. Trouble. Azura's face began to turn pale. He didn't expect Xian Zhang's strength to be so strong. Facing such a high-defense companion, he would kill in an instant. And in front of the pair of Shaolunyan, he couldn't use ninjutsu to escape. As long as he used ninjutsu, Xian Zhang would be aware of it. After removing the genin wearing the evil ghost mask, Xian Zhang's body also surrounded him, and together with the clone, surrounded the remaining enemy. Anything else to say? Xian Zhang held the knife in his hand, and the arc flashed in his right hand, very charming. Haha, your lord will avenge us. Xian Zhang, you won't be proud of it for long. If it's still a rotten watermelon like you next time, I'll chop it casually. Xian Zhang squinted his eyes and smiled mockingly. Knowing that he couldn't run away today, Gen Shinobu didn't have the slightest fear, and death was not terrible to him. Buzzing. The insect swarm seemed to sense his state of mind and began to agitate. After all, the insects bred in the human body would die with his death. Secret technique insect tornado. Numerous insects appeared under his feet, enclosing Xian Zhang's body. The insects began to spin like a tornado, at extremely fast speeds, and countless insects began to bite towards the Xian Zhang inside. Thousands of birds erupted from the body, killing countless insects instantly. Wow! The knife in his hand slashed forward, cut a hole in the worm tornado, and Xian Zhang jumped out. Stick! He arrived in front of Shura in an instant, and stabbed him in the chest under his stunned eyes. Death is like wind. It won't be long, Xian Zhang. The corners of the mouth under Shura's mask rose, and his eyes looked at Xian Zhang blankly. Boom! The shadow clone was lifted, the clone disappeared, and there were 2 more corpses on the ground. The battle here only lasted for a few minutes, there was not much movement, and it was far from the camp. Xian Zhang didn't worry about waking up those people. Too lazy to clean up the body, Xian Zhang knew that there were many wild beasts in this deep forest, and they would be eaten by hungry beasts early tomorrow morning. Wiping the sweat on his forehead from the battle, touching the wound in his mouth with his tongue a few times, Xian Zhang walked back slowly. This battle came fast, went faster, and finally Xian Zhang won the final victory at the cost of just a few mouthfuls of blood. Crunch! The fire squeaked, and the flames rose vigorously. As soon as he returned to the camp, Xian Zhang saw a man by the fire. The fire was specially created to drive away wild beasts. The shadow Xian Zhang was also very familiar with, and he was the client of this mission. Well enough. In early spring, the tiger threw a branch into the fire. His tone was like an old friend talking. It's okay, it has been resolved. Xian Zhang responded casually. Wake up. Asked about the tiger in early spring, Xian Zhang sat by the fire. No, I got up to go to the bathroom and found that you were missing, and then I heard some noises. In early spring, Zayahu hit Haha with a hand on his mouth, showing that he was not awake. Are you a ninja before? Xian Zhang asked curiously. He noticed the chakra inside him when he first met Zayahu Zayakun. He smiled bitterly, then showed a reminiscence expression. I don't have the talent of a ninja. Although I have longed for the kind of ninja life that tens of thousands of people go to, but I failed later. I am just an ordinary warrior general. Zayahu opened the chatterbox in early spring. Although I don't have the talent to be a ninja, my talent as a warrior is okay. Zayahu sighed in early spring and seemed to want to continue. Go and rest, I'm watching here. Xian Zhang didn't have the idea of continuing to talk. He was just a mission client. It is estimated that he will not see the second side in his life after the mission. The world of a ninja is different from an ordinary person. Okay, I'm sleepy too, go back and continue to sleep. When he got up, Zayahu originally wanted to pat Xian Zhang's shoulder in the early spring, but under Xian Zhang's gaze, he smiled and withdrew his hand, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. Call. Seeing the client get in the car, Xian Zhang turned his head and stared at the fire, taking a long sigh of relief. He found that since he became a ninja, the change in his mentality has made it more difficult for him to communicate with ordinary people. His eyes stayed on the flames for a while. Xian Zhang also stood up and walked in the direction of the car. Jumping on the roof of the car and caged the blanket that he gave before he got off the tiger in early spring, Xian Zhang felt that winter was also worthy of respect. In the second half of the night, nothing happened again, except that some beasts with short eyes appeared around the camp, seeming to want to declare sovereignty, and then they were put down by Xian Zhang several times and stayed there waiting to be made into food. Patter. The curtain of the car was pulled open. Zayahu came out with a refreshing expression in early spring, and said to Xian Zhang on the roof of the car. Good morning, Xian Zhang. Well, early. What is this, so fragrant? Jump out of the car, and follow the smell to the fire in early spring. 8 character Hu and Yu Gan servants got up long ago. Xian Zhang gave them the beast that they killed last night, and they roasted them on their own. The scent is naturally delivered by the meat. This is the prey of Lord Ninja. We roasted these and prepared to take them on the road to eat. 8 character Hu said respectfully to Zayahu in early spring. Yes, give me a leg and try it first. I'm hungry when I smell it. With a wave of his hand, General Zayahu issued an order. Okay, my lord. 8 character who absolutely carried out Zayahu's orders in early spring, and ran to the side to get what the adult needed. Nibbling a leg happily, the tiger patted his stomach contentedly in early spring, and then asked Bazihu to bring a bottle of wine and drank there. Xianzang was wearing a sword, turning a blind eye to all of this, half squinting his eyes. He didn't rest much all night. Although he was still very energetic, it did not prevent him from letting himself rest. Let's go when you are ready. Time waits for no one. Climbing onto the carriage, Zayahu ordered in early spring. Yes, your lord. They are already cleaning up, and it won't be long before we can get up. After another half an hour, the servants packed the things they needed, and Xianzang and his party set off again. The weather today is very good, the sun is shining, and it is warm when you are exposed to it. The temperature begins to turn, and the breath of spring begins to approach. Sitting on the roof of the car, Xianzang put the knife by his hand, sleeping in a fake sleep. Due to his sensitivity to chakra, he was born with his own investigative attributes, and he could perceive chakra fluctuations in a radius of several hundred meters. With this small method, Xianzang didn't need to use his eyes to observe slowly, but this method also had drawbacks. Those people who actively suppressed their chakras and lowered their breath were not in the scope of his perception. Maybe when his strength continues to increase in the future, this small skill can also be strengthened, allowing him to perceive the enemy hiding himself, but the current Xianzang can't do this. The horse pulling the cart was venting, the convoy had come to a river, the carriage stopped, and some servants went to the river to fill the water to supplement the convoy's consumption. Xianzang. The voice of the tiger came from the car in early spring. Yes, something. Xianzang took the knife in his hand and jumped to the front of the carriage, where Hu Zheng was sitting and controlling the horse. It's okay, just want to ask, where is this? I'm not familiar with this one. Zayahu said again in early spring. Xianzang frowned, he didn't know it himself. He had been following the convoy all the time. My lord, I have a map here. The 8 character who made a sound at the right time, and pulled out a pile of animal leather maps from under his buttocks. Show it to me, my lord, here it is. Bazihu handed the map to the car, and the cat looked interesting. Xianzang also leaned over, wanting to see where he was. Although he had been to the capital, who remembered so many places in the middle? We should be here now. Worthy of being a general, Zayahu quickly found the current location of the team on the map in early spring. This river is called the Goddess River. It is said that the goddess of Mao passed by in ancient times, and the river that appeared along with it should be quite famous nearby. The 8 character who speaks at the right time to be a qualified narrator. The goddess of Mao? Kagaya Ji. Xianzang smiled and looked at the river interestingly. My lord, the supplies are complete and we can set off. A servant walked to the carriage and said respectfully, well, get ready to go. Bazihu waved his whip and shouted loudly. Look at this, we have walked almost 1/5 of the whole journey, which is quite fast. General Zayahu touched his slightly fat face, his eyes burning. Stick. Xianzang fell on the roof of the car again and began to alert. The team began to move slowly, everyone was quiet, only the yelling of the 8 character who continued to sound. The convoy had reached a mountain, with low hills on both sides, and the carriage was moving on the road in the middle. Looking around, Xianzang found something unusual. Stop, Hu Shen said to the 8 character. Xianzang had already held the knife in his hand. He felt that there were chakra fluctuations on the mountains on both sides of the road, and there were still a lot of them. Those who came were not good and should be the enemy of the tiger in early spring. Ha ha, General, I didn't expect us to meet here. Sure enough, when Xianzang called a stop, a voice rang from the mountain. Suddenly, a large number of people appeared on both sides of the mountain, all wearing uniforms, and speaking was a samurai in red armor. Shimada. At this time, Zayahu came out of the carriage in early spring and stood at the front of the carriage. His voice was surprised, and seemed puzzled by the appearance of this person. The general is surprised? I didn't expect it to be me. Shimada pinched his chin and smiled mockingly. Shimada is a tall and strong man, and his physique is quite a bit bigger than that of a tiger in early spring, so the expression on his face at this time is quite contrary. Am I treating you badly? In early spring, Tiger's eyes were full of doubts, and he asked, my lord treats me really well, but I think I can become a general. There is no conflict, right? Shimada shrugged. What do you want to show up here today, kill me? In early spring, the tiger's eyes began to calm down, and his tone was stiff. The adults are kind to me at any rate. If the adults are caught with their hands, I will not hurt them. Shimada smiled. With so many people around him, he felt that the balance of victory had been leaning toward him. Then there is nothing to talk about. Xianzang stood up at the right time, stepping on the roof of the car, his tone cold. Ha! Who are you? Shimada had noticed this kid who had been standing on the roof of the car. You don't care who I am. Xianzang shook his head and rubbed the shinobi hanging around his waist with his hand. His voice was very small, as if he was talking to himself. Since the general is in my way, the subordinate has no choice but to offend. Shimada waved his hand in a gloomy voice. Go! Life and death. The samurai on both sides drew their swords and came towards the convoy. Although the warriors in the ninja world are not as powerful as the ninjas, they are also a force that should not be underestimated. Suddenly, before Xian Zhang started, he heard the sound of drawing a knife in his ears. Turning his head, those servants he thought had sharp swords in their hands, their eyes sharpened. Kill these traitors and protect the glory of Master Early Spring, the leader said loudly, and then rushed out to meet the enemy coming down from the mountain. The number of enemies is about 4 or 5 times as much as these servants who follow the convoy all the way, but they don't have the slightest fear in their eyes. Just laughed. Standing on the carriage, Xian Zhang heard the words of Xiaohu in Early Spring. Isn't politics like this? Interest is the strongest bond. After Xian Zhang finished speaking, Xiaohu's body trembled in the early spring, and his eyes closed and opened again as if resigning. I originally regarded Shimada as my successor. I have no children. I am looking forward to letting him take my place in a few years. I didn't expect it. Ha ha. Xiaohu's voice trembled in early spring, and his hands were tightly pinched on both sides of his thighs. Coming. Xian Zhang said something out of reach. Boom. When he kicked his feet, he shot out like an arrow, and the carriage shook suddenly under the impact. Unexpectedly, you are still a ninja. The one who was talking was a ninja wearing leather armor and a forehead with the forehead of Mizuna Rebellion. He was holding a half-human long sword. Rebel. Xian Zhang fell in front of the enemy. Ha, kid, get ready to die. Ninfa Mist Hidden Technique. The enemy squeezed out the ninja seal, and a white mist began to fill the surroundings. How do you want to die? Kanaha's ninja. The sound came from all directions. Xian Zhang stopped and watched the surroundings intently. He knew this ninjutsu, and Mamaji would use it when he did not fight with the Kakashi squad, summoning fog to block the enemy's sight. It is also accompanied by the mist hidden and silent killing technique. This ninjutsu allows one's aura to be covered up, making it even impossible for enemies whose sight is blocked to track oneself. Right round eyes. Xian Zhang didn't dare to be sloppy. The strength of this traitor was not low, and he was also good at this kind of assassination technique. He had to be cautious. The long sword abruptly appeared in front of Xian Zhang's chest. Xian Zhang backed away quickly, and the knife from his waist was pulled out and placed across his chest. Interesting. Wu Ren's voice sounded again, but Xian Zhang still couldn't determine the enemy's location. Do you choose to protect yourself? Or protect your client? The enemy's voice induced Xian Zhang. Xian Zhang turned around abruptly and quickly moved towards the place where he remembered the tiger in early spring. Soon, Xian Zhang felt a familiar aura, and quickly fell to Xiaohu's side in early spring. Stay here, don't move. In early spring, Xiaohu seemed to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xian Zhang, but when he heard that it was Xian Zhang, he patted his chest to calm down. This is Mist's assassination technique, right? While talking, Xiaohu leaned against Xian Zhang in the early spring. Xian Zhang didn't care about him, still observing his surroundings seriously, guarding against enemy attacks. In early spring, Xiaohu showed a palpitating expression and got closer to Xian Zhang. When the two were less than half a meter apart, the tiger showed a trace of ferocity in the early spring, and he felt a bitterness between his sleeves. Go to hell, puff. The head fell to the ground, and the tiger's head fell to the ground in early spring. Do you treat me as an idiot? Xian Zhang turned his head. The shinobi in his hand was still shining with thunder. In the early spring, the tiger had already turned into a pool of water and disappeared. It seems that this counterfeit is just a body of the enemy. Wind escape big breakthrough. Xian Zhang didn't want to continue playing this boring peekaboo game. The violent wind spit out from Xian Zhang's mouth, and instantly swept away the surrounding mist. The enemy appeared a few meters away from Xian Zhang, and his body was covered with a layer of black and purple chakra. That's the silent killing technique. Xian Zhang remembered using this ninjutsu before cutting it. Stick. Seeing the enemy's figure, Xian Zhang stopped hesitating and rushed away. Out of the corner of his eye, he also glanced at the battle situation on the other side. Xiaohu and the samurai named Shimada have already fought together in early spring. You come and I meet. What? Wu Ren had not reacted from the fact that the water body was seen through, the surrounding fog disappeared, and he was exposed to the enemy's field of vision. Damn it! Wu Ren scolded when seeing Xian Zhang coming towards him, but he didn't move slowly, and he also came over to meet Xian Zhang. Since the assassination technique was ineffective, he had to be tough. He didn't believe that a Shangren who was proficient in killing techniques would lose to a young-looking kid. Ding! The two knives collided, and the two faces came together. Those eyes. Wu Ren saw Xian Zhang's eyes. Boom! With his right knee up, Xian Zhang collided with the enemy's left leg. Thousands of birds erupted from all over the body. Xian Zhang did not retreat but moved forward, pressing his body and greeted the enemy. Boom, ding, cracking. The two constantly fought each other, and the enemy's rich combat experience caused Xianzang to suffer a lot, and every time he attacked, he went to some tricky positions. Xianzang's knife carried an electric current and made a white mark in the air. Boom, in the gap after swinging the knife again, one foot kicked over. At this time, the body was completely unable to avoid it, and Xianzang had to burst out of the Chidori flow again all over his body, forcing the foot to retract. Wu Ren also felt the difficulty of Xianzang. Pulling away quickly, Xianzang frowned. The knife swung in front of him a few times, and the Chidori stream kept surging. Snapped. Xianzang continued to attack fast, this time his speed increased even more, and the surging electric current on his body gathered into a prototype of armor. The enemy didn't completely hide from the knife, but was still drawn on his chest, and a bright blood hole appeared. Ding ding ding. Quickly pressing on the enemy, Xianzang continued to attack, not giving Mishra a chance to breathe. The sword was like a net of heaven and earth, covering the enemy inside. For a while, the enemy was unable to fight back, passively withstanding Xianzang's fierce attack. The knife passed through the enemy's thigh, breaking a blood hole, and blood poured out directly. What? Mist couldn't bear the pain, and screamed in surprise. Zizi. At the moment when he drew the knife, Chidori flow broke out again, causing Vunan's face to change suddenly. Even in this situation, Wu Ren seized the opportunity to counterattack, slashing out the knife in his hand, and the long knife headed towards Xianzang's neck. Xuanyan had already observed the enemy's movement. Xianzang raised his head back, and the person swept back. Damn it! Mist held his thigh, and blood burst out from the wound. The vicious gaze stayed on Xianzang's body, his eyes rolled, and he seemed to have an intention to escape, but he is still injured. How could he escape? Glancing around, Wu Ren seemed to see life. Base. Due to the injury of the thigh, Wu Ren half kneeled and then stood up on the ground with a knife inserted into the ground. Ninja of Konoha, I quit this employment, please let me go, how about it? At this time the enemy showed a stiff smile, flattering to Xianzang. Will you think too much? There is only one way to withdraw at this time, and that is death. Xianzang turned a deaf ear to his ears, and slew towards the enemy again. This is what you forced me. Gritting his teeth and dropping a word, the enemy took out a few detonating charms from the bag behind, and slammed Kiwa towards Xianzang. Boom! Bang! Bang! Quickly avoiding the detonating talisman, Xianzang saw that the enemy's figure did not come towards him, or fled directly back, but went to the carriage over there. There was a figure shrinking in the front of the car, trembling slightly. It was the 8 character whose steward. Don't come here, I will kill him one step further. Warren rushed to the carriage, hijacked the 8 character housekeeper who, and roared anxiously. Xianzang stood still, watching the enemy's next performance calmly. Ha ha. The Warren couldn't help laughing when he saw that Xianzang was really standing still by his own words. Let me leave here, and I will let this guy go. Kiwa was against the throat of the 8 character who, and the foremost end had been pierced into the flesh with the trembling of the 8 character who, and traces of blood flowed down the skin. Bazito was so scared that he couldn't speak, his body was shaking, he was just a housekeeper. Oh, do you have any thoughts? You can talk about them, let me listen to them. The enemy showed a hideous expression, and he heard the ridicule and banter in Xianzang's tone. Damn it, he said that he was going to wipe off the neck of the 8 character who, and wanted another way to get out. Kyo was suddenly pierced, and whose eyes showed despair, and then he closed his eyes. ZZ, the blue and white figure flashed, this time faster than ever before, and it turned out to be faster than Kyo was stabbing. The moment Xianzang walked forward, he could see the enemy's dilated pupils and the beard on the lips of the 8 character who way slightly pursed. Ding, a knife appeared under the kunao, and the enemy was immediately knocked into the air by a huge force. It was Xianzang's kicking foot. Puff, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, the enemy only reacted at this time, but it was too late. Pushing away the 8 character who, Xianzang kicked his feet and caught up with the enemies flying upside down again. Ha ha, die together. As expected to be rebellious, seeing that he couldn't escape, he showed a crazy look. Wow. Pulling open the leather armor, revealing the body wrapped by the detonating talisman, the enemy activated the detonating talisman with the chakra. Hiss, the dangerous breath began to spread, and Xianzang's face changed drastically. With so many detonating charms, even if it is oneself, physically resisting, he can only go to see the 6 immortals. Thinking in his heart, Xianzang twisted his body and planned to avoid it. Where to run? He was about to die, so how could he not pull a backside? And at the moment Xianzang made an evasive action, Ren hugged Xianzang desperately, even if Xianzang's knife was slashed on his body. Damn it! Xianzang's body erupted with a strong Chidori current, and the enemy who held him tightly shook his head, but his hands were still not released. Boom! The detonating symbol exploded in the blink of an eye when it was time to explode. A huge pit appeared on the spot, as well as burning broken clothing. Xianzang's knife was inserted not far from the pit, and it was intact. Xianzang, Baziha stood not far away. The explosion just now did not cause much harm, but only scared him to the ground. The last scene he just saw was that the enemy hugged Xianzang, and then it exploded. Died. Bazi, who was a bit uncomfortable. After all, Xianzang died to protect his sir. Puff. In the middle of the hole, the ground cracked open, revealing a small hole, and a hand stretched out from it. Bazi, who crawled to the edge of the hole and looked at the small hole. At this time, he was not afraid that the enemy would survive. Ding. Although Zayahu looked bad in early spring, he had the upper hand in the battle with the samurai named Shimada. At this time, although there were some injuries on his body, it was obvious that Shimada's injuries were more serious, and a large opening was broken in his abdomen. Ho ho. Shimada seemed to have seen Genzo and the ninja hired by his family die together, and the samurai he had brought was also killed by Zayahu's men in early spring. He knew that the situation was over. The general is still like the help of heaven, always turning bad luck. But the final victory of this struggle will not belong to you, the general. Shimada clutched his abdomen, his mouth reluctantly. You don't need to worry about that, Shimada. Xianzang. There was a surprised voice over there, and Zayahu in early spring heard that it was the 8th character whose steward. Call. He peeled off the soil covering his body. Xianzang pulled himself out with his hands, breathing in the fresh air. It's good to be alive. Turning over and lying on the ground, Xianzang appeared numerous large and small wounds, which looked very scary. At the moment of the explosion, the unavoidable Xianzang had to choose to resist, using the maximum thunder dun chakra mode, so that his body was covered by a layer of thunder and lightning armor. Substantial, like real armor. This is also the reason why Xianzang did not die on the spot, but in such a situation, even such a strong defense could not be completely spared. The thunder armor was still blown up, and the damage was still acting on Xianzang. And Xianzang used earth escape ninjutsu to dig a hole under his feet, and when the enemy died and the explosion was still going on, he hid in. Xianzang, are you okay? Bazi, who saw that it was Xianzang who crawled out of the cave, and hurried over, trying to help him up. Don't move, let me lie down for a while. Xianzang's voice was still very vigorous. Bazi, who obeyed his words, and did not touch Xianzang. On the other side, Zayahu smiled in early spring. It seems that the ninja you hired didn't do what you wanted. Shimada continued to pose for battle. After relaxing on the ground for a while, Xianzang got up on his own. The injury on his body looked serious, but it was only a mark left by some splashing and burning damage, and it did not really pose much threat to Xianzang. The chakra in the body has been replenished for a while, and it has also returned to above the warning line. Pooh. At this time Xianzang spit out a mouthful of muddy saliva. He leaned on his knees and slowly stood up. The clothes on his body had become beggar costumes. Xianzang didn't care, he pulled it off, but affected some wounds, making him grin. The battle of the servants has ended. I didn't see that the fighting power of these people is still quite strong among ordinary samurai. The dozens of samurai brought by Shimada were mostly killed by these 10 people. The rest of them knelt on the ground and shook them up. The white flag. Although 2 of these servants were also dead, their combat effectiveness was evident. Shimada also knelt in front of Zayahu in early spring. He was naturally not surrendering. At this point, he didn't feel that he could survive. This kneeling was just being beaten. Xianzang. Zayahu turned his head in early spring and nodded to Xianzang, who looked miserable and half-lengthed. The knife was also retrieved by Bazi, and it was still hanging on Xianzang's waist at this time. Kill me, General. The blood that had dripped down Shimada's knee was from the wound in his abdomen. His face was pale at this moment, and it seemed to be impossible. Shimada. In early spring, this one seemed to hesitate, and the weapon held tightly in his hand trembled. I don't need your sympathy, get off the tiger in early spring. Come on, Shimada yelled out with his last strength. He chose to face death at this time. He didn't feel any fear, but only a kind of relief. He has made a choice for his own desires, and he is already ready to win and lose. The knife chopped away, the head fell to the ground, and his eyes were tightly closed in early spring, his hands no longer trembling. Okay. The battle is over. Xianzang's tone was relaxed, speaking out in such an atmosphere. Clean the battlefield and bury the dead soldiers. In early spring, Zayahu looked at the subordinates standing in front of him, and there were no more familiar faces. Yes, the group of servants replied in unison, solemn and solemn. When they were cleaning the battlefield, Xianzang turned over his own clothes. He didn't have the attributes of exhibitionism. Still be vigilant, maybe there are enemies. Xianzang didn't care about the power struggle that happened to Zayahu in early spring. He only thought about how to accomplish his task well. Keep going. The convoy set off again, but there are many more dead souls in that mountain area. I hope they will have a good tire in the next life and do not have to continue such a life of light and sword. Xianzang, thanks to you for solving that ninja this time. The carriage kept moving forward, and in the early spring, he spoke to Xianzang on the roof of the car. At this time, he and Bazi who were sitting side by side, driving the carriage. The duty of the mission. Xian Zhang sat cross-legged on it, staring at the front. Instead of driving off the tiger in early spring, the speed was much faster than before, and he seemed to want to reach the capital sooner. The appearance of Shimada made Xiaohu feel that the situation seemed a bit out of his control in early spring, and he had to speed up and rush to the capital. The convoy ran to darkness, and everyone ate something and camped on the spot to rest. Really not going to have some. In early spring, Xiaohu held a large piece of breast meat and leaned in front of Xianzang. No, I eat dry food. Xianzang still maintained his own rules and didn't plan to eat anything else during the mission. I don't know what is going on in the capital now, alas. Biting a bite of meat, Xiaohu sighed in early spring. After the battle in the afternoon, Xianzang suddenly became interested in the matter of getting off the tiger in early spring. After all, the matter of subordinates hurting each other is still very popular in ordinary costume dramas. A minister in the capital has a grudge against me. This time he wanted to kill me, but I won't catch it all. Xianzang continued to listen. For some reasons, the daimyo does not intend to intervene in our affairs, so this time it is the battle between me and the minister. And most of the civil servants in the capital seem to stand behind him, and I represent the military commander of the country of fire. This time we will not continue to mess with him. If we want to continue to be arrogant, we must step over my body, Xiaohu said in a deep voice in early spring, and did not continue. I'll go around. Standing up, Xianzang was ready to walk around. Although he was still wounded, Xianzang's chakra had almost recovered, and a little injury did not affect his actions. The place where the convoy stopped this time was a flat land, but there was still a forest to the east, but it was not on the way Xianzang and others were advancing. Today's moonlight is very bright and sparsely scattered on the ground, but Xianzang's mood is not very good. After patrolling the surroundings, Xianzang went back to guard the camp. He was still consumed during the day. Although he didn't say anything, he was very honest. In early spring, Xiaohu and his subordinates were still not asleep, sitting around a few piles of flames, talking about something. 8 character who did not participate. He sat on the carriage, with Xianzang on the roof, looking up at the stars. In other words, the 8 character who had also gone through life and death today. If Xianzang hadn't given up on saving him, his body would have been cold now. Xianzang, do you think you can win if you go back? 8 character who is very upset now. Even Shimada, a person who is highly regarded by the tiger in early spring, has betrayed the adult. He can't imagine what it will be like in the capital. He has been following the tigers in early spring all his life, or that he and his ancestors are members of the early spring family. He can't imagine his own fate after the tigers in early spring. Maybe it was to go to the same dark place with the tiger in early spring and sleep forever? My mission does not include these things. I just need to send the tiger to the capital safely in early spring. Xianzang said indifferently, stretched his legs out of the carriage and supported the edge of the carriage with both hands. Yes, these things have nothing to do with Xianzang. Bazi who smiled, and deep in his eyes he fell into thinking again, perhaps imagining his future fate. I believe that the adults will be able to defeat that one. I don't know how long it has passed, but the 8 character who seems to be talking to himself, his voice is out of reach. Maybe. Xianzang squinted his eyes and looked at the stars in the sky. The night ended in a hurry, and who also put away other thoughts, and continued to concentrate on serving the tiger in early spring. The carriage continued to move forward, and no enemy was encountered on the road these days, and everyone hurried with peace of mind. Passing by a forest, the sound of birds chirping is heard, which makes people sigh the beauty of the environment. Xianzang, one day we will be able to reach the capital. Xiaohu in early spring is now full of breath, sticking his head out of the car window, and said to Xianzang who was sitting on the roof of the car. Xianzang held his sword and stared straight ahead. The faster he reached his destination, the more unable to relax Xianzang. He didn't want to make mistakes at the last moment. Xianzang stood up, and sure enough, whatever he was afraid of, there were many chakra fluctuations in his perception. Take a tiger in early spring, I didn't expect it. A team of men and horses blocked the intersection directly, and a middle-aged man in a Chinese suit stood on a carriage and said, "Stop." In early spring, Xiaohu commanded Bazi to stop and walk to the carriage. Sanzi Temple. In early spring, the tiger's tone was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, I would come to greet you personally, said Sanzizi. I really didn't expect you to have the guts to come to me directly. Do you think the rotten tomatoes next to you can stop me? In early spring, Xiaohu had a calm tone, without the slightest panic of being surrounded. Really? Seeing you arrived here safely, I knew that guy Shimada had failed. Do you think I won't be more prepared? Sanzi Temple stared at Xiaohu in early spring with an idiot look. You are the Konoha ninja hired in early spring, right? I didn't expect to be able to defeat Shangnan at such a young age, but that's all for today. Lifting his head slightly, Sanzi Temple said to Xianzang who was standing on the roof of the car. F***K. Sanziji clapped their hands, and 3 ninjas walked out from behind the carriage. that Gaikus is really useless, such a kid can't be killed. The ninja who came out showed a cruel sneer at Xianzang, as if Xianzang was already a plaything in his hand. Boy, you should regret coming to this world. It was another ninja who was speaking with a pocky face and a sledgehammer on his back. It looks pretty handsome, don't throw it away if you kill it, hee hee. The last ninja showed a wretched smile. His face was covered with small wounds. He was as if countless insects were crawling around while he was talking, making people shudder. Xianzang frowned, remained silent, without speaking. The three ninjas appearing here are undoubtedly Shangran, and they seem to be the kind of team that cooperates all the year round. Xianzang doesn't think he can protect them in the early spring when he fights with them. There are also a lot of samurai around, there are hundreds of them. Observing the number of enemies, Xiaohu whispered in early spring. What to do, my lord? The character shrank and shivered in front of the carriage. Everyone didn't speak. The tiger's face was also blank in early spring, and he had no bottom in his heart. I'll hold the three ninjas, you guys find a way to break through. Xianzang jumped out of the carriage, touched the knife, and said in a deep voice, there was only so much he could do. Sure enough, such a task is not so easy to do. Xianzang shook his head, then straightened his posture, ready to meet the enemy. Yo, boy, you have the courage. I thought you would go back to find your mother with your tail clamped. The leading enemy sneered, and then began to walk towards Xianzang, and the other two followed behind. Knowing that Xianzang possesses the strength of Shinobu, they would not choose to go alone and find it uncomfortable one by one, but there is nothing wrong with screaming. Thousands of birds circulated on the knife. Xianzang's riding wheel eyes had also been exposed, his body tightened, and he was ready for battle. Stick. The enemy suddenly accelerated at a place 20 meters away from Xianzang and rushed toward Xianzang. Boom! Xianzang also stepped on his feet, rushing up extremely fast, staring at the three enemy people. Although he knew that he was facing the three Shangran and didn't know the information, he shouldn't rush up like this, but Xianzang felt in his heart, knowing that there is no other way but to do this. The speed was beyond the enemy's expectation. The body dexterously passed through the first enemy. Xianzang slashed towards the pocky face behind him. Of the three, only he had a weapon. Xianzang decided to deal with this heavy weapon first. Ding! The hammer was horizontally in front of Xianzang, blocking his knife, but the enemy was still smashed and took a few steps back. With a knife, Xianzang was about to retreat. After all, this was between the enemies and it was not easy to stay. Xianzang couldn't take his knife for a moment, and then used a lot of strength, still didn't let the knife leave the hammer. There was a trace of doubt on his face, and when he looked up, Xianzang saw a smiling face behind the hammer, densely covered with sinister and pockmarks. Boom! Taking advantage of this gap, the wretched man on the side blasted a punch and smashed it at Xianzang, and the ninja who had been lost by Xianzang also recovered, took out a handful of kunao, and stabbed Xianzang's back. In an instant, crisis raged. The offense and defense instantly changed, and the hair roots on Xianzang's body stood up. Stick. Xianzang had to let go of the knife in his hand, leaped into the air, and fell to the side. The enemy's attack failed and did not continue to pursue it. Hey, kid, how's it going? As soon as he landed, Xianzang heard Mei's voice. I saw that he easily took the knife belonging to Xianzang from the hammer and waved it in the air with one hand, as if showing off. Without weapons, how do you fight? The wretched man said to Xianzang. Don't talk nonsense, get rid of this kid and talk about it. The leading ninja stared at Xianzang, who didn't panic, and said to his companion, Call. Xianzang glanced at Xiaohu, who was also starting to fight in the early spring, and saw that he was carrying a dozen people alone, slashing and killing apiece, and the guy named Sanzaizi was standing on the front of the car, holding the winning ticket firmly. Yes. The performance of Xiaohu in early spring seems to have been expected. The electric current on his body soared. Xianzang felt that the battle should be resolved quickly, and Xiaohu estimated that he would not be able to survive in early spring. Die! The leading ninja took the kunao and rushed to the forefront. Mei and the wretched man followed half a meter behind them. Art fire escape ho fireball. The seal was quickly formed in his hand, and chakra brewed in his throat, and then turned into a huge fireball, which was gushing out. Scatter. The enemy separates and avoids Genzo's ninjutsu. Chidori. Aiming at the nearest ninja leader, Xianzang rushed away, his hands bright. The enemy who had just avoided the fireball had doubts in his eyes, and saw Xianzang who was killing him. Water escape, big water polo. He replied with a water polo, but his water polo was so small that it couldn't compare with the fireball that Xianzang had just sent. Xianzang made a cut in the water polo with a stroke of his right hand, and the water polo was cut in half. Xianzang's speed did not decrease, and he continued to kill. Die. The right hand was first gaining momentum in the back, and then stabbed out, like an off-string arrow. ZZ. He stabbed a huge hammer with his right hand, and broke a small and innumerable small opening in it. Xianzang's body stagnated, his eyes half squinted, and then his body leaped back, avoiding a whip of the wretched man. Ho, there are two things. the leading ninja had a calm voice. At the moment he thought he was going to die. If it wasn't for his companion's hammer to block the seemingly powerful ninjutsu attack, he might have ended his sinful life. Even so, Xianzang's ninjutsu pushed a hammer on his chest, not only making his chest tight, but also being hit by the radiated electric current, causing his chest to numb. Fortunately, it is not a fatal injury. You have to find a way to separate them. Xianzang knew in his heart that 1 to 3 is not a good way. Grown UPS. Who exclaimed in shock. After swept away, Xianzang saw that Xiaohu was stabbed in the back during the siege in early spring. Really annoying. Xianzang felt a little irritable. Boom! The hammer hit the place where Xianzang had just stood, but Xianzang stepped away. The enemy launched an attack when he was distracted just now. Boom! With electric current on his right foot, he collided with the wretched man. The electricity made his face flushed and his body appeared weak twitches. Thousands of birds are not so easy to deal with. Xianzang still quite approves of his ninjutsu in his heart. Without waiting for Xianzang to continue pursuing, the next ninja's attack came in front of him. The cooperation of these ninjas is very consistent, one after another, although Xianzang has not been beaten, but there is not much chance of counterattack. Hey hey! The wretched man gave a weird smile, and cooperated with the other two to continue to attack, and I had already eased from the previous Chidori flow. It can only be this way. Xianzang glanced at the Sanzi temple standing on the front of the car and quietly looking at the battlefield. Snapped! A punch hit the face of the Meze man who had just rushed in front of him, and the current raged on his face, leaving a conspicuous mark. Boom! The ninja from behind arrived again and attacked, making Xianzang, who wanted to hit another punch, very depressed, and quickly avoided. Hey! The enemy followed, and the ninja leader's foot instantly kicked Xianzang's back. Boom! Holding the blow firmly, a strong electric current erupted from the place where Xianzang was injured. Ha! The enemy dodged quickly. Hey! The wretched man stepped forward, but Xianzang's eyes lit up. Through the previous battle, Xianzang had already felt that this wretched man was the weakest of the three, so Xianzang had been waiting for an opportunity. Now, the wretched man rushed to the front with a look of excitement. He thought that the tactics of the three of them had been able to stabilize Xianzang. Call! With a glove on his fist, covered with a layer of blue chakra, the wretched man faced Xianzang and smashed his fist. The current was surging, and the riding wheel eyes were running frantically. Xianzang would kill the enemy with a single blow, allowing himself to take the lead. Go to hell! Xianzang stabbed his right hand, and the current was surging, but the enemy seemed to have anticipated it, and immediately avoided Xianzang's counterattack. He knew that his companion would immediately launch an attack and let Xianzang retract the attack. Ha! The right hand that was originally pierced out, at the moment the enemy dodges, grabbed the enemy, and at the same time, a strong electric current erupted from the hand. What? The wretched ninja screamed miserably, but he was unguarded, and Xianzang arranged a hand. The breath was instantly depressed, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Hey! The other two enemies slowed down when they saw Xianzang locked his companions. Just as they were about to speak, Xianzang's other hand with thunder and lightning plunged directly into the enemy's throat, blood splashed out immediately, and a puzzled expression solidified on the enemy's face. The ninja with pockmarked face couldn't believe it, and immediately shook his hammer in anger. Very fast, coming towards Xianzang's head, he knew that his companion was out of help, and he was not hesitating. Boom! Xianzang pushed out the enemy who was still lingering. The hammer came into close contact with his body, and the flesh and blood flew. Tween! The ninja leader screamed, but instead of caring about the corpse, he looked at Xianzang. Damn you! Konoha's ninja! Pocked his face with a hammer. His face was gloomy and cold. One less person, do you think you can suppress me? Xianzang took a few steps back and said sarcastically. The two enemies looked at each other as if they had made a decision, and at the same time they took out a pill and threw it into their mouths. Xianzang felt a trace of badness, and his body sank, preparing for defense. After the remaining two ninjas swallowed the pills, the chakras in their bodies began to soar, but there were also a lot of bloodshot eyes in their eyes. Their expressions are also a bit strange. They seem to be enduring something very uncomfortable. Is it a pill that stimulates potential? Xianzang watched the performance of the two. Ha! The ninja leader rushed towards Xianzang. His speed increased a lot compared to before, and his body was also covered with a chakra coat, which seemed very powerful. Boom! With a punch to the ground, Xianzang jumped and avoided the attack. Ha! Another ninja approached Xianzang, swinging his hammer, and exhaling a loud noise in the air. Boom! After taking the pills and ordering them, both of them seemed to have improved to a certain extent, and their speed and strength were not at the same level as before. Go to hell! Go to hell! The ninja holding the hammer is like an angry human-shaped brown bear, constantly waving the hammer in his hand, tirelessly. Snapped! Avoiding the hammer, Xianzang caught another ninja's fist with both hands, and his body quickly retreated back with the stamina of the fist. This fist is really G heavy. Xianzang caught it with both hands, but almost didn't stop it. He was confident that his strength was not small, but he was still blown away by a punch. Xianzang's hands began to entangle his arms while flying backwards, and at the same time, Xianzang suddenly output his chakras, and the Chidori flow broke out in an instant, following the arms directly onto the enemy's body. ZZ. The current raged, but the enemy didn't change his face. It seems that after taking the pill, the enemy's pain sensation is also reduced or paralyzed. Xianzang continued to explore the enemy's intelligence in the battle, analyzing everything he knew. Boom! The enemy kicked. Xianzang also wrapped his foot in a stream of Chidori and kicked it out. When the 2 feet collided, Xianzang took advantage of the situation and let go of the enemy's hand, and moved back at a faster speed. Boom! The hammer came again, and the enemy jumped into the air, slamming the hammer at Xianzang forcefully. Damn it! Xianzang twisted his body to avoid him, but he was still hit by the shock wave, making his chest tight. This kind of medicine generally does not last too long. Try to delay it. As for the tiger in early spring, thinking in his heart, Xianzang glanced around with the corners of light. Only 4 of the subordinates who followed before the departure were surrounded by Xiaohu in early spring, and all of them were hungry. Xiaohu in early spring was also uncomfortable, and one arm seemed to lose the strength to hold a knife. There are nearly 50 samurai around, more than 10 times as many as Xiaohu in early spring. It's difficult. Xianzang knew in his heart that this was the most critical moment. Art fire escape ho fireball. There were some differences in the ninjutsu this time. Xianzang spewed several fireballs that were much smaller than before. This is the effect of dividing chakra into several uses. The 2 enemies hid from left to right, avoiding Xuanzang's ninjutsu. Choosing an enemy, Xianzang rushed forward. The ninjutsu just now was to separate the 2 enemies so that he could complete a set of skills. The hammer smashed at Xianzang, and purple bloodshot appeared on the enemy's pockmarked face. It seemed that the capillaries had burst open. Boom! The hammer fell heavily on the ground, and the distance from Xianzang was less than 10 centimeters. Stepping on the hammer with 1 foot prevented the enemy from getting the weapon back in time. Xianzang took advantage of the trend and leaned toward the enemy. Ha! The electric current in the hand flashed across, slashing across the enemy's cheeks, leaving a red mark. Go to hell! The enemy had shown a trace of fatigue. Xianzang threw into his arms. Hey! The right hand pierced fiercely, breaking a hole in the enemy's right chest, and the lightning in his hand kept flashing, still squeaking rattle. Call! Even Xianzang felt the emptiness of his body. Ah! The enemy smiled grimly, and the wound on his chest didn't seem to make him feel the passing of life. Seeing that he released the hammer holding his hand, hugged Xianzang, squeezing his hands vigorously. Xianzang couldn't react for a while and was hugged upright. Ah! This time it was Xianzang's turn to feel uncomfortable. The emptiness of chakra in his body, the exhaustion of physical strength, coupled with the vigorous embrace of the enemy, made him look like a duck with his neck pinched. Ha! After being hit by a handful of kunyu thorns behind him, Xianzang suddenly burst out of the remaining chakras in his body, turning them into electric currents, raging everywhere in his body. But regardless of the enemy behind him, he continued to force Qiwu into Xianzang's body. Puff! The throat was sweet, blood spurted out directly, and directly splashed the face of the enemy holding Xianzang. What? Xianzang yelled, the writing wheel in his eyes turned frantically. Ha! He squeezed out a ninja seal with his right hand, and Xianzang turned into white smoke. Substitute technique. The wood in the enemy's arms was crushed into debris. Call! Xianzang stood in front of the enemy, showing a trace of fear. Chakras were continuously produced in the body, and Xianzang immediately used it. ZZ. Chakra stimulates the leg cells, and Xianzang does not want to care about the sequelae at this time. Stick. Shooting out again, Xianzang went straight to the enemy. Hey! With his hand as a sword, Xianzang's speed turned it into an excellent weapon. Although it only covered a little thunder and lightning, it was also a powerful weapon that could kill people. Scratched a scar on the chest of the boss, and then took a meal, avoiding the enemy's kunao, and came to the front of the pockmarked ninja. At this time, because the Xianzang Chidori had opened a hole in his body, the effect of the medicine seemed to be receding, and he also showed a trace of weakness. Bah! The side of the palm of his hand stroked his throat, and then Xianzang cat moved away from his waist. Puff! Only the last enemy was left, and it was just a needless struggle, and Xianzang easily solved him. Regardless of the ninja leader who pierced his throat and was lying on the ground struggling, Xianzang quickly found his sword and walked towards Xiaohu in early spring. Although killing the last ninja has left him empty, he is not afraid at all. Take a tiger in early spring, your life is here. There is only one tiger left here in early spring, and Sanji Temple is surrounded by a group of warriors to stand on the opposite side of him. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiaohu's heart was also dead in early spring. Xianzang was besieged by 3 ninjas over there. The generals of the country of fire will not bow their heads to you, and there will be one me, and there are thousands of me. Although I tried my best to shout, the voice in early spring was still very small. Snapped. Sanzi Temple clapped his hands. That's not something you should take care of. Come on, let me see your guts. In early spring, Zayahu saw Sanzaji take out a samurai sword. His body is now covered with scars, and he is already unable to fight back. Being able to stand here is already the limit. What? Before the Sanzaji temple was cut over, the samurai standing in the back row wailed before death. Sanzi Temple showed a look of surprise and looked in one direction. Are you not dead? Sanzi Temple saw Xianzang, who cut his own men like children. How many clowns are worthy of killing me? Xianzang's appearance was not good at this time. There was a blood hole behind him. Although he simply stopped the blood with an electric current, he was still losing blood drips and with the back of a large piece of clothing, the end of the crossbow. Although Sanzaji is not a ninja, he still has eyesight. Kill him. Sanzi Temple shrank back and pushed the subordinates around Xianzang. Ha! Entering the lay-done chakra mode, Xianzang's speed greatly increased, and he easily chopped down and overturned enemies rushing towards him. Xianzang. In the early spring, Zayahu opened his closed eyes and saw Xianzang. A sense of fortune for escaping after death filled his heart. Stop him. Sanzi Temple didn't expect Xianzang to be able to fight like this, yelling, and quickly boarded the carriage, seemingly ready to leave. The remaining samurai executed his orders perfectly, even knowing that he had to face Xianzang's 9 deaths. Taking advantage of the opportunity to stop Xianzang, the carriage of Sanzi Temple quickly left, and Xianzang was also unable to stop it. Call! Xianzang let out a sigh of relief as he watched the dead body lying around. The gap between ninja and ordinary people is so big, even if this ninja is a chakra-exhausted ninja, even if this ordinary person is a trained samurai, it's okay. Xianzang alone cut down all the samurai who remained, and said to Zayahu, who was lying on the ground in early spring, it's okay, can't die. Zayahu in early spring is also open-minded at this time. My lord, 8 character who didn't know where he got out of, and screamed and ran to Zayahu to hold Zayahu's shoulders. Idiot! Don't help me up yet. Zayahu in early spring does not blame the 8 character who, after all, the 8 character who knows no martial arts. In such a scene, it is true that you can only find a place to hide. Yes. Bazi who quickly agreed, and took the arm of Zayahu that was intact in early spring, and helped him up. Hiss! Affecting the wound on his body, he took a breath in early spring. Do you want to continue to the capital? Xianzang said. Why don't you go? When you arrive in the capital, it is not the place where his Sanzi Temple can be heard. Zayahu persisted in early spring. It's up to you, but I need a break. Xianzang doesn't understand, it's all like this, and he has to go to the capital in early spring. Does he have anything to rely on? No matter what he was going to do, Xianzang needed to regain his state, and his life should be in his own hands. Let Bazi who helped the tiger near the carriage in early spring, and simply bandage it with the medicine on the carriage. Xianzang sits on the carriage, ready to face the unknown challenge. In the early spring, Zayahu returned to the capital after all. On the day when he arrived in the capital, nearly 100 samurai greeted each other on the road, shouting, "Hello General." Xianzang stood with his hands in his arms and said nothing. In early spring, Zayahu seemed to have expected such a situation long ago, and his expression remained unchanged, allowing these warriors to follow him into the city, with no 2 powers at the moment. In this case, my task is complete. Standing on the roof of the car, Xianzang saw a figure standing on the wall. Sanzi Temple. Zayahu naturally saw that person in early spring and cried out, "Humph!" Sanzi Temple waved and left, followed by a group of subordinates. Ha! In early spring, Zayahu laughed loudly and waved an arm like a triumphant general. Go back. Bazi who drove the carriage, followed by the samurai, and drove into the city mightily. Xianzang, let's go after the injury. Let's have fun in this capital for a few days. When he arrived at Zayahu's mansion in early spring, he said to Xianzang, he naturally knew that Xianzang was injured along the way and he would be better tomorrow. Xianzang nodded, not in a hurry to go back. The ninja who killed 2 roots, although there is no evidence to prove that Xianzang did, but Danzo did not look at the evidence. Maintaining his good condition is what he needs to do most now. Zayahu received Xianzang's response in early spring, so he no longer stayed by Xianzang's side, arranged Xianzang to a place of residence, instructed his subordinates to take care of it, and went to work on his own affairs. This fight with Sanzi Temple did not end. The opponent did not intercept and kill himself on the road, and he would certainly not let it go, but when he arrived in the capital, it would not be possible to solve the problem by ordinary means, and the game was still going on. When he arrived at the residence, Xianzang asked someone to call in the doctor from the house, and asked him to do some bandaging and follow-up treatments for his injuries. Although those wounds were sealed by Xian Zhang with a strong electric current, it did not cause much impact, but Xian Zhang was not a professional medical ninja. It was best to let professional people do their duties. The adult's injuries are not serious. Although the wound on the back is very deep, due to the physique of the human body, it has begun to heal in scars. The doctor sat opposite Xian Zhang and commented on Xian Zhang's injury. I'll bandage the adults again in a while, and the adult should pay attention to rest. It should be well soon. Oh, thank you then. Xian Zhang nodded. It still has a certain understanding of its own body. With the inexhaustible chakra, the resilience is far beyond ordinary people, and it can even be comparable to some special people. The villain will go down and prepare for a while, and then he will bandage the adult. The doctor stood up, bent over, and put his attitude very low. He knows that some ninjas have very perverse personalities, and they will fight or kill if they are uncomfortable. Although Xian Zhang is not such a person in the face, it is better for him to lower his posture. Okay, try to be as fast as possible. I'm going to go out for a while. Xian Zhang waved his hand to signal the doctor to leave. Yes, yes. The doctor picked up the medical kit that belonged to him and walked away quickly to prepare the medicine for Xian Zhang. The capital is really prosperous. It is indeed a bit more powerful compared to Konoha village. After waiting for the doctor to finish dressing up in the house, Xian Zhang slipped out. Although he had been to the capital before doing missions, he was focused on missions at that time and had not visited. Today, the mission is over and it is getting better. There was a smell of medicine on his body. Xian Zhang walked lightly, walking on the street, passing by many people. The knife on his waist was naturally hung there. Many people on the street had the habit of wearing weapons with them, and Xian Zhang was not outstanding. At present, Xian Zhang is more than 1.6 meters tall, and he will not appear too short when he walks in the crowd. There are izakayas everywhere, hot spring houses everywhere, gambling halls everywhere, and adult places with a little color. Brother, come in and sit for a while. Xian Zhang was looking at a big banner, and a warm voice rang in his ear. Remembering that although he was a little anxious, but now he was only 8 years old, Xian Zhang hurriedly left this place of right and wrong. Don't miss it when you pass by. The legacy of the nameless ninja, you deserve it. Those who have the money hold a money field, and those who have the money hold a personal field. Xian Zhang's ears were filled with dazzling merchandise and loud shouts everywhere. With money in his arms, Xian Zhang didn't panic in his heart. He glanced at something new and strange. He ate dry food along the way. Xian Zhang also let go of his stomach and ate while walking. I have to say that there are so many snacks here. It's delicious again. The days passed in such a hurry. Xian Zhang didn't care about the outcome of the fight between Xiaohu and Sanzaizi in the early spring, and Xian Zhang was ready to go back and deliver the task if the time was right. Xian Zhang, are you leaving now? Xiaohu smiled in early spring. His right arm was tied to his chest and hung. It was an injury that hadn't been cured before. Xiaohu did not have the almost abnormal resilience of Xian Zhang, so naturally he slowly recovered from the injury. After a few days of rest, it's time to go back. Xian Zhang nodded. Well, I will pay the follow-up task soon. In early spring, Xiaohu always had a smile on his face recently, and it seems that he did not lose the game with Sanzaizi. Whatever. Xian Zhang sorted out his own things and left. Before leaving, he waved to Xiaohu, Quandang bid farewell. I didn't expect this mission to be completed so soon, so let's go and rest first. 3 generations dangling pipes, smiles on their old faces. A few days ago, he received a letter from Xiaohu in early spring. It was a pigeon sent by Xiaohu in early spring when he arrived in the capital. On the way back, as there was only one person, Xian Zhang's speed was naturally raised, and it took 2 days to rush back to the village. Yes. Xian Zhang lowered his head and walked out of the Hokage office. This mission was officially over. The mission goal is back to the village. Don't worry about him for now, just finish what you have at hand recently and cooperate with that person's actions. Yes. In a dark and humid place, something Xian Zhang didn't know was happening. I'm back, Xian Zhang. Sen, who was newly married, blushed and supervised the training of the police force at the training ground. He was the first to see Xian Zhang, who came to the training ground and said aloud, well, it took more than half a month before and after this mission, and it's still quite a long time. We will rest when we come back, and we'll be out of the village again in a few days. Sen put his hand on Xian Zhang's shoulder. Xian Zhang did not move. Okay. Genzo naturally knew what was going on. He had known about Uchiha's reinforcements and the border of the water country, and he was not surprised. Xian Zhang. Xian Zhang. The other members of the police force also greeted Xian Zhang. Shisui and Koji were among them. Several of these members of the police force also applied for the battlefield. What's wrong, Shisui? Looking at Zishui's low expression, Xian Zhang asked. The captain did not allow him to go to the front with the team this time, Koji explained on the side. Really? Xian Zhang frowned, a little puzzled. It stands to reason that other members of the police force have the strength to go to the battlefield, but there is no reason for Zishui. It's my father, he suggested to the captain. Shishui walked to the side of the training ground, spitting out these words. So it is. Xian Zhang nodded. Shishui's father was just an honest Zongnin, and he didn't have any outstanding ninja talents. His daily tasks were just to guard the village of Kanaha. For the safety of Shishui, there was no way for Shishui to stay behind. What's not good? Xian Zhang was like a bright mirror in his heart, knowing that this was a kind of protection for Shishui, even if this kind of protection did not make Shishui feel comfortable in his heart. The front line is not like you are performing a mission, you are facing a few enemies, Xian Zhang said to Koji and Zishui who were following him. There are many things that need to be considered on the battlefield, which are completely different from what you usually do when you perform tasks. Moreover, the strength of Zongren is just a bit of cannon fodder on the battlefield, or all ninjas are cannon fodder on the battlefield. The victory of the war is not one or two people can decide. Xian Zhang uttered his understanding, but the other two remained silent and did not speak. Fight with me, stop water? Xian Zhang stabbed Shishui with his arm. Okay. Now that Shishui, who has written round eyes, has long wanted to fight with Xian Zhang and try his own level, but he has not found time. Koji, stand aside. Xian Zhang tilted his head and motioned to Koji. All right. Uchiha Koji nodded and leaned toward the edge of the training ground, where a smiling Mori was still standing. What do you think, Koji? Mori faced Koji who came over. How can you look at it? Stand and watch. Koji narrowed his mouth. I'm asking who do you like? Xian Zhang, although Zishui has opened his eyes, he is far from Xian Zhang's opponent. Also, Sen touched his head. Just now, Shishui hit Koji in his face and defeated Xian Zhang. Let me see you behind me, how much stronger you are. Xian Zhang touched the knife on his waist, and a breeze blew under his feet, causing the dust to spiral and fly. Yes, Xian Zhang. When Zishui closed his eyes and opened his eyes, Sanguyu was revealed. His eyes were full of sharp rays, and Shisui had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Base. Zishui pinched a seal, and the figure disappeared, but Xian Zhang also disappeared at the same time. Hey! Xian Zhang pressed Shishui, the corners of his mouth turned upwards. At the moment when Zishui launched the instantaneous technique, Xian Zhang's Sanguyu Shilunyan caught it, and the body began to copy subconsciously, and immediately launched ninjutsu. Xian Zhang stepped back quickly, avoiding the blow of Zishui, and at the same time the knife in his hand slashed out. Stick! Xian Zhang stepped hard behind him, quickly approaching Zishui. In this battle, Xian Zhang did not use chakra to activate cells, but only used his own physical skills in Chidoryu. The two people kept colliding on the training ground, and among the two watching the battle, Koji looked confused. He could barely capture the two figures in the battle. Without opening his eyes, he could only see their movements completely when the two stopped. He squeezed his hands tightly, and Koji saw the gap, feeling happy and discouraged in his heart. I am glad that as a companion, the two of them are very strong, but what is discouraged is that there is such a big gap between themselves and them. The battle ended soon, and the victor was naturally Xian Zhang. Originally, Xian Zhang was able to end the battle sooner, but in order to test Shisui's strength, Xian Zhang did not show all the skills. Very good, Zishui. Xian Zhang hung the knife back to his waist. I know that Xian Zhang still has strength to use. Shishui is a little discouraged. Very good already. Sen came over, grabbed Xian Zhang's shoulders, and spoke to Shishui. Early the next morning, after Xian Zhang settled a large plate of rice balls, Xian Zhang patted his stomach and was about to leave home and go to the training ground. Xian Zhang, early. Koji Uchiha's voice came, and Xian Zhang nodded slightly. During this time, he went to the training ground with Koji every day to train. The weather is getting warmer and warmer, and it's almost time to set off on the battlefield. Koji followed Xian Zhang, with broken thoughts. Because of the great increase in his strength recently, he always wanted to find a place to prove himself quickly. Xian Zhang said several times about Koji's mentality, but as soon as he turned his head, Koji returned to the original state, so he was helpless. The two soon arrived at the training ground. There were already people training there. As the days on the battlefield were approaching, many people had a sense of urgency, and their strength increased a little, and they were hopes of surviving on the battlefield. After being hot, Zhao outside the training ground for a while, Xian Zhang took the knife and prepared to walk deep into the training ground. He liked the feeling of being alone. Xian Zhang and Koji were almost the last to come. After they arrived, several people came one after another, and all the official members of the police force were there. Everyone, come here. At this time, Sen stood on the training ground, clapped his hands, and motioned for everyone to come over. Following the crowd, a group of people lined up and stood neatly in the middle of the training ground. Xian Zhang independently stood at the forefront of the team due to the particularity of his strength, and stood together with Senator after 2 years of fighting and training. Xian Zhang's strength has been greatly improved. Sen is not Xian Zhang's opponent, and Xian Zhang is also faintly responsible for the strength of the entire police force. Nearly 20 people lined up neatly, standing quietly in front of Sen, watching him. Ahem. Sen looked around, put his hand to his mouth, coughed, and was about to start his speech. I am very happy to stand in front of everyone. You are all ninjas carefully selected from Uchiha. I seem to be talking to Uchiha's future. Akibamarai smiled, but his tone was still very serious. There is no commotion in the crowd. Everyone still looks at Senator. They are not surprised by such praise, and it will not make them feel arrogant. People who can enter here will not change themselves because of some external factors. Attitude towards life. Although the members of the police force are generally around 12 or 13 years old, their temperaments are very precocious, and their attitude towards seeing things is becoming more mature. In another week, many people here are about to go to the battlefield. This is the path of your own choice, Sen calmly voiced, looking at Koji, Xian Zhang, and the others who had applied for the battlefield. Most people here are very strong, at least better than most of your peers. This shows that you are also geniuses. But the battlefield is not a trifle. Don't think that after you have completed several missions, you think the battlefield is your playground. Come and go freely. Sen's voice was loud, vigorous, and orderly. I won't say any more than that. This time around 10 members of the police force joined the frontline force. I hope you can come back safely. Uchiha needs you. Do you understand it? Clear. Everyone answered loudly. Xian Zhang stood in front and nodded slightly. Sen looked at everyone in front of him, and knew in his heart that the people here, on the battlefield, really face death directly. He didn't know how many would come back. Even he himself was not sure to come back safely. There were too many on the battlefield. Uncertainty. Everyone continued to practice. Let's go. Xian Zhang, come with me. Sen waved his hand, beckoning Xian Zhang to keep up with him, and head towards the office building on the other side. What's up? Xian Zhang consciously poured 2 cups of tea to the side of the table. Isn't this going to start? I just want to talk to you. Sen took a cup, took a sip, and followed the conversation. At present, the situation is still good. After all, the hidden village does not seem to have decided to prove the war with us. We only confronted the enemy on the battlefield, and the degree of danger is not very high. Xian Zhang sat down, thinking quickly in his mind. It's true, but there will definitely be small-scale battles. I heard that Iwa Shinobu in the northwest is also restless, ready to make trouble. Xian Zhang stared at Akipomura's face with a relaxed tone. Indeed, Kanaha's current situation is not optimistic, but it has nothing to do with us there. This is a question that the third generation of Hokage needs to think about. The captain is going to convene a secret family meeting and invite you to participate. This is the first time you have participated in such a meeting. It's okay to let other members of the family get to know you, right? Sen's tone was calm. When? It's at 8 o'clock tonight, in the ancestral hall of the family. Sen took the cup in his hand, eyes falling on it, very casual. New. Xian Zhang nodded. Naturally, he couldn't be absent from such a meeting. In the future, he wanted to have a say in the family. These people are inevitable. Although he now has a certain name in the family because of some achievements, they have also heard of it and haven't really seen a real person. This is an opportunity to enter the core of the family. Eyes fell on the Ruruyuoa smile at the corner of Sen's mouth, and Xian Zhang also let out a small smile. Suddenly I feel a little excited. Ha ha. Sometimes I really don't think Xian Zhang that you are just an 8-year-old child. Sen put down his teacup. Then don't treat me as a child, isn't it all right? Xian Zhang shrugged, as if nothing had happened. Although people in the ninja realm generally developed earlier, only looking at Xian Zhang's height, no one would associate him with a child under 10 years old. Then it's okay, I'll go ahead. Xian Zhang stood up and waved. Okay. Sen nodded, and didn't get up, still sitting there quietly drinking tea. When he walked out of the office, Xian Zhang's steps quickly accelerated. For the evening meeting, he himself paid more attention than anyone else. After all, it was the first time to meet with all the seniors and backbone of the family. Xian Zhang, what is Sen looking for you? Seeing Xian Zhang coming out, Zishui asked aloud. It's nothing, it's just that the captain has something to do with me and told me to go there at night. Xian Zhang didn't directly say that he was attending the family meeting. Since it was a secret meeting, he didn't bother to tell others. It wasn't a big deal. Oh, go to the duel practice. I went back yesterday and thought of another trick. Let's try it. When Zishui got the answer, he didn't follow up, and he asked Xian Zhang to walk deep into the training ground. It is good. Although the strengths of Xian Zhang and Zishui are much different, in many cases, fighting with Zishui can inspire him, so Xian Zhang does not reject fighting with Zishui. Xian Zhang and Zishui practiced for a while, then Koji ran over again. After seeing Zishui's new skills, Xian Zhang stepped aside and watched Koji and Zishui play against each other. The time was fast, and noon arrived soon, and I hurried back to have lunch. Xian Zhang did not plan to go to the police training ground in the afternoon. He made an appointment with Kakashi in the afternoon to have an exchange in the woods of Konoha. Speaking of Kakashi, Xian Zhang wanted to smile on his face. Ever since they met at the yakiniku restaurant, the two people have had no intersection, even if Xian Zhang and Kakashi said when they talked about each other. Until the day before yesterday, when Xian Zhang finished training in the afternoon, he thought that he hadn't eaten fresh fish for a long time, so he ran to the commercial street alone. It turned out that he had eaten and found that he did not bring money. He was not very good at speaking at this time, so he had to stand there. Unable to find a way, the store was also newly settled in Konoha, and he did not know the famous Kakashi. In this way, the two parties froze there because the store did not allow Kakashi to leave, and Kakashi couldn't find anyone to pay for it. Xian Zhang, who passed by, naturally helped Kakashi to give money smoothly, and successfully received a grateful Kakashi. Of course, gratitude is impossible to be grateful. Kakashi said that he would return the money to Xian Zhang next time, and he was ready to leave. Xian Zhang took Kakashi and said that he wanted to communicate with him. Recently, Xian Zhang's reputation began to spread in some small circles. Kakashi was naturally told by both Feng Shui men that for Xian Zhang, he also had some small nine in his heart. After all, Xian Zhang has recently been hailed as close to or even surpassed Kakashi. Genius. At an appointment with Kakashi, Xian Zhang separated from Kakashi. Although he didn't buy the fish he needed, he was surprised when he met Kakashi. Arranged with Kakashi in the Konoha Grove at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xian Zhang walked there around 1:30. He was not in a hurry anyway, and Kakashi was on the other side, so he couldn't be anxious. It seems that Kakashi is going to be promoted this year. Chidori should have come out too, just in time to learn. The breeze in the woods blows, and when the weather gets warmer, there are still many small animals in the woods. Leaning on the side of a big tree, Xian Zhang took a very comfortable pose and waited quietly for Kakashi's arrival. Saying that Kakashi deserves to be Konoha's late king, although Xian Zhang has slowed down, it is already 2:15 here, but Kakashi still has no sign. Boringly took out his fingers and clasped them, Xian Zhang looked towards the entrance of the woods. Kakashi arrived at the appointed place on time at 2:30. Are you lost on the road of life? Xian Zhang stood up straight and smiled. Ah ha ha. Kakashi was wearing a mask and could not see his expression, but when Xian Zhang said, he still touched the back of his head in embarrassment. No, this is the last money. Kakashi walked up to him and handed out a wad of money. Oh, all right. Xian Zhang took it and stuffed it into his trouser pocket casually. How do we communicate? Try a fight, Kakashi said when Xian Zhang accepted his money. Call again later, I'll show you something. Row. Kakashi frowned and stood a few meters in front of Xian Zhang. He thought Xian Zhang would just ask him to come over in exchange for a fight. Seeing Kakashi as he was about to watch a play, Xian Zhang walked a few steps aside and began to use his own chidori. Squeak! A bright thunderlight began to brew in his hands. Xian Zhang sank, allowing himself to use ninjutsu wholeheartedly. This time, when he showed off chidori in front of the original creator of Kakashi, Genzo used 100,000 points of concentration, just to shock Kakashi. The dazzling current condensed in Xian Zhang's hands, and Kakashi's eyes began to narrow, and he had a familiar feeling. Kakashi, I heard that you also created a ninjutsu. Xian Zhang kept the movements in his hands, and chakra did not stop supplying. Kakashi looked at Xian Zhang's hand. He first formed a ninja seal, and then he took a pose, and the blue and white electric current also appeared in his hand. In the woods, the two figures maintained almost the same posture, and the ninjutsu in their hands were similar, but the knives hung around their waists were a little bit more vigorous. When did Xian Zhang think of this trick? No matter how you look at it, Genzo's ninjutsu is much more mature than Kakashi's. I had an idea very early, and I gradually improved it on the battlefield. Xian Zhang slowly retracted chakra, and the chidori in his hand began to shrink until it disappeared. This ninjutsu is something I just thought of recently, and I haven't used it once outside. Kakashi showed a strange expression, and seemed a little surprised at Xian Zhang that he had known that he had created this ninjutsu. Haha, what someone said. Xian Zhang was sloppy. Call. Kakashi's control of chidori was not as good as Genzo's, panting heavily, and finally retracted the ninjutsu in his hand. In the end, Xian Zhang and Kakashi still failed to fight. Xian Zhang exchanged his understanding of chidori and the general direction with Kakashi, and spent the afternoon like that. Xian Zhang also learned something from Kakashi. After all, he was the creator, and his understanding was indeed different, which gave Xian Zhang a lot of inspiration. Seeing that it was not early, Xian Zhang bid farewell to Kakashi and left in a hurry, leaving Kakashi, who was still thinking and immersed in his own world. In the evening, Genzo walked to Uchiha Tamate's house. Itaki was turning on the lights in the yard and practicing with a shuriken at a target. Yo, Itaki. Xian Zhang did not close the door, but walked in directly. Ha! Brother Xian Zhang. Itaki, who was training seriously, was a little surprised when he saw Xian Zhang walk in, put down the shuriken in his hand, and ran over. Xianzang really enjoyed Itaka's attitude towards him, and Itaka God's coquettish attitude was not something ordinary people could see. Xianzang's right hand directly touched his head, and Itaka did not avoid it, but leaned against Xianzang affectionately. Although Xianzang was only about 5 years older than Itake, the precocious Xianzang looked like it was around older than Itake. "Where is your father?" While guiding Xianzang to go inside, Itaka sticks to Xianzang affectionately. Although the two have known each other for less than half a year, Xianzang has truly become an idol in Itaka's heart. After all, Fuyu sometimes taught him to use Xianzang as an example. "He's inside, I'll give a call." Itaka shook his head, stepped short legs, and ran into the house. "Xianzang is here." Uchiha Mikato walked out of a room with a basket in his hand, and said to Genzo, who was standing in the courtyard, "Well, auntie, I'll find the captain." Xianzang nodded, smiling. "Okay, I won't bother you too, go ahead." Mikato smiled and left, holding the basket. "Brother Xianzang, my father called you in." Itaka ran out, took Xianzang's hand and walked inside. Uchiha Tamitake was flipping through the documents at his desk, holding a pen in his hand and sketching it from time to time. "Come on, Xianzang." Fuyu put down the document and at the same time took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Captain, is this?" Xianzang looked at the glasses in Fuyu's hand suspiciously. "Oh, my eyes are too tired." Fuyu put the glasses in his hand aside, his tone relaxed. "Oh," Xianzang nodded. "Excessive use of Shaolunyan will indeed weaken eyesight, but that should be a kaleidoscope of things. Itaki, you go out and continue practicing, I have something to discuss with your Xianzang brother." Fuyu said to Itaki. Okay." During this period, Itaki was still too young and always wanted to play, but he didn't postpone training very much. Although his tone was a bit unwilling, he still ran outside honestly. "Sit down," Fuyu pointed. "How come I came here? Isn't this going to the meeting in a while? Thinking about going with you?" Xianzang skillfully pulled a chair over and sat on it. "Alright, is it a little nervous to attend this kind of meeting for the first time?" Fuyu's tone was teasing. "It's a little bit." Xianzang told the truth. "Don't worry too much. This meeting will mainly consist of the 4 elders in Koshinobu and some people in charge of family affairs." Elder. It was the first time that Xianzang heard that there was something like an elder in the Uchiha family. Yes, there are 4 elders in the family, and they are several retired ninjas with great prestige. Fuyu saw Xianzang's doubts. "Oh." Xianzang nodded, there was no fluctuation on his face. "There are nearly 40 ninjas in the Uchiha family. Of course, this includes ninjas with ninjas like you. As a family of this size, Uchiha also needs a lot of industries to support the family's development. Naturally, there are many. Those who have no potential for further development on the road of ninja choose to run a family business. Uchiha has many industries in the major cities of Konoha and Fire Country, including all walks of life." Fuyu continued to speak, with a hint of pride in his tone. Xianzang sat aside and listened attentively. As he expected, a big family like Uchiha had assets in many places. Today is just a routine meeting. If you participate in such a meeting for the first time, just listen and watch more. Fuyu folded his hands together. "It's not early, let's pass it first." His eyes fell on the clock on the wall and Fuyu stood up. He was still wearing a kimono at home at this time, which was comfortable but not formal enough. He needed to change his clothes before going. Patriarch. Following Fuyu, Xianzang enjoyed the gaze of many people. Before Fuyu and Xianzang arrived, a large number of Uchiha people had gathered here in the ancestral shrine, except those who were on the battlefield, those who performed tasks outside, or because of other reasons. When things were delayed, most of the elites of the Uchiha family gathered here. Many people who travel all the year round don't understand the Xianzang who is behind Fuyu, but as long as one person here knows Xianzang, it will spread quickly. After all, people with a discerning eye can see that Xianzang and the Patriarch have a special relationship, and they can't even stand in front of the Patriarch. The celebrities don't understand. "Well, I'm back." Fuyu spoke to a middle-aged uncle, with a very calm tone, and did not put on the patriarchal pretension. "Yes, Patriarch." The uncle nevertheless bowed respectfully at Fuyu. Although Fuyu was young, he had high prestige in the Uchiha family. Walking all the way inside, the people I met became stronger and stronger, and when they reached the innermost part of the ancestral hall, they were all Shangran and high-ranking clan members. Xianzang basically didn't know the people here, the only ones who knew Fuyu and Akabamarai. Too lazy to continue following Fuyu, Xianzang ran aside and silently observed the people he saw. Xianzang tried his best to find people he knew, but he didn't find some plot characters who missed his face in the crowd. After all, the people here were all Uchiha people who died on stage. Xianzang was observing an old man who was talking with Fuyu. A very loud voice rang in his ear, as if a hong bell was ringing in his ear. "Are you Uchiha Genzo?" I am." Looking back, he was a strong man with a little explosive muscle, which was different from other thin people. "It's nice to meet you, I've heard of your name a long time ago, I'm Uchiha." Seeing Xian Zhang's response, the strong man looked a little excited when he pinched Xian Zhang's shoulder with one hand. Xian Zhang is also 1 meter 6 now, but the strong man is 2 heads taller, and his height should be 2 meters. Moreover, the muscles of this strong man always make people feel that something strange has been mixed into the Uchiha family. "Hello." Xian Zhang didn't have a sword at this moment, and reached out to pinch the strong man by his own hand, and remove it from his shoulder. "Haha, sorry." The brawny man seemed to see that Xian Zhang was a little unhappy about his shoulder-squeezing behavior. He probably thought it was a kind of provocation. He quickly took his hand back and showed a simple and honest smile. "I heard about what you did in the battlefield of Sand Ninja, it's amazing." Zhou Uchiha's eyes were very clear, staring at Genzo. "It's okay, an explosion between life and death." Xian Zhang also understood that the clansmen in front of him were not malicious, and nodded in reply. "I just returned from a long-term mission last month, and I plan to go there in a few days. It just so happens that the family seems to have ideas in this regard." Uchiha's tall figure and Genzo were standing side by side, chatting as if they were heart to heart. "Well, why don't you consider going to the east?" Xian Zhang was a bit surprised. The battlefield to the south was very fierce, and the casualty coefficient soared. It was indeed not a good decision to go there at this time. "Haha, the east side may not be able to fight for the time being, the south side is fighting fiercely." Uchiha patted his chest with a loud voice. "Uchiha." In addition, an old man over there called out the name of the brawny man with a majestic and serious expression on his face. The brawny man instantly changed his face and calmed down. Whispering sound. Uchiha leaned down and leaned to Genzo's ear. "That's my old man, really a bad old man who is nosy, very bad." Speaking of these, the strong man showed the innocent look that only a child can. "How about you, Xian Zhang?" Zhou Uchiha's voice became much quieter, and he continued to talk to Xian Zhang. "Me? It depends on the family arrangement, I can do anything." Xian Zhang looked at the brawny man. "Oh, is it? I still want to call you. We form the Uchiha Gemini combination, and do a good job in the battlefield of Sand Ninja." Uchiha looked like he should be in his 20s, but some of the words he said were naive or even naive, but Genzo and Ran felt very sincere and comfortable in chatting. "If you have time, don't worry." Xian Zhang smiled. "Go, find a place to sit down. It seems that the meeting is about to start depending on the situation." Uchiha looked at the people who were starting to move around, and said to Xian Zhang, "Okay." Following Uchiha, Genzo sat on the upper seat of Shinobu. These seats are just ordinary cushions, spread flat on the ground, and spread around the most central cushions on the square of the ancestral hall. It seems that the naive Uchiha is actually a shinobu, but this is a bit beyond Xian Zhang's expectation. He previously saw that he said that the old man is his old man, and thought that Uchiha Zhuang was relying on his background and the strength of Zhongnan. Participating in such a meeting, after all, the old man seemed to be the elder of the family, and Fuyu bent down before talking to the old man. Shangnan is not a title that can reach the level of Shangnan, or can be obtained by defeating Shangnan, but also requires a series of other factors, such as research on ninjutsu, judgment on battle, contribution to the village, and so on. The number of Shangran is the external performance of a village's combat power, and it is one of the several criteria for measuring strength. The promotion of Shangran by the village is much more important than other promotions. However, it is impossible to relax the promotion conditions of Shangran because of the pursuit of the number of Shinins. This does not exist in all large Shinin villages, except for some small Shinin villages for the sake of face. Sitting side by side with Uchiha, Xian Zhang ignored the curious eyes of some people around him, and his eyes fell on the 5 middle seats. Ahem, the last old man arrived, and the seat of the core circle was filled. It was the last old man who was coughing. He was also the oldest person among the elders, and he trembled even as he walked. Yes, Xian Zhang sat there watching and was afraid that he would fall and break his bones. Then everyone sits down, and this meeting is ready to begin. Fuyu stood in the center of the circle and said loudly. But in fact, there is no need for him to say much, everyone is sitting quietly in their seats, waiting for Fuyu and others to speak. Futake looked around, staring at Genzo and the next Uchiha Su for a few seconds, showing a funny smile. Then this meeting will officially begin. As Fuyu finished speaking, he sat down and nodded, pointing at a middle-aged uncle who was close to him. The next step is the cliché family report. Many industry leaders reported on the industries they were in charge of. Although they had also reported at the year-end summary meeting before, it has been another month. There have been some new changes. Genzo was totally unable to intervene in these matters, and it was impossible to have a chance to intervene, so he chatted quietly with Uchiha, who was also bored, and Uchiha had been in the Uchiha family for so many years. Those who don't know are introduced to him by him. This is Uchiha Quotient, a business genius, and a ninja in itself. It is said that I felt that my talents on ninja were exhausted, and after a mission, he left a hidden injury on his arm, and decided to transform into a family business. Principal. Xianzang looked at the person who stood up and talked at this time. It was the middle-aged man he had met at the entrance of the ancestral hall before. It's no wonder Fuya still values him a little bit. Xianzang remembered this man in his heart. He also needed to understand the important figures in the Uchiha family. This Uchiha quotient should be considered the number one person. Well, it looks really shrewd. Xianzang reached into Uchiha Zou's specially lowered ear and whispered to him. Shang is indeed a business genius. He is highly recognized by the clan. He is often busy with the family business outside and travels to many places. Every time he comes back, he will bring some specialties to some people in the clan. Uchiha smiled. Uchiha Chu had brought back secret rheumatism medicine to his old man from a small country before. Regardless of the effect of the medicine, he also had a good impression of Chu. Xianzang nodded in agreement and looked at Uchiha Quotient, who stood up and shared his experience with the people around him happily. By the way, Xianzang, why don't we have time for a fight? I have been looking forward to fighting you. Uchiha Shuang touched Genzo lightly with his body, interrupting Genzo's thinking. Okay, I can do it any time. You can come to the police training ground to find me when you have time. I have been there lately. The police force? I know, is it near the police force? Well, it's there. Oh, if I were not older than the rules, I would like to join the police force. Uchiha was taken aback for a moment and said. Forward. Xianzang turned his head to look at the other person who stood up and spoke, but did not answer Uchiha's words. The police force does have an age limit for joining, no more than 24 years old. Because once this age is passed, the ninja's career is almost frozen, and there is no need to continue training. Although there are exceptions, it is almost impossible to leave. Tell me about the four elders. Xianzang looked at the elders who seemed to be of great status, and he was really curious. Hi, don't you even know this? Uchiha looked at Genzo with a speechless expression. Should I know? Xianzang touched his head, and was stared at by a naive man like Uchiha Juan with such an idiotic look. It was him that was a bit embarrassed. Then I will tell you about it. Zhuang didn't bother with this, and pulled the cushion under his buttocks to Xianzang a bit with his hands, getting closer to Xianzang. Do you know that our family land is divided into 4 areas? I know. Xianzang nodded. So we are the 4 elders. Uchiha said it for granted. After hearing Uchiha's hardcore explanation, Xianzang didn't even react for a while. There is none left. Xianzang couldn't believe it. The 4 areas correspond to the 4 elders, but there are actually deeper reasons. Uchiha continued. Xianzang nodded and listened intently. The Uchiha family was divided into 4 branches a long time ago, corresponding to the 4 chambers, and the 4 elders are the spokespersons of these 4 chambers. Uchiha paused and looked at the 4 old men sitting in the center of the circle. This is how the family land is divided into 4 regions, but in recent decades Uchiha has not been interested in these things, so the elders don't have much rights. At most, they can be counted as the director of the street office of one district. Is that the word? Xianzang. Su Uchiha stabbed Genzo and asked. There is this word. Xianzang nodded. But for many things in the clan, the patriarch will still find the 4 elders and ask them to make some suggestions or discuss a plan. Many people in the clan have not despised the elders because of the loss of the rights of the elders. Oh. Xianzang showed a thoughtful look, but he didn't expect Uchiha to have such a story. Then after listening to the reports from various industries in the first month, let's continue to discuss the current issues that families need to face. At this time, some people's speeches ended, and Fuyu stood up to speak, ready to move on to the next topic. Everyone knows that in recent years, the world of ninja has become uneasy, Konoha is even more raging, and the Uchiha family also needs to assume due obligations. There are some voices around, and many people have a deep understanding of the current incident. At present, Konoha executives are also putting pressure on us Uchiha, so it won't be long before many of us here will rush to the battlefield. Fuyu's voice couldn't hear the joys and sorrows, and the tone of these words did not seem to fluctuate much. It seemed that it was his volition to let Uchiha send troops to the front line. Ahem, old man, let me say a few words. The elder who looked like the oldest stood up with his cane. Although he looked weak, he got up smoothly. After all, he was a retired ninja, and his foundation was still there. Fuyu nodded, pressed his hands down to signal the surroundings to be quiet, and then sat down. Old man, I am 60 or 6 this year. It can be said that I am the oldest of the Uchiha clan. When I was young, I also saw the majesty of Lord Madara. The elder stood up, did not immediately enter the topic, but said something like this first. The people around did not feel bored, and even showed a curious look, including Genzo. After all, the elder's mouth was Uchiha Madara. Konoha. It was built by the first generation and Madara, so everything about Konoha also has Uchiha's credit. Although Uchiha's position in Konoha is obvious to all, I will not say much, but we can't tell Konoha for that. Any other ideas? As long as there are leaves flying, there will be a fire burning, and the fire will shine on the village, and then new leaves will sprout again. The elder stood there and turned around, looking around the expressions of everyone, and found that many people had expressions that they didn't quite agree with, but due to the identity of the elder, no one stood up to refute, so he continued. Everyone must have heard this sentence, the old elder asked. Leaves symbolize a generation, while fire is the glory of our Uchiha clan. At this point, the elder's voice was high, and the hands holding the cane were trembling. Although we don't have the right place in Konoha at the moment, Konoha is indeed our home. So the home is violated and we should go out to repel the enemy. Isn't it right? After speaking, the elder touched the crutches severely on the floor, and then sat down. A whole CGCF square fell into tranquility. It was the first time many people heard this explanation of that passage. For a while, they felt a little different towards Konoha. Fuyu also hung his head slightly, his eyes a little deep. He knew that over the years, due to the declining status of the family in Konoha, many people of the tribe were very hostile to Konoha's decision-making. He always felt that Konoha could not accommodate Uchiha. He was targeting Uchiha everywhere and issued many policies to the village. It's also one set secretly and one set on the bright side. Indeed, Lao Liu's statement has some truth. Uchiha's status is not based on charity from others. To restore to the high level of Lord Madara, everyone needs to work together. This war may be an opportunity. Another elder expressed his opinion. These older generations of Uchiha are still quite reasonable, but why did they develop into that later? Xian Zhang sat there, keeping silent, but after listening to the speeches of the two elders, he was still puzzled. After all, Uchiha behind him seemed to be rebelling and was eventually annihilated. My opinion is similar to that of the elders. This time going to the battlefield will indeed cause a lot of losses to the family, but it is also an opportunity for our Uchiha family. What will happen to you may depend on your performance on the battlefield soon. Fute continued, his tone was full of expectation. This was an optimistic thought for the uncertain future. After all, Uchiha's battlefield was already an established fact, and the list was all out. There is no harm in thinking about the benefits. Many of you here are not very young, most of them are young people in their 30s or 20s. They have not experienced the glory of Uchiha in their lives, but it does not prevent them from putting themselves bring in the man who led the whole family to glory. Many people's breathing became heavy, including Uchiha, who was sitting next to Genzo. Naturally, Xian Zhang is also in a heartbeat. His best prediction for Uchiha's future is to get along with Konoha and even return to the decision-making level. As for whether it is okay, can it be done? Don't people always have an optimistic and positive attitude? Although such a goal is full of dangers, it is also the best ending. Is it necessary for the clan to move out of Konoha in the end, or be annihilated? Everyone should have the list of personnel on the front line. Most of the people here are in this list. Next, I will assign a specific team to everyone. When on the battlefield, everyone should keep the team action as much as possible. Of course, if the general of the side allows it. When Fuyu said this, he made a small joke, which caused many people to laugh. As for the generals not allowing the existence of the squad, this will definitely not happen. Although the battlefield is full of chaos, the battle is still faintly carried out in squads. Uchiha, what's the matter with you? Fuyu saw the majestic man sitting there raising his hand like a bear, motioning for him to speak. Patriarch, I applied to go to the southern front. Uchiha stood up, and a thunderous voice rang over everyone's heads. I rejected your request a long time ago, haven't you seen it? Fuyu smiled and asked back. Ha! When? Uchiha was a little dazed, and touched his head at a loss. Don't sit down yet, it's a shame. One of the elders spoke. He was the old man in Uchiha's mouth, and he was the youngest among the elders. I knew it was the old man you. It must be you, right? Uchiha reacted and roared incompetently at the elder. Uchiha still knew what it was like now, so he grumbled and sat down angrily, staring at his old man with his eyes. And when Uchiha's old father was exposed by him, his old face blushed, and he turned his head to avoid looking at Uchiha. This is just a small episode, and the meeting is still going on. Fuyu continued to raise a few Uchiha's current problems, gather everyone's thoughts, and refer to opinions from many aspects. As soon as this meeting started, Xian Zhang returned to the scene where the school leader gave a speech when he was studying in his previous life, but the time here will only be longer. They are all ninjas, and they will definitely last longer. Well, that's it for today. Let's all go away. The moon in the sky was already hanging high, and the meeting was over at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Xian Zhang had a sore back sitting there. Following Fuyu's words, everyone got up and left one after another. Xian Zhang naturally stood up and moved a few times. Xian Zhang, Uchiha Fumite called Genzo and greeted him to pass. What, Captain? Xian Zhang walked over after passing through the leaving crowd. Hello elders. The four great elders had not left yet, and surrounded Fuyu. When Xian Zhang saw that they naturally greeted respectfully. Hello. The elders also have no arrogance, and there is no arrogance of corrupt families. You are Xian Zhang. I heard Zhuang often talk about you, saying that you have done what he couldn't do. It is really a hero when he was born. Uchiha's old father was the first to speak. Hey hey, Xian Zhang smiled with the shy smile that a child of this age should have. Good job. Elder Uchiha Ryu patted Xian Zhang on the shoulder, a red light on his face. It seemed that he was not as weak as Xian Zhang guessed. The old folks will leave first, young people come on. The elders smiled encouragingly at Xian Zhang and left together. Before he could go far, Uchiha stopped his old father and began to argue with a red face. Both Genzo and Futake who stood here could feel Uchiha's unwillingness. How do you feel? The family meeting is like this, and the atmosphere is still good. Futake embraced Xian Zhang's shoulders, as kind as he embraced his own disciples, bypassing the arguing Uchiha and his sons, and walked outside the ancestral hall from the other direction. Good. Xian Zhang nodded slightly. This family atmosphere was better than the cataract next door. After all, the family was directly divided into two factions, and they seemed to be incomprehensible to seeing each other, and the class was distinct. Assigning the team this time, I will directly treat you as Shinobu, and get ready to be the captain. Walking out of the ancestral hall, Fuyu patted Xian Zhang on the shoulder, and then walked in the direction of home. He and Xian Zhang took a different route home. Xian Zhang stood still and looked at all the tribesmen who had gone away in the dark, with a calmness in his eyes that shouldn't be at this age. As everyone in his sight disappeared, Xian Zhang also turned around and went home. It's so late, I wonder if Granny Xiang is asleep. While walking, a thought appeared in Xian Zhang's heart. Living in this world for so long, there are more people in my heart, and they are no longer in a light state. Xian Zhang knew the people and things he needed to guard now, and they didn't become a hindrance to him. Instead, they became the driving force for him to move forward. After all, only strength is the foundation of his foothold in the world. In the next few days, the days returned to normal. Xian Zhang resumed his life at 3 points in one line. Every day he communicated with those who were preparing to go to the battlefield at the training ground, or guided. The strength was there. Xian Zhang was in the police service. The status of the army is high and high. Uchiha Shuang also came to find Xian Zhang once yesterday, and wanted to fight Xian Zhang. Thinking that Uchiha Zhuangchang Shinobu's strength is enough to unfold his body, Xian Zhang readily accepted. Uchiha, who seems to be extremely heavy, really showed his style during the battle. He actually walked the assassin speed stream. Whenever he thinks that such a tall Uchiha possesses such speed and dexterity, Xian Zhang would sigh at the size of the ninja world, and there are no surprises. The first time I met Zhuang Uchiha, Xian Zhang thought that his figure was a special case of the Uchiha family. He walked the route of strength and endurance, but he did not expect it to be another reversal. But even if Uchiha's speed, body skills, and even strength are much stronger than those of Shangren in the same period, he still suffered a defeat in the hands of Xian Zhang. Xian Zhang's speed was faster than him, his damage was higher, and even his strength was not lost. Uchiha can only fight Genzo with the head. Uchiha's failure was normal in Xian Zhang's eyes, but Uchiha still found it difficult to accept, even if he was prepared to lose before he came to Xian Zhang. But being prepared and facing reality are two completely different things. Senior, the two Zongren shouted at Xian Zhang in unison, and there was a bowing motion as they spoke. Don't call me senior. You can call me Xian Zhang directly. Xian Zhang made the gesture of helping people. He didn't take these fictitious things very seriously. If you really respect me, I can tell when you speak and do things. There is no need to do these fancy things. Well then, Captain Xian Zhang. Uchiha Huo and Uchiha Yan were not hypocritical, and it was indeed a bit embarrassing for them to call Xian Zhang, who was much smaller than them, senior, even though they knew Xian Zhang was very strong. These two are the other two members of the Xian Zhang team in the future battlefield. Fuya divided this list a few days ago. Today these two ninjas took the initiative to find Xian Zhang. They are called the team's tacit understanding. Get acquainted early. Well, go and sit down. Xian Zhang waved his finger at the rest pavilion on the edge of the training ground. That's right, the two players went directly to the training ground to find Xian Zhang. Okay, Huo and Yan looked at each other and followed Xian Zhang. They were brothers, they were very close to each other, and the tacit understanding between the two was completely unmatched by ordinary people. Sit anywhere. Xian Zhang lay down on a recliner comfortably, and his upper body stood up slightly, facing the pair of Uchiha brothers, looking very lazy. Since I will be a small team in the future, let me talk about your situation. I'll take it. Xian Zhang squinted his eyes, his tone relaxed. I am Uchiha Fire, Nakanin, good at fire escape. I'm Uchiha Yan, Nakanin, and I'm also good at fire escape. The two brothers did not relax because of Xian Zhang's sitting posture, but sat opposite Xian Zhang, and their voices introduced their own situation very simply. Is it gone? For example, what do you like, what you hate, do you have nothing? Xian Zhang looked at the two brothers who were obviously much older than him, but he nodded slightly and talked about some light topics. What? Huo touched his head, he didn't expect such a place to need to say this. I like barbecue and hate salmon. Yan responded quickly, and continued Xian Zhang's words. I am the same as Yan. Uchiha nodded in flames and agreed. Oh, it seems that we all like the same things. I also like barbecues, especially the barbecue queue in the commercial street. It is simply my favorite. Xian Zhang sat up and smiled. Really? Captain, we often go to that restaurant. The sauce is indeed more than 10 times better than other barbecue restaurants, and the meat is delicious, Uchiha said with a little surprise. Really? Xian Zhang put his hands behind his body and assumed a comfortable posture. He has just been training for a long time, and his body is indeed a bit tired. Me, you should all know, right? When it was Xian Zhang's turn to introduce himself, he asked the two people in front of him. After all, they had found the police force here. It would be very difficult to say that he didn't know Xian Zhang. Yes, we have all heard of the deeds of some captains. Uchiha Fire is still talking. Although Uchiha Yan's face has changed a little, he still maintains the calmness that a ninja should have. The follow-up is finished MD, not like Uchiha Fire, his tone is very excited, as if encountering my idol is average. Then I'd better introduce myself, after all, those are rumors. Xian Zhang nodded, pressed his hand down, and signaled Uchiha to sit down. I'm Kenzo Uchiha, Nakanin, good at Thunderdong and physique. Although I am young, I have done a lot of tasks. I also participated in the front of Sand Ninja before, and I only came back years ago. Xian Zhang briefly introduced himself. We are completely assured of the strength of the captain. Please take care of this team formation. After Xian Zhang finished speaking, Yanhe Huo stood up and bowed again. I would be embarrassed if you were like this. Xian Zhang signaled them not to continue this way, and after speaking with his hands, he pointed to the players in the training ground who were probing their heads. Brother Uchiha looked at the training ground and quickly got up and returned to normal. Since forming a small team, I hope we can rely on each other in the future and be each other's backing. Xian Zhang walked up to the two of them, and the two brothers were not much taller than him, only a head taller. By the way, how tall are you? Xian Zhang looked at the gap and suddenly asked. Xian Zhang seemed to be able to see the question mark appearing on their heads, but his face remained serious. I should be 1 meter 8, and the fire is a little shorter than me, so it should be about 1 meter 7 or 8. Uchiha Yan first looked at Xian Zhang's Tianlingai, then looked at his brother standing next to him again, and said with some uncertainty. Oh, it's quite tall. My captain is still too short. Xian Zhang's face was as usual, and he walked out of the pavilion. I'm still young, and I will grow taller in the future. Don't be jealous of them now. Xian Zhang thought in his heart that although he matured prematurely, his age was there and his height had not been completely finalized. Are you staying here for a while, and then let's go out to have a meal at night, or will we go back now, and we will meet again next time? I have to train here for a while, it's pretty early. Xian Zhang walked, turning his head from time to talk to the two brothers behind him. Then let's accompany the captain to train for a while. As Uchiha said, Yan on the side also looked at Xian Zhang expectantly. Okay, just look at your strength. Xian Zhang had a meal first, and then said. He originally said that the meal was just being polite. He didn't expect that the two people who met for the first time were completely unfeeling, but they were in line with Xian Zhang's mind. The team can start with a meal. The premise is that this meal is paid by the two players, haha. A sly light flashed in Xian Zhang's eyes, and he led the two of them to the depths of the training ground. Xian Zhang, are you back? Zishui was still practicing with Koji here, and seeing Xian Zhang coming back, the two of them also stopped their movements. Well, these are my teammates, Uchiha Fire and Uchiha Yan, two brothers. Xian Zhang pointed and introduced to the two men who came over with tentative eyes. Hello, I am Shisui, this is Koji. Hello. Shimizu and Koji really looked like children when they stood in front of the two brothers, but they greeted each other normally. The two brothers did not underestimate Shisui and Koji because of their height, because they also saw Shisui and Koji's battle just now, and they were not weaker than them. You go on, I will practice with them nearby. Xian Zhang waved. It is good. Shisui and Koji looked at each other. You two attack, let me see. Xian Zhang's words were not provocative or contemptuous. He has long seen that the two have a high degree of tacit understanding, and cooperation must be their strongest tactic. If Xian Zhang wanted to understand their strength, he needed to understand their strongest strength, which would help some judgments and decisions on the battlefield in the future. It is good. Yan and Huo glanced at each other, and there was no surprise. Before they came, they knew that Xian Zhang's strength was also very strong in Shangar and Zong, otherwise it would be impossible to become the team leader as Zongren. In a fighting stance, the two brothers, one from the left and the other, stared at Xian Zhang who was not far away, who was wearing a knife at his waist. Don't take the initiative? Then I will come first. Genza slowly held the shinobi with his right hand, chakra brewing under his feet. Stick. With a hard step on his left foot, Xian Zhang shot out. Coming, Yan whispered. There was already a gyu in his eyes spinning fast, trying his best to capture Xian Zhang's figure. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha was the first to use ninjutsu. He also opened the writing wheel eyes. As soon as he opened his voice, the fireball ran towards Genzo. He. Xian Zhang took a meal and flashed aside. Ding! As soon as he got out of Huo Dun's range, Xian Zhang caught several swords flying over in his hand, and with a wave of the sword in his hand, all attacks were blocked. Tactical? First, Huo Dun was used to block the enemy's line of sight, and then the shuriken was thrown out. The sound of weapons breaking through the air was also completely overwhelmed by Huo Dun. Thoughts flashed in Xian Zhang's heart, but he still didn't stop. The distance between several people was less than 20 meters, and Xian Zhang arrived in no time. Ding! Kazumi looked at the Uchiha fire standing in front, and was held back by him with kunao. Didn't I say that I am good at thunder dung? Xian Zhang smiled slightly, and an electric current rushed out of his hand, following the knife to Uchiha Huo's body. Zzz! The electric current rang and hit the body instantly. Boom! Uchiha was cremated into white smoke and disappeared. It was the shadow clone just now? When? As soon as the fire escape ended? What about the real body? Surprise flashed in Xian Zhang's eyes, but the sword in his hand did not stop, and he slashed towards Uchiha Yan behind. Uchiha Yan might not have thought that his brother's shadow clone would actually block Xian Zhang for an instant. His hand movement was a bit slow, and his body hurriedly retreated back. Xian Zhang pursued. The knife in his hand did not slow down much because it was a test. Boom! After chasing Yan, he had just taken a step, and the land under his feet collapsed, and Xian Zhang fell down without asking him. Uchiha Yan's eyes lit up, and the seal began to form in his hands, and the writing wheel eyes were also staring at Xian Zhang's movements. Fire escaped the art of impatience. The sky was full of flames and began to rush towards Xian Zhang, who was unstable. Xian Zhang pinched a seal and disappeared. What? Uchiha Yan opened his eyes and couldn't believe it. Boom! The hilt of the knife was against Yan's waist, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect Xian Zhang's speed to be so fast. It should be ninjutsu just now? Uchiha Yan is not sure. The instantaneous technique is really easy to use, Xian Zhang said softly. The hilt of the sword against Uchiha Yan slowly slipped. Xian Zhang's eyes were still looking around. He would not forget that Uchiha's fire was still hidden around him. Captain, don't forget that we are two. Uchiha Yan also came out of surprise at this time. His eyes turned to the corner of his eyes, and he stared at Xian Zhang slightly sideways. Yes. Another one, where is it? The corners of Xian Zhang's mouth were upturned, showing a distressed expression. Uchiha Yan panicked inexplicably. Soil escaped the art of beheading in the heart. There was a dull voice under his feet. Uchiha's fire came, and Xian Zhang smiled, thinking how long he could hold back. Boom! With the sword against Uchiha Yan's Genzo, his body sank directly into the ground, and only one head was exposed in the blink of an eye. Hey, Captain, you are careless. Uchiha Huo crawled out of the dirt on the side and smiled triumphantly. Although Xian Zhang didn't use the writing wheel eyes, even Lei Dun didn't use it much, and didn't use all his strength at all, they still defeated Xian Zhang, which made him feel very satisfied. I saw Uchiha Fire walking towards Uchiha Yan, but Yan's eyes swept across Xian Zhang's face. He read a little jokingly, and suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Immediately ran to Uchiha Fire. Boom! The Xian Zhang in the soil turned into white smoke and disappeared into the sight of the two of them. The complexion of the two brothers changed drastically. Base, a flash of thunder flashed by, and neither of the two brothers Uchiha could react to the writing wheel eyes, and a knife was placed across their necks. The electric light flashed on the knife, and neither of them dared to move. It's so strong. This is the same voice of the two. In the battle just now, the two people used each other as bait and played several tactics in succession, but in the face of absolute strength, these bells and whistles were really useless. It's not bad, the cooperation is quite tacit. Generally speaking, I can't ask for it in front of you. Withdrawing the knife, hung it to his waist, Xian Zhang commented. The captain is as strong as the rumors are. Such strength is also a rare ninja in the upper ninja circle, right? Uchiha slapped Genzo's flattery on fire. Ha ha, Xian Zhang slapped his arm with his hand and wiped out the dirt on it. Come on, continue to practice hands with me, and then stop work and go to dinner after the practice. Xian Zhang's expression condensed, and he said in an indisputable tone. The cooperation of two people can indeed give him a sense of oppression. This kind of attack after attack just gives him the opportunity to continue practicing instant technique. He now feels this forbearance. The technique is inexplicably easy to use. Although he himself also has a weakened version of Lei Dun Chakra mode, this ninjutsu, but in terms of consumption and sequelae, the instantaneous technique that Shisui learned here is more suitable for him now. But Xian Zhang's current instantaneous technique is slightly different from that taught by Zishui. He has combined some experience and made some changes himself. He attaches chakra to the solace of his feet and uses the power of an instant burst to drive his body into the instantaneous mode. This method has been thought of before, but without the support of high-level writing wheel eyes, the speed of such an instant burst is impossible for ordinary people's eyes. If you catch something intact, you won't be able to fight even more. It is good. Uchiha Yen was not affected by the failure just now. As soon as Xianzang said, he fully agreed, faster than Uchiha's reaction. He has always had a learning attitude towards fighting with Xianzang. Winning or losing is not important. He wants to be able to learn some fighting skills from Xianzang. After all, Xianzang is a ninja honed on the battlefield. He and Uchiha Fire is strictly a recruit. The three of them fought like this until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that it was not early, Xianzang stopped. After tidying up, he pulled the two of them and prepared to eat barbecue. He asked Koji to go back and tell Granny Xiang that he would not go back today. But Koji and Shisui didn't follow because of family affairs. Captain, do you still want to eat? Uchiha swallowed a sip of water, seeming to be a little weak. Several stacks of plates were placed in front of Uchiha Yan. He said he had eaten enough and was watching Xianzang perform his own eating performance. Why, are you all full? Xianzang picked up all the barbecue on the grill with chopsticks, dipped in the secret sauce, and put them into his mouth. Well, the captain can eat slowly. Uchiha looked at Xianzang's face and thought of living under Xianzang's hands in the future, swallowing what he wanted to say, and by the way helped Xianzang add the meat to the grill and continue roasting. The table in front of Xianzang, as well as the meat rack on the side, were full of plates. Some were empty plates that had been eaten, and some were filled with meat just ordered. This is already the 60th set. Uchiha's eyelids were beating, and he suddenly thought that when he first entered the store, Xianzang changed his tricks to lead him to agree to his own treat today. Thinking of this, and seeing Captain Xianzang still working hard, Uchiha suddenly wanted to cry without tears. This is probably my commission for a few days. Uchiha Fire continued to help Xianzang roast the meat. His eyes couldn't help but the Uchiha Yen envoy who was on the side looked at him, hoping that he could say something, but Yen seemed to see nothing, and looked at the empty plate in front of him intently. Oh, just treat it as bribing the boss. Uchiha knew that he was going to let go of his blood today, and he accepted the fact with ease. Boss, 10 more plates of meat. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha saw the meat around him entering Xianzang's stomach again, but looking at the captain's appearance, it seemed that he had not eaten enough, so he took the initiative to call the boss. Come right away. The shop owner smiled, and every time Xianzang visited it was a big deal. He wanted to serve Xianzang's entire membership card so that he could bring friends to eat more often in the future. Fire, not bad. Xianzang smiled encouragingly and gave Uchiha a thumbs up with his chopsticks. Captain eats well, these are trivial things. Uchiha smiled fiercely. He didn't feel at a loss for being able to make a good relationship with Xianzang in this way. Although he was very unfriendly to his wallet, he was not alone. Didn't he still have a brother beside him? Thinking of this, Uchiha glanced at Uchiha Yan fierily, right in front of Shang Yan's eyes, which were full of good-looking jokes. Xianzang didn't care about the communication between the two brothers, but energetically ate the barbecue in front of him. Now his appetite is getting bigger and bigger, especially after the training day is over. The whole person is in a state of emptiness, only eating can make him feel full. At home, Granny Xiang didn't treat him badly, every meal was full of meat, but today he caught 2 big households. Xianzang also vigorously slurped the wool, eating at home as his own, but today's eating is someone else's, extraordinarily delicious. Zizi. The meat on the grill was bubbling with oil and water, and the marinated meat slices exuded a tempting taste. Xianzang looked at the grill intently, only the meat changed from red to golden yellow in his eyes. Yoshi, go ahead. There was a loud voice from the table next door. Uchiha turned his head and saw 2 green figures sitting opposite each other at a table on which there were several plates of grilled meat. The speaker was the middle-aged uncle. He put the roasted meat slices into another person's bowl and spoke. Well, I started. Kei folded his hands together, his eyes closed slightly, and then he picked up his chopsticks. Well, after eating these, the flame of youth will continue to burn. Matt Dai didn't move his chopsticks, but was able to pinch the meat to the opposite Kei, with a smile on his face. There seemed to be a flash of light in Kai's eyes, and he was eating meat with big mouthfuls. Dad, why don't you eat? After taking a few bites, Kai found out that Dai himself hadn't eaten. Ahaha, Dad is eating too. Youth is not allowed to cheat. Dai picks up a piece of meat, dips it in the sauce and puts it in the mouth. Kai watched Dai and started eating, and then continued to eat, but what he didn't notice was that Dai didn't eat much. Even if he did, his speed was many times slower than him. Uchiha Huo didn't know the two of them, so he took a glance and then looked back. They were just ordinary father and son, with a little loud voice at best. The buried Xianzang also saw the father and son at the next table. Watching Matt Dai's performance, he showed a thoughtful expression. As of forbearance for 10,000 years, Matt Dai's economic strength is indeed not very good. After all, the tasks he performs are some simple D-level tasks, and the rewards are not too high. Moreover, since both of them are practitioners of physical skills, the usual training costs are relatively high. the frequency of injuries is higher than that of normal ninjas, and they also need to be paid for entering and leaving the hospital. Although Konoha has a certain ninja allowance for every ninja, that little allowance is totally out of the question. K. After eating these, run around the village 10 times, can you do it? Dai picked up a piece of meat and pointed at Kai. Well, I must complete the task. Like dealing with an enemy, Kai bit off the pieces of meat from his chopsticks and yelled, "Yo West!" Dai put the piece of meat into his mouth, with a relieved and satisfied expression. Fire! Xianzang knocked on the grill with his chopsticks, and signaled Uchiha Huo to continue to help himself put the barbecue into the grill. Hey, right now, Captain. Uchiha Huo had just seen Xianzang staying with the father and son for several seconds, still showing some thoughts, could not help but look at the father and son a few more times, so he forgot to add meat to Xianzang on the grill. Yan on the side was also staring at the father and son, his mind was spinning quickly, wondering what the two men came from, or why did Captain Xianzang show that expression just now, but no matter what he thought, he still didn't have the impression of the father and son. Call. Xianzang ate very quickly, and the new barbecue was swept away by him, all in his stomach. Let's go. Let's have a good meal today. After eating and sitting for a few minutes, Xianzang glanced at Dai and his son who were still eating. Their speed was not as fast as his own. Good, Captain. The Uchiha brothers stood up, and Huo quickly ran to the counter to check out. When Xianzang passed by Dai's table, he saw Dai looking at Kai happily, but the meat on his chopsticks had not been put in his mouth for a long time. Xianzang left with a kind smile at Dai. He was not familiar with the father and son, and it was not a good time to get acquainted. Captain, let's go, I'm done paying. Uchiha finished closing the bill at this time, walked over, and nodded to Xianzang. No hurry, wait. Xianzang waved his hand, invited the shop owner, took out some money, and said a few words before leaving with the two brothers. Mr. Ninja, brother Xianzang invited you. The shop owner took a lot of meat, put it on Dai's table, looked at his puzzled eyes, and explained. What? Matt Dai was a little puzzled, he didn't know Xianzang. It's the little brother who just left. He is a regular customer of our store. He seems to belong to Uchiha's house. He is a nice guy. The shop owner continued. Oh, thank you boss. The smiling figure just appeared in Dai's mind. Advertisement. Okay, don't thank me, I didn't ask you to do it, I'll go there if there is nothing wrong. The boss put down the plate, left, and took a seat at the counter. Okay, Dai nodded. Kai looked nervously at the sudden increase in meat and smiled happily. K, this is a gift from a nobleman on the road of youth to you and me. Eat with all your heart. Dai was not hypocritical, and when he knew who invited him, he accepted it directly. Well, good, Dad. K raised the corners of his mouth, the teeth in his mouth flashed past, and then he began to eat again. With Xianzang's sponsorship, Dai could also let go of his stomach and eat. After all, Xianzang directly gave them 30 dishes. Yoshi, go ahead. Hi. The rotisserie fell into a passionate youth for a while, and the boss stopped talking at the counter. Captain, is there anything special about the father and son just now? You also invited them to have barbecue. Yan followed all the way, and finally couldn't help asking questions. Maybe it seems to be pleasing to the eye? Yan, you can't look good. Xianzang stabbed Uchiha Yan, who was quite tall with his arm, and said a thoughtless sentence in a heartwarming tone. Both Uchiha brothers thought this sentence was reasonable, but it seemed that they could not fully understand it. The captain meant that they were great. Uchiha set on fire. Aha. Xianzang didn't deny or admit it, he just responded casually. Oh, the two did not speak, and followed to the Uchiha clan. After eating, it was past 7 o'clock in the evening, and Konoha had completely sunk into the night as it was almost 8 o'clock. With Xianzang's perception, it can perceive the roof of the village. From time to time, some chakras flash by, and some people wearing masks shuttle between the houses, seeming to be patrolling or encountering an emergency. Konoha entered Konoha's 47 years, the war was in vain, and the core Konoha village was operating at full capacity. Even at this time, Genzo could see the Hokage building in the distance with the lights still on. You have all come to the training ground these days and accompany me to train, and I can also give you some tips. Xianzang didn't talk to the two people behind his buttocks just because he was joking. It is good. The two quickly agreed, and they also had this intention. It would be great if the team had a chemical reaction earlier. In this way, the chance of surviving on the battlefield will be greater. Silent all the way, a few people returned to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha brothers lived in the west area. Once they entered the clan, they separated from Xianzang and rushed to their home. Are you ready? A ninja of the Uchiha family. This is the meeting place of the Uchiha family. It is not very big, but it can still accommodate these hundreds of people. Today is the time to send troops to the front line. Uchiha Tomitake held the last mobilization meeting before leaving. Each captain stands at the forefront of the team, followed by his own team members. At a glance, Xianzang should be the shortest captain. After all, the average height of Uchiha family ninjas is 1 meter and 7 meters upwards, and those who can reach the level of Sharingan have basically been adults for a long time, and their height is almost fixed. After Fuyu finished speaking, the scene was very quiet. This was not because the ninjas of the Uchiha family didn't give him face and ignored him, but the tradition of ninjas. Standing in the forefront, Xianzang could clearly feel the aura of the whole team becoming heavy, which made people feel tight in their chest. Uchiha Tomitake naturally felt the changes in the troops, his gaze swept over everyone's heads, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his solemn expression covered his face. It seems that you are ready. This is the first time the Uchiha family has participated in such a large-scale war in so many years. I hope to impress the enemy and reproduce the glory of our ancestors. The passionate words resounded in the hearts of everyone present, and everyone's eyes condensed, and Xianzang also half-squinted his eyes, looking at Uchiha Fudake on the high platform in front. Then, Uchiha's ninja. Let's go. Fuyu nodded and waved his hand. This time he did not go to the front line with the team, but handed over the command of Uchiha's troops to a middle-aged Uchiha who was about 40 years old and had a calm temper. His name was Uchiha Amamai. Because of his seniority and age, Uchiha Mori was trusted by Fudake, but he still took the second place and was responsible for cooperating with Uchiha Tenaki on the battlefield about Uchiha. All teams, gather at Konoha Gate. After Fudake finished speaking, Uchiha Ameke gave his first order in a loud voice. Hi! All the captains on the scene basically maintained a frequency and agreed to Uchiha Tenaki. Let's go. Xianzang turned his head and spoke to the two brothers who were a little excited standing behind him, his tone of voice a little tougher. Hi. Both nodded. Many squads have already set off, their feet are on the roof, and the silhouettes go straight to the main gate of Konoha. Xianzang took the lead, and Uchiha Huohien followed him in silence. The three of them were not slow, and along with many of their clan, they soon reached the gate. When he jumped on the roof, Xianzang noticed that there was another gray-white stream of people, running to the gate in an orderly manner, only to find that these were all ninja troops of the Hyaga clan. The two families are in a competitive relationship, and it is impossible to talk about how good the relationship is, and there is no extra communication when both families converge near the gate. At this time, this is already a sea of ninjas. As the strongest ninja village, being able to fight several ninja villages at the same time is not a vain name. In fact, the war with the water country has not reached the level that Konoha attaches great importance to. He sent troops in the past just to stop the mist from jumping. At present, the friction between Konoha and Wien is limited to small-scale trials. Konoha does not want to fight on multiple lines. Wien is watching whether Konoha has the strength to meet his attack. This time, most of the ninjas who went to the border of the water country were family ninjas in Konoha village, with a small proportion of civilians. This is also a strategy of no high level, a way of balancing family strength and civilian strength. The purpose of sending troops this time is to let Konoha's family forces understand that the family and the village are in a coexisting relationship, and sometimes the family needs to sacrifice some of its own interests, just for the better of the village. The patriarchs of the major families naturally understand these principles, and they are unambiguous in the ninja army. At this time, if you still sloppy with Konoha's high-level managers, you will be the first one to be cleaned up, and it will definitely be other families who shot, and the high levels don't need to do it themselves. The sun was shining brightly, and more ninjas gathered. Xianzang also saw some familiar signs. They came from different small and medium families. Not long after, the expected troops were all there, and everyone quietly waited for the signal. Boom! A firework bloomed in the air. It was a signal that the ninja troops were advancing. Each family is an alliance, and it starts to move forward. This time, the general seems to be Tsunade, and Genzo has heard Uchiha Tomitake talk about it, and there will be a Naruto consultant accompanying the team, coordinating between the major families and Tsunade. At this time Tsunade had not left the village, but it was estimated that it was about the same. After all, Tsunade, who was suffering from panasemia, was no longer suitable for the battlefield. The current situation should be like this, but once the war starts, there will definitely be someone who can carry the backbone to support the sky on this battlefield. The candidate in Genzo's heart was Jiraiya, who was one of the three ninjas along with Tsunade. At this time, although Konoha was strong, there were only so many people who could be of great use. Heifeng Watergate should be active in the west at the moment, Ashimaru is in the south. Jirei also seems to be wandering everywhere, as a patch, and will be sent wherever there is a gap. After all, Jilei is also Konoha's rare almighty ninja. Apart from his personality flaws, he is the perfect general candidate. Even Jilei has some flaws in his personality, but he has never stretched his head in major matters. He has always been a Konoha-like talent. I heard them say that the first unit has already reached the border, and the unit Xianzang is in is the next big unit. The entire ninja team shuttled through the woods, headed towards the border. From Konoha village to the border, at the speed of Genzo and others, it is estimated that it will take a week to maintain physical strength and be able to deal with emergencies. Under this policy, most of the ninja families have sent their fighting power in their families, and the remaining families have already sent their fighting power in other battles. And a lot of people with different personalities will definitely not be a group of harmony, especially some families that already have competition or even worse relationships. For example, Uchiha and Hyuga. You're the Uchiha kid who has been told so much recently, right? This was when the entire ninja troop was resting. Xianzang was leaning against a big tree, and two tall bodyguards stood beside him. Opening his closed eyes, Xianzang saw 4 cataracts surrounding him, and the Uchiha Huo brothers glared. Something. Xianzang saw that Uchiha's clan who was resting around also came around, with a disdainful expression on his face. Frowning, Xianzang wondered if this was a provocation. If you have time to talk, let me see how Uchiha's genius is. This Hyuga's tribe also saw Uchiha who was looking badly around him, but he didn't panic. Don't wait for next time. Xianzang held the knife, stood up straight, his eyes fell on him. Hyuga's shield took a halt and looked at Xianzang. Although he was not very old, only 19 years old, he had been promoted to Shangren 2 years ago, so he admitted that he was not defeated by Xianzang. Xianzang disappeared into Hyuga's shield sight, leaving a shallow hole in place, which was the mark that Xianzang stepped on. I think it is also Konoha ninja. There is no need to waste energy at this time. What do you think? Xianzang leaned on Hyuga's shield's back, and his voice came into Hyuga's shield's ears. At this time, Hyuga's shield's body began to stiffen. At that moment, although he didn't prepare, he didn't even see Xianzang's shadow, so Xianzang flashed behind him. Hyuga Dun turned around, lowered his head slightly, stared into Xianzang's eyes, and saw a pair of calm eyes. A few times, Hyuga's shield stepped away, and several other people also followed. They should be his teammates. Oh, Uchiha made a noise with a strange expression on his face, facing the leaving Hyuga. Uchiha Huo and Yan are only 15 or 16 years old, and they are not as mature as they are on the outside. Seeing that his captain defeats the provocative Hyuga in an instant, there is a smile in his eyes. The surrounding Uchiha returned to his resting position, feeling that his own clan who had recently started a fire was indeed very strong. At that moment, few people in the room saw it, although none of them had opened the writing wheel. Go on. After another rest, the troops continued to move forward. The provocation just now was just a drop of water dripping into the sea. It was inconspicuous. It was just ripples at that moment, but then it was calm again. After 5.5 days, they arrived at the reserved location. There were many Konoha ninjas camping there, and the prototype of the camp had already appeared. Konoha had prepared most of the work of this war years ago, and now only the ninja troops are required to proceed step by step, and they can well withstand the current misty probing attacks. Yo West. When the troops first arrived, Tsunade and some of the high-level people who had arrived early stood in front of the camp and waited. The camp has been divided into areas. Everyone finds their own place and packs things. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all members of the captain level and above will come to the middle of the camp to have a meeting. Now, first disband. Tsunade's aura is still very strong, his face is also very heroic, and he is also very prestigious in the Konoha ninja group. Hi. Genzo noticed that there was a girl about his size standing next to Tsunade. With his memory, he knew that it was Silent, Kato Den's niece, who had lost all her relatives, was raised by Tsunade. It seems that it is also a Zhong Ren. Xianzang knew that Silent was of Kakashi's generation and should be a few years older than himself, but due to premature development, his height was a little higher than the current Silent. Walking into the camp, Xianzang quickly saw the area belonging to the Uchiha family. All Uchiha ninjas got information about their tents from Uchiha Tenmei, and ran directly to the tents. Although everyone was a ninja, they were really tired along the way, and many people needed a break. Genzo's tent and the two brothers Uchiha Huo are close together. This is also for convenience. There is also an interesting phenomenon in the division of major family camps in the camp. Uchiha and Hyuga are close together. Don't they know that something is wrong between Uchiha and Hyuga? Xianzang didn't bother to think about these cumbersome things. He didn't have an impetuous heart and wouldn't be influenced by others. Then he went to trouble Hyuga, but the premise was that they didn't provoke him. Captain, can you eat something? Uchiha Fire had meat in his hand, which he had just taken from the camp kitchen. A few days away, the ninja troops did not eat well, nor did they rest well. So many people either sleep or find something to eat when they arrive at the camp, and Tsunade and his party are already prepared in the camp. Get me some, I'm going to a meeting to eat some. Genzo nodded, signaled Uchiha to fire. Oh, Uchiha directly gave the meat he held in his hand to Genzo. Xianzang was not hypocritical, and he ate as he held it, and walked toward the center of the camp while eating. At this time, many captain-level figures also walked out of the tent and headed in one direction. Yo, Master Mori. Xianzang met Ukipo Mori and ran against him. Since he needs to assist Uchiha Tenaki to manage Uchiha's troops these days, naturally he has no time to deal with Xianzang. After all, Xianzang has nothing to do. Well, Xianzang, Sen looked calm and greeted Xianzang. Let's go together. By the way, it's the first time to participate in this kind of meeting. How can you pretend to be attending often? Xianzang and Akapomori walked side by side, not forgetting to joke with him. Just don't talk nonsense. Sen greeted another tribe on the side and answered Xianzang casually. Alright, this is the first time I have seen Tsunade-sama's style. Xianzang nodded. All of the people in Sunan are not in vain, all of them are Konoha's top players. As Mori said, he didn't know the strong man in his mouth. Tsunade was already suffering from terrorism and was unable to participate in the battle. He could only use his previous reputation to scare the enemy. Arrived. Xianzang looked around, there were quite a few people. Tsunade did not come now. Genzo and Mori stood on the periphery, waiting for the start of the meeting. At this time, the meeting is nothing more than mobilizing the passion of the captain-level figures and explaining some trivial matters. The crowd became quiet, and Tsunade walked to the middle. She put on a ninja jacket, combed her hair behind her head, tied into a ponytail, and swayed as she walked. As soon as Tsunade entered the arena, the aura began to fill, and the surrounding ninjas held their breath with her pace. I have to say that Tsunade is worthy of the Sunan. Although there is a certain gap in strength compared with Osameru and Gillette, in the aura, they are all similar. Throat. He stepped on the ground and made a dull sound. Tsunade didn't say a word. He held his hands and looked around. The girl silently stood a little cramped, her hands intertwined with tension. I'm sorry to make everyone rush to the front line in such a hurry, after all, the situation is critical. Tsunade made a sound, and the heroic figure kept moving, looking at the ninja in different directions. To fix it for one day, starting tomorrow, everyone will officially begin to perform battlefield tasks. I hope you are ready. Speaking of this, with his gaze, Genzo could feel Tsunade's gaze staying on him for a few seconds. After that, Tsunade continued to explain some other tasks that the captain was responsible for, and assigned the tasks that need to be done tomorrow to each family. The head of each family leaves the others to disband. Tsunade waved his hand, Genzo and Mori nodded, then turned and left. Follow me into the tent. Tsunade looked at the 20 or so people in charge who remained, and walked towards the largest tent. Next, she needs to discuss the following matters with the major leaders. Although the battle with Wien has not yet reached that point, it is not impossible to make some plans early. So, do you understand? Xianzang returned to the tent, called the Uchiha Huo brothers, and recounted what he had just heard. Well, that means we will start patrol tomorrow to prevent the fog from crossing the border? Uchiha was chewing on fire, and his words were a little unclear. Yes, I'll go see how to arrange it later when Sen comes back. The current war with Wien has not really broken out. The other side has been testing our bottom line, so those enemies who dare to cross the border will be killed. Yes. The two brothers nodded, and the atmosphere of the battlefield made them feel a trace of spiritual oppression. Okay, let's take a break first, and I will call you up if I have something to do, so that you can keep up your spirits and get ready for the task tomorrow. Yes. The two left Xianzang's tent and returned to their residence. Call. Xianzang released the knife on his waist, placed it on his right-hand side, and lay on the bed aside. The configuration of the tent is very simple, a bed, a table and a chair. After all, a tent is only a few square meters in size. After several days of continuous marching, Xianzang's body was also somewhat exhausted. Although his physical fitness was stronger than that of others, and his recovery ability was very fast, he still felt a little tired on the spiritual level. Lying on the bed, Xianzang looked at the top of the tent, with a dignified look in his eyes. Wien seems to be the least dangerous here, but only he knows who is standing behind him. For generations of water shadow Kodaki Tachibana Yakura, three perfect people, such a strong shadow-level figure, is still controlled by Uchiha Madara. Many of the current changes in Wien have nothing to do with Uchiha Madara. It can be said that Uchiha is the black hand in Wien's war against Konoha. People who are also Uchiha, Xianzang would not expect Uchiha to spare him on this face. If you encounter Uchiha Madara around here, Genzo can only admit that he is unlucky. However, Uchiha in this period should have only the last few breaths left. It is impossible to really show up, and at this time his successor seems to have not been selected yet. Uchiha and others are still here. Konoha. Without continuing to think about it, Xianzang knew that he should sit down the most or complete the task he was assigned. Sleep for a while. Xianzang squinted, and his eyelids began to fight. This sleep lasted until midnight. When Xianzang was hungry and woke up from his stomach, he took the initiative to find something to eat. When he got up, Xianzang's first action was to touch the ninja sword that was set aside. This is a habit he has developed over the past year. Only a weapon by his side will make him feel at ease. Rubbing the messy hair, Xianzang didn't go to more pipes, but combed the half-length hair back with his hands, so that they would not block his vision. As he was about to go out, Xianzang saw a large pot of meat and a pot of drinking water on the table. Who is so caring? It seems that someone had come in the afternoon before, but it was too sleepy and unreasonable. Xianzang knotted his eyebrows with his right hand and thought about it. Should it be a fire? That kind of daredevil walked into my tent. Xianzang walked over, took the basin in his arms, and sat down on the chair. In the basin are some steamed rice balls, and a large tuft of meat that is almost half a catty, which seems to be beef. The taste is okay, but it's a bit cold, Xianzang commented while eating, shaking his legs under the chair. He was hungry and didn't have a lot of food. Xianzang took 10 minutes to finish eating. Belch. Half full, don't eat too much at night. Xianzang touched his stomach and stood up to go outside for a few laps. The Konoha camp at this time was heavily guarded, and there were patrols everywhere. Naturally, the patrols tonight were all the troops that had arrived earlier. During this period of time, these ninjas who arrived in advance had a really heavy workload. When encountering some patrolling people, Xianzang nodded his head kindly, and didn't look down on them because they were just civilians. There was still a certain distance from the border here. Xianzang looked in the direction of Wuyan, thinking something in his heart. After thinking about it, Xianzang walked to a corner of the camp. There was an open space. It seemed that he hadn't started to set up tents, or it was deliberately vacated to make people feel relieved. Hey! A female voice reached Xianzang's ears, and then the sound of shuriken breaking through the air. What? The wood was hit, and the sound continued. Who is so boring and doesn't sleep in the middle of the night? Although it was a clearing, it was in the camp anyway. Xianzang walked over with the sound in order to create a harmonious environment. He didn't feel sleepy after sleeping for so long anyway, just looking for something to do. The steps were very light. Although there was fire in the camp, it was still very dim. Xianzang walked slowly to the place where the sound was made. Ha! Silent leaned on a wooden stake and panted heavily. The training just now obviously made her feel very tired. Xianzang was standing in a place where the firelight could not reach, with a tent behind him, and a training girl and an open space in front. There was a blind spot in the light, and only the moonlight in the sky shed. What are you doing? Xianzang was also bored, so he took the initiative to talk to him. Who? Silent was also startled by Xianzang's sudden voice, and looked over. The slightly immature face is full of perseverance, with a Konoha ninja forehead on his forehead, a ninja vest on his upper body, a black melee combat suit inside, and dark pants on his lower body, which looks very professional. Who are you? Mute has a little effect on Xianzang. She met Xianzang at the captain meeting in the afternoon, because Xianzang seemed to be the smallest person in the captain level, so she would have an influence. This is Genzo Uchiha. Xianzang stood still a few meters away from the silence, nodding slightly. What's your business? Mute showed a serious expression, making his little face funny. It's okay, just turn around and if you hear something from you here, just come over and have a look. Oh, sorry to disturb you. Mute also knew that her training in the middle of the night would disturb others. A little embarrassed, she thought Xianzang was awakened by herself, so she came out to look for herself. After speaking, Silent ran aside, picked up his own things, and prepared to leave. Are you leaving now? Xianzang smiled in front of Silent. I'm sorry to disturb you to rest. Silent bowed, holding his chest, showing an awkward smile. It's not this, I'm not bothered by you. Oh, Mute then raised his head to confirm whether Xianzang was serious. What are you doing? Xianzang asked again. He had just seen Silent practice shuriken and close combat. Practice ninjutsu. Mute knew that Xianzang hadn't troubled her, and stood still, her voice very calm. Aren't you a disciple of Tsunade-sama? Shouldn't you learn medical ninjutsu? Xianzang doubted that these basic things really didn't match the Mute identity, although the medical ninja also needed some ninjutsu. Mute didn't answer the call and kept silent. Are you the shinobu? Silent looked at Xianzang and asked. It's not. Then why are you in the captain's meeting today? Aren't you there? Oh, I was brought by Tsunade-sama. It's different. Almost, I also went with others. Then you are Zhongren? Yes, Zhongren. Xianzang nodded, confessing his identity. He was indeed just a middle-level ninja, but he was capable of superior ninja. Oh, Silent a little, and accepted Xianzang's statement. Are all the ninja physiques of the Uchiha family pretty good? I think you seem to use a knife? Silent eyes fell on Xianzang's waist. I'm okay, what's the matter? Xianzang patted Shinobu, and said implicitly, he thought it was quite fun, especially when facing a female character that he liked very much in his previous life. Then teach me a few hands. Mute is straightforward. Then what good do I have? Xianzang shrugged. I can teach you a simple medical ninjutsu. Silent was a little surprised by Xianzang's answer. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said to Xianzang, that can. Xianzang took a few steps forward and approached Silent. What do you want to learn? Xianzang motioned to mute the speech. I want to learn some melee combat skills. For some unspeakable reasons, I want to give myself a certain strength in melee combat. Silent thought for a while and said, although this is the first time I have met with Xianzang, those who have passed by in a hurry before are not counted as meeting, but Silent feels very relieved from Xianzang's calm eyes. It is like meeting a friend who has known him for many years, so he proposed to learn a few hands of ideas. By the way, you haven't told me what your name is? Xianzang reminded to Mute. Oh, my name is Mute, Kanaha Nakanan. Mute blushed when he thought that he seemed to be introducing himself, and said hurriedly, Mute, right. Xianzang nodded, satisfied with the silent attitude. Come here, let me see your offense, so I can teach you. Xianzang stepped back 2 steps, touched the knife, and motioned for silence. Just attack it? Oh, okay. Silent got Xianzang's affirmation, put on a posture, his eyes began to earnestly, staring at Xianzang who was standing casually. I'm here. Mute to remind Xianzang, and then rushed over quickly. Hey! He pushed out a palm and called to Genzo's face. Although Silent had just been promoted to Zongnan as a disciple of Tsunade, he was not bad in every aspect, even with melee physical skills. Call! The air was cleaved by this palm, and Xianzang turned his head slightly to avoid the blow. Why does the little girl slap her face when she comes? Xianzang smiled, and met Silent's serious expression, without saying this. What? She was dodged by the attack, and she was silent and not discouraged. She also knew her level, not to mention that she was facing a uchiha ninja who was good at physical skills. With a twist of his body, he silently kicked out his foot, with air in his foot, and kicked quickly towards Xianzang's waist and abdomen. Ha! Xianzang took a step back and dodged Silent's attack lightly. Boom! The moment Silent fell in the air, her body was buried very low due to a kick, so she took advantage of the momentum with her hands on the ground, supported her body, and jumped out, her heels against Xianzang, and she instantly reached his face. Something. Xianzang felt that his silent combat consciousness was quite strong, and he could even think of such a trick. Snapped. Pat your palm on the Silent ankle, pat 1 foot away in an instant, and at the same time grab the foot behind with the other hand. Stick. Xianzang grabbed 1 foot and took 2 steps back. Silent's expression changed. The foot that had been shot by Xianzang landed quickly and jumped to follow Xianzang. Hey! Xianzang smiled, feeling Silent or having too little combat experience, so he dared to let go of the attack like this. Humph! Mute didn't feel irritated at all, and Xianzang's several successive attacks were simply resolved by Xianzang, which made her feel a lot of frustration inexplicably. Don't let go? The Silent voice trembled a little. After all, this posture resembling a split made her feel a little ashamed. 1 foot was held by Xianzang in his hand and held near his chest, while 1 foot remained on the ground. Xianzang let go of his feet, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. How about it? Silence also knew that Xianzang was definitely better than himself in physical skills, and asked, the level is not bad. Xianzang shook his hand and made a more pertinent evaluation. But there is still too little melee experience, and every attack is too confident. In close combat like this, you need to save some back players for every attack. When teacher Xianzang started the class, the students were naturally silent. While he explained his superficial understanding of melee combat with Silent, he would continue to let Silent attack herself, and then explain her mistakes and progress during the attack. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 hours passed in an instant. Except for the patrollers, the entire camp became quieter and silent. The flames of some fires began to weaken due to fuel. Estimating the time, Xianzang estimated that it was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and he could go back to rest. Come here today, it's late, go back and rest first. Xianzang looked at the girl whose eyes were bright and his head was still swaying, as if thinking about what he had just said. So fast? As soon as Mute entered the learning mode, he ignored the passage of time, and suddenly heard Xianzang's words. There was still no reaction. Otherwise? Go back first, and come back tomorrow night. I will continue to teach you, and you can teach me by the way. This is an equivalent exchange. Don't forget. Xianzang said a series of things and listened to silence for a moment. Oh, yes. This stopped. Mute also felt a trace of fatigue. She nodded and yawned. Then come here around 10 o'clock tomorrow night, is it okay? Silent asked Xianzang as he packed his things. It should be possible. Xianzang thought for a while. Tomorrow's task is only patrol. There should be no situation of leaving the camp and not returning. Then it's settled? Silent's eyes were a little bright, and she didn't know why she had a good sense of the uchiha boy whom she met for the first time. It didn't matter anyway, it was good to help each other. The 13-year-old Silent bid farewell to Genzo and walked slowly to her tent. She lived with Tsunade. She was called Tsunade's personal guard, but it was actually Tsunade's first time for this. Take care of the disciples on the battlefield. At this time, Tsunade-sama should have a rest. Go back and be quiet and don't bother her. Tsunade-sama is also very tired recently. Silent's head is always thinking about Tsunade. Tsunade is a teacher and friend to her, and she is currently the only relative in the world. Xianzang stood there, watching Silent leave, then turned and left. The encounter with Silent was just an arrangement of fate, and Xian Zhang didn't think it was any strange. It was also normal in the Konoha camp, and it was nothing more than a normal intersection. Although he has always had a good impression of the role of silence in his previous life, after all, the animation is so intellectual, but now it is the real world, and he feels that those feelings are completely superfluous and unnecessary. He used to know only anime characters, but now he is a living person, and he also has a lot of things to do himself. His memory just makes him feel better about Mute. The footsteps were light, and the shadows shuttled between the tents, like ghosts. Xian Zhang just wanted to eat something and come out to eat, but he didn't expect to stay outside for so long. Tomorrow morning, I still need to go out to perform tasks. Xian Zhang understands that he must go back to rest now, so that he can maintain his perfect spirit and welcome the unknown tomorrow. Passing by some fires in the camps, the firewood inside was crackling. Xian Zhang quickly reached his tent, walked in, put the knife on the side of the bed, lay directly on it, and closed his eyes. Sizzle! Silent opened the curtain of the tent, and first reached into a small head. The short hair had just reached the ears, and as the head shook, the hair was fluttering from side to side. Glancing around, Silent realized that Tsunade-sama seemed to have rested, and then he let out a sigh of relief and walked in lightly. As soon as the person came in, it took Mute for a long time to adapt to the dark environment, find the correct direction, and walk to the position of the bed. This tent is much larger than a normal single-person tent. There are 2 beds in it. One of the beds has a figure lying on it. Silent walked slowly to the empty bed aside, slowly took off his shoes, and slowly climbed onto the bed. Came back? Tsunade's voice was very awake, without a trace of sleepiness. Ha! Tsunade-sama. Silent was taken aback, and the leg that had just climbed shivered. Well, go to bed early when you come back, and there are still things to do tomorrow. Tsunade's voice sounded again, and the figure in the dark also turned over, facing Silently. Okay. Silent nodded, climbed onto the bed numbly, covered the quilt directly, and started to sleep. Tsuna-sama, are you asleep yet? After lying down for nearly 10 minutes, Silent hadn't fallen asleep yet. She always had the scene of her feet being held by the teenagers in her mind, and she seemed to be able to feel the heat in her ankles. Tsuna-sama? The Mute voice didn't dare to be too loud, and wanted to confirm once again whether Tsunade was asleep. Tsunade made a nasal sound, which was a response to silence. How? Tsunade asked Silent with a nasal voice, and she found that there was a slight abnormality in the silence after coming back tonight. It's nothing, go to sleep. Silent turned around and faced the tent. Silent in the dark looked at the tent, and seemed to see a pair of very calm eyes and such a calm face, which reminded her of one of her classmates, a fellow named Kakashi Heimu. But Kakashi was indifferent. Xian Zhang herself couldn't tell what it was. Anyway, she felt very strange, as if she was communicating with an adult uncle. Ah, Mute, what are you thinking? This is the first time you have met, and you have known each other for less than 3 hours. Mute is a bit hot, and I feel like I have done something wrong, and I still think of others when I sleep. He should be very curious about that young man. After all, he is about the same age, but his strength seems to be very strong, Mute thought silently in his heart. He feels very different from ordinary uchiha. An idea appeared in Silent's mind, and then slowly began to fall asleep. I began to look forward to meeting Xian Zhang for the second time. Mute thought it might be because Xian Zhang was able to learn a lot of fighting skills again. After all, Xian Zhang was a master of physical skills. Call. On the other side, Xian Zhang looked at the top of the tent and exhaled for a long time. His sleepiness hadn't come yet, and the time he slept in the afternoon was still too long. With his hands resting on the back of his head, Xian Zhang thought of a lot, mixed. Go to sleep, the task is important. Xian Zhang forced himself to close his eyes. Captain Early. With a corncob in his mouth, Uchiha looked at Genzo who walked out of the tent. Well, bring me something to eat. I'll go to Sen to see the range of our patrol today. Xian Zhang gave full play to his leadership status, and asked his teammates to run errands anyway. Uchiha did not object to it and nodded to meet Xian Zhang's request. Sen. Xian Zhang reached Uchibo Mori's tent a few steps away. It was only after 6 o'clock at this time, and most of the ninjas had already gotten up, and Mori himself had also gotten up. Well, here it is. This is the scope of your team's mission today. I have to go there to continue the meeting. You can do it yourself. Sen wrapped a rice ball in his mouth, and threw it to Xian Zhang, a simple map with a red pen outlined on it. This patrol mission is not very important, it is one of the daily tasks. Sen still trusts Xian Zhang very much. People on the battlefield. Okay, you are busy. Xian Zhang also knew that he had just entered the battlefield, and many things needed to be dealt with. Uchiha Mori was half of Uchiha's head anyway, and he was still very busy. Team leader. Back in his tent, Xian Zhang saw the 2 Huoyan brothers gathered together. They were all eating right now. Seeing Xian Zhang coming in, the 2 put down their meal bags and greeted Xian Zhang. With a wave of his hand, Xian Zhang walked over and put the map on the table, then picked up a rice ball. This is where our team needs to patrol today. I took a look. The range is still quite large. I will go to the catering room to get some dry food. We probably won't be able to come back at noon. Xian Zhang sat on the chair and said as he ate, "Well, yes, I'll go after I eat." Uchiha stood aside and nodded. "The captain, when shall we leave?" Uchiha Yen swallowed the meal bag. "After eating and getting ready, let's go." "Ah, so anxious, then I will go now." Huo heard this and ran out of the tent with the food in his mouth. Whispering sound. Uchiha Yen bowed to his brother, feeling that he was really energetic, and then continued to eat the breakfast in his hand. Base. A blade of light flashed across the tent. Xian Zhang chewed something in his mouth, and took the knife out by the way. "We still have to be prepared for battle, Yan." Xian Zhang wiped the blade with a cloth on the table, and said vaguely, "Clear." Although Uchiha Yan has been on the front line for the first time, he has done many tasks before. He has good mental qualities and combat awareness, and he will not relax his vigilance just because it is a simple task. "Ha! Get ready to go when the fire returns, it's getting late." Xian Zhang was already full, and his appetite was not very good in the morning, so he only ate a few rice balls and drank a little water on the table. Uchiha Yen was silent, his eyes fixed on Genzo's sword, not knowing what he was thinking. "Let's go, Captain." It didn't take long for Uchiha to return to the tent carrying a small bag, and Genzo and Yan had already eaten and stood outside. "Well, let's go." Xian Zhang waved his hand, while Uchiha Yen handed his brother some meal packs. This camp is still some distance away from the borderline, but the sentries that can be seen everywhere make this place as impregnable. After registering at the gate of the camp, Xian Zhang team started walking in one direction according to the map. The significance of patrols is to prevent Karibuki from infiltrating Konoha, as well as to find out some conditions around the border, and to prepare for the upcoming war. It was already February, the climate warmed, and the glaciers melted. This is one reason why the mist did not immediately attack Konoha. Because of their location in the frigid zone, they still piled up snow and ice, which is not conducive to fighting. But close to Konoha, everything is revived, and everywhere is full of vitality. This is also the reason why the country of fire is jealous of many enemy countries. The geographical location is really good. "Oh, look here, we should be in this wood now." Xian Zhang spread out the map and pointed to the other two people. The Uchiha Huo brothers nodded and waited for Genzo's next arrangement. On the other side of the forest borders the country of water. No, it is not strictly speaking of connecting them, but a small country whose name seems to be the country of bears. There is no ninja village in this small country, but there are still some wandering ninjas gathered there. Because it is close to the mist, it is actually very close to the water country, and it is almost their puppet country. This time the misty people landed on us, and they also used this bear country. Xian Zhang said what he knew. It turned out to be like this. "I said that the fog is far away from the sea. How did it confront us?" Uchiha nodded in flames, but his eyes fell everywhere, alert to the surrounding situation. Putting away the map, Xian Zhang nodded slightly. Crunch! A faint voice fell in Xian Zhang's ears, his whole body was tense, and he made a gesture in an instant. "Ha!" The figures of the three people disappeared in place, or hidden behind trees, or jumped onto trees with dense leaves, or fell on the ground. The team instantly suppressed their breath to the lowest level, as if they had never appeared here. "Ha!" Hiding in the tree, Xian Zhang looked forward, where the figure flickered, and the figure kept moving on the branches. "Ha!" Xian Zhang concealedly pressed down with his right hand, and at the same time clenched his fists. The other two nodded knowingly, and were ready at the same time. The gesture of Xian Zhang just now means enemy, seize the opportunity, fight, call. A figure fell on the open space in front of the tree in front of Xian Zhang, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His complexion was still flushed, apparently after a long period of intense exercise. "Ha! Ha!" Several figures fell again, and they immediately surrounded them, keeping their vigilance. Xian Zhang continued to shrink his breath subconsciously. At the same time, he looked at the other members of the team and found that they also continued to remain still, hiding their positions. A total of 4 people. It seems that there are 2 shinobu. Xian Zhang looked at the first ninja who landed before and felt it with his heart, and he knew it was a middle ninja, and among the 3 people who came back there were 2 upper ninjas. One of them seemed to be a female ninja. "Captain, here is almost Konoha's camp, what shall we do?" "According to the mission requirements, we need to investigate the situation in a surrounding area. Now that we are in this place, we can almost go back. It is not something our team can do to continue deepening." The speaker was a strong man with very developed arm muscles. As far as the arm was concerned, it was Xian Zhang's current thigh thickness. Frowning, Xian Zhang couldn't figure out the strength of the other party and didn't dare to move rashly. "Well, cheer up and prepare to retreat. It's so close to the enemy's camp, maybe there is a secret whistle." The female ninja whispered. She was the eye of the team, responsible for investigation and perception matters. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the chakra fluctuations in a piece of land not far away. Although it was not very obvious, she still caught it. Wait, the female ninja motioned to her companion, staring at the place where Uchiha was staying on fire. Who? All of them were making preparations for battle, and the Shangren was even more stunned and pulled out the broad knife on his back. It was a blunt knife with an astonishing thickness. No solution anymore. Xian Zhang watched the enemy's movement and knew that his teammates were exposed. His eyes began to narrow, and the battle seemed inevitable. Who is there? The enemy made a sound and approached the Uchiha fire step by step. The surrounding air began to solidify, and the sound of the wind was much quieter. Uchiha looked at the enemy approaching him. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He just moved his thigh inadvertently because he kept moving for a long time, and the chakra cover on his body was exposed. Uchiha glanced at Uchiha Yan, who was not far away. His lips squeezed together, and bloodshots appeared in his white pupils. The enemy slowly approached the place where Uchiha was hiding from the fire, and was about to reach it. Who? With the sound of breaking through the sky, Uchiha's fire saw a figure falling from the sky, and the blue and white electric current wrapped the figure like a thunder god. Stick! Uchiha Huo knew that this was not the time to be stunned. The moment he saw the figure, he kicked his feet and jumped up, shooting out like a toad, towards an enemy. Carefully! The enemy went up to remind him, but he was pierced with a knife in his chest in an instant, and he lost his vitality in the blink of an eye. Ha! Uchiha Yan was behind a tree on the right, and also rushed out and attacked a ninja. Base! A sneak attack solved the seemingly uncomfortable Shangnan. Boom! The female ninja's eyes were wide open, and she couldn't believe that she would be killed with her strongest combat power in a fight, but then when Xian Zhang looked back at her, she pulled out a handful of kunao and jumped back. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball! Uchiha Yan used ninjutsu directly at the enemy. Ha! Xian Zhang pushed away the enemy's body, causing him to slowly fall to the ground at a Newtonian acceleration, and stepped towards the backing female ninja. ZZ! The electric current ran wildly on the knife. Xian Zhang's face did not fluctuate at all, and he immediately reached the enemy, leaving a small pit mark on the spot. The short bangs floated backwards because of the wind. Xian Zhang's eyes had been nailed to the enemy, and the riding wheel had been opened long ago, and it was running wildly. He wanted to seize the opportunity and not give the enemy a little room for counterattack. Ha! Crack! Xian Zhang waved his hand, the knife slashed through the female ninja's throat, and the bitterness broke without a word, and at the same time a trace of blood appeared in her throat. Ho ho! The female ninja's eyes widened, her hand covering her neck, and blood flowed down the gap between her fingers. Boom! The female ninja fell to the ground, the expression on her face still horrified. Escape! Mizuna, who was fighting Uchiha's fire, saw the tragic situation on his side, and had no desire to fight at all. He just wanted to stay away from Xian Zhang, the servant. Where to go? Uchiha took kunao, the riding wheel in his eyes turned frantically, his face flushed at night, and he hurried to catch up. Hey! Su was frightened by Xian Zhang, and Warren didn't have the guts to look back when he ran away. He was broken by Uchiha's fire with the younger generation, but the injury did not stop him, just a pause. It broke out again and fled to the front at a faster speed. Wow! Xian Zhang kept the throwing motion, the knife in his hand had disappeared. Puff! The escaping Mizuna was inserted through the back of his neck and fell to the ground. What? Uchiha Yan hit the enemy with ninjutsu and burned the enemy upright. The enemy was so painful that he called out a sound. Hey! Yan stroked the enemy's neck with kunao expressionlessly to get rid of him. Bah! Xian Zhang also saw Uchiha Yan's battle and knew that all the enemies had been resolved. He walked to the position of the knife and pulled the knife out of the corpse. Clean up and put the corpse on a scroll. Xian Zhang wiped the blood from the knife on the enemy's clothes. The enemy's body was still convulsed a few times because his nerves were not completely dead. Yes. Uchiha watched his younger brother independently deal with a ninja, and agreed with regret. With a trace of anger on his face, Uchiha violently pulled several corpses together, took out the seal scroll, and sealed them in. Isn't it hurt? Xian Zhang spoke to the two. No. Yan looked at Xian Zhang, who hadn't sweated, and shook his head. Then continue to patrol, go deeper. I didn't expect that there would be mist shinobi infiltrating here. Xian Zhang touched his chin, feeling a little strange. The line of defense is too long, and the enemy can always take advantage of it. Uchiha Yan nodded. Well, be careful. Xian Zhang team continued to perform the task. Who? There was the sound of wind in his ears. Xian Zhang looked in front of him, and there was a bright light in front of him, and he could clearly see that he was about to leave the forest. Stop! Xian Zhang landed on a branch, and the other two also landed in different places, waiting for Xian Zhang's instructions. Out of this woods, you will almost reach the borderline, and the number of enemies will increase. Xian Zhang looked ahead, and his voice was just loud enough for a few people to hear. The patrol mission is only to this woods, but I want to continue to look ahead. Xian Zhang continued talking. It was still very early, and his heart was a little unbearable. Is this okay? Uchiha Yan's face was a bit solemn. After all, he might be surrounded by enemies if he continued to move forward, and his risk factor was much higher than here. You can wait for me here, I will come back after exploring a piece. Xianzang touched the knife and narrowed his eyes. The blood in his body began to become hotter, and he had a certain degree of confidence in his strength. If he was only mentioned, he felt that it would be difficult to retain him if he was not a shadow-level strength. That's okay, we'll wait here. After thinking about it, Uchiha Yan interrupted what Uchiha Huo wanted to say with his eyes. Well, that's fine too. Xianzang jumped off the tree and landed lightly on the ground, as if not affected by gravity. You guys be careful. Xianzang waved. The separation between him and Uchiha was not a whim, but it was more convenient, and at the same time he had to verify his conjecture. If the enemy crossed the border defense line from the Bear Country, it would be impossible for them to be silent. He guessed that some enemies chose a more winding waterway and crossed directly from the sea. After all, the coastal defense line was longer and more difficult to defend. But when he chose the waterway, Wu-Ren lost supplies and support. It was a one-off deal, and he could only move forward, not back, so Xianzang had to check it out. After separating from Uchiha and Huo, Xianzang walked forward slowly. He remained vigilant, the chakra fluctuated very low on his body, and his actions were completely dependent on physical strength. Although it borders the country of bears, it also has a coastline on the other side. And not far from the coastline, there is an island country, a country of vortex that has long been annihilated. Since the country was destroyed, the territory of the Vortex Kingdom has not been occupied by any country. After all, it is too desolate and too far away from the mainland, and the pay is not proportional to the income, and it is not conducive to management. If you have to say which country can take over there, Xianzang can only think of one, the country of water. Perhaps Kiri Shinobu used the islands of the Uzumaki Kingdom as a springboard to penetrate the border of the Fire Kingdom? After all, Kanaha's focus is on the border defense of the country of Uzumaki. The country of Uzumaki is on the sea, and its defenses are low. Moreover, the fog endures from the country of Uzumaki to the country of fire, and it goes around more. For war, it is not a good choice, but in case of foggy ninjutsu, do you just like to move dangerously? Not long after moving on, Xianzang saw a blue ocean. He did not go to the direction of the Bear Country, but to the coastline. Xianzang hoped to find some evidence to confirm his conjecture. Boom! A huge sound came from the front. Xianzang's face changed, his body instantly fell to the ground, and his eyes scanned the front. What? Xianzang held the knife at his waist in his right hand, and supported his body with one hand. But after waiting for a long time, Xianzang didn't hear any more movement, as if the previous voice was illusory. Go deeper and retreat. The situation is a bit wrong. Xianzang secretly made up his mind. Leaning down, Xianzang slowly moved forward with the help of the surrounding vegetation. This area seems to be due to the fact that no one walks around all the year round, the vegetation is overgrown, and the bushes can grow up to half a human height. Although due to the weather, they appear very withered and yellow, but they are just a cover for Xianzang. Paying attention to everything under his feet, Xianzang wasn't sure whether there would be a trap here. Being careful was the way a ninja survived. Polygala. Be careful, it's frizzy. As he kept moving forward, an unfamiliar voice came from Xianzang's ear, making his body stiff. I see, really, you don't help me, that thing is so heavy, you still say me. Another voice sounded, with complaints in his tone, as if he was going to the previous voice. Don't talk nonsense, as a ninja, you have to overcome these simple difficulties, keep up, don't grind. Through the gap in the grass, Xianzang saw two figures. To be precise, it was a figure, but there was a stacked log stick moving beside that figure, and there should be a person under it. What does it mean? Xianzang did not act rashly, although he could tell that these two ninjas were like cannon fodder. Oh, got it, don't rush me, said the weak voice. Go back early to eat, aren't you hungry? It's been a day since we came out, and it's already afternoon. We haven't even had a sip of water. I know, you helped me hold some points behind, I really can't carry it anymore. Okay, anyway, it's better to go back soon. Xianzang frowned, following these two ninjas, the difference in strength was too great. Xianzang made them completely unaware that someone was following. Let's take a look at what these people are doing. Xianzang didn't act rashly, and the two ninjas didn't look like Mizuki ninja either. Following the two of them, Xianzang quickly reached a bay, where the sea and the land meet, and it is interesting to enclose a hidden harbor. Xianzang hid behind the grass, looking at the dock that was suspected to be under construction a few hundred meters away. It seems that Wu-Ren really intends to land directly instead of borrowing from the Bear Country. These ninjas should all belong to the country of bears, right? Xianzang fixed his eyes to the ninjas who were walking around the construction site and were responsible for guarding. He did not see the sign of Wu-Ren. What should I do? Do I go back or look again? Xianzang found that the defensive intensity here was not very high. He was so close, still no one noticed. catch someone over and ask, then go back. Xianzang made a decision, and it was not his character to return without success. The eyes began to search for the target, and after a while, they locked on the campsite behind the construction site. Xianzang squinted his eyes, sensing everything around him, and his body slowly moved towards the camp. This camp is very simple, and compared with Kanaha's, it is like a slum. The tents are all tattered and there are many patches on them. The ninja guarding the camp did not notice that a figure slid into the camp along the hillside behind without making a sound. Sizzle! Xianzang cut open the tent with a knife, and got into the tent as soon as he shrank. Tisk tisk! As soon as Xianzang got in, he smelled a sour smell, which reminded him of the memory of working part-time on the construction site in his previous life. There were many beds in the tent, one next to each other, and the area of a few square meters was literally full. Looking around, Xianzang had long discovered that no one was here. F***K. Footsteps sounded from the years, from far to near. Xianzang hid in the blind corner at the door, waiting for others to come in. Wow! The curtain door of the tent was opened, and a thin figure walked in. His face was sweaty and flushed. He looked tired just now, and he was not a ninja. This person did not see Xianzang, who was standing on the right side of the door, but saw that he went straight to the bed as soon as he came in. Noting that no one continued to follow in behind, Xianzang narrowed his eyes and flashed a stream of thousands of birds in his hand. Grass, who did this? As soon as the man walked to a bed, he saw the hole Xianzang had opened when he first entered, and a swear word came out of his mouth. The tent had been broken, but now there was a gap in it, and it had to be repaired again. The man's face was surprisingly angry. ZZ. Xianzang's hand was placed on his neck, and the current twitched his body, making him unable to speak a word. Don't scream, or I will kill you. You are not a ninja. You don't want to resist, do you? Xianzang's voice was very soft, and his tone was very calm. If you understand, nod your head. Xianzang slightly lowered the electric current in his hand so that the man could perform movements. Very well, as long as you cooperate with me, I know what I need and leave. Xianzang saw the man nodded hard, and continued to talk. Again, don't call, I can kill you before they come, so you know. Xianzang warned one last time, letting go of his hand and letting him collapse on the ground. Don't kill me. I say everything. The man's tone was horrified. He slumped on the ground, the pupils of his eyes tightened. I asked, you said. Xianzang knew that such a character would not know some important information, but he could still pick up basic things. Who built the dock here? Xianzang knowingly asked. Yes, it was ordered by the daimyo, and it is said to be for Wu Ren. I don't know. The man was panting for fear that Xianzang would be upset and give him a knife. Well, how long do you think it will be completed here? Xianzang did not ask about the ninja, but asked the question that the construction workers should be able to answer. This time is not very certain. If we follow the current schedule, it will be completed in half a month, but the ninja who is in charge of supervising us said that there will be a group of workers here tomorrow, so the time will be shortened a lot. The man's tone was uncertain, drips of sweat appeared on his forehead. Well, all the ninjas here belong to the country of bears? Xianzang remained vigilant, paying attention to the changes outside. Most of them are, but a boat of Mizuninu came from the sea last night, and they left early this morning. The man wiped his forehead with a frightened expression. Base. Xianzang slowly drew out the knife, a thoughtful light appeared in the depths of his eyes. No, no. You. The man saw Xianzang's movements, his voice suddenly raised, but the moment he was about to call out, the hilt of the knife hit his head, his eyes turned, and he fell to the ground. Find another ninja and ask. Xianzang had drilled out of the hole from the time before, hiding his breath, and began to search for the next target. There was not much time left for him, and he needed to leave here in a short time. The man before was not a ninja, but an ordinary worker, so Xianzang did not intend to kill him, but just knocked him out. But after he regained consciousness, he might report to the ninja in the camp. Xianzang could only ask someone during this period of time as soon as possible. In the end, Xianzang did not catch a single ninja as he wished. Seeing that the time had passed, Xianzang quietly left. What? Are you sure? Akibamarai stared at Xianzang. The expression on his face seemed to ask Xianzang if he was joking. I specifically inquired about it. Wu Ren did indeed intend to land directly across the sea. That place was built by the Lord of the Bear Kingdom. Xianzang didn't have many unexpected expressions as he stood there. He knew that reporting this news would make Kanaha's people confused. I'll report this matter in a while. You can go with me later. Let's have something to eat first. Akipomori nodded, and put away the surprised expression on his face, returning to that cold look. Okay, then I'll go down first. Xianzang turned around and left Sen's tent. As soon as he came back in the afternoon, he directly told Sen about the information he had received. As for the report, it was Sen's matter, and he was only responsible for inquiring. Team leader. The Uchiha Huo brothers were waiting outside the tent, and when they saw Xianzang coming out, they shouted, "Go back first and talk later." Xianzang saw their hesitant expressions. The two nodded. "I encountered the mist shinobi team in the woods before, so did the captain guess?" Uchiha fired a little fuss. Xianzang nodded. "How is the situation there?" Uchiha Yin didn't have any other expressions, and continued to ask. "The exact number of ninjas is not clear. I caught an ordinary person and asked about the simple situation and came back directly." Xianzang took a bite of something that he didn't know what fruit was in his hand. A bit sour. Xianzang did not look at the staring expressions of the two people beside him, and commented on the smell of the things in his hands. "This is a kind of fruit that Konoha ninja collected around. It can be eaten as a fruit and can supplement certain vitamins." "Then what happens next?" Uchiha's eyes glowed, and he seemed to want to destroy the enemy camp right away. "What can I do? Wait for the notice. I think there should be more than one place like this. It depends on how Tsunade-sama arranged it." After Xianzang finished eating a fruit, he rubbed his hand on his clothes a few times, which was regarded as a wipe. "Go eat something first, and I will have a meeting with Sen later." Xianzang stood up and walked outside. With a thoughtful expression on Uchiha Yan's face, it was obvious that he hadn't come out of Xianzang's information, and Uchiha Fire grinned when he heard the food and followed Xianzang directly. If this is the case, Konoha's strategy will have to undergo a major change. Akipomori sat in the tent, thinking about the information Genzo just told him. "I thought the war with Vunin would be a tug of war, but they didn't expect that they would choose this way, and the rhythm of the battlefield would speed up in vain." Sen tapped the table with his fingers, eyes falling on the map on the table. There was a place on the map that Xianzang circled with a red pen, and that was where he found the enemy. And Xianzang also told him, he suspects that there is more than one place like this. "It's difficult." Mori touched his head, preparing to report the information to Uchiha Tenaki first, and then tell Tsunade and the others during the evening meeting. "Xianzang, here." Akibamarai waved his hand and motioned to Genzo to come over. "This is Konoha's meeting tent, a special extra-large tent. Sitting here are Konoha's heads and faces." Xianzang nodded and walked to the side of Sen under the gaze of a group of people. "Ahem. Then today's meeting will begin." Tsunade sits at the top of this long table. On his right is a Hokage consultant, who seems to be Mito Minion, a little old man with glasses. However, Xianzang would not underestimate this old man who was very important in Konoha. When he was young, he was a member of the second-generation police force. You must know that this police force is not simple. After all, the three generations, Danzo, Uchiha Q, and Chudeo Kafang are all members of this force. The Konoha ninja with status and identity basically sat here for the entire Mizuna defense line, but Xianzang had no nervous emotions at all, and his body was very relaxed, just standing behind Akibamarai. The tasks of the various units today are not heavy. Let's not consider the redundant ones. Now let's listen to Uchiha's detection of the situation. The tone of Mito Minion was very plain, just like an ordinary bad old man. "Well, then I will briefly talk about the situation. Our subordinate patrol team detected that Bear Country is building a dock on the coastline, and it is suspected to be planning for Wurin to land." Uchiha Amake's face was solemn, and his tone was sonorous and powerful. "What do you think?" Tsunade patted the table and asked everyone present. Many people had a moment of silence after listening to Uchiha Tenaki's words. They didn't expect Kiri Shinobu to do this kind of operation. "Is this news true?" The person in charge of the Hayaga's family was the first to speak up. "Well, I called the Uchiha ninja in charge of the investigation, you can ask." Uchiha saw that the old opponent had spoken, turned his head to look at Uchiha Kenzo behind the Mori, and nodded to Kenzo. "Good evening, everyone, Konoha. I can use my ninja career to guarantee that this is true, and in order to prove it, I took a risk to explore the other party's camp and obtain further evidence." Xianzang stood upright, looked around at everyone in the room, and said slowly, utterly, confidently, "Although Xianzang is called Xianzang, right?" Tsunade was about to continue speaking, remembering something, and then smiling at Genzo to confirm whether his name was correct. With Xianzang's nod of approval, Tsunade continued to speak. "Although Xianzang has explored that place, for insurance, I will continue to send people there tomorrow to investigate. These people will be arranged by everyone present. Are there any self-recommendations?" Tsunade propped his face with one hand, his tone was firm, and he was like a superior person. Hey. Genzo smiled, and raised the corners of his mouth at the mute person standing behind Tsunade. Silent naturally saw Xianzang, who was staring at her, but still maintained a focused appearance without squinting. His eyes kept falling on the table, but some crimson rose slowly on his cheeks. "The Hayaga will send 2 teams to listen to Tsunade-sama's arrangements." The person in charge of the Hayaga family speaks. He is a clan ninja sent to the front line by the Hayaga family this time. He is responsible for leading the other branch ninjas. His name is Hayaga Shin. Tsunade nodded and looked at the others in the room. Uchiha will continue to send people to follow up. Since we discovered this matter, naturally we won't let it go. Uchiha Tenaki spoke. The oil girl sent a bug envoy to follow the team. Sitting on the left side of the long table, next to Hayaga Shin, an invisible ninja with sunglasses was talking, and there was no extra expression on his face, and he kept sitting upright after speaking. Tsunade nodded, and Mito Minion took off his glasses and put them on the table. This time just to ensure the authenticity of the information, people don't need too many people, but the ninjas of the Hayaga family and the Ujiro family are indispensable. A light flashed in Mito Minion's eyes, and he continued talking. Then Hayaga dispatched a ninja who had awakened with white eyes, and Yume also dispatched a ninja. Together with the ninja who spy on intelligence from Uchiha's family, they will temporarily form a team and go out tomorrow to continue investigating to make sure nothing goes wrong. The heads of the named families nodded. Standing there, Xian Zhang didn't have any unexpected expressions. He naturally knew that he would not be lost in this action. Then report on other situations. Tsunade saw that this matter had been finalized, and started the next topic. Xian Zhang, go back tomorrow, you have to be vigilant. Uchiha Tenaki walked in the front, followed by Mori and Genzo. The meeting was over, and several people were walking slowly towards Uchiha's area. After you spy there today, the enemy will definitely be aware of it, and will definitely strengthen its guard, and even take the initiative to attack and set up an ambush for you. Uchiha Ameki is Uchiha's biggest person in charge here. Naturally, the Uchiha family, who has been in the limelight recently, cared deeply for the promising young generation, and did not hope that something happened to Xian Zhang. Yes. Xian Zhang nodded slightly. Master Tianming, don't worry, Xian Zhang has long been used to such tasks, don't underestimate him. Uchiha Sama put his hand on Genzo's shoulder and said to Uchiha Ameki. Uchiha Tenaki quickened his pace. Come here today, I'm going to go back. Xian Zhang shook his arm and was kicked on his wrist by Silent just now. Now he still feels a little numb. Well, indeed. Silent looked at the moon in the sky, and felt that the position of the moon had moved a lot, and time should have passed for a long time. Then you go back first, and I will practice here for a while. Anyway, I don't have a mission during the day, so I just need to stay by the side of Tsunade-sama. Silent smiled. Due to the strenuous exercise just now, his body was sweating, and the short hair was attached to his face, which seemed a bit heroic. Well, let's go. Xian Zhang patted the knife on his waist and said goodbye to leave. Okay, bye. Silently waved her hand, which was good for Xian Zhang's senses, and made her have a good attitude towards Xian Zhang. Stepping away, Xian Zhang headed towards his own tent. Hey, Xian Zhang. Before taking a few steps, a silent voice came from behind. How? Xian Zhang stopped, with a slight smile on his face, looking at the girl who was still holding Kyu. Be careful tomorrow. I will wait for you to come back tonight, and then I will teach you to agree to your medical ninjutsu. Looking back at Xian Zhang, Silent felt very strange for a moment and then said, Okay, you go back soon. After Xian Zhang finished speaking, he strode away, and there was no more voice behind him. Mute, you have to work hard. Looking at Xian Zhang who disappeared in the corner of the tent in front, Silent squeezed the kunao in his hand and said to himself, The moonlight is bright, Kanaha's camp is heavily guarded, and the light shines everywhere, creating a strange atmosphere. Call. Back in the tent, Xian Zhang simply washed his face with water, flushed his feet, and climbed onto the bed. The shinobi was placed on the right side of the bed, close to the edge of the bed, which was also the most convenient place for Xian Zhang. In the evening, I went to find Silent as promised, taught a few hands by the way, and spent some time that made my heart feel relaxed. Tomorrow is another busy day. Xian Zhang muttered to the top of the tent, and then closed his eyes. This is all the members of your team, this time you need the three of you to cooperate well to complete the task. Tsunade spoke to the Genzo 3 who stood in front of him, holding his hands on his chest. Yes. The family member of the Hayaga family is a young man who is about 20 years old, whose name is Hinata-dun. Shangnan. The family member of the Yun family is a Zongren, whose name is Yun Vrufang. Tentatively Xian Zhang was appointed as the captain. This information was also obtained by him, and his strength is also very strong, so he has more say. Xian Zhang looked at the ninja at Hayaga's house, showing a hint of interest. This ninja was on the way before and wanted to talk to Xian Zhang hit the Higashi shinobi. Hearing Tsunade's appointment of Genzo as the captain, the corner of Hayaga's shield's eyes jumped, but he did not overreact. He knew the strength of Genzo, and there was nothing wrong with letting him be the captain. It just felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. As for the oil girl Rufang, she didn't have any opinion on who the captain was, but she remained silent, and her eyes under her sunglasses did not know what was hidden. Then go. Xian Zhang looked at Tsunade and felt that she had nothing else to say, so he used the captain right he had just acquired. Okay, be careful. Tsunade waved his hand and stopped paying attention. Without looking at the small eyes behind Tsunade, Xianzang led the two younger brothers he had just obtained and walked towards the camp gate. Silent looked at Genzo's back and followed Tsunade to the other side. What's wrong, Newt? Tsunade naturally noticed the abnormality of silence these days, especially when Genzo was present. It's nothing, Tsunade-sama. Silent lowered his head, not looking at Tsunade. Oh, it's up to you. Tsunade didn't think about the silence carefully and strode forward. Through this wood, continue to the coastline, you can reach the place I mentioned before. The three people gathered together. Xianzang pointed at the map and showed it to the other two people. Clear. Hayaga's shield nodded. During the mission, he did not show hostility to Xianzang, although his tone was still a bit uncomfortable. Rufeng, you use bugs to explore the way. There may be enemies in this woods. Hayaga's shield, you can use your eyes to look at the surroundings every 3 minutes. Xianzang proficiently gave orders. The oil girl Rufeng nodded and pushed her sunglasses upward with her finger. No problem, Hayaga's shield agreed. Then we start to act and stay vigilant. The enemy will definitely strengthen its guard. Be careful, Xianzang emphasized again, keep the map. Who? With the assistance of two powerful investigative ninjas, the figures of Xianzang and others shuttled through the woods unimpeded. After moving forward for a long time, seeing her going through the woods, the oil girl Rufeng waved. Wait! Boom! Several people fell on the branches, and Xianzang looked at him with doubts. Part of the bugs I released have lost contact. The oil girl Rufeng's voice still didn't fluctuate much, and while she was speaking, Yang pushed the sunglasses on her nose with her finger. Hayaga's shield. Xianzang frowned and called Hayaga's shield. Grow your eyes. The terrifying meridians converged in both eyes, and Hayaga's shield formed a forbearance mark on both hands, looking forward. Genzo could feel the chakra of Hayaga's shield's body began to converge toward his eyes, which was even larger than when he used the Shakryan himself. How about it? Xianzang asked Hayaga's shield. I didn't see anything abnormal, but it didn't feel very good. As Hayaga's shield said, his eyes continued to observe. How to say? Xianzang was puzzled, feeling that Hayaga-dun's words were a bit contradictory. It's so peaceful. Hayaga's shield closed his eyes and the meridians disappeared. Rufeng, you send some more bugs, we will slowly move closer. Xianzang issued an order, and they flinched here without reason. Okay. The oil girl Rufeng nodded, raised her hands flat, and pointed to the front. Buzzing. The black insect swarm flew out from the sleeves of his hands like a thick black thread, and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. Go ahead. Shield, now you use your eyes to check every minute to make sure there is no ambush where we are, Xianzang said to the two of them, and then headed towards the front. Ha! Xianzang landed on the ground, his voice was out of reach, followed by two other teammates on the ground. Grow your eyes. Hayaga's shield behind him used ninjutsu. It's okay, keep going. Hayaga's shield nodded, indicating that there is no danger in front of Genzo. Shashasha. The three of them had already passed through the woods and came to this bush, and it would not be long before they could reach the place Xianzang said. Boom! There was a sound from a distance, and several people shook their bodies, their movements slowed down in vain, and they looked at each other. Stay alert, be careful. Xianzang covered his waist with his right hand, and chakra was slowly brewing in preparation for an emergency. Passing through here unhurriedly, the three people suddenly opened up, and a huge depression appeared not far away, and there were still many people busy there. Arrived. Xianzang lay on the ground, looking at the bay under construction in the distance, the light in his eyes flashed. Dry. Hayaga's shield and oil girl Rufeng also saw it naturally, their bodies straightened, making them look a little unnatural. What happens next? Hayaga's shield was leaning against Genzo, and the voice just happened to be heard by the two people on the side. Go back. It's not sensible to continue to test. After confirming the accuracy of the intelligence, our mission is completed. Xianzang looked at that place, watching the ninjas patrolling everywhere. Yes, the task has been completed. Hayaga's shield nodded and buried his head lower, so close to the enemy's camp made him feel a little stressed. Wait, my bug has disappeared again. Hayaga's shield, at 3 o'clock. The oil girl Rufeng's face changed, her tone was very unnatural. Grow your eyes. Hayaga's shield didn't dare to be sloppy, and quickly rolled his eyes in the direction he said. The enemy is approaching here, the number is 7. Run! From this look, Hayaga-dun's face became ugly, and the whole person squatted directly. They seem to have found us. Let's go. Shield Hayaga couldn't keep calm and motion for a few people to leave. Let's go. I guess it was discovered. Xianzang didn't dare to stay any longer. It was close to the camp there. Once the enemy found that the situation was not right, support would be there soon. When the time came, it would be too late to leave. Retreat. Xianzang waved his hand, stood up, and walked directly in the direction where he came. The speed of the other two people was not slow. The moment Xian Zhang gave the order, they ran out. Hayaga's shield, look at the surrounding situation with white eyes. Rufeng continues to use insects to stay alert. Xian Zhang was running while talking to the two people on the side. Clear. The two knew that it was not time to relax at this time, and replied in a deep voice. Who? Shutting through the half-person high grass, the grass around him retreated quickly. Xian Zhang also mobilized his perception of chakra and observed everything around him. Go to the left. Hayaga's shield yelled, and he saw several enemies appearing right in front of him. Ha! The three of the team kept tacit understanding and turned aside directly. Ha! Xian Zhang stopped and looked at an inconspicuous stone on the ground. Wait! The others stopped and looked at Xian Zhang suspiciously. This is? Xian Zhang squatted on the ground and picked up the stone full of chakras in his perception. Chakra pattern? Looking closer at the stone, Xian Zhang saw the densely outlined patterns on it. Naturally, the other two people also noticed the stone in Xian Zhang's hand, and their eyes showed dignity. This should be why we were discovered. Although we don't know how this is used, we seem to have to be careful to bypass these things. Xian Zhang spoke and looked at Hayaga's shield. Clear. Hayaga's shield looked at the stone, and in his white eyes, the chakra in the stone could not be seen. I'll lead the way. Hayaga nodded and motioned to everyone. Keep going, the bug I put in the back sends me back pheromone, and someone catches up from behind. The oil girl Rufeng pushed her sunglasses, reflecting a ray of sunlight on the mirror. Well, shield, you come to clear the way. Xian Zhang motioned to Hayaga's shield. Ha! Xian Zhang seemed to hear the sound of breaking through the air. Although the sound was still very small, it indicated that the distance from the enemy was still far, but he had already entered a dangerous distance. Go! The three of them continued to move forward. This time, Hayaga's shield deliberately avoided the stones with chakras in the field of vision with white eyes. Although the speed was very slow, the insects of the oil girl Rufeng did not continue to send news that someone was pursuing them. Call! Hayaga's shield wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the woods not far away. It should be thrown away. At this time, he did not roll his eyes, he kept his eyes open all the time, and his own consumption was not small, so after obviously feeling that he had thrown off the enemy, Hayaga's shields closed his eyes. Keep speed, don't be careless. Xian Zhang also failed to perceive the chasing soldiers behind, indicating that the enemy had lost their tracks and gave up on pursuing them. Before Xian Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, his body tensed in vain. In his perception, there were a few chakras in front of him, and the exact number was not clear. Ready to fight. Xian Zhang gestured to the two people around him. How? Hayaga's shield hasn't figured out what's going on. An enemy is blocking the road ahead. Xian Zhang's eyes passed through the grass and looked not far away, as if he had already seen the enemy. How come? Roll your eyes. Hayaga's shield couldn't believe it, he thought he had thrown away the enemy. Grass. Hayaga's shield's expression was a bit abnormal, and his face was dark, and through his eyes, he naturally saw several enemies in the woods ahead more clearly than Xian Zhang. There are 7 enemies in total, 2 shinobu. Hayaga's shield did not continue to curse secretly, and told his teammates what he saw. It's unrealistic to go around, the enemy may still have chasing troops coming, let's break through. Xian Zhang said to the other 2 people. But there are 7. Hayaga's shield's face is a bit bad. Shinin, I will solve it, and leave the other 5 to you, okay? Xian Zhang glanced at his teammates, watching their reactions. 2 shinobu, can you do it? Although Hayaga's shield knew that Xian Zhang was very strong, he had defeated him before, but there were 2 shinobu on the opposite side, and he was a little worried about Xian Zhang. You just need to get rid of the others and make a quick fight. Xian Zhang didn't answer the call, it was arranged. It is good. The oil girl Rufeng cherishes words like gold. The bugs in his body have long told him that Xian Zhang is dangerous, so he is quite relieved that Xian Zhang drags the 2 Shangren, as long as he waits for someone to quickly solve the opponent, and then go to assist Xian Zhang, should not a problem. That's okay. Hayaga's shield gritted his teeth, and at this time he could only choose to believe in Xian Zhang. Who? The 3 of them stopped concealing their tracks, and quickly approached the woods, and the enemy soon appeared in their sight. Yo, don't hide, mouse. As soon as the 3 of Xian Zhang team showed up, the enemy spotted them, and one of them sneered at them. These enemies had been tracking Xian Zhang and others by some unique means before, but it didn't take long for them to lose their clues, so they had to block the woods first, and they had to pass through here if the ninja who fought Kana had to go back. Humph! Hayaga's shield stopped, snorted coldly, and stared at the enemy's few people with white eyes. Quick battle! Xian Zhang didn't talk nonsense, and rushed out at the moment when the enemy was stunned. The speaking Shang Ren was taken aback, and when he saw Xian Zhang rushing over, his eyes were angry. Looking for death. Kid! Ha! Xian Zhang's speed was extremely fast, and the other 2 people were around him, also following his pace. Kill them! The enemy clamored, and several ninjas were not afraid, brandishing their weapons and rushing towards the three of Xianzang. Ha! Nearly 10 meters away, Xianzang's right calf tightened and shot out with a kick. On the knife in his hand, the electric current surged, and the sound was endless, and it was heart-stringing. Xianzang looked at the two shangren in the front, the riding Wiliguyu in his eyes began to rotate, and the lower limbs were also wandering with electric current, which stimulated his speed increase. Die! Staring at the ninja who had spoken before, Xianzang swiped a knife. The speed exploded in an instant, and the distance of 10 meters was pulled closer by Xianzang in less than a second. The murderous aura in the enemy's eyes had not disappeared. Xianzang's knife reached his neck. What? The enemy was full of disbelief, and as soon as this thought appeared in his heart, the blade slashed across his neck. Hey! Stepping onto the other one to endure, the one behind the top head Kong Dang landing. Only a few seconds after the start of the battle, the enemy lost an upper ninja. Xianzang expressionless, the current on his body deepened, and he swung it out again. Ding! The knife was blocked by the enemy, but Kumai's face was filled with horror. Who are you? The enemy looked at the corpse still gushing with blood, his pupils tightened. Konoha ninja. The corner of Xianzang's mouth was hooked, and the scarlet writing will stared at the enemy. Don't, ho ho. The enemy lost the will to fight after killing one of Xianzang with a single blow, and was about to beg for mercy. Xianzang quickly slashed out with a slash, and the power of thunder cut off Kyu, and then cut off his throat, bringing life to life. Take away. Bagua 36 palms. On the other side, Hayaga's shield used jujitsu to seal the chakra acupoints of the three ninjas. Boom, boom. The enemy lost his ability to move, and Hayaga's shield snapped a few palms instantly again, cutting off the enemy's vitality. As a Shangren, he is still very comfortable with several Zongren easily. What? An enemy was enveloped by the insects of the oil girl Rufang, and the screams came from inside, and countless insects were biting him. The last enemy looked at his companion who had been wiped out in the blink of an eye, and his face could no longer conceal fear. No, don't kill me. He lost the courage to fight, turned around and ran back, but without running a few steps, his feet were wrapped in a group of insects, and then also wrapped in a human-shaped insect group, screaming endlessly. Hayaga's shield looked a little surprised and solved the enemy Xianzang. His expression was a bit uncomfortable, and his eyes were shocked that could not be concealed. It's so amazing. Hayaga's shield looked at his opponent, and the three Zongren, feeling gloomy, their hands were pinched tightly. I went to trouble with such a guy before, it's really arrogant. Hayaga's shield felt bitter when he remembered that he had challenged Xianzang before. If you solve it, let's go. Be sure that there will be chasing soldiers behind. Xianzang hung the knife back to his waist and said aloud, "It is good." Hayaga's shield quickly adjusted his mentality. My bugs are also tired and need to rest. The oil girl Rufang nodded. In the battle just now, he used the capital of Zongnan to fight two Zongren. Although it seemed that the enemy was solved quickly, only he himself knew how much consumption was. Go! Xianzang stepped on the corpse and rushed towards the woods quickly. Who? Soon after Xianzang and others left, several figures fell on the place where they had just been fighting. Konoha's ninja has fled, and the information has been confirmed leaked. Looking at the two Shangnan corpses on the ground, the ninja muttered to himself, "Hateful." Another ninja looked at the unrecognizable corpse on the ground bitten by insects. He stood beside one of them, his eyes flushed. He could barely recognize his friend by his clothes. At the same time, looking at the dead body that his friend could not bear to look directly at, his anger couldn't be concealed on his face. Okay, recover the corpse, go back. The leading ninja said to the others that it is no way to throw the bodies of these companions here. Yes. Several ninjas quickly took out the scrolls, then loaded the bodies in, and then left the area again. Calm here is restored again, the grass is growing, and the flowers are preparing to bloom, but the black stains on the ground make this place very strange. Boom! Tsunade patted the table several times with his hands, motioning everyone to stop communicating. The investigation team has confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence. The next step is to see how we respond. Everyone expresses their opinions and speaks freely. Supporting her chin with her right hand, Tsunade did not show the slightest slack look on her face, but instead made her aggravated, giving her an insurmountable majesty. Does the enemy really only have one harbor? Uchiha Tenaki asked everyone present. The long table was silent, and many people looked at each other and looked at each other. Ahem! Mito Minion put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. The immediate task now is to verify this conjecture. Is the enemy only this port that is being built or has been built? Old but full of breath, the eyes behind Mito Minion's glasses were burning with energy. Everyone! This is war, Konoha is inevitable. Tsunade saw that most of the people remained unanimously silent, knocked on the table with his knuckles, and said in a deep voice, "Next I will make a plan. Everyone needs to participate. The coastal defense line is so long, we need to check one by one, especially near the border. Tsunade continued speaking, scanning the audience. Ha! Take a break. Silent raised the kuna in her hand and signaled Xian Zhang that she wanted to rest. It is good. Xian Zhang nodded, and withdrew the kunao in his hand. He hadn't used kunao for a long time, but the previous touch was still there, and his skills were not lost. Happily found a place, Xian Zhang sat down. There was no place for people to rest in this area, and he didn't care about these things very much. Boom! Silent was originally leaning against a wooden stake over there, and seeing Xian Zhang sitting here, he followed him and sat down, about half a meter away from Xian Zhang. How do you feel? Mute was naturally asking Xian Zhang about his own situation. After a few days, there has been progress, but real actual combat is needed to see the effect. Our style of play does not have much effect now. Xian Zhang was also telling the truth. He looked at the ground between his legs and fiddled with the weeds on the ground with a relaxed tone. Is that so? Tsunade-sama told me the same way, but she always doesn't allow me to leave her to perform tasks alone. Silent little faces wrinkled together, talking in his mouth. Tsunade-sama is also protecting you like this, don't care. If you need to be the main force on the battlefield at any time, Konoha basically has no hope. You must know that your job is a medical ninja. Genzo turned his head and said to Silent with a smile. He knew why Tsunade did not want Silent to go to the battlefield. After all, several people Tsunade cared about died on the battlefield. The current Silent should be regarded as Tsunade's most concerned disciple. It can be regarded as a kind of protection for Mute by Tsunade. Okay, I know. Silently patted Xian Zhang on the shoulder. By the way, didn't I say last time that I would teach you medical ninjutsu when you came back? Just today, I also brought a ninjutsu scroll. The air was quiet for a while, Silent as if thinking of something. His body jumped up and said to Xian Zhang, "Oh, alright." Xian Zhang is still a bit greedy for medical ninjutsu, but these ninjutsu are only in the hands of a small number of people, and there is no chance to get in touch at all. I have not learned much medical ninjutsu at the moment, only healing, hemostasis, and an upgraded version of the healing technique, but this ninjutsu is a bit difficult and I haven't mastered it yet. Silent held his fingers, and counted his ninjutsu to Xian Zhang one by one. Let's cure it. Usually, fighting is more practical, and learning it is equivalent to more than half your life. Xian Zhang thought for a while. He has thunder escape, hemostasis is of no value, palm immortality is obviously very difficult, and it is impossible to learn it for a while, and Mute himself hasn't mastered it, and can't teach him. There is only one healing technique left. It's okay. Although Xian Zhang's own resilience is also very strong, but no matter how strong it is, isn't it fragrant? Okay. I have a scroll here. You can take it back later and read it first. I can demonstrate this ninjutsu for you now. Mute was a little happy. Xian Zhang had been teaching him things recently, and she had always felt that she owed something to her. Now it was her turn to teach Xian Zhang, and she was instantly balanced. But how do you demonstrate it? Well, forget it, I'll just show you the healing technique directly. Silent frowned, then said, "Hey." Xian Zhang condensed a trace of Chidori on the index finger of his right hand, and then deliberately compressed it to give it a strong penetrating power, and then stroked the back of his left hand. Ah, what are you doing? Silent covered his mouth and stared at Xian Zhang, filled with surprise. Oh, it's time for you to demonstrate. Xian Zhang put his left hand close to Mute. The expression on his face did not change much, he still smiled at Mute. I can demonstrate directly, there is no need to hurt myself specifically. There was a little blame in the silent tone, and there was some anger in his eyes. Hurry up, it will be better if you don't demonstrate the wound. Xian Zhang stabbed silently with his arm and motioned. Puff. You guy. Silent was teased by Xian Zhang, and knew that there was no need to be so angry. Bring your hands closer. Silent commanded Xian Zhang, but before he finished speaking, he grabbed Xian Zhang's hand and placed it on his thigh. Look up. Silent hands folded together, chakra brewing on it, and in a blink of an eye a green, vibrant chakra air mass condensed. Put the chakra along a certain walking route, and then condense it on your hands, and you can use the healing technique. But be careful, the chakra cannot be transported too fast, and a certain rhythm must be maintained. Silent buried his head and explained to Xian Zhang while using the healing technique. Understand? Silent asked, his hands slowly covering the place where Xian Zhang was injured. Hiss. Xian Zhang felt the coolness of the back of his hands. This was the first time he had consciously felt the effects of medical ninjutsu. Once covered by the silent hand, it seemed to be covered with a layer of mint. The coolness penetrated into the flesh, and the wound began to heal at a visible speed. Should get it. This is the first time I teach you, how can you understand it? Feel it, and I will continue to teach you tomorrow, and ask me if you don't understand. Silent didn't look up. Hearing Xian Zhang said that he understood, he started to think in pieces. Although she knows that Xian Zhang is very powerful and is still Uchiha's genius, but medical ninjutsu is her field. She had studied for nearly a week before she barely mastered it. How could Xian Zhang just look at it and learn it? Really understand? Xianzang retracted his hand and Silent's head also lifted. Hey, you really are. It's not embarrassing to not understand. I will teach it slowly. The mute sound is getting smaller and smaller until it disappears. Slowly what? Xianzang's right hand condensed the same green halo as before Silence, and smiled at the corner of his mouth, looking at Silence. How come? Silent couldn't believe it, and hurriedly rubbed his eyes with both hands to confirm that he was right. How can this be? Silent doubted his ninja talent a bit. Is there really a genius in this world who can learn at a glance? Silent stared at his right hand, muttering to himself. Haha, it's okay, mainly thanks to it. Xianzang watched Silent and didn't speak for a long time, and when she spoke as if she was doubting her own ninja level. What? Silent followed Xianzang's fingers and saw a pair of three-hooked jade rotating, writing round eyes? Mute was a little puzzled. She didn't know the unique ability of Xiao Lunyan, only that Xiao Lunyan was very helpful to the battle. Sanguya's writing wheel has a kind of ability, which is to copy. Xianzang saw Silent's doubts and explained aloud. The moment you started ninjutsu, I copied your skills with my eyes. Xianzang smiled and continued talking. Humph, I said, how can there be a genius in the world who can take a glance? Mute took a long sigh of relief, and did not think about writing round eyes, but turned his attention to another angle. That's my talent, okay? Xianzang shrugged. Cut, this is a ninja talent, this is just the ability that your blood inheritance limit brings you, but you have a good ancestor. Silent raised his head, and then tossed his short hair, his words filled with disdain for Xianzang. Okay, alright, I learned it by just one look anyway, didn't I? Xianzang deliberately take a look emphasized the tone on the above, and finished talking word by word to Mute. Humph. Silent tilted his head, pretending to be unhappy. Okay, you don't need to give the scrolls to me. Let's practice for a while and go back and rest. It's getting late. Xianzang wrapped his hands in silence, his tone was very relaxed. Because of so many contacts, the two have a very good relationship, and general physical contact is already common. Well, I'll go back after practicing for a while. Silent was also very tired today, and she yawned while she was speaking, and she didn't care about Xianzang holding her shoulders, her tone was a bit helpless. Today, she wanted to find her presence while teaching Xianzang ninjutsu, but she didn't expect to be slapped a few times in the face by him. Stand up and continue to attack me. Xianzang patted Silent on the shoulder, then stood up, walked a few steps aside, and said to Silent, Ha! I'm here. As soon as Silent stood up, he rushed directly to Xianzang, with a slight displeasure towards Xianzang on his face. What? A fist slid Xianzang's cheek. Xianzang leaned back and smiled at Mute. Sneak attack? This is not a good habit. Xianzang avoided the attack, swiping an index finger around his chest a few times, making a provocative action that made Silent angrily. Won the battle is the truth, who cares whether I attack or not? Silent is generally kept calm, and she doesn't usually say things that feel extreme when she appears in this way, but she really feels Xianzang is very annoying at the moment. Hey! While talking, Silent kicked out and went straight to Xianzang's bottom plate. Hey! Okay! Xianzang shook his head, knowing that Mute was talking to him like this on purpose. After practicing with Mute for a while, Xianzang said goodbye to her and returned to his tent. As a ninja who needs a mission, he is not as idle as Mute, so he needs to keep his energy full. Call. After washing, Xianzang changed his clothes, lay on the bed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Master another craft. Xianzang stretched out his hands upwards, both palms were covered with green halo, which was obviously the healing technique he had just learned. Sleep, the dog's life matters. Xianzang turned to his side and wrapped the quilt tightly. The temperature in this area was not very high, especially at night. It made Xianzang feel a bit of coolness. Only since returning to the camp that day and reporting information, Xianzang has been idle for a few days, but will still go out on patrol these days, going out in the morning and coming back in the afternoon. According to Xianzang's understanding, Tsunade sent many scout teams along the coast to search for hidden harbors. Konoha needs to fight a prepared war, and these preliminary preparations are indispensable. Kuri Shinobu was also calm. Even if she was found out of her intentions, she continued to complete the harbor. Tsunade did not send anyone to destroy it. She felt that it was not the time yet. She wanted to wait for the investigation in other places to come back. Make a decision. If there is only one place, keep it. If there are many such places, Konoha can no longer sit back and watch. Captain, take a break. Uchiha fired his stomach and yelled to Genzo in front of him. This is an area behind Konoha University. The mission of Xianzang team is to investigate the safety of this area. There is a transportation line for backup materials, and the security level is high. Fine, take a break. Xianzang motioned Uchiha to rest, but he jumped onto a tree and sat on a branch. It's boring, I don't know when the above will assign us other tasks. Uchiha sat at the root of a big tree, with broken thoughts in his mouth. Shut up, you. A ninja's bounden duty is to do your own job well, don't worry about the superfluous things. Uchiha Yen sat opposite Uchiha's fire and fired mercilessly at his brother. That's what I said. It's really boring to patrol here every day, don't you think, Captain? Uchiha Huo wanted to transfer the firepower to Xianzang. He knew that when Xianzang opened his mouth, his stupid Ododa would not continue to taunt him. Xianzang didn't speak and looked at Uchiha Huo with eyes without focusing, making his back look cold. Oh, okay. Uchiha said hurriedly, then tilted his head and put his chin on with both hands. Take a 5-minute break, let's walk the route again and go back. Xianzang watched that it was not early, and it had been a long time since he had come out, and he was talking to Uchiha. That's all right. Hearing that he was going back, Uchiha looked happy, but Uchiha Yen didn't have any extra expressions. Who? The figure shuttled through the woods. Xianzang's line of sight fell to a different position. Although this is the big rear of Konoha, he also needs to be vigilant. What sound do you hear? When Xianzang's ear moved, he was very puzzled. He heard the sound of fire burning, but he was not very clear. There is no sound, Captain. Uchiha stopped and listened carefully, but there was no sound. West, Xianzang said after judging the direction of the voice. Who? Faster pace, Xianzang headed in that direction. If he remembers correctly, there seems to be a few families from the land of fire. Although it is not very far from the border here, due to the existence of a huge forest, there are still some ordinary people in the country of fire who are made by hunting. The voice in his ear grew louder and clearer, and Xianzang's bad premonition grew louder. Ha! Once again, crossing a big tree that obscured his vision, the light of fire appeared in front of Xianzang's eyes, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and then he was concealed. What's happening here? The two Uchiha Huo brothers followed Hyunzo and saw this scene. Uchiha Huo couldn't believe it. This was behind the front line. Who can do damage here? The fire here is blazing, a row of wooden houses slowly turned into ashes in the fire, visible to the naked eye. There are several corpses in front of the house, which are being burned by the fire and have gradually been carbonized. Damn it! Xianzang squeezed the knife tightly, the murderous aura in his eyes could not be concealed at all. It shouldn't have gone far. It hasn't been long since this fire burned. Uchiha Yen observed the surrounding situation and judged the situation based on experience. Chasing, we must cut off this group of clutter. Xianzang was very angry that the enemy dared to do damage near the area he was patrolling, and was also shocked that the enemy dared to do such a big damage while bypassing the line of defense. Captain, the enemy dares to do this, the strength must be. Uchiha Yen reminded, although he has absolute trust in Xianzang's strength. Without listening to Yen, Xianzang was only angry. Ha! Although the enemy concealed his trail, his technique was still very tender, and he could not hide under Xianzang's eyes. After a few simple judgments, Xianzang found the direction where the enemy was leaving and followed the signs. How do you feel? Haha, isn't it exciting to be sabotaged in the country of fire? A ninja with a horse-faced face said to his companion that there were only two of them, but the horse-faced ninja showed no panic at all. Long Fi, this is behind Konoha, we will continue to have trouble sooner or later, alas. The other ninja seemed to be a bit worried about his own situation, frowning and said to the horse-faced ninja, Hey, what are you doing? After getting separated with the captain, I knew I couldn't go back, so why bother to suppress my temper, kill a few and make a profit? Long Fei didn't care, his face was filled with the last madness. We encountered Konoha ninja before, so we both had to do the opposite and continue to go deep behind Konoha. The captain and others don't know what happened. UNG sighed and understood their current situation. Although Konoha's ninjas are still spotting them, it will be sooner or later, especially since they are still doing things so presumptuously. Let's go deeper, don't think about it so much. Maybe you can escape the pursuit of Konoha ninja. Long Face signaled UNG to move forward, and he also stepped forward to move forward. Whoo! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the two of them became stiff. Go! Where are you going? Before the people arrived, Xianzang's voice reached the ears of these two people with anger. In a moment of horror, the two people saw a blue and white thunder and lightning behind them, approaching them at extreme speed, quickly speeding up and wanting to escape quickly. Ha! Xianzang landed a few meters in front of the two of them, leaving some scorched marks on the ground. Konoha ninja. Long Fei's complexion is a bit bad, although he knows that it will be sooner or later, but now he feels that he hasn't had enough time. A person? UNG saw that there was only one person in Xianzang, with a trace of vitality on his face. Smelly boy. Only one person dared to stop us, looking for death. Long Fei also reacted quickly and looked at each other with UNG. In order to find the enemy quickly, Xianzang distanced himself from the two brothers Uchiha and caught up with him first. Kill him. Long Fei gritted his teeth. There was only one person on the other side. It seemed that he was not too old. At most, he was a Zongren. On his own side, there were two Zongren, and he could kill the other party before fleeing the scene. Thinking in his heart, Long Fei started to move, raising the knife in his hand high and rushing towards Xianzang. Behind him, Yuanji was holding a huge axe in both hands, following behind him very steadily, his eyes staring at the same. Xianzang, murderous. Really looking for death. Xianzang looked at the two people who rushed over without saying a word. He thought that the one who dared to do this behind Kanaha was definitely a strong team, but now he caught up with it and found that it was just two cats and dogs. But this is not the reason you cannot die. Xianzang touched the knife on his waist, his face flooded with cold killing intent, his eyes fell on the enemy's vital point, and the arc flashed past his body. Base. Ha! Crack! Ho ho! The two fell to the ground at the same time, their weapons broke aside, and their hands were directly cut off by Xianzang. Ah! Damn Kanaha ninja! Long Fei's hands were chopped and he collapsed on the ground. The blood kept flowing, but he was still cursing Xianzang. The other ninja didn't seem to be able to resist the pain. He was already unconscious and fell on the ground without saying a word. However, looking at the speed of bleeding from his wrist, it is estimated that he would not live long. Hee, isn't it fun to do sabotage here? Xianzang stood beside the ninja who was still struggling, stepping on a severed hand on his foot, and couldn't help crushing it. Hey, very angry, right? But it's really fun. Long Fei knew that he was definitely not rescued at this time, so naturally he would not accept it. That's good, I think it will be fun next time. The corners of Xianzang's mouth were upturned, he couldn't see his anger at all, and there was even a smile on his face. Looking at Xianzang's smile, Long Fei kept ringing alarm bells, and bad premonitions spread. Kanaha's ninja have the ability to give me a good time. Yes, don't worry. Xianzang kicked out and kicked the enemy in the jaw. Crack! The chin is directly separated from the face bone and cannot continue to open and close. A trace of fear appeared in the enemy's eyes, and he seemed to see the next scene, and his body was struggling harder. Cracking. Holding the thunder and lightning in his hand, Xianzang struck the thunder and lightning on the enemy's broken wrist from the air. A smell of burnt meat came, and the blood was stopped, but it looked even worse. After stopping the blood, Xianzang looked at the enemy who was still rolling on the ground, but was stepped on by him. The thunder and lightning continued to be kept in his hand, and he kept hitting it out, falling on the enemy's body. What? The enemy screamed constantly, but couldn't break free, and could only move in a small area under Xianzang's feet. Kill me. The enemy's body is covered with a layer of electric current, which is continuously damaging him, but it is unable to kill him. Cracking. Xianzang increased the intensity of the current, and the enemy also increased the intensity of the screams. Please. The enemy's whole body was scorched and his eyes seemed to have lost his vision, unable to see things normally, so he could only turn his head to the direction of Xianzang in his memory, and said tremblingly, "It's so irritating." Xianzang slashed out, cutting off the enemy's vitality, and then another bolt of lightning struck the comatose enemy. What? The enemy was directly awakened by electricity, and was immediately wrapped in pain in his hands when he woke up, turning over and rolling on the ground. In the same way, Xianzang applied the punishment just now on the enemy again, and finally hit him with another blow. The other two of the team were late at this time and landed on a tree beside them. Team leader. Uchiha fired tentatively and called Genzo, but he didn't dare to get too close. Not only the barbecue-like smell, but also Xianzang's smile standing beside two unrecognizable corpses. Well, it's okay. Xianzang exhaled, and his face returned to calm, beckoning them to come and clean up the corpse. The enemy's corpse is still very useful in war. As long as the brain is still there, intelligence can be obtained. Uchiha Yin came over, took out the scroll, and skillfully packed the corpse in. Let's go back and clean up there. Xianzang motioned for them to follow, and walked towards the previous house. Originally, Xianzang would not be so angry when encountering this kind of thing, but when he passed there in the morning, he had a few words with each other when he passed there. Now he is killed by the enemy under his nose, which makes Xianzang feel uncomfortable. A kind of weakness and frustration fills my heart. It is good. Uchiha Yin nodded, and Uchiha agreed. They all had a little impression of those households, and they felt as uncomfortable as Xianzang in their hearts. Back at the scene of the crime, Xianzang looked there. The fire had almost burned out, everything had vanished, and everything around had disappeared. Fire! Bury it! Xianzang called out Uchiha's fire. He knew that Uchiha's fire would lighten the earth, and he could play a role at this time. Earth escape, cracking earth and turning palm. Uchiha fire slapped his hand on the ground, and the chakra conducted to the ground. The cracks moved forward, and the foundation of the ruin over there cracked, and then was covered by the overturned clod. Let's go. Xianzang too would not leave. He could do everything he could, and these ordinary people who died would not be resurrected, but fortunately, he felt better. The other two didn't say much, and they followed Xianzang, ready to go back to deliver today's patrol mission. In the war, the lives of ninjas are worthless, let alone ordinary people. 2 days have passed since the encounter that day. The investigative team sent by Konoha also turned upside down along the coastline, and did not find the harbor of Yunnan. Tsunade also changed his attention. Although there was only the harbor under construction, he decided to send troops to destroy it. Yoshi! Everyone is here. Tsunade embraced his hands, staring at the ninja standing in front of him, and Genzo was in the line. Do you understand the task? Do I need to repeat it again? Tsunade took a few steps and continued talking. Understood, Tsunade-sama. Xianzang stood in front of all the ninjas with a crisp voice. He is the captain of this mission, commanding nearly 20 Shangren and nearly 30 Zongren. And Xianzang's unit was also the vanguard of this mission, responsible for tearing the enemy's defenses. Tsunade, as the superior, knew that this mission should not be careless, and sent a large force to fall behind the vanguard, vowing to the conspiracy of Mist Shinobu and Bear Country is crushed. Okay. Go ahead and hope to hear the good news from you. Yes. Xianzang held the knife, turned around, and looked at the neatly standing troops behind him, all fully armed and full of energy. Set off. For the first time as the commander of the captain level, Xianzang's chest was so proud. Yes, everyone answered in unison, resounding through the Konoha ninja camp. Who? The figure rushed towards the gate. Xianzang walked in the forefront, full of momentum. Seeing Genzo and others set off, Tsunade's expression loosened and softened. Come out, they are gone. Tsunade shouted toward the tent behind him. Hey! The curtain of the tent was opened, and a head was put out silently. He glanced at it, then walked out and came to Tsunade's side. Everyone is gone, why don't you go to see others? Looking at the mute expression with a little joy, Tsunade asked. Why do you want to see others? Silent looked at Tsunade's chest, pretending not to understand. Ha. I don't know who has been telling me how good others are these days, haha. Tsunade sneered a few times, until Silent could hear the goosebumps. Why? I just asked Xianzang to teach me several fighting skills, but we are not very familiar with it. Mute lowered his eyes to the ground. If I hadn't slept late recently, I didn't know that some people would go out to find friends every night. Tsunade is in friends. The tone of the two words was deliberately emphasized, and his eyes were staring at Mute. Isn't it because I don't have time during the day? Besides, I didn't go out to learn technology. There was some pink on Mute's cheeks, and he spoke with a little confidence. Don't talk to Tsunade-sama, I'm going to sort things out. Silent was stared at by Tsunade's gaze and couldn't keep calm. He stamped his foot on the ground and walked towards the tent. Whispering sound. Tsunade embraced his chest with his hands, glanced at the silence that left, and then continued to cast his gaze to Dang's exit. Recently, she saw that Silent always went out at night, and only came back after a few hours, and when she came back, she was either sweating or smiling uncontrollably. This made her very strange when she was Silent as a daughter, so she found a relatively leisurely night. Followed Silence all the way to the place where Silent and Xianzang paired up. So Tsunade saw Mute and Genzo practicing their talking and laughing. It might not be the first day to do this depending on the situation. Tsunade didn't say anything at the time, and after watching it for a while, he didn't disturb anyone to leave. It wasn't until Silent returned to the tent at night that he changed his way to ask about this from all directions. Silent didn't hide Tsunade's thoughts, confessing that he went out at night to learn techniques from Genzo and to make his ninja career more durable, without mentioning other things. In fact, Mute felt that there was no other messy relationship between himself and Xianzang. After all, in the huge camp, only the difference in age between the two was relatively small, so it was normal to play together. This naturally silenced her own thoughts. She didn't know when she had regarded Xianzang as a good friend, or she was very close. Tsunade, the person who came over, certainly knew what emotion this was, and didn't point it out. And since Tsunade learned about the affairs between Silent and Genzo, Silent went out at night more casually, not sneaking out like before. And the longer he stayed with Xianzang, Mute also had a deeper understanding of Xianzang's strength, knowing that he was not an ordinary Zhongren, but a strong man who could also be ranked in the Shangren strength circle. And Xianzang also showed off his talents in front of Mute from time to time, and showed off his genius learning method. Although Mute was disdainful in front of Xianzang, in front of Tsunade, he always inadvertently showed his feelings for Xianzang. Esteemed. This time Tsunade asked Genzo to be the commander of the assault force. Naturally, it couldn't be because Silent was always blowing the bedside wind in her ears, but it was a decision after many considerations. Genzo is strong enough. Although he is young, he is very experienced and well-versed in doing things. Tsunade will naturally not let go of such talents, although Minion Mito, who is a consultant, opposes this decision. This is a test, maybe. Tsunade whispered softly in his mouth, speaking into the air in front of him. After continuing to stand for a few minutes, Tsunade stepped towards the other direction of the camp, where a larger number of troops were still assembled. She now needs to give orders to those ninjas and let them start to act too, to make sure that this action against Mizumi Ninja is foolproof. See it. Xianzang squatted in the grass. With the experience of the last time, he reminded everyone in the team this time. At the same time, there was also Shangren from the Hayaga's family in the team to provide vision assistance, so the troops approached the enemy's camp and were still not found. The ninjas beside Xian Zhang nodded, and they naturally saw the situation in the bay over there. The defense has been significantly strengthened there, and the number of ninjas has increased a lot. Xian Zhang glanced at the camps and construction sites over there, and could clearly feel the increase in the number of ninjas, which can be said to be 3 steps 1 post, 5 steps 1 sentry. How about the preparations later? Xian Zhang raised his head to look at a ninja from the Oil Girl clan who was in charge of contacting the assault troops and the large troops behind. They are in place, it depends on when we act here. The ninja with the necessary sunglasses for the oily girl nodded and said, there is no extra expression on his face, and many ninjas around him tacitly distanced him from him, as if he were a dangerous person. This ninja of the Yun clan seems to be called Yun Zaiwei. Xian Zhang always felt that the name was familiar, but he didn't have the slightest impression on that ordinary face. In that case, the ninjas of the Hayaga clan are responsible for providing vision. The oil girls first release the bugs and figure out the enemy's ninja layout, and we will attack later. Xian Zhang thought for a while. Although there was always a thought of the past in his heart, but to be on the safe side, he decided to settle down. Clear. A few ninjas behind agreed, and immediately countless insects began to crawl there, and the ninjas of Hayaga began to scrutinize the enemy's surroundings with white eyes to confirm whether there were ambushes and traps. After a long time in this way, Kanaha's ninja still maintained a concealed posture, waiting for the information collected by the Oil Girl clan ninja. Coming, Xian Zhang saw many insects flying to Unv Jiwei's hands beside him, and began to communicate with him. My bug told me that there are nearly 20 chakra ninjas in the enemy's camp, which should be Shangnan, and there are no less than 50 other ninjas. Jiwei stared at the bug on his finger, and said to Xian Zhang after looking at it for a long time, very good. The enemy's power is beyond our expectations, but it is not enough for us to see. Xian Zhang smiled slightly and turned his gaze to the Hayaga ninja behind him. This is the place where traps are arranged around the enemy camp. We simply drew a few sketches. The traps are concentrated on the side of the enemy camp near us. A Hayaga ninja handed Xian Zhang a few pieces of paper. Xian Zhang glanced at it and remembered the location of the trap above. Pass it and read it. After reading it, the individual will take it to the troops behind. Yes. Big brother, this place will be finished tomorrow. Although it was delayed a few days ago, Kanaha's ninja doesn't seem to be very concerned about us here. Moreover, we have increased the defense here, and it is not so easy to be attacked by them. On the dock, a ninja spoke to another ninja standing on the wooden board. The news here has leaked out a long time ago. Kanaha didn't launch an attack against us. Maybe it is because we feel that our seaport will not have much influence on the whole battle situation. The ninja, called the eldest brother, had his hands on his back and looked towards the sea. However, Kanaha will pay for their arrogance, and it won't last long. Also, ask everyone to be vigilant. The more this is the time, the more you must focus. The ninja's voice was firm, with a feeling of holding victory in his hand. A strange sound came from a distance, and the two ninjas looked at the place where the sound was coming from at the same time, and their expressions changed at the same time. Enemy attack. There are enemies. Xian Zhang took the lead, rushed to the forefront, and instantly reached the enemy camp position. Many enemy ninjas did not expect that so many Kanaha ninjas would suddenly appear, and they appeared in a daze for a few seconds. With the sword in his hand, Xian Zhang chopped over several ninjas and rushed straight into the enemy camp. Kanaha's ninja followed behind, with an aura like a rainbow. It's over, the ninja standing on the dock muttered to himself, and his body began to tremble abnormally. Obviously it's almost finished. Kanaha's ninja just ran out at this time. He saw Kanaha ninjas who were not inferior to his own ninja, so naturally he would not think that this was the owner of Kanaha's troops. What? Do not want. Where Xian Zhang went, there was a one-sided massacre, and no one was able to parry him for several rounds. Seeing two ninjas on the dock not far away, Xian Zhang strode out, the sword in his hand glowing with gloomy light, and the electric arc was constantly splashing. Big brother, what should I do? The talking ninja was panicked, his legs trembled to varying degrees, and he also saw the murderous god who was cutting melons and vegetables in the crowd rushing towards him. You run away, I stop him. The ninja, who was obviously the boss, motioned to his younger brother to leave, and then drew out his saber, which was a two-handed machete with a few strange barbs. Big brother, hurry up. Xian Zhang arrived, stepped on the board, and suddenly accelerated again, and instantly came to the nearest enemy. Boom! The ninja leader blocked Xian Zhang's attack while kicking another ninja into the water. Oh, Xian Zhang looked at the enemy in front of him. He just blocked his attack and prevented him from killing the ninja. Kanaha's ninja. The ninja leader gritted his teeth and slashed fiercely, pushing Xian Zhang back a few steps. Big brother. The ninja who fell into the water has not left yet, holding a handful of kunao in his hand, his voice is a little trembling. Roll. The ninja leader stared at Xian Zhang, afraid to move a little bit, because he saw the weird go jade in Xian Zhang's eyes. He knew that it was Konoha's Uchiha family's unique blood inheritance boundary, called Sheilunyan. At this time, he didn't dare to be distracted. ZZ. Thunder and lightning began to spread on the knife, and the intensity of the current became larger and larger, causing the color to become deeper. Xianzang kicked his feet and disappeared into the enemy's eyes. What? Hey! With a slash on the enemy's shoulder, Xianzang frowned. He just aimed at the enemy's throat, but at the last moment, the enemy forcibly twisted his body and hid. Big brother! The ninja's eyes turned red, and he screamed as he ran away. He was hurt when he saw the big brother who was strong in his eyes, and his heart was tense. He can't run away, don't I have a companion? Xianzang slowly raised the knife, killing intent appeared at the corner of his eyes, and his face remained cold. This Wu Ren didn't say much, his eyes fixed on Xianzang, and his feet began to move slowly, seeming to be looking for Xianzang's flaws. What? The enemy yelled and rushed over, extremely fast. Xianzang could see the decisiveness on his face. The lower limbs were wrapped in electric current, and Xianzang's speed reached a more terrifying point. The enemy's eyes were still full of killing intent, so Xianzang slashed his throat directly, and there was no time to block it. Puff! Blood spurted out along the wound. Xianzang stood behind the enemy, and slowly hung the knife back to his waist. The escaped enemy in sight was also chased by Konoha ninja, who was besieged and killed by several ninjas. Konoha's large force and the assault force rushed out within a few minutes, pushing the entire enemy camp in a crushing posture. At this time, Xianzang had already completed his mission. Originally, this mission was a 10-9 stabilization. Xianzang couldn't make much effort. Many of the tasks were done by other Konoha ninjas. Looking at the scenery on the sea, Xianzang stood quietly, and the enemy's resistance gradually disappeared. Is it on the opposite side? Xianzang looked at the end of his sight, his mouth turned upwards. Konoha has already known through some methods that Gyunin is indeed using the former Uzumaki Kingdom ruins as a transit point to launch an offensive against the Fire Kingdom. Team leader. The voice of Uchiha Fire sounded behind him. This time he was also assigned to the commando team as Nikanin. At this time, half of his body was covered with blood, and several hairs on his forehead were still burned by the fire, causing strange things. Hairstyle. Well, how is it? Xianzang nodded. The enemy has been wiped out, and the workers have also been taken into custody. Well, let the notification go, we can go back and submit the task after cleaning the battlefield. By the way, destroy this place before you leave. Xianzang stepped on his feet without turning his head, and continued to look at the sea. It was still noon at this time, and the sun was shining on the sea, reflecting the colorful colors, which was really beautiful. This action against the enemy ended perfectly, completely destroying the enemy's harbor and ending an enemy's conspiracy. The front line here returned to calm again. Wu Ren attacked Konoha Thunder and destroyed his own base as not knowing it, and did not start a duel against Konoha because of this, and it was still slowly concluding. The two sides clashed on the border of the Bear Country, fought in a small area of the coastline, and even Konoha proactively attacked, shining against the mist in the sea. Both sides are in a tacit understanding. Wu Ren is also confident. They know that if they don't take the initiative to initiate a war, Konoha has nothing to do with them. After all, Konoha ninja will not spend a lot of time to fight across the sea. Yo West. Uchiha Huo leaned at the root of a mangrove tree, his face was stained with blood, and a corpse was lying under his feet, panting heavily. Hey, is this war? Uchiha Yin held the kunao in his hand tightly, colored in many parts of his body, looking at the corpses of the surrounding enemies. His eyes were a little red, one hand was on his knees, and the other was covering his abdomen. Where is this? The real war is not so few, but hundreds of thousands of people fighting. Xianzang stood on a high place, without a wound on his body, nor a trace of blood on the blade, as if the battle just now had nothing to do with him. In fact, he had just killed two upper ninjas, but due to the difference in strength, the two upper ninjas could no longer pose a threat to him. Sri Lanka, the captain is still so good. Uchiha looked at Xianzang, who was very strong and showed admiring eyes. Although Xianzang was younger than him, he was so good in other tasks. He deserves to be Uchiha's genius, the god of death of Kairanen. Oh, by the way, in recent months, the friction between Kiri Shinobu and Konoha has been constant, but they have been fighting on a small scale. And because of Xianzang's perfect performance in the battle, 100% kill rate, and his casual smile in battle, the God of Reaper, this title is spreading in a small area in Wu Ren's troops. Wu Ren's vanguard units knew that there was such a person as Xianzang. Even Xianzang's characteristics were recorded by Wu Ren's vanguard, so that his ninja could recognize it. Clean it up. Xianzang didn't pay attention to Uchiha's gaze, and glanced at the corpses lying on the ground. The strength of the Uchiha Huo brothers couldn't be underestimated. The two teamed up to kill the enemy's four ninjas, although they were both Zongnin and Zairen. Good. Uchiha fired over and put away the enemy's body. There was basically no trauma on his body, and he was still able to move freely. Snapped. Xianzang jumped off where he was standing and walked to Uchiha Yan's position. Team leader. Uchiha Yan's face was a bit ugly, he was clutching his abdomen, blood ran down his fingers, and wet his trouser legs. Let me see. Xian Zhang saw that Yan was injured at a glance, but he kept holding on. At the tough and indisputable gaze of Shang Xianzang, Uchiha Yan gritted his teeth and moved the palm of his abdomen. Yes, it's not a big deal, no problem. Xianzang looked at the wound on Uchiha Yan's abdomen. It was a knife wound of about 10 centimeters. It was not very deep, but the blood could not stop for a while because the wound was a bit big. Uchiha Yan nodded, and was about to put his hands up to ease the flow of blood. Let me do it. Xianzang motioned to Uchiha Yan, his right hand began to flood with a green halo in his doubtful eyes. Hiss! Uchiha Yan's eyes were full of surprise, and Xianzang's hands were cold, and when he put it on the wound, it was very itchy, and his mouth made noises. When did the captain learn medical ninjutsu? Sri Lanka. Uchiha on the side filled the corpse with fire and walked over. His face was also full of surprise, but he was relieved. After all, Xianzang's power had been carved into his mind long ago. In his heart, Xianzang's ninjutsu was always the same. Yes, the real genius needs no explanation. It didn't take long, it's just that there has been no chance to display it. Xianzang said casually while treating Uchiha Yan. Okay, go back and get the rest. I can deal with it as much as possible. Xianzang let go, and the blood on the wound had stopped, but the wound was still more hideously visible, but it did not affect his actions very much. Thank you, Captain. Uchiha Yan looked at the wound and nodded to Xianzang. Go back, today's task has been completed, this area is almost cleaned up. Xianzang looked around, took a picture of the knife at his waist that was a little bit off due to the action, and took him to a position that made him feel comfortable, and then walked towards Kanahadang's position. Their task today is to patrol this area and wipe out the infiltrated enemies. It's over now. In response to Wien's recent activities, what do you want to say? Minion Mito wears his presbyopic glasses with a solemn expression on his face. He is asking everyone in the room. Continue to consume the most damage to Wien. I don't believe Wien is a fool, and will continue to send ninjas to the border on such a small scale to do some harmless destruction. The person in charge of the Hayaga's family, Hayaga Shin, was the first to speak. His white eyes were on the opposite side of the table, and Uchiha Ameka's face was swept away. Indeed, if this continues, the consumption of the mist is greater. Although we will also have losses, it has always been less than the mist. However, if the enemy really depends on the strength of a village to continue to wear it with us, I don't think we will take advantage of it. You must know that Konoha is not just fighting the fog. Uchiha Ameki was silent for a few seconds before speaking. He did not agree with Hayaga's new point of view, which had nothing to do with the relationship between the two families. Hayaga Shino heard Uchiha Ameka's explanation, although he felt the same feeling in his heart, he still snorted coldly. Indeed. Konoha's current situation continues to drag on, it's really not easy. Tsunade said that in the correspondence with Ashimaru a few days ago, he knew that the war between Konoha and Sane had officially entered the decisive stage, and both sides had opened up the final cards. Maybe the success or failure will be decided after a short while. Because of this, Konoha has invested a greater ninja power on the battlefield over there, and it is bound to win. The victory of this war is very critical, and it may be the turning point of the Konoha crisis. If you win, other ninja villages may weigh their own weight again. If you lose, I'm sorry, it's very common in the game between ninja villages to fall down. Then what do we need to do next? We can't continue to wait for Mist to come here. The initiative needs to be held in our hands. Mito Minion's eyes slowly moved across the faces of the ninjas at the long table, and the words were also leading in one direction. As a retired ninja who experienced countless battles in the early days, he has experienced Konoha's extremely strong period, and he also supported Konoha with the 3 generations of Naruto when Konoha was at a low point. Therefore, he has always been a strong person, no matter what his age. He hopes that his side will take the initiative. Konoha has been in a defensive posture for this period of time, which makes him a bit uncomfortable, but this is the situation. Konoha has invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the hot battlefields that are fighting elsewhere, and the battlefield here seems very deserted. However, there has been a slight turnaround recently, and he does not want the battlefield he is on to continue to defend himself. The long table was silent. If the Konoha ninja took the initiative as Mito Minion said, the number of casualties would not be as easy as it is now. Moreover, everyone here is from a big family, and they also have a family in their hearts. The interests of the people are very important. Why, stop talking? The long-term pain is not as good as the short-term pain. On this matter, the opinions of consultant Mito Minion are basically the same. Konoha should really control the war. But we need to discuss the details slowly. Come up with a set of really effective and feasible policies. Tsunade leaned back on the chair, and glanced at everyone's faces strongly. His tone of voice is unquestionable. What a leisurely day today. Xianzang sat on a crossbar with a relaxed tone. Sitting next to him was also silent without a task. How come? Don't you have a mission today? I can't see you during the daytime. Silent tilted his head and looked at Xianzang, sucking and sucking his nose, and his short hair was floating in the wind very smoothly. You follow Tsunade-sama every day, shouldn't you know this best? Xianzang didn't turn his head to look at Silent, staring at the tents in front of him, his tone completely bored. How can I know these things? Besides, Tsunade-sama, I dare not approach them when they are discussing major issues. Silent was slightly annoyed, and punched Xianzang on the shoulder. The longer she spent with Xianzang, the more presumptuous her attitude became. We should take the initiative to attack in a few days. Recently, after discussing plans, Konoha is tired of being defensive all the time. Xianzang was also present at the meeting that day. As the Konoha ninja who has been in the limelight recently, Xianzang also has the qualifications to participate in some high-level meetings. Moreover, because of his outstanding performance, Uchiha Ameki also intends to bring Xianzang into some circles to train him. I am very optimistic about Genzo's future and the changes to Uchiha as a whole. Oh, this. I was listening to Master Tsunade, but it doesn't have much contact with you if you don't have a mission. Too lazy to talk to you. Xianzang shrugged, jumped off the crossbar, and walked towards the camp. It was 10 noon, it was time to eat. Xianzang's stomach was already protesting against him. Hey, wait for me. Silent chased after him, his face a little bit uncomfortable. Xianzang left without even finishing his words. Although he was a few years older than Xianzang, Xianzang was half a head shorter. In recent months, Xianzang's height has increased by leaps and bounds, successfully breaking through 1 meter and 7, becoming a second-level disability in the memory of his previous life. Where are you going? Silence is a bit strange, asked. Eat, where else? Xianzang touched his stomach, his hand touched a layer of strong muscles, that was his perfect 8-pack ABSO, then I'll go too. Bring some to Tsunade-sama by the way. Silent nodded, and followed Xianzang. There was no abnormality on his face. Whatever. Xianzang strode forward, the knife on his waist flickered, while Silent trotted to follow Xianzang's pace, and his short hair was flicked in the back of his head. Why do you see me? Xianzang held an animal's leg in his hand, and from time to time he tore a large piece of meat, then chewed with his teeth a few times before swallowing his stomach. Do you usually eat like this? Silent felt that his head was a bit big, and Xianzang's gentle appearance actually looked like a starving ghost. There is no task today to have time to eat like this, Xianzang said, and at the same time he liked Konoha Ninja's food again in his heart. Well, you can actually eat slower, anyway, no one will rob you. Silent looked around, indicating that there were no more people around Xianzang. What do you mean? Xianzang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his eating style, and he didn't make any noise when eating, which disturbed the people nearby. Although there was only one person nearby, he was a little confused in his eyes, and he stopped moving and looked at the silence. It's nothing, you continue to eat. Silent shook his head quickly, not looking at those eyes. Whispering sound. Xianzang continued to eat, feeling Silent a bit inexplicably, thinking that girls of this age might be so hypocritical. In this way, Xianzang ate food for 5 people alone, and 4 of the hind legs of animals weighing about 2 catties, not counting other food. Ha! Really comfortable. Xianzang leaned on the chair and put his hands on the table, his body relaxed. Are you finished? Silent watched Xianzang put so much food into his stomach, the expression on his face was numb. Well, it's almost there. Xianzang easily picked up a toothpick on the table, and once again praised Konoha's logistics in his heart. Then let's go. Silently motioned for Genzo, and at the same time picked up the rice that Tsunade had brought on the table. Let's go. Xianzang slowly got up, holding a toothpick in his mouth, and walked outside. Yo, Xianzang. As soon as he walked out of this tent, Xianzang met Akabamarai who was about to come to eat. Hi. Xianzang waved his hand and continued to tease the toothpick in his mouth with his tongue, making it keep rolling around his mouth. What is this? Ha. Akipomori raised his eyebrows at Genzo, with a wicked look in his eyes. What else can you do here besides eating? Xianzang squinted at Akipomori, he could see the dirty thoughts in Mori's heart at a glance, and the pure friendship of friends changed in his eyes. You are not this. Akibamarai didn't believe it, so he bent with 2 thumbs facing each other. Whispering sound. Xianzang took the blushing Silence beside him and walked away quickly. Xianzang. Akibamarai yelled from behind, and Xianzang turned his head. Come on. I saw that he was facing Xianzangbai with a mouth shape, and at the same time one hand was still clenched into a fist, cheering. Boring. Xianzang turned his head and continued to pull Silent away. He didn't want to destroy the pure friendship between the two because of Akabamarai, at least Xianzang said so. Xianzang. After walking a few steps, the mute voice made a small cry. Hold head high. Xianzang looked down and saw Silent look a bit tangled. What's wrong? Xianzang looked like he didn't know anything, and looked at the ruddy mute on his face. Can you let me go? After speaking, Silent's neck was flushed and his head stared at the ground. Oh, Why am I still holding on to me? Xianzang released the hand that was holding Silent, and did not forget to pat Silent's shoulder after releasing. Then I'm going back. Mute lowered his head and said, "Oh, go. Or the same place at night." Xianzang nodded, and touched Silent's head with his hand. "It is good." The silence at this time seemed to be an ostrich, and he dared not lift his head. After speaking, Silent ran away in the other direction, and Xianzang strode back to his tent. "Hey." Silent opened the tent. Tsunade was still flipping through the documents on the table, and a map was spread out on the long table with many signs on it. Came back. Without lifting her head, Suna knew that Mute had returned, because she was the only one who dared not report to the tent. The Mute sound was a bit strange. Tsunade frowned when she heard it, and put down the contents in his hand. "What's wrong?" Tsunade looked up and saw that his face was still reddened, but he was silent with a smile. "Ha! Nothing." Silent put the rice on Tsunade's table, covering his face with his hands. "You won? But this is a ninja camp, it shouldn't be." Tsunade was a little puzzled, his suspicious eyes fell on Silent's face. Crunch! Silent pushed out a chair from the long table and sat down unceremoniously, burying his head between his hands, not planning to talk to Tsunade. Cut! Tsunade made a disdainful sound, then opened the meal that Silent had brought back and started eating, but his funny eyes kept scanning Silent's body. In fact, Tsunade could think of the change of silence with his chest, which must be related to the kid Genzo, but he deliberately didn't point it out, making fun of his own disciple. "Oh, it's nice to be young." Tsunade sighed inwardly, but he didn't know what he was thinking of, and his eyes darkened. "Today's sunshine is so good." Genzo stood in front of his tent, and many Uchiha ninjas were resting and basking in the sun. Team leader. Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Huo didn't have a mission today, both were communicating with other ninjas, and they naturally called out when they saw Xianzang. The two brothers were also ninjas from the Uchiha family, and they also greeted Xianzang. After all, Xianzang is now the star ninja in the entire camp, and can be said to be the most glorious person in the past few months. Xianzang, X2 well, hello. Xianzang nodded and responded to them. "What are you talking about?" "It's nothing, just talk about what will attack the enemy. After all, everyone is very depressed during this period and can't wait." When Uchiha said this, his expression was excited, and his hands kept rubbing. Whispering sound. Xianzang turned and left. He knew that Uchiha had always been an optimistic attitude towards war, and he had no awe of war. After lunch, it was perfect to take a nap in this weather. Xianzang went back, lay down on the bed, looked at the top of the tent, smiled slightly, and smiled shyly before appearing in his mind. At Kanaha's large camp, there is no fear that enemies will come to make trouble, at least at this stage. There is no need to worry, so Xianzang slept with peace of mind. The Patriarch, the above is the situation of Uchiha on the battlefield here. Please rest assured, I will manage everyone well, I will not let you down, and at the same time, I will not cause the family to suffer undesirable losses. In addition, the Uchiha Genzo's the talent is amazing. Call. Uchiha Tenaki put down the pen in his hand and read the letter again. After confirming that it was correct, he rolled it up, wrapped it, and prepared to send it back to Kanaha with a ninja pigeon. This is the communication he communicates with Uchiha Fudake, who is far away in the village of Kanaha every other month. That is, a simple summary of Uchiha's situation here and report to him. In the past few months, every time he contacted Ameki, Uchiha made no secret of his love for Xianzang in his letters. In his eyes, Xianzang is not only Uchiha's current immediate combat power, but also the number of years in the future. At least he thought so in his heart. Hey, amazing video. Akibosen opened the curtain and walked in, carrying food in his hand. Eat some, it's still hot. Putting the rice on the table, Uchiha Mori motioned to Uchiha Tenaki. Okay, thanks. Uchiha Tianming rubbed his eyes and started eating. He was very busy all day long and didn't have time to eat, so he had to trouble others to bring him back. In the past few days, this has been the case for all high-level officials. After all, they have decided to take the initiative to attack, and they need to come up with a complete plan. Therefore, everyone has a high-level meeting once a day to discuss the plan, and usually discuss with their own staff or consultants. Time is naturally crowded. I met the boy Xianzang just now for dinner, he is really precocious. Uchiha-san leaned on the table and said to Uchiha Ameki that this time for dinner is just right to chat for a while. Oh, what's the matter? Uchiha Ameki paid close attention to Genzo and was also interested in his news. I just saw that kid and Tsunade-sama's disciple, the short-haired female ninja who has been following Tsunade-sama, eating together. The relationship between the two looks unusual. Akibosen showed a funny expression, his fingers flicked on the edge of the table, and he was obviously in a good mood. Haha, this is very interesting. I don't know if Tsunade-sama knows. Uchiha Tenaki swallowed a rice ball with a smile on his face. I don't know this, I should know. Akibamarai spread out his hands, with a helpless expression. Uchiha Ameki suddenly wanted to add another sentence to the letter just now, saying that Uchiha Genzo seemed to have encountered love. The patriarch must have a funny expression after seeing it. He couldn't help but imagine such a scene in his heart. Yo shi! Everyone is here. Tsunade sat in the first place, Mito Minion sat aside, and all the upper floors were seated at night. After saying this, Tsunade couldn't help but glanced at Genzo, who was standing behind Uchiha Ameki and Uchiha Mori, with a meaningful look in his eyes. Genzo sat down, staring straight at the bunch of hair on Uchiha forehead due to an abnormal sleeping posture. Observing its trajectory during Uchiha movements, he naturally felt Tsunade's gaze, but he was a little bit if you have a guilty conscience, you will treat it as if you haven't seen it. We have been discussing for so many days, and we should be able to finalize the plan today. If you have any needs, you can bring it forward. Tsunade clicked the table a few times, indicating that this is the last moment to determine the plan, and if you have any questions, you can continue to discuss it. Ahem. Hayaga raised his hand to signal that he wanted to speak. Hayaga, what do you think? Mito Minion helped the glasses on his nose and motioned for Hayaga to speak. I have no doubts about our Hayaga as a reconnaissance force, but why should Uchiha's people serve as a support force to take care of the wounded? Isn't the Uchiha clan always known for fighting? Hayaga Shin's face was a little uneasy, and he kept his eyes on Uchiha Tenaki who was sitting across from him as he spoke. Ha! This is Tsunade-sama's arrangement, what are you looking at me for? Uchiha Ameki snorted coldly, turned his head and looked at Uchiha Mori who was sitting next to him. This one? Minion Mito nodded, he knew the reason in his heart, everything was to make Uchiha less important in the war. The three generations had a willingness to abdicate for a long time, and the Uchiha family has always had an abnormal idea about the position of Naruto, so that Uchiha can't make major achievements in the war is also a means of restriction. With a tangled look on his face, Minion Mito felt that Uchiha's support as a support force was indeed not very convincing, so he opened his mouth and said, then transfer Uchiha to the assault force and make a replacement with the original third unit, how about it? Minion Mito looked at Uchiha Tenaki and another commonin, seeking their opinions. I don't have any problems here, everything is subject to the arrangement. That ninja was a civilian ninja and a supporter of the Naruto series, so naturally there was no other opinion. We Uchiha have no problem either. Uchiha Tianming nodded. 26 Well, there are no other problems? Tsunade looked at the others in the room. In fact, she had always had some opinions about holding Uchiha behind her. Now she was put forward and changed, and she was also very satisfied. That's good. Everything goes according to plan, and we will start the action the day after tomorrow. We must be quick, accurate and ruthless in this counterattack against Wien. Tsunade stood up with a serious tone. The other ninjas also stood up the moment Tsunade stood up, looking at Tsunade solemnly. Minion Mito looked around and smiled at the corner of his mouth. He was full of expectations for Konoha's troops. The mist may not cause them a lot of trouble, but the war is so cruel, but the victory must belong to Konoha. Thinking of this, Mito Minion's eyes flashed a little, and the lenses also reflected the light in the tent, so that others could not see the look in his eyes. Finally it's over. Genzo stretched his waist and talked to Akipomori. The two were walking on the road to the camp at this time. The meeting just now had ended, and they were walking towards Uchiha's residence at this time. Next is the really tough time. Uchiha raised his head and looked at the sky. The boundless sky reminded him a lot of things. Who said no? But who cares? Xian Zhang shrugged. Yes, knowing that you are great, come and go freely in war. Akibamarai slapped Xian Zhang on the shoulder, and was avoided by Xian Zhang. Xian Zhang, you have to be careful. Wien still has some characters that you need to pay attention to, especially the 7 ninjas who are very famous in the ninja world. Now you have become Wien's heart trouble, but you are on the kill list. It's far ahead of most people. Don't be targeted by them, one is fine, if there are several, it is dangerous. Akibamarai knew that he couldn't attack Genzo at this time, but he couldn't help reminding him. No, I don't despise the enemy. Xian Zhang nodded, rubbing his hand on the knife on his waist. I don't know what the situation is. With a word in his mind, Xian Zhang followed Akibamarai and continued walking forward. I heard that you will be leaving soon? Silence sat on the crossbar, his legs off the ground, shaking. Well, I will leave early tomorrow morning. The plan has been made, and it must be implemented. Xian Zhang fiddled with his own knife, but his eyes kept falling on Silent, watching her sway his short legs a little bored. The border of the bear country is not far, so it will take a long time to come back? Silent raised her head and stared at Xian Zhang with clear eyes. This was the first time she looked at Xian Zhang like this in the past 2 days. That might be the case. You, as logistics personnel, will not move and will continue to stay here, but those of us who are responsible for the assault will not be so secure. The intelligence also showed that the fog hidden in the last time we saw through the plan, they gave up directly landing in the country of fire. Most of their ninja troops are slowly assembled in the country of bears, now they are almost assembled. Xian Zhang looked at the starry sky, and began to think about the war in the near future. Oh, mute and stop talking. Let's stop here today, I'll go back first. Xian Zhang stood up and looked at Silence. Okay, take a break early, and pay attention to safety. Silent nodded and greeted Xian Zhang. Gone. Xian Zhang nodded, and then he turned around and left. The moonlight was bright and clean, hitting Xian Zhang's back, dragging out a cold figure. You go back too, mute. Silence said to himself in his heart, watching Xian Zhang disappear into his sight. He jumped off the crosswood and left. Ha! Ha! Many figures were walking through the woods. Their common characteristic was wearing a green ninja vest and the Konoha ninja village mark on their foreheads. Captain, how long will it take? It's been a long time. Uchiha became a little annoyed, and followed Hyunzo. You have entered the border of the bear country, don't worry. Xian Zhang stepped on his feet and sent his body forward, saying calmly. A few hours ago, as the vanguard, Xian Zhang and his team had already settled the guard post on the border of the bear country and began to invade the bear country. The reaction of these people is too slow. I haven't seen reinforcements for so long. Uchiha's mouth shrank with fire, and his tone looked down upon the enemy's ninja troops. Xian Zhang frowned and didn't continue to speak. Uchiha's attitude was his normal state after going smoothly. This time their plan is to directly stubbornly endure the mist once, thoroughly provoke the war, and prevent them from dragging on. And the invasion of the bear country is also in the mission. Only when the enemy is beaten up, will they be really angry and truly enter the war mode. Who? Xian Zhang knew that this was a signal sent by the detective ninja after detecting the situation. Ha! Upon hearing the signal, the approaching ninja stopped instantly and waited for information to be shared. There are a large number of enemies approaching. At their speed, they will encounter us in 5 minutes. A ninja from the Oily Girl clan stood on a high tree branch, and his voice was just enough to be heard by the surrounding ninjas. And there are ninjas passing on this information in other places. Xian Zhang's unit belonged to the 2nd unit, and he was the captain of the 1st wing under the 2nd unit, leading nearly 80 ninjas under his hand. Understand. Ready to fight. Xian Zhang nodded and waved to the ninja of his alliance. The ninjas of other alliances also took a fighting stance. This time they invaded into the bear country. Their main task was to fight and then to retreat. Base. Xian Zhang also slowly drew out the sword, and the Konoha ninja on his side unanimously remained motionless, waiting for the enemy to come over. A big battle is about to begin. Ha! Rustle! The leaves were rubbed by the flesh, making a slight noise. The wind was also roaring, and the enemy's troops arrived in a blink of an eye. Base. Xian Zhang looked at the misty hidden troops that stopped a few tens of meters in front. There were a lot of them, even a lot more than the number of ninjas on his side, but Konoha's ability to join this operation was only at the level of mid-tolerance and above. Ninja, haze is completely incomparable. As far as he could see, Xian Zhang saw some Boy Scouts, cowering and holding weapons. It was probably the first time they encountered such a large-scale confrontation battlefield. Yo! Konoha's ninja. A ninja with sharp teeth wears a vest and holds a huge ninja sword in his hand. Ah! Looking at the other party's white hair and the characteristics of the teeth, Xian Zhang easily knew his origin. The ghost lanterns have a hydration secretary and are immune to most physical attacks. The misty ninjas looked very strange. At this time, looking at the Konoha ninja on the opposite side, they also made all kinds of wretched sounds. Let's entertain Konoha's guests. At this time, a ninja with a blindfolded left eye and holding a weird weapon yelled, and what he said was cold-blooded, as if these Konoha ninjas were not at his word. Next to him stood a thin, masked ninja with a long slender knife on his back. Wow, haha. Wien's emotions were instantly mobilized, and many people started gearing up and eager to try. That's Woolai Jinhachi and Kurisan Kushimaru, members of the Ninja 7 Ninjas. It is said that they have the strength of elite shinobu, and these two people have been turned into a ruthless duo by the outside world. The enemies killed by them did not have a body. It's intact, all pieces of meat. Next to Xian Zhang, a member of Uchiha introduced to Xian Zhang that he knew something about this information, and he was afraid that Xian Zhang would not know it. Xian Zhang nodded. The misty bits and pieces, all go to death. Haha, the ninja on Konoha's side also has a grumpy old man. Listening to the misty scream in his ear, he did not hold back, and shouted at the enemy. Kill them! Warashi waved his hand and directed the ninja behind him to rush forward. Kill! Konoha's side is also true. This time their mission is to fight, and everyone here is an elite selected from various units, and their hard power does not at all persuade these misty-faced people who look crooked. Ha! Xian Zhang hit his attention on the 7 people. Perhaps only they were his opponents on this battlefield. Who? Uchiha also emerged and rushed out side by side with Xian Zhang, who was the captain of the 2nd company. One for each? Pomura's eyes were also shining. As a senior shinobu, he felt that it should be no problem to deal with a shinobu. Can. Xian Zhang nodded, his speed increased, and he headed towards Woola's Haiba. Court death. Wulai Jinba watched a young ninja jump out of Konoha ninja and went straight to him, his face instantly cold, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. The two ninjas collided in an instant, and each ninja found his own opponent. Xian Zhang was very close to Wuli, and it seemed reasonable in this battlefield. After all, Xian Zhang's combat power was already the peak representative of Konoha. Ha! Slash it out with a slash, slashing against Wuli Jinba's weapon with a vengeance rustle. Seeing that the enemy's weapon was like a money printing machine, Xian Zhang began to spit out the detonation talisman outside, his eyes narrowed, the three-go jade turned, and he kicked his feet. Boy, die in the explosion. Wu Lijian's face remained arrogant, unable to conceal his murderous intent to Xian Zhang, and his weapon swung toward Xian Zhang. Ha! The piece of detonating talisman is like a sky curtain, covering Xian Zhang. Boom! The explosion followed Xian Zhang's footsteps and kept sounding. What? Wulai Jinba's attack is nothing about gains and losses. The indiscriminate blows have affected the surrounding ninjas, including Konoha and Misty Ones. Hey, keep hiding, kid. Wuli Jinba's tone was very gloomy. He looked at Xian Zhang, who was constantly dodging, and he didn't even look at Wu Ren, who was accidentally injured by his own attack while speaking. It's a bit troublesome. Xian Zhang looked at the potholes caused by the explosions around him. Although the power was not as powerful as the real detonation charms, it was difficult to get this amount. He fixed his eyes on Wulai's Haiba. Guya didn't rotate very much, as if looking for an opportunity. ZZ. With a blue electric current flowing in his hand, Xian Zhang rushed towards the enemy. At the same time, his footsteps were constantly changing, and his position was extremely coquettish. The explosion was beside Xian Zhang, but it could not cause much damage to him. Wulai Jinba also saw Suan Zhang's operation, frowned, and then showed a cruel smile. Not only was there no fear on his face, he also gave up long-range attacks. He stepped on his feet and rushed towards Xian Zhang while waving his weapon with his right hand. Haha, hurry up and die. Wulai laughed strangely, and said some brainless words. Boom, boom. All the way to Xian Zhang, there would be explosions around Wuli Jinba, the land was blown up, and the surrounding ninjas all avoided the fighting range of Xian Zhang and Wuli Jinba, leaving enough space for them. ZZ. The electric current on the knife turned into substance, and an electric blade with a gloomy light condensed on the blade, which increased Xian Zhang's knife by a few centimeters. Ha! Rustle! The two weapons slashed at each other at the same time, Xian Zhang's eyes fixed on the enemy's movements. Boom! The two swords collided, Xian Zhang's eyes condensed. Seeing the other side of the enemy's weapon, he began to spit out something similar to the detonation talisman again, and began to follow the weapon and entangle Xian Zhang. Cracking! The current strengthened, and a dazzling light burst out in an instant. Wu Li's eyes narrowed, and the hand holding the weapon began to twitch, and she was about to let go. Boom! Wu Li Jinba kicked out, forcing Xian Zhang to retreat, and he gave up continuing to attack Xian Zhang, pulling away. Whispering sound. Xian Zhang raised the corner of his mouth. The danger of this shinobi sword in his eyes was very limited, but the difficulty was to kill the enemy in these explosions. Quick fight! Xian Zhang saw that Akabamarai had been beaten by his opponents and retreated. Obviously, the ninja named Listen Kushiwan was not something he could deal with. ZZ. This time it was still current, but the color was extraordinarily deep. Following the blade, the electric current completely envelopes the knife, making it even more exaggerated. This move is an enhanced version of Xian Zhang's Chidori flow, which is to continuously compress the Chidori flow onto the knife, so that the current has a Chidori-like cutting ability, and the power can be said to be very strong. Wu Li Jinba looked at the change of Xian Zhang Deo, and felt a little awkward in her heart. Even the hand holding the knife could feel numb. Li San Chuan Wan, hurry up to clean up your opponent and come and help, I am a bit difficult. Hey, can't even you? Korisan Kushimera let out a dark smile, and pulled the weapon in his hand, leaving another wound on Akabamarai's body. His weapon is very thin, like a long and thick needle sword, with a steel wire at the end. When attacking, he relies on the various uses of the wire and the knife to strike the enemy, which is very strange. After all, Akipomori had no experience, and it was very difficult to fight Risen Kushimeru. If it hadn't been for the writing round eyes, he would have been dead by the enemy. Hey, Sen! Xian Zhang motioned to Akipomori and ran towards him. Boy, your opponent is me. Where else do you want to go? Wuli Shenba let out a cold snort, and the explosive knife in his hand instantly slashed towards Xian Zhang, blocking his way forward. Snapped! The knife was chopped on the blasting knife. Xian Zhang took advantage of the momentum and kicked on the ground. Lightning flashed past his body. Humph! Wuli Jinha was injured by Xian Zhang's Chidori, and the knife was bounced off. At this moment, several detonating symbols slid down to Xian Zhang's feet along the knife. Wuli Jinba quickly backed away, and one-handed Jian. Drink! The detonating symbol exploded instantly. Boom! Boom! Solve it? Wuli Jinba's right hand was scorched, but he still looked at the place where the explosion had just exploded. He wanted to confirm Xian Zhang's situation. So many detonating symbols exploded in an instant. No matter who it is, it should be dead. Wu Lijinba thought to himself, but the body did not give up defense, still maintaining a fighting posture. Xian Zhang. Akabamarai saw the explosion of the detonating talisman at Xian Zhang's feet, and his eyes were anxious, but his opponent, Listen Kushimaru, pressed him so hard that he had no way to rescue him. Ha! Thinking about it, a figure rushed out of the smoke of the explosion, and instantly arrived in front of Wu Lijinba. What? Wu Li was a little surprised. Xian Zhang didn't have any injuries in his whole body, but there were more explosion marks on his clothes, which looked very dirty. Ding! Although I was surprised in my heart, the movements in his hands were not slow. The blasting knife was directly across his chest, blocking Xian Zhang's attack. Thunder Dunk Thousand Bird Sword. Xian Zhang gave himself a name for the one who attached the chidori to the sword, which was simple and clear. Base. Ninja sword burst into more dazzling colors in an instant, and the current on the sword increased explosively. What? Wu Li's 8 pupils shrank, and his hands instantly released the explosive sword. But it was too late. Xian Zhang's sword staggered the explosive sword and slashed directly at his chest. Go away! A cold voice came from behind Xian Zhang's side. It was the Listen Kushimaru who used a long knife and stitches. Who? Xian Zhang knew that the enemy's attack was also coming, so he hurriedly went sideways, but the knife in his hand was still chopped down. With the support of Li San Chuan Wan, Wu Lijinba also had more reaction time, and with a turn, he abruptly avoided Xian Zhang's slash. But Xian Zhang's attack speed was so fast, it was not easy to dodge it. With thunder and lightning, the knife slashed across his shoulder, leaving a deep wound, and blood gushing out directly. What? Wu Lijinba yelled, pulling away from Xian Zhang at a faster speed, and his weapon, the explosive knife and droplets, fell on Xian Zhang's feet. Ding! The knife slashed across the enemy's shoulder. Xian Zhang frowned, but the weapon immediately drew a semicircle and came to him to block Listen Kushimaru's weapon. The slender knife was blocked by Xian Zhang, and the moment Xian Zhang was about to fight back, the long knife was pulled back by Li San Kushiwan, and instantly returned to the enemy's hand. Boom! Akibamarai also had a chance to escape from the attack range of Listen Kushimaru at this time, and land beside Xian Zhang. It's okay, ho ho! He was exhausted, he was breathing heavily in his mouth, and there were many colors on his body, but fortunately, they were all small wounds, and there was no big danger. Fine. Xian Zhang looked at the two enemies who were also getting together, and nodded at Akipomori. This guy who uses a long knife and stitches is very strange to attack. Pay special attention to those slender threads. Uchiha explained to Genzo the experience he had just gained from the battle. An electric arc flashed on his body. Xian Zhang looked at the two people who seemed to be communicating. Why is it so embarrassing? The weapon is still lost. It's better than I kill you, it's a waste. Li San Chuan Wan looked at Wu Lijinba and clutched her shoulders, embarrassed and mocked. Don't talk nonsense, I figured out a way to solve the Konoha ninja. Good at thunder and swordsmanship, or Uchiha ninja, it should be the recently rumored Konoha Reaper. Sure enough, there is no waste under the reputation, and the strength is indeed very strong. Wu Lijinba knew that her companion was like this, and she didn't care, and her tone was a bit horizontal. Got it, leave it to me. Li San Chuan Wan nodded, slowly raising the long knife in his hand. Leave it to me here, you go help others. Xian Zhang signaled Akipomori to leave. He didn't help him much here, and he was easily distracted. Well, be careful. Uchiha knew that there was still a gap between his strength and the ninjas, and only Xian Zhang could contend or even suppress them, so he was also prepared to leave the battlefield to Xian Zhang. Who? After speaking, Xian Zhang kicked his feet vigorously, and his body instantly rushed towards the enemy. Thunder and lightning pulled a long trace in the air, and a scorched smell began to spread everywhere. Coming! Li San Chuan Wan focused his attention, instantly raising his attention. Although Wu Lijinhachi on the side injured one shoulder, which made that hand also lose combat effectiveness, he held a kunai with the other hand and stood side by side with Listen Kushimaru. Thunder Dunk Thousand Bird Sword. Slowly raising the knife in his hand, Xian Zhang's footsteps maintained a certain frequency, approaching the two enemies. Seeing that he was about to be in front of the enemy, Xian Zhang's riding wheel eyes instantly noticed something wrong, and there was something abnormal on the ground in front of the enemy. Ha! Xian Zhang's speed did not decrease, but he ran towards the enemy from another direction. Are you aware of it? Listen Kushimaru wears a mask and can't see any expressions, but his voice is just enough for Wu Lijinba to hear. Sand! Ha! Originally looking at the normal ground, it was cut into several pieces in an instant, and several thin threads were pulled up by Listen Wan and returned to his weapon. Wu Lijin used Kua to resist Xian Zhang's knife, and the electric current on it kept hitting him, but he still gritted his teeth and didn't take a step back. Whoo! A slender knife came to the back of Xian Zhang's head, extremely fast. Boom! With a kick on Wu Lijinba's thigh, Xian Zhang dodged aside. Base! Xian Zhang's sword cut Kua in half, and Wu Jinba also wisely discarded his weapon and continued to retreat. Listen Kushuan's attack failed again, but he did not give up and continued to attack. Whoo! With the light under his feet, Xianzang felt some tight touch wrap his left calf, his face changed. It's done! Li San Chuan Wan masked Xia's face with a yin smile, and pulled her left hand in front of her. Goodbye! Boom! As Li San Chuan Wan's hand continued to pull, Xianzang's calf was shattered, and his body also turned into white smoke. What? Li San Chuan Wan immediately jumped to the side when the white smoke rose, and as soon as he left the ground, Xianzang's figure appeared on his left side, the sword and thunder in his hand were bright. Thunder Dunk Thousand Bird Sword. Xianzang's voice was like the scream of a dead bird, and Li San Chuan Wan was startled by a cold sweat. Damn it! The knife got closer and slashed across the enemy's chest. Hey! A neat wound appeared on the left chest, and Li San Chuan Wan back somersault, jumping towards the distance. Ha! Wu Jinba stood beside Li San Chuan Wan, her face no longer arrogant before, full of solemnity. This kid is really difficult. The speed is too fast. Li San Chuan Wan was panting, making it difficult. Stick! Xianzang was unwilling to give the enemy breathing space, and the attack came to the front again. The two opponents could only evade in embarrassment. Ding! Wu Ninja is another ninja who joins the war with Genzo, the ninja with sharp teeth and only wearing a vest. At this time, he didn't have a wound on his body, but the weapon in his hand was stained with Konoha ninja blood. Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Stop him! Wu Jinba quickly yelled when someone came to help. The predecessors are so embarrassed, it's really not a good thing. Gui Dangmanu smiled, holding his weapon in one hand, and the explosive knife droplet that Wu Jinba had dropped in the other hand. Senior, give it back to you. This is not the shinobi I want, although I use it very smoothly. Ghost Lantern Menu threw the blasting knife in his hand to Wu Shiba, his mouth was not polite. Humph! Holding her weapon, Wu Jinba felt like she was doing it again, looking at Xianzang with a gloomy expression on her face. You are Konoha's Uchiha Genzo, right? I have heard your name every day recently. Ghost Lantern Menu licked his sharp teeth with his tongue, and showed a not-so-good smile at Xianzang. Ghost Lamp Full Moon? Xianzang looked at the enemy and didn't rashly attack. The enemy is now 3 people, which is not easy to deal with. Retreat! Li San Chuan Wan signaled Wu Jinba. Both of them are now in a wounded state. It is not a good idea to continue fighting. Even if Ghost Lantern Manu comes to support the others, although Gui Lan Manu is very strong, it is definitely not Xianzang's opponent. The Ghost Lantern Full Moon of this period was still very young, and was not yet a member of the 7 ninjas, and the weapon in his hand was not one of the 7 ninja swords, but it was already one of the 7 candidates. As the Ghost Lamp clan, they are proficient in how to use the 7 ninja swords, and they also have scrolls that can channel the 7 ninja swords. Okay. Wu Jinba didn't continue to behave, nodded. Boy, the next meeting is your death date. Wu Jinba held the explosive knife and walked slowly in front of Xianzang. Ha ha, no, next time, you will stay here today. Thunder and lightning flashed over Xianzang's body, only then did he react. He who is proficient in thunder escape, the hydration technique of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon is a colander in front of him, just like nothingness. Boom! Wu Jin dragged 8 knives on the ground, and the detonating charms began to scatter on the ground. Xianzang frowned, and there was doubt in Sanguya's writing wheel. He did not understand Wu Li's operation. But those detonating charms did not stop appearing outside. Many detonating charms were connected together like a curtain. Misty Ninja! Retreat! Li San Chuan Wan yelled and ran towards the back randomly. The blood on his chest was still bleeding, so he wanted to go back to the back for treatment as soon as possible. Xianzang didn't move, because Wu Jinba released more and more detonating charms, and in a blink of an eye a piece of land was covered, and it even kept coming out of the side of the knife. Many Konoha ninjas have also seen such scenes, and they have also kept a further distance from here. Even some of the escaping Mizu ninjas dare not come forward and chase them. After all, Wu Jinba is here, and there are so many detonating symbols. Goodbye, kid! Seeing that the Wuren who could retreat in time almost ran behind him and retreated behind, Wu Jinba looked at the Wuren who hadn't retreated, and smiled cruelly. Ha! The sword and the detonating talisman cut off the connection. Wu Jinba made a mouth shape, and quickly retreated back, and the Ghost Lantern Full Moon followed him. No, my lord. Some Mizunos were dragged by Konoha's ninjas and couldn't retreat in time. Seeing Wu Jinba's operation, they shouted in despair. Boom! Boom! The detonation talisman exploded, cutting off Konoha's idea of continuing to pursue the pursuit. And Xianzang had also left that area long ago and hid to the side without being affected. Standing on the branch, Xianzang was expressionless as he watched the enemy's escape disappear into the smoke of the explosion. Get rid of these mists. A Konoha Nakanobu yelled at his companions. In front of them were a few Mizunobu who had no time to leave. Kill! Konoha ninja will not be soft at this time. catching a few fallen mist ninjas is killing. Kill! Although Wu-Ren knew that he could not run away, he would not catch it with his hands, his eyes were red, and he started to kill himself. They thought in their hearts, if you kill one, you won't pay, and if you kill two, you will make a profit. However, the number of ninjas who were too late to leave was limited, and naturally they would not be Kanaha's opponents. They would be wiped out within a few minutes. Team leader. A ninja from the Oily Girl clan stood behind Xianzang, and a group of insects were spinning around him. How about casualties? Xianzang looked around. Kanaha's ninjas all began to clean the battlefield. The enemy's corpses and the corpses of their companions were being sorted and installed. The war is so merciless, dozens of lives disappeared in the world in the blink of an eye. Our first company killed 4 ninjas this time, one of them was Shangnin and 3 were Zongnin. Thanks to the help of bugs, the ninja quickly calculated the number of casualties. Oh, Xianzang nodded, glanced at the fallen body around him, his eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest, and they kept that plain look. Xianzang. Akipomori walked over, and some of the wounds on his body had been simply treated. Although the medical unit was not brought in for the sake of speed in this operation, each company has 2 teams with them and can do something for some of the wounded. Simple treatment, if it is serious, only depends on luck. Whether it can make it to the big camp is something worth thinking about. After all, there is no way. Well, it's okay. Xianzang glanced at Akipomori's injury, his tone was plain. This is the first confrontation between Kiri Shinobu and we are a complete victory. Uchiha motioned to Genzo to look at the more corpses of Mizunin around, with a smile on his face. Kanaha's action, trading less for more, is indeed a victory, but there are several reasons. The biggest reason is that Kanaha's ninjas are of extremely high quality this time, and they were all selected after careful selection. Although Wien has taken it seriously and sent far more ninjas than Kanaha, the quality has been completely defeated. What happens next? Xianzang did not comment and asked about the next step. According to the plan, once Kanaha gets close to the mist head-on, he will have to retreat, otherwise he will be in danger of being surrounded by enemies. According to the plan, we have already earned this time, don't be greedy. Uchiha looked at the radical in the depths of Xianzang's eyes and reminded him. All right. Xianzang nodded, the unsteady thoughts in his heart were discarded. Soon after the battlefield was cleaned up, Kanaha's troops began to retreat. According to the investigation forces, the Misty Ninja approached in large areas. Obviously, they were not going to continue to consume Kanaha. This time Kanaha's operation it really annoyed them, and some of the Misty people couldn't sit still. Yo West! Uchiha fired a sigh of relief looking at Kanaha Daya not far in front. In yesterday's battle with Wu Yin, he killed 2 Wu-Ren. Although he paid the price of several swords in his body, fortunately, Xianzang treated him with a healing technique, and it did not cause any serious problems. For the first time to participate in such a large-scale battle, to have such a good record, Uchiha Huo felt that he would be like Xianzang, and become famous throughout the battlefield. Snapped. Uchiha Yen slapped the back of his head. What are you doing? Uchiha Huo was a little bit ashamed, and turned his head to face his stupid Odaru. Can you stop being so awkward? This is the first time that you are fighting head-on, so you can't hang on your face anymore? Uchiha Yen also killed Akiri Shinobu in the battle yesterday, but he remained calm and didn't think it was something to show off. Hey! You are jealous. Uchiha expressed some dissatisfaction with Yan in his mouth, but he recovered his calmness and didn't continue to dance like that. Welcome back. The troop was found by the investigating ninja 5 miles away from Kanaha camp, so Tsunade and Ichido waited at the gate and waited for them, fortunately not insulting one's life. Several persons in charge stood at the forefront, facing Tsunade. The captains such as Xianzang and Akipomori stood behind them and said nothing. Very good. You are sitting very well. Go take a rest and prepare for Wuyan's counterattack. Tsunade smiled and said to all Kanaha ninjas in his sight. The intelligence of this operation was placed in the hands of Kanaha's senior officials including Tsunade as early as yesterday. Killed nearly 100 Vunin, no prisoners. The purpose of Kanaha's operation was also achieved. Wuyan began to lay heavy troops on the border of the Bear Country, and it seemed that he was preparing to officially start war with Kanaha. Yes. Kanaha's ninjas replied in unison. These days running around made them very tired, and they didn't dare to really rest at ease outside, so what they hoped most was not Tsunade's award from them when they returned to Dang. Instead, take a good rest. He. Xianzang smiled at the little dwarf behind Tsunade, with rare warmth in his eyes. Silent naturally saw Xianzang smiling at him. She was relieved since seeing Xianzang safely come back. Now her face is slightly red, and there are some flashes in her eyes, responding to Xianzang's smile. Forward? Xianzang's vision was blocked, and when he saw Tsunade take a step, he blocked silence. Tsunade didn't seem to notice the exchange between Genzo and Silent, so he blocked the middle like that, and moved slightly to the left and right from time to time to block Silent who wanted to show his body. Tsuna-sama? Silent was a little anxious, and pulled Tsunade's arm. How? Tsunade was calm, watching the ninja troop slowly entering the camp. You blocked me. Mute is a little embarrassed, the sound is a little low, and I seem to realize that I am anxious. So what? Didn't you see that I was saying hello to the ninjas returning to camp? Or did you say hello to these two? Tsunade held his hands, narrowed his eyes, and asked about Silence. He also let out half of his body so that Silence could reveal a head behind her. No. Silent lowered his head and took a step back. Mute. Xianzang also walked to the gate at this time, naturally seeing the mute's silly look, and exclaimed, "Ha! Xianzang!" Silent raised his head and found that Genzo was standing in front of Tsunade-sama, smiling at him, and hurriedly responded, "Why are you standing here? Go in." Xianzang motioned for silence, and nodded to Tsunade as he spoke. "Tsunade-sama, then we went in." Genzo knew that Tsunade's gaze could not be persuaded at this time, and he straightened his waist. Tsunade is only about 1.6 meters, and Genzo is already over 1.7 meters, so when Tsunade looks at him, he needs to look up slightly. Uchiha Genzo. Tsunade naturally knew Xianzang. Whether it was because of the war or her own disciples, she had a deep impression of Xianzang. This is a young man with strong strength and unlimited potential, but with a somewhat complicated identity. With a serious expression on his face, Tsunade's momentum rose in vain, and suddenly, the surrounding ninjas felt some heart palpitations. Hiss! Xianzang took a deep breath, feeling pressure on his shoulders, and boom in his left chest. The ground is beating rapidly. Many ninjas turned their gazes here, wondering what happened. Did Genzo provoke Tsunade-sama? But not really. Uchiha Genzo is very sophisticated in doing things. Many ninjas flashed various thoughts in their hearts, and their pace began to slow down, wanting to see what would happen between Genzo and Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, are we leaving?" Genzo kept smiling, although he could feel the pressure Tsunade put on her, but he didn't show it at all. "What?" Xianzang walked to Mianzang, reached out and grabbed her hand, and continued to talk to Tsunade. Mianzang was also a little frightened by Xianzang's hand. He buried his head in front of his chest and did not dare to raise his head. He struggled with his hands, but Xianzang squeezed. It was very tight, and she gave up after struggling a few times without breaking free. Tsunade's momentum receded, his face returned to calm, and he softly agreed. "Well, Tsunade-sama, let's leave first." With Tsunade's permission, Xianzang walked into the camp, pulling the silence, while Tsunade in the same place, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looked around the ninjas around him, and continued to watch them enter the camp. "Yo, Xianzang, that's okay." Akibamarai watched Xianzang holding Silent's hand as he walked through the crowd, with his head held high and Silent's head hanging down like a quail. "Hey, we are just friends." Xianzang held Silent with one hand and waved at him with the other. "Remember to come to the meeting tonight." Akibamarai reminded Xianzang, and immediately went wrong with Xianzang and went in the other direction. Han didn't care about the narrow eyes of the surrounding ninjas. Xianzang took Silence and walked slowly to the open space where the two of them often stayed. "Hi Onzo." Silence still lowered his head, but the little joy rippled on his face, calling Xianzang, "How?" Xianzang pulled the Silence, motioned him to sit on the crossbar and tilted his head to face her. "Can you not scratch my palm?" During the Silence speech, the neck was flushed. Although only wearing a ninja vest and combat uniform, Silence still felt some heat in this coastal area. "Oh." Xianzang nodded, and sat side by side with Silent. The small movements in his hands continued. "Are there any injuries during this mission?" Mute saw that Xianzang had promised very positively, but he continued, and no longer entangled, and changed the topic. "Do you look like I am injured?" Xianzang patted his chest with his other hand, his tone very bold. "That's good." Silent didn't know why he breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably, and nodded a few times with his drooping head, like a chicken pecking at rice. "Is there money on the ground? Why don't you look up?" Xianzang smiled, pinching Silent's chin with the other hand, and slowly pulling her up. "No." Silent's face flushed, and he didn't resist Xianzang's action before. He slowly raised his head, and his clear eyes were staring at Xianzang with a hint of shame. "Ha ha, what's wrong?" Xianzang slipped on Silent's nose, feeling her slightly hot temperature, and asked knowingly. "Not you yet?" Silent turned his head too far. He didn't expect Xianzang to be so bold towards her when he came back this time. "Ha ha." Xianzang touched his head and laughed. It just suddenly understood something. Xianzang couldn't help kneading his Silent hands, his tone was relaxed. Silent nodded, seemingly understanding, but still looking at Xianzang. The two chatted like this for a long time. Mute played a good role as a companion chat. Most of the time Xianzang said that she was listening, and then she expressed some of her own opinions. After Xianzang doing this today, the relationship between Mute and Xianzang has undergone some changes. The previous Mute was ignorant, but felt that Xianzang was different from others and had a good feeling in his heart, but now it seems to understand something and follow the feeling in my heart. Xianzang has always been fond of Silent, but in his heart he always felt that it was the memory of his previous life that was causing trouble. But today at the gate, looking at Silent's eyes that kept searching, and finally stopped on his body, Xianzang felt that things were not the case. Simple, but also in line with the heart. Although the teenager was only 8 or 9 years old, and the girl was only 12 or 13 years old, it did not hinder the formation of feelings. After all, the two generations of Xianzang together were about 30 years old, and Silent was born in such an age and matured quickly. Xianzang. Uchiha Mori sat on Uchiha Ameka's left hand and motioned to Xianzang to go over. He smiled strangely and looked at Xianzang a little hairy. How about it, with your little girlfriend, hee. As soon as he got closer, Akabamarai lowered his voice. Xianzang looked around. The meeting hadn't started yet, and the people hadn't come together. The few people who came were also a little far away. No one seemed to pay attention to it. So he glared at Mori and walked to Uchiha Tenmei's right hand without a word. There is a vacancy there. He and Uchiha Tianming nodded and signaled. Xianzang sat down on the seat on the right. At present, in this camp, Xianzang can be said to be Uchiha's number 3 figure, and his prestige in Uchiha is extremely high, especially for the younger generation. The meeting here is also Uchiha's family meeting, which is Uchiha Tenaki's analysis meeting on the next situation. There are also a few captain-level figures from Uchiha who are here, not many people. Xianzang, I heard that you encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen in this operation, and you beat them 2 by 1? Uchiha Tenaki did not participate in this operation, but the intelligence had already been placed on his desk. When he saw such intelligence, he was still surprised. Although he had a high evaluation of Genzo's strength, he knew him. It was possible to kill the upper ninja, but that was only limited to the ordinary upper ninja. This time, it was a famous ninja in the entire ninja world, which made Xianzang's weight in his heart increase again. Well, I did encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen, but I didn't beat 2, but 1 by 1. If they 2 went together, I might not be so easy. Xianzang admitted, but there was still a lot of modesty in his words. That's also amazing. They are famous ninjas in the ninja world, and all of them have at least the strength of ordinary ninjas. Coupled with their weapons, elite ninjas may not be able to obtain benefits in their hands. Uchiha Ameki touched his chin with some relief, where there were a few sparse beards, which he deliberately kept very long. Xianzang looked at the table and folded his hands. Uchiha has an offspring like you, really blessed by the ancestors. Uchiha Tenaki's topic was a bit far away. Xianzang didn't know how to answer, so he had to remain silent. Ahem. Uchiha-san on the side watched Uchiha Ameki again inside, coughing a few words to remind him. Just at this time, a few Uchiha ninjas came in outside the tent, and all the participants of the meeting were also ready, and the meeting began. Aiming at the current battle situation, Uchiha Tenaki reminded all captain-level ninjas to be careful, and at the same time, as much as possible to help the opponent ninjas to reduce the Uchiha family's losses in this war. What is left is to achieve as good a record as possible in the war. A meeting lasted for 2 full hours, and Uchiha Tenaki deserved to be a ninja who had been at the top of Uchiha all the year round. I don't know how much more skill in his mouth is than a ninja. At the end of the day, the ninjas who participated in the meeting, including Akabamarai, had a sense of despair, and they all wished to exchange this meeting with a battle. As for Xianzang, less than 5 minutes after the meeting began, he began to froze, and neither ears listened to what Uchiha Tenaki was saying. Ha! I can say it. Genzo and Akapomori were walking on the way back to their place of residence, the dim firelight illuminating the surrounding darkness. This is also for the family. Master Tianming usually does his best, so don't complain. Akabamarai stretched. I know, go back and rest by yourself, I'll go around. Xianzang waved his hand and walked outside the Uchiha area. It was already around 9 o'clock in the evening by this time, and many of the ninjas who had just returned today had 800 rests, but Xianzang's spirit was very good, and he was not too tired. This point is the agreed time with Silent, and Xianzang has to contact Silent for a while. When he walked to the open space, Xianzang saw a small figure already sitting on the crossbar. The current Silent height is only about 1.5 meters, and it is indeed small in front of Xianzang, but it is just in line with the most adorable height difference. Ahem! Walking to a few meters behind Silent, Xianzang realized that she hadn't deliberately lowered the sound of her footsteps. She hadn't found herself yet, so she had to cough a few times. Ah, you are here, Xianzang. Silent Boy flicked on the crossbar, turned his head quickly, and flicked his short hair with the action. What more do you think? So absorbed. Xianzang sat next to Silent, leaned back, supporting the crossbar with both hands. Nothing, is the meeting over? Silent smiled slightly, and looked up at Xianzang's eyes with a little embarrassment. The clear eyes seemed to reflect Xianzang's appearance. Oh, it's over, but it's exhausting me. It's more tired than Tsunade-sama's usual meetings. Xianzang shrugged and made a tired look. Take me to squeeze your shoulders. Usually, Tsunade-sama asks me to squeeze her shoulders when she gets tired. I also learned a set of massage techniques at Kanaha Hospital. Silent thought for a while, his face was a little red, and he lowered his head slightly, and said to Xian Zhang, "Okay, just try your craft."